Chapter 1 Global Travel. Is this reasonable? It's reasonable. The seedlings sprout. Ding! Era of Radiance is officially launched, and the fusion world is selected. Blue star. Fusion begins. Ding! The world has been merged. The number of people participating in the game this time, 20 billion. Welcome to the Age of Glory. There are stalwart gods, magic, alchemy technology, and everything you can think of here. Everyone will become lords and participate in this race for hegemony. Each lord will randomly get the initial troop nest, from which you can consume resources to recruit troops and form an army. Resources, troops, territories, heroes, and treasures, these are the 5 most important resources of the glorious universe. Please explore independently. Life or death, to be a beggar or to wear a crown, to fall into the abyss and become a demon or to ignite a divine fire and become eternal, everything is possible. Li Cha, who had just gotten off work, heard the mechanical sound ringing in his ears, and before he had time to react, he only felt a dizziness coming from the sky and the earth. When he opened his eyes again, a rough hall appeared in front of him. 12 stone pillars scattered evenly support a sunken roof several meters high, surrounded by walls made of gray stones, which look like they have a history of hundreds of years. The long black table in the middle is surrounded by more than 10 chairs, and there is a thick layer of dust on it. If you wipe it with your hands, it can leave conspicuous marks. There is a huge wooden window on the left and right sides without glass barrier, and the dazzling light shines in from the outside, making everything in the house clearly visible. Everything here is full of indescribable exoticism. Only now did Li Cha regain his senses, and when he thought of the information he had just heard, he was horrified. Era of Radiance is the first virtual game jointly developed by the world's top 10 game developers. What's the matter? Does the game merge with the real world? He was in a hurry to go home from get off work today because this game, which has been promoted for several years, will be open for public beta testing tonight. Well now, it really has become a global public beta. But this is too nonsense, right? At this moment, the mechanical sound he had just heard rang in his ear again. Ding! You randomly go to a desert territory and draw the initial troop layer, the mummy pyramid, ordinary 3 stars. Ding! You have become a desert lord, the blood in your body has begun to awaken, and you have acquired a special growth talent, Desert Lord, current level, sea level. Along with the prompt sound, a property panel appeared in my mind. Richard. Level 1, 0/100. Identity, Lord of Dusk City. Alignment, Desert Alignment, Lawful Neutral. Territory, City of Dusk, First Class Village. Army Lair, Mummy Pyramid, Ordinary 3 stars. Lord Talent, Desert Lord, Special Growth Talent, Current Level C. You are the master of the desert, you can foresee the arrival of the sandstorm, and you have mastered the ability of sandification. Sandification, sea level, makes the body sandy, reduces physical damage by 99%, can devour yellow sand to recover the injury, the duration is 10 minutes, and the cooling time is 1 hour. You can give your power to the troops you recruited. After giving it, your subordinates will get a D-level skill, Sandification. Sandification, Class D, makes the body sandy, reduces physical attack by 99%, and can devour yellow sand to recover wounds. The duration is 5 minutes and the cooling time is 2 hours. Strategic Treasure, none. Introduction, a desert lord with some special abilities, otherwise, nothing extraordinary. Li Cha looked at his attribute panel several times with a subtle expression. Randomly came across an extremely rare growth skill introduced on the official website. This property seems to be pretty good. After taking a few deep breaths, this suppressed the shock in his heart. A bit of complexity appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing just after working for half a year. The integration of the game and the real world is just nonsense. But fortunately, I have enough to eat by myself and the whole family is not hungry, and I have no worries. As a young man with a big heart and baptized by all kinds of strange knowledge, he quickly adjusted with an unimaginable mentality. How to play is not to play, the real world is just a more realistic game. A bit of excitement appeared in his eyes. He has been longing for the game, Era of Radiance, for a long time. Since the project was announced, he has been thinking about it all the time. It is almost impossible to know how many times the public information has been read. Now it's a wish come true, but the process is a bit scary. I don't know what his territory is like, and what is that unit's lair. Leaving the hall with full of anticipation. Step out. Outside the hall is a yard, with blue stone paving on the ground, very flat. A gray stone wall more than 3 meters high outside blocked part of the view. Looking at the sky, you can see the endless blue, clear and transparent. Only the air was slightly dry, which made him feel a little uncomfortable between breathing. Li Cha glanced around, and his eyes were quickly attracted by a pyramid building about 3 meters high in the corner of the front yard. The appearance of the pyramid is rough, as if it was formed after being beaten by the wind for countless years, vicissitudes, and simplicity. When he stepped forward and took a closer look, the attributes of this building appeared directly in his mind. The Mummy Pyramid. Level, Ordinary 3 stars. Recruitable troops, Mummy, Normal 3 stars. Number of recruits, 14. Weekly production, 7. Recruitment conditions, 4 gold coins, UU reading www.uukyungsha.com 4 units of wood, 4 units of stone. Introduction, an ordinary desert troop lair. This is the troop lair. Li Cha was very interested. Just when he thought that the properties of the pyramid were like this, suddenly a line of translucent text appeared at the bottom of the properties panel. The black gold system starts. Startup is successful. Mummy Pyramid, Normal 3 star, consuming 10 ordinary desert camp troops can upgrade it to Elite 3 star. Li Cha was shocked, his eyes widened sharply. Black gold system. Isn't this the system in a single-player game he played before? That game was independently developed by a friend of his, and asked him to help him try it out. However, because of the difficulty of the game, after he complained a few times, the other party specially made this system for him. The function of this system is very simple, that is, it can strengthen various things without an upper limit. Actually activated in this world. There was a strong excitement inside. He has read the information on the game, Era of Radiance, countless times on the official website. The troop lair is the most important thing in the game, it is special and cannot be upgraded. If you want to get a powerful troop nest, you can only attack the troop gathering points in the wild, and rebuild it after you get the troop nest. But now, he can directly consume resources to increase the level of the troop lair. Is this reasonable? It's just too reasonable. Chapter 2 Forum is open, upgrade the troop nest, thanks to irrigation. Just when Richard was excited to study the black gold system, the sound of the system machinery sounded again in his ears. Ding, the Lord Forum has been opened, please check it yourself. Lord Forum. It's really like playing a game. When Li Cha thought about it, a new panel appeared in his mind. There are 3 large plates on it. Forum chat, trading market, territory ranking. At present, only the forum chat and the trading market are lit, the territory ranking is gray, and it cannot be opened yet. Li Cha first opened the forum chat, he wanted to know what happened. Fuck the top 10 game makers, you bastards. Has it been premeditated for a long time? Why is our world integrated with a game? Who can explain why? Science is dead, I have time to burn paper. I want to call the police, I want to complain, I want to scold my mother. I randomly came to an orc territory. The first unit's lair was his mother's orc hard labor. Fuck, this thing can't do anything except work, but there is a pack of wolves outside my territory. Ha ha ha, my troop's nest is the Griffin, the Elite 1 star. Who is going to save me? There is a bear outside my territory. If the other party rushes in, my weak chickens will not be able to stop it. Who knows how to get home? My home is in Liujiang City. There are 20 sweets. Whoever can send me back, I'm willing to give him 10 sweets. This must be a prank, right? I don't want to come to this ghost place. You idiots still want to go back. It's the power of God to let people in the whole world pass through. If I can pass through this world, I will uphold my destiny and become the protagonist of the world. Just wait, when I become a god, I will send you back. Please help, how can I get resources? My troops are only half recruited, and they can't be recruited. The posts in the chat channel are almost refreshed by tens of thousands at a time, scattered here and there, and everything is said. Some people are at a loss, and many people keep asking for help with the idea of being able to go back. There are also some big-hearted ones who are already eager to try, ready to explore the world. After Li Cha watched it for a long time, the complicated mood gradually eased. With so many people, he is not alone. After thinking about it, he opened the trading market. Unexpectedly, he originally thought that there would be nothing, but it was dazzling, and there were all kinds of materials. Head of the Beast, sold for 10 GP. Bloody Fangs, sold for 5 units of stone. Special Ore, sold for 8 units of wood. It's only been 10 minutes. I don't know how players can get so many strange things in the beginning. However, the most important thing here is the exchange of various resources. 10 coins, sold for 10 units of wood. 10 units of wood, sells for 10 units of stone. 10 units of stone, sells for 10 units of iron ore. According to the official website of Era of Radiance, resources are divided into common resources and rare resources, which are mainly used to recruit troops and build various buildings. Common resources, gold coins, stone, wood, iron ore. Rare resources, gems, sulfur, mercury, crystals. Different troops require different resources to recruit. Low-level arms can be recruited with only ordinary resources, and high-level arms must use rare resources, and the same is true for buildings. Li Cha glanced at his attribute panel, and the resource column at the bottom was displayed. Gold coins, 2,000. Timber, 2,000 units. Stone, 2,000 units. Iron ore, 2,000 units. As for the 4 rare resources, they are all 0. Obviously, these are the basic resources given by the system. He thought about it, the mummy pyramid can recruit 14 mummies, and it only takes 12 units of resources to recruit 1. After all, he can call most of the resources. However, with the black gold system in place, direct recruitment is too wasteful. Upgrade the ordinary 3-star mummy pyramid to the elite 3-star and then recruit it. It must be countless times stronger than the ordinary 3-star. Immediately search the trading market column. The core of the troop lair. While searching, a piece of information came to mind. The materials purchased in the trading market will be directly stored in the 10 cubic meters of space given by the system. After Li Cha understood it, he continued to check. Everyone's start is random, so there are many lucky guys. Some of them were randomly assigned to elite-level troop nests, while others got 1 or more cores of troop nests. Although the proportion of these people is low, based on the huge database of 20 billion, even if it is 1/10,000, there are tens of millions. Among them, some people choose to store the core of the troop nest for their own use, but some plan to exchange them for resources. But at the beginning, the price is a bit confusing, a few thousand high, and a few hundred units of resources can be bought. After spending a little time, Richard screened out the cores of the desert camp's troop nests and found the right ones to buy directly. Are you spending 400 units of wood to buy the core of the desert rat's troop lair? Would you like to spend 500 gold coins to buy the core of the desert lizardman's lair? Weather. Li Cha was in a good mood when he looked at the core of the troop's nest that he kept in his pocket. The 10 total troop nests cost him 4,000 units of resources. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. Under his deliberate control, 1,000 units of gold coins, wood, stone, and iron ore were left. Li Cha's thoughts moved, and the 10 newly purchased troop nests appeared in his hands. Thumb-sized, crystal clear, like pure crystal. Pick up one at random. Desert Viper Den. Rank, normal 1-star. Building requirements, 200 gold coins, 200 units of stone, 200 units of wood. Introduction, after construction, you can recruit a common 1-star unit, Desert Viper. It doesn't take a lot of resources to build a troop nest. Why do so many people sell the troop nest? Didn't they explode in the early stage? While he was thinking, the black gold system once again displayed a prompt. Mummy Pyramid, ordinary 3-star, consuming 10 ordinary desert camp troops nest cores can upgrade it to elite 3-star, the conditions are met, whether to upgrade. Li Cha retracted his rambling thoughts, and chose to confirm with anticipation and excitement. The next second, the 10 troop nests in his hand turned into a white streamer and poured into the pyramid in front of him. Kacha. Followed by a crisp sound. The 3-meter-high pyramid rises as quickly as bamboo shoots. It stopped after reaching 4 meters. Update successed. Mummy Pyramid, elite 3 stars, consuming 10 elite desert faction lair cores can raise it to rare 1 star. Note 110 ordinary nest cores can be combined into 1 elite level. Note 2, the level has been upgraded, and the unit's nest can be upgraded again after 7 days of cooling. Chapter 3 Elite, Bandage Mummy. After the conspicuous reminder, the black gold system returned to silence. Richard laughed. Mood instantly became happy. However, the demand for the next upgrade will be higher, and a full 10 elite level troop nests are needed. It is 100 pieces synthesized with ordinary level nest cores. After reading the prompt again, when he saw the inconspicuous note 2, the corner of Li Cha's mouth twitched. I almost forgot about this. When that guy got the black and gold system, in order to make me not pass the level so quickly, he specially added a cooling time. But this is not a big deal, just train a few more troops. He suddenly wanted to thank the friend who developed the game, but as long as your skills were a little better, I wouldn't be able to get this plugin. Open the Properties panel of the Mummy Pyramid. Great Pyramid. Rank, Elite 3 stars. Recruitable troops, Bandage Mummy, Elite 3 star. Number of recruits, 14. Production per week, 7. Recruitment conditions, 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of stone. Introduction, an ordinary desert troop lair. After the upgrade, the resources required for recruitment have increased a lot. Before 12 units of resource gold could recruit a mummy, now it takes 120 units. But it's worth the price. This wave of blood earned. Li Cha smiled brightly. I wonder how strong the bandage mummy of Elite 3 stars will be. At the moment, there is no ambiguity, and he directly chose to recruit all. 14 bandaged mummies cost 560 gold, 560 wood, and 560 stone. After the resources on the attribute panel plummeted a lot, the pyramid emitted a gray light, and the appearance became hazy. As if the night is covering the earth, the sky will be dark. Kacha, the sound of stone breaking sounded from the haze. Sand. A white bandaged arm emerges from the pyramid. The mummy climbed out of the pyramid in front of Richard. One after another. 14 mummies appeared in front of him in the same way. Li Cha's eyes widened. Isn't this way of appearing a little too cool? Fortunately, you are not crawling on TV. After the bandage mummy appeared, it was not afraid of the sun. Their images are more heart-wrenching than those in film and television works. His whole body was tightly wrapped with white bandages, even his face, with only a pair of empty eye sockets showing no eyeballs. The 2 withered palms were like dry branches, and the nails were sharp enough to tear through the armor. His body exuded an ancient and decadent aura, as if he had just climbed out of the coffin. Ordinary people feel fear even if they look at it. Li Cha nodded with satisfaction. Nyangpo likes the cute beast-eared girl, and a real man should hate mummies. Open the Properties panel. Bandage Mummy. Level 1. Potential, Elite 3 stars. Skill, Death's Body, E level, no fear of pain, no fear of death, immune to poison and plague. Corpse Bandage, E level, reduces physical damage by 30%, the bandage comes with plague, the infected person will fall into a weak state, all attributes will be reduced by 20%, if not treated, will gradually die. Claw Tear, E level, the sharpness of the fingers is increased by 30%, and the firmness is increased by 30%. Racial Talent, when fighting in the desert, stamina and injury recovery speed are increased by 50%. Bound Mummy, when the number of mummies is greater than 10, the power of all mummies increases by 10%. When the number of mummies is greater than 30, the strength is increased by 20%. When the number of mummies is greater than 50, the strength is increased by 30%, the plague infection rate is increased by 30%, and the negative effects caused by it are increased by 30%. Introduction, if you use their bandages to hang yourself, you will eventually die from the plague. Although there are no specific attributes such as strength and physique, it can be seen that the attributes are not bad. Li Cha nodded slightly. Besides, it is also an Elite 3-star unit. After thinking for a while, he opened his property panel and looked down. Lord Talent, Desert Lord, Special Growth Talent, current level C, you are the master of the desert, you can foresee the arrival of the sandstorm, and you have mastered the ability of sandification, which can be given to your subordinates permanently. Your subordinates will get the D-level skill, sandification. This is his special growth skill, which is currently C rank. His luck is no worse than those players who have directly obtained elite or even higher level troop nests. He looked at the mummy in front of him. Slowly stretched out his right hand. In an instant, the palm radiated a light like yellow sand. 14 mummies were shrouded inside. Ding with your blessing, 14 bandaged mummies have acquired a new skill, Sandification, D grade. Sandification, D level, makes the body sandy, reduces physical damage by 99%, can devour yellow sand to recover the injury, the duration is 5 minutes, and the cooling time is 2 hours. Richard was happy. immune to 99% physical damage, and can devour yellow sand to recover damage. Isn't this skill just invincible? And since he is in the desert, aren't these bandaged mummies going to be invincible? And more importantly, he can grant the desertification skill to his subordinates without limit. In the future, his arms will naturally have one more skill than the arms of other lords. And as the level of growth talent continues to increase, the skills that can be bestowed in the future will also be enhanced. The potential is infinite. After Li Cha calmed down his excitement, he looked at the 14 mummies in front of him, whose bodies were wrapped in bandages, with only empty eye sockets exposed. Waved his hand. Letting them follow, he took the lead out of the Lord's mansion, which was protected by a wall. The door in the middle is open. Li Cha stepped out. The next moment, his expression was startled. At the entrance of the Lord's mansion, there were hundreds of residents with nervous expressions. These residents were wearing shabby clothes made of coarse cloth, their eyes were dodging, and their expressions were very cautious. After seeing him, everyone's breathing slowed down. And when the mummy appeared, many people panicked even more, grabbed the hem of their clothes tightly, lowered their heads abruptly, and dared not look directly in front of them. In the depressed atmosphere, an old man with gray hair and a white robe staggered out of the crowd. Nervously, he came to Li Cha and bowed respectfully to the ground. Shout out loud. Lord, your humble people welcome you. It is an extremely strange language, and Richard can be sure that he has never heard it in his more than 20 years of life. When he was in doubt, a stream of information poured into his mind, and countless information was absorbed by him with pronunciation, enunciation, and the meaning of words. Continental lingua franca. At this time, he understood what the other party said. Li Cha was in a trance, he mastered a new language in an instant. This is a novice benefit. Under the leadership of the old man, the crowd in the back suddenly woke up and hurriedly knelt to the ground, as if they were afraid of being late. Welcome, my lord. The voice fluctuated, with the same fear of a cat seeing a mouse. Just as Li Cha was about to speak, a system prompt came from his ear. Ding, you have officially taken over the territory, and you can view the territory panel freely. Chapter 4 Territory Property. Li Cha's eyes lit up and immediately opened the territory panel. City of Twilight. Level, a first-level village, 2,000 units of gold, stone, wood, and iron ore required for upgrade. Building, Junior Lord's Mansion, only, Junior Resident Residence, 10, Junior Blacksmith Shop, 1, Junior Barracks, 1. Special Building, none. Empty space, 10 squares. Resident, human, 100 people. Resources, gold coins, 1440, wood, 1440 units, stone, 1440 units, iron ore, 2000 units. Rare resources, mercury, 0, brimstone, 0, crystal, 0, gem, 0. Occupied resource points, none. Territory attribute, the land of yellow sand, under the protection of Lord Richard, the residents of Dusk City will not get lost in the desert, and the physical consumption in the desert will be reduced by 30%. Army Lair, Great Pyramid, Elite 3-star. Army, Bandage Mummy, Elite 3 stars, 14. Hero, none. Introduction, an extremely small territory, perhaps the sneeze of a powerful creature can destroy it. The property panel of the territory shows everything. Although there are not many things, the territorial attributes look good. Residents will not get lost in the desert, and they can also reduce physical consumption by 30%, which is quite practical. The residents who were kneeling on the ground watched Li Cha remain silent for a long time, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. The unease inside grew stronger. Lord. The leader, who was kneeling at the front with a slightly weak tone, half raised his head and let out a light exclamation. His tone was uneasy. Only then did Li Cha come back to his senses, coughed lightly, and said aloud in the common Chinese language he had just mastered. Get up, my people. This is the City of Dusk, my territory, and the home of each of you, so there is no need to be so nervous. Hearing this, the old man's eyes were instantly relieved, and then he bowed sincerely to him before standing up. The other residents who got up looked at Richard with worry, anxiety, and excitement. The Lord really doesn't recommend us to live here. Are those mummies? The soldiers recruited by the Lord are really majestic. Your Lord is so kind. Looking at the excited crowd below, Li Cha was also a little surprised. He only understood after asking the old man in front of him. It turned out that these people wandered from other places 3 days ago. At that time, the gate of the Lord's mansion was closed and could not be opened. They really had nowhere to go, so they stayed here first. Until an hour ago, they suddenly got the news that the gate of the Lord's mansion was opened. Under the panic in my heart, I came here to wait for the owner of the territory to appear. This is obviously the benefit given to novice lords by Era of Radiance. Population is an important part of a territory. Mining resources, building houses, planting food, all need people to do. Without these people, his territory would not be able to function. After the leading old man took a deep breath, he spoke again. "Dear Lord, please forgive our rashness, we beg you to take us in." The crowd below immediately raised their hearts to their throats and looked at Li Cha eagerly, hoping to hear the reply they were looking forward to. Looking at the still uneasy crowd, Li Cha took a step forward, and his dark and deep eyes swept across the crowd. At this moment, under the background of the mummy guard behind him, his aura instantly silenced the arena. After pondering for a while, he spoke loudly. "Don't be nervous, my people. In the name of the Lord of Dusk City, I officially allow you to join my territory and become residents of Dusk City. No matter what job you worked in before, what status you were, or what happened to you, all this has become the past, and I will not pursue your past. From now on, this will be your home, and your only identity is the residents of Dusk City. In the future, your life, work, and everything beautiful will bloom on this land. My people, my name is Richard, remember this name. Eyes firm. As your lord, no matter how dangerous the outside world is, I will shelter you and protect your safety. Even if the world loses its light one day, I will lead you through the long night." The apprehension and unease of the crowd below were swept away in this firm and provocative tone, and their eyes changed quietly at this moment. "Is this their lord?" Dingyu gave a short but charming speech, which won the respect of everyone present, and the progress of leadership comprehension increased by 20%. When Li Cha heard the system prompt, his expression seemed a little subtle. "Is this okay?" However, he quickly regained his composure and looked at the old man in front of him. "Where do you currently live?" The other party's wrinkled face seemed to be relieved a lot at this moment, and he said with an excited tone. Lord, we live in the house over there," said and pointed to the side. Richard turned his head to look. 50 meters away from the Lord's mansion, there were 10 two-story khaki houses lined up. The architectural style is very rough, which is very in line with the characteristics of the desert. Residential residence occupies 1 space. Level, beginner, upgrade requires 500 units of stone and 500 units of wood. Maximum number of people, 10 people. Characteristics, none. Introduction, ordinary residential houses, suitable for civilians to live in. There are 10 primary residences, each of which can accommodate 10 people. Uakanshu www.uukanshu.com just settled these 100 people. Not one fell. Li Cha nodded, and suddenly asked as if he had thought of something. "How much food do we have now?" These people are living people who need to eat and drink. In a territory, the most important thing should be water and food, let alone a dry and barren desert. Fortunately, the mummy he recruited was a necromancer type and did not need to be fed. The gray-haired old man's face showed a bit of bitterness, and his back, which was still standing just now, was a lot ragged, and he looked even older. Lord, we only have 3 days of food reserves. These are all brought before. Although I have been trying hard to find these days, the desert is not only dangerous, but also can't find food at all." As the leader of the team, the old man had to take on hundreds of people to eat, drink, and dine every day. The heavy pressure made him almost breathless. Li Cha nodded. "I will find a solution to this matter. There is a trading market. As long as there are enough resources, there are many ways to get food. So now the most important thing is to find resources. Have you found any resource points around the territory in the past few days?" The resources such as wood, stone, etc. are obtained from resource points in the wild. According to the public records of Glorious Era. According to the different reserves, resource points are divided into micro, small, medium, large, and giant. Every resource point will be guarded by field troops. If you want to occupy a resource point, you must first destroy the troops in it. And every once in a while, new resource points will be refreshed around the territory, so you don't have to worry about going out. Chapter 5: The Imagination of Sand Sculpture Players. Lord, When we went out to search for food, we found 3 resource points. One of them is a logging quarry, one is a quarry, and the other seems to be an iron ore, but we dare not approach it, we have no confirmation. Hearing the old man's words, Li Cha immediately lifted his spirits. Resources are at the heart of Shining Era. With resources, you can buy troops' nests, buy food, recruit troops, and upgrade territories. The first task now is to occupy the surrounding resource points, obtain resources, and make the territory stronger as soon as possible. Era of Radiance is not a safe world, all races compete for hegemony, this is the main theme in the future. Not to mention the 20 billion players, there are still powerful aborigines in this world, and even beyond the main plane, there are countless dimension planes. Demons, angels, dragons, titans, there are many of these legendary beings. Is there a map? He asked casually, but he didn't expect that the old man actually took out a map. Although this charcoal-drawn map looks very rudimentary, several key points are marked. Ding, you got a rough map, is it synced to the system map? Oh. And this function? Li Cha was overjoyed. Synchronize. After making the choice, a system map appeared in front of him with most of the area covered by fog. And the points marked on the rough map that the old man gave him appeared on it intact. Very good, you did a good job. I don't know your name yet. The old man said excitedly. Dear Lord, Karu is always at your command. Li Cha nodded. The old man knew at a glance that he was someone who was quite prestigious among the hundreds of people. Curiously, she opened the other party's property panel. Karu. Level 3. Potential, Class D. Skill, Internal Affairs, D level, can handle more efficient territorial affairs. Management, D level, able to better manage subordinates. Persuasion, Class D, speaking can convince others more easily. Racial talent, can learn the knowledge of other races. Fetters, when in charge of internal affairs, work efficiency is increased by 30%. Introduction, once a powerful hero unit, its strength degenerates after getting old, and it has lost the power of the hero unit. It was only after Richard saw Karu's introduction that he understood. Unexpectedly, the other party was once a hero. Unfortunately, it's old now. But no matter what, at the beginning, this can be considered a good talent. His face became serious, and in front of all the residents, he said sternly, Karu, in the name of the Lord of Dusk City, I have appointed you as Dusk City Administrative Officer. When I'm away, you are in charge of managing other residents and guarding the safety of Dusk City. Karu was stunned for a moment, then raised his head in disbelief, and the aging body seemed to be young again. The trembling voice said loudly, Lord, thank you for your gift, I will defend your glory with my life. Li Cha nodded. Let them go away, you can walk around the territory with me. As you wish. After the crowd dispersed, Richard and Karu inspected the city of Dusk under the mummy. At present, the buildings in the territory are very rare, and there are only a few types, the Lord's Mansion, the Resident's Residence, the Blacksmith Shop, and the Barracks. Other than that, there are only 10 spaces left. The open space is the basis for building new buildings in the territory. If there is no open space, new buildings cannot be built. The area of each block is 10 meters * 10 meters. Depending on the building, the amount of space occupied varies. Lord's Mansion, 30 spaces, Residential Residence, 1 space, Blacksmith Shop, 4 spaces, Barracks, 20 spaces. When building a building, it must occupy the specified number of spaces to build. Because subsequent upgrades will expand outward. If the open space does not meet the requirements, subsequent buildings cannot be upgraded. This is recorded in detail in the public information of Era of Radiance. The number of spaces in the territory will increase with the level of the territory. You can also use treasures to expand the area of the territory and increase the number of spaces. The center of Dusk City is the Lord's Mansion, and outside the gate, to the west, there are 10 residential buildings. To the east is the Blacksmith Shop, and behind the Lord's Mansion is the Barracks. The 10 squares of open space are distributed in the Blacksmith Shop area. When Richard came to the Blacksmith Shop with the door open, he found that it was full of dust and had not been used for a long time. Blacksmith Shop, 4 spaces. Level, Beginner, upgrade requires 1,000 units of iron ore, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone. Feature, forging efficiency increased by 10%. Capacity, minimum 2 people, maximum 10 people. Introduction: an ordinary blacksmith shop, where you can forge agricultural tools or low-level weapons. The upgrade demand of the blacksmith shop is obviously higher than that of the residential house, and it also comes with special attributes. At least 2 people, it should be at least 2 people to make the blacksmith shop operate. Li Cha raised a little curiosity, and looked at the properties of the Lord's Mansion and Barracks. Lord's Mansion, 30 spaces. Level: beginner, upgrade requires 2,000 units of gold, stone, wood, and iron ore. Characteristics: efficiency, 10% increase in efficiency when working in the mansion, stamina recovery, 20% increase in stamina recovery speed. Capacity: 30 people. Introduction: the core building of the territory has special power. Li Cha was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Lord's Mansion to have 2 features, and they were both very practical. With some anticipation, he looked at the barracks. Barracks, 20 spaces. Level: beginner, 1,500 units of gold, stone, wood, and iron ore are required to upgrade. Characteristic: training, arms have a very small chance to comprehend F-level skills in this training. Strengthen the body, increase the exercise effect by 10%, which can slightly improve the physical fitness. Capacity: 100 people. Introduction: ordinary barracks. Yes, except for residential buildings, other buildings have corresponding characteristics. However, these buildings have a lot of resources to upgrade. After recruiting 14 mummies, the resources in his hands were reduced from 4,000 to more than 2,000. I am afraid that there will be no way to upgrade in a short time. Karu, you immediately go and screen out the blacksmiths and tailors among the residents who have special skills. I will be of great use. When new residents join in the future, you must do similar statistics. You are solely responsible for this. Karu, who was following behind, immediately nodded respectfully. As you wish, Lord. After explaining a few more words, Richard asked Karu to leave. He thought about it and opened the forum again. I don't know how other people's progress is going for this hour. The moment he entered the chat channel, he seemed to have returned to the modern age. All of them were speeches by sand sculpture players. Damn it, there are 300 refugees from outside my territory. Mad, all of them are like beggars. They have to rely on me. How can I have food for them? I can't afford them at all. Ha ha ha, I recruited a hero from the residents. She's still a cute girl, so cool. I will definitely study the stockings in the future, and cultivate an army of cute girls with high heels and stockings. How can I get food? My territory is running out of food, and I can only last for 2 days. Is it still time to go farming now? Everyone, please don't leave the territory. I am also getting tired of it. The territory has a 1-month protection period. If you leave the territory, the protection period will drop to 7 days. Mad, this garbage game is ruining my life. I don't believe that the government will leave us alone. Anyway, there is a protection period, so I won't go out this month if I'm beaten to death. I'm going to vomit, the monsters outside are so powerful. My 10 human swordsmen were wiped out by one of his mother's ogres, it's really a tin bucket. I have all the resources to buy food, and there is nothing to recruit new ones. Troops, what should I do now? Why are the orcs so edible? The food in my warehouse has been drained in 1 meal, mother, where can I get so much food to feed them? Ha ha ha, it's still cool for the undead, you don't need to think about food at all, but it's just a bit embarrassing to look at the bone scum all the time, and you can't raise a maid, bad luck. Ha ha ha, there are so many little elf brothers, I'm going to die I won't go back if I kill them. This queen wants all the elf brothers in the harem. I want to sleep 10 a day. Many Lord players on the forum have come out of the initial bewilderment and began to discuss how to develop the territory. There are some big-hearted ones who are ready to keep the harem. But they also encountered various problems. The most common complaints are lack of food and insecurity outside the territory. After watching it for about 10 minutes, Li Cha came to a conclusion. It seems that food problems are a common problem, not unique to him. And the protection time provided by the system mentioned by many people also made him ponder. There is a 1-month safety period for not stepping out of the territory, and the safety period for stepping out of the territory will drop to 7 days. Is it the same for his territory? If everyone is the same, then this choice given by the system may become a watershed. Chapter 6 Powerful Bandage Mummy, Occupy the Resource Point. After getting a lot of useful information, Richard closed the forum. Internet is too time-consuming. Without hesitation, he brought 14 mummies to the edge of Dusk City. A first-class village, the area is not large, there is no city wall outside, and it can lead to the desert everywhere. It was noon at this time. Looking into the distance, the yellow sand was like a golden sand under the sunlight. The heat wave is rolling in. Richard lowered his head and glanced at it. The ground of the territory was paved with stones, and there was yellow sand everywhere outside a step away. The demarcation line is very clear, and it seems that there is a special rule separating the two sides. After careful observation, he found that there was a transparent shield in front of the dividing line. The shield was like an upside-down bowl, protecting the City of Dusk. Li Cha understood. This is the shield of protection mentioned on the forum. Extend his right hand. The moment it touched the shield, the system prompt sounded. Ding, are you leaving the City of Dusk? The Guardian Shield will provide protection for 1 month. After leaving, the Guardian Shield will shatter after a week. Note, the Guardian Shield is a product of the rules and cannot be broken. If you are afraid of death and stay in the territory, you can stay for a whole month without worrying about safety. If you leave now, the time will be shortened to 7 days. I have to say, this really hit the hearts of many people. But it's also a huge trap. How precious is the development time in the early stage? Enjoying a month of safe time here is not equivalent to wasting a month. Without hesitation, he stepped out of the shield. There is no feeling when passing through, as if the shield does not exist. Li Cha ignored the others and thought to himself while looking at the resource points marked on the system map. With the information provided by Karu, the resource points around the territory can be occupied. From the map, these resource points are only 20 minutes away from Dusk City at the farthest. The lumber mill is on the west side of Dusk City, less than 10 minutes away. Shirshan is in the northwest, about 15 minutes. The suspected iron or resource point is in the northeast, about 20 minutes away. Start with the nearest lumber mill. After carefully comparing the system map, Li Cha clarified the action target. Shasha. The leather boots stepped into the yellow sand, and the fine sand flowed from the instep, with a bit of heat. He lifted his foot, and the sand fell again and again, returning to the yellow sand, leaving only irregular footprints on the spot. The Dusk City is flat within a kilometer, and undulating sand dunes beyond a kilometer. The vast yellow sand, with no boundaries at a glance, is simple and desolate. The hot wind mixed with a little fine sand blew on the face, making the mouth dry. The desert has always been a symbol of forbidden life in the hearts of ordinary people. However, Richard has the talent of being a desert lord. Walking in the desert is not stressful at all, on the contrary, he feels quite relaxed. It seemed like the fish had returned to the water. Not to mention mummies. Racial talent increases stamina and injury recovery speed by 50% in the desert. This place of death, which is difficult for outsiders to enter, is their home ground. Richard asked 4 mummies to explore the way ahead, and he moved forward under the protection of 10 mummies. But just after stepping out of the kilometer range to the sand dunes, the mummy in front became excited. He turned his head and gestured to Li Cha. Interestingly, the mummy's mouth was sealed and she couldn't speak. Information can only be communicated through the body. Seeing this, Li Cha did not delay, and immediately climbed up the sand dunes with 10 mummies. Climbing high and looking into the distance, about 400 or 500 meters away, a tree-lined forest grows in the sand. The shadows of the trees swayed, the indescribable greenness. The vibrant scene was in stark contrast to the desolation of the surrounding desert. And through the branches, you can faintly see some wooden buildings inside. Sawmill. Rank, small. Reserves, 20,000 units. Maximum output, 2,100 units per week. Capacity, minimum 2 people, 10 people fully loaded. Introduction, a common resource point, which can be used to build a small logging farm after being occupied. Small lumber mills. 20,000 units of reserves. 2,100 units per week. Li Cha narrowed his eyes slightly. In this way, as long as you occupy this logging farm, you can get 300 units of wood every day. He immediately became interested and accelerated forward with the mummy. But when the group of them approached the logging field, they suddenly heard a roar of infiltrating people. Swipe. Immediately afterward, 20 or 30 figures rushed out of the 5 or 6 meter high woods. Richard stopped and looked intently. I saw that these suddenly appeared monsters had heads as savage as jackals, and their eyes glowed with penetrating green light. The body has thick gray hair and is as tough as armor. He arched his back, propped one hand on the ground, and his sharp claws left scratches on the ground. It also uses both hands when running forward. She-weapon's mouth opened wide, revealing sharp canine teeth, and the continuous secretion of saliva pulled out a long silk thread in the air. Desert Gnoll. Level 1. Potential, normal 2 stars. Skill, brutal, F rank. Once an attack is launched, the anger will consume the sanity and become fearless until the enemy is killed. Racial talent, has a keen sense of smell. Bound gnolls, if the number of gnolls is greater than 10, all strengths will be increased by 10%. When the number is greater than 20, the strength is increased by 20%, activated. Introduction, be careful with your throat. The number of these gnolls that suddenly appeared exceeded 30, and they also activated the bond that increased their strength by 20%. Vicious aura. When Li Cha saw this scene, not only was he not afraid, but he became very excited. His mummy is elite level. Attack. With a wave of his hand, 14 bandaged mummies rushed forward. The mummy's throat let out a penetrating roar, and the open claws could tear through steel with a tyrannical aura. Their running speed did not slow down because they were covered in bandages. In just a few breaths, the mummy fought with more than 30 gnolls. Roar. A gnoll swooped up and bit the mummy, trying to put an end to the undead that terrified them. The mummy slammed forward with the thick bandaged arm to block, and hit the jackal's head. The gnoll whimpered and took a few steps back and almost fell to the ground. But this time, the animal nature in the blood was completely stimulated, and after a low roar, he rushed forward quickly, and the huge open mouth bit directly on the mummy's arm. Then his head swayed wildly, trying to tear the mummy in front of him with sharp teeth. The body of death, E-class, no fear of pain, no fear of death, immune to poison and plague. Mummies can't feel pain and fear at all. When the gnoll was biting, the 5 sharp fingers that could tear through steel directly pierced into the gnoll's abdomen. Claw tear, E-level, the sharpness of the fingers is increased by 30%, and the firmness is increased by 30%. Blood spurts. The other party's blood stained the bandage on its arm. The gnoll let out a wailing sound, and the skin on his body turned a faint blue at the same time in the severe pain. At the same time, the power quickly faded away. Corpse bandage, E-level, reduces physical damage by 30%, the bandage comes with plague, the infected person will fall into a weak state, all attributes will be reduced by 20%, if not treated, will gradually die. After the mummy's finger stabbed the opponent, instead of stopping, she pulled hard, la. The belly of the gnoll seemed to be slashed by a razor, like the zipper of a coat being pulled open. Bloody. In the severe pain, the brutal gnoll still did not give up the attack. The 2 sharp claws are still fiercely attacking the mummy. The smell of the frenzied fighting here immediately caught the attention of the surrounding gnolls. The eyes of those running monsters suddenly turned a little scarlet, and they slammed towards the mummy. The mummy was dragged by the gnoll, and before it had time to dodge, she was directly drowned by 7 or 8 gnolls. The bandages on his body were constantly torn apart, revealing his shriveled body in some places. But in this mortal situation, these attacking gnolls screamed fiercely, their bodies suddenly turned blue, and their strength dropped rapidly. Retreat like an electric shock. The mummy who was besieged just now seemed to be flowing like yellow sand. And the sharp claws of the gnoll that was attacking it seemed to pierce the sand. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. He could only feel a slight blockage and penetrated the opponent's body. After the claws left, the mummy's body returned to its original shape. Not only did they fail to inflict any damage to them, but these gnolls who attacked were infected with the plague, and their physical strength rapidly weakened. Sandification, D-level, makes the body sandy, reduces physical damage by 99%, can devour yellow sand to recover injuries, duration 5 minutes, cooldown time 2 hours. With no magic damage, within 5 minutes, a mummy standing on the sand is an immortal existence. The sharp 5 fingers solidified in the sand, tearing the 2 gnolls who were still biting him unwillingly on the spot. After this scene appeared, the fate of these gnolls was doomed. Although gnolls fight fiercely, mummies are even more domineering. Even if you don't use sandification, mummy can press the opponent with powerful force to fight. After using sandification, mummy seems to be invincible. One after another gnoll was pierced by a mummy, pierced in the heart and slit his throat. The battle lasted only a minute or two before it was over. When the last gnoll fell, the system upgrade sounded. Ding, the army you led wiped out a group of gnolls and won a mini-battle. You gained 34 experience points. Li Cha, who was supervising the battle at the rear, was in a good mood. This is the combat power of elite-level units. In the face of an enemy that is several times your own, it's slaughtered without the slightest damage. He glanced at his level. Level 1, 34/100. The upgrade progress has risen a lot with the naked eye. The bigger gain is that after annihilating the gnoll, he can occupy this resource point. Chapter 7 Harvest, Get the Lumber Mill. After Richard passed his excitement, he frowned slightly when he saw the corpses of gnolls scattered all over the floor. Although the gnoll is a wild monster, the blood and limbs dyed with red and yellow sand are still very visually and psychologically impactful. It was the first time he had seen such a penetrating scene. But he didn't dodge it, he gritted his teeth and walked past the blood and corpses. This world, sooner or later, will encounter larger-scale conflicts. If he doesn't get used to it as soon as possible, no one will shelter him from the wind and rain. One step at a time, after stepping out of the area, Li Cha's face was not good-looking, but his body was inexplicably a bit more special. Ding, are you occupying the resource point, lumberyard, small? Take a deep breath and nod. Confirm. The occupation is successful, and you have obtained a small resource point, where you can send lumberjacks to cut wood. Hearing the system prompt, Li Cha, whose face was slightly pale, felt a little better. A red-stained mummy with a bandage entered. Turning his head and looking around, trees 5 or 6 meters high covered the sky, and the air suddenly cooled down. In the central area, 7 or 8 felled trees are scattered in a mess. There is also a small wooden hut next to it. When you open the door, you can see a dozen rusted axes inside. It's not bad. Although I can see that it has not been used for a long time, as long as I take over, I can start production immediately. There are many types of resource points in Era of Radiance, some of which are primitive, such as a forest, which requires the construction of a logging farm. However, this type of resource is usually only for large resource points, and small resource points can be directly mined. This seems to be considered by those designers for the novice. Now it has saved Richard a lot of trouble. After strolling around the logging farm and finding nothing else, he didn't stay, nor was he in a hurry to go back and let someone come to cut the wood. Take 14 mummies and head directly to the resource point in the southeast. These 2 resource points are very close, and after crossing the 2 dunes, you can see an area of rubble. Quarry. Level, miniature. Reserve, 10,000 units. Maximum output, 1,400 units per week. Capacity, minimum 2 people, 7 people when fully loaded. Introduction, an ordinary resource point that can be mined for stone after occupation. Compared with the small logging quarry, the properties of the micro quarry have decreased in all aspects. 1,400 units are produced per week, 200 units per day. With the lumber mill, that's 500 units per day. Li Cha felt a little better again. Not bad, good harvest. After gaining the experience of the gnoll, he was not in a hurry to approach, and let the 4 mummies continue to explore the way. Sure enough, after the mummy approached the quarry, there was a sound of breaking through the air. More than 20 stones flew out of the quarry. Bang, the mummy couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly. But the power of those stones is really small. The mummy carried a wave of damage. Ding, your army is attacked by a group of unknown enemies. The corner of Li Cha's mouth twitched. Throwing rocks. Isn't it a little funny? All the mummies attack. If the enemy is not strong, leave a few alive. Throwing stones at people, and it is a field unit guarding micro-resource points. Li Cha really couldn't imagine how powerful the opponent was. 2 mummies were left to guard him, and all the others were sent out. A distance of tens of meters is over in the blink of an eye. The power of the stone thrown by the enemy is small, and hitting the mummy on the undead army that ignores pain is even more like nothing. What? After the mummy rushed into the quarry, there was a scream of fear, and it didn't take long for it to recover. Ding, the army you led defeated a group of long-armed hard workers and won a mini-battle. You gained 30 experience points. Level 1, 64/100. Richard nodded with satisfaction. As long as he fought again, he would be able to level up. Good harvest. Walked towards the quarry. When they came to the center, a group of ugly beings with fearful faces squatted tremblingly on the ground. There were 7 or 8 corpses lying around. The mummy stood beside him indifferently. These ugly beings have 4 canine teeth protruding from their lips up and down the corners of their mouths, and their faces are very hideous. The body shape is almost the same as that of ordinary humans, but with a pair of solid long arms that go above the knees, it looks quite sturdy. Long arm drudge. Level 1. Potential, normal 1 star. Skill, endurance, E level, can withstand extremely difficult working conditions. Racial talent, when food is sufficient, physical strength can be quickly recovered. Bound, peer, when the number of long-arm peons is greater than 10, the recovery speed of stamina is increased by 20%. When the number of long-arm peons is greater than 20, the stamina recovery speed is increased by 40%, activated. Introduction, Master, don't hit me, I'll go to work right away. Good guy. And there is such a strange kind of troops. No wonder it's called hard labor, these guys' talents are simply too suitable for work. After Li Cha appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the hard workers. They woke up when they saw the respectful gesture of the mummy. Immediately turned around and knelt down toward him, put his head on the ground, and shouted excitedly. Great Lord, we are willing to surrender to you, don't kill us. Ding, a group of long-armed hard workers admire your strength after the defeat and want to take refuge in you, do you accept it? Is it that simple? Richard was happy. These guys are really suitable to be squeezed, they are simply capitalist welfare. Accept. You got 30 long-armed drudges. Ding, are you occupying the quarry? Occupy. You got a miniature quarry, and you can send miners to mine. With a wave of his hand, Li Cha pointed to the first long-armed hard worker to kneel and surrender. I have appointed you as the head of the quarry, in charge of the production of the quarry. At the same time, assign 6 hard workers to you, and you have the right to manage other hard workers. The long-armed hard worker was overjoyed and knelt down suddenly. Great Master, I will definitely produce more ore for you. Ding, you used your language to inspire a long-armed hard worker, and the minions under his jurisdiction increased the efficiency of mining ore by 20%, and the duration was -3 days. Is this also possible? Li Cha was overjoyed. Good guy, can you send someone to encourage you and paint a pie every once in a while in the future? After exploring the quarry and finding nothing else, Li Cha left 7 hard workers to mine the stone. At the same time, he appointed a hard worker as the head of the logging farm and led the other 9 people to work at the logging farm that was just occupied by the treasure. The appointed peons are also extremely excited, and they also have the feature of increasing their efficiency by 20%. After such a circle, not only the 2 resource points occupied, but also the workers were found. And he didn't pay anything, and there were 13 extra long-armed hard workers in his hands. These gains made Richard full of energy. But after thinking about it, I was a little worried. Although hard labor is easy to use, it has 30 more mouths. There are only 3 days of food left to shrink again. He just opened the trading market and took a look. There is no food for sale in UU, reading www.uukangshu.com. There are so few pieces, but the prices are extremely outrageous, and they are sold out very quickly. It is difficult to buy them. It seems that logistics will become a key point restricting the development of the territory in the future. Li Cha glanced at the mummies beside him with a lingering fear. Fortunately, they didn't need to consume food, otherwise they would really die. The resource point in the northeast is a little further away. It took about half an hour to get there from the quarry. The speed of the 13 peons was too slow, dragging down the marching speed. These guys have a hard time walking in the sand. After turning over a low sand dune, Li Cha followed the markings on the map, and there were traces of a 3rd resource point in his sight. Iron ore. The desert around the iron ore has turned into a dry and hard ground, and those oil-black ores are piled up together and are very conspicuous. Iron ore. Class, small. Reserve, 20,000 units. Maximum output, 2,100 units per week. Capacity minimum 5 people, maximum 10 people. Introduction, for ordinary iron ore, miners can be dispatched to mine ore. With the experience from the first 2 times, Li Cha waved his hand without hesitation. Put 14 mummies on it. At the same time, the remaining 13 hard workers picked up the stones scattered on the ground. This formed a formation with warriors in the front and long-range attack power in the back. Although it is a very crude version. When the bandaged mummy approached the iron ore, there was a harsh sound of breaking through the air. More than 20 arrows pierced through the sky. Law directly penetrated the bandage and pierced into the mummy's body. Ding angered a group of desert thieves. Chapter 8 Windfall, Treasure Chest. As the mummy of the undead life, the fatal point is in the head. You can't kill them unless you blow their heads. After the 14 mummies were attacked, they let out a frightening growl in their throats, and their speed suddenly increased. Charged into the iron ore with arrows. When Li Cha saw this, he immediately asked the 13 hard workers to keep up, while he waited here. As a lord, there is naturally a lord's way of playing. Sitting in the back and commanding the army to fight is the correct way to open it. It's too stupid to take the lead in the charge. It's a waste of time to be focused by the enemy. There are so many mummies who are stronger than him, and there is no shortage of combat power that he doesn't even have weapons. Although the iron ore was not high, the complex terrain still blocked his sight. Richard did not see the specific situation of the battle. But 14 elite-level mummies and 13 long-armed hard workers attack a small resource point together, and it is not too difficult. After a few minutes, the system upgrade sounded. Ding, the army you led wiped out a group of desert thieves and won a mini-battle. You gained 36 experience points and your level was raised. Afterwards, Li Cha could only feel a warm current rising from all over his body, as comfortable as being soaked in hot water and being kneaded by a technician. He could clearly feel the warmth being absorbed by his muscles and bones. After a while, the warm current disappeared. Li Cha felt that his body was full of unspeakable power, as if one punch could kill a calf. He clenched his fists and made a creaking sound. Is this an upgrade? It's so cool, it's more powerful than a 5,000-hour massage by a technician. Will you occupy the iron mines? Occupy. After Li Cha made the choice, he was in a good mood, stepping on the hard and dry ground and entering the iron ore. The rich blood gradually came to the nostrils, and the deeper it went, the thicker it became. After walking a few steps, a picture of a desert thief with a short crossbow and a dagger stuck in his waist, his face covered with blood, appeared in his pupils and fell into the ore. These desert thieves are full of scars left by the mummy's stubborn claws, and the flesh and blood are rolling, looking quite terrifying. Li Cha frowned slightly, although he still felt a little uncomfortable about it, but compared to when he just hunted down the gnoll, his psychological endurance has increased a lot. Step by step into the iron ore center. Seeing Richard's appearance, the mummy and the hard workers immediately surrounded him. Great master! These desert thieves have all been killed. Your light has enveloped this iron mine. The mummy can't speak, but the long-armed hard worker is happy to show off his exploits in front of his new master. Li Cha nodded slightly, and just as he was about to speak, another long-armed hard worker rushed over from the side excitedly. Master, I found a treasure chest, praise the goddess of luck. Treasure chest. His eyes lit up immediately. In Era of Radiance, hunting wild troops has a chance to obtain various materials and treasures. The treasure chest is one of them, from which various treasures can be opened. Take me there. The hard worker immediately excitedly led the way. Bending around, the hard worker stopped in a narrow stone crevice. Li Cha looked at it intently, and there was a wooden box radiating bronze light placed in it. Wooden box. Level 1 star. Status unlocked. Introduction, maybe you can get some junk from it. My dear, this introduction is really welcome. The lowest level of the treasure chest is 1 and the highest is 5 stars. The higher the level, the greater the chance of opening precious treasures. However, from this introduction, it basically eliminates the possibility of opening something good. Also, what could be better for a group of ordinary desert thieves guarding things? Li Cha didn't have any expectations, he stretched out his hand and opened it directly. A flash of bronze light flashed, and then there was a fist-sized pocket sewn with coarse cloth. Ding, you opened a 1-star treasure chest and got a resource bag. Resource bag, there are 500 units of stone in it, and the resource bag will be automatically destroyed after opening. Li Cha was mentally prepared and was not disappointed. And with 500 units of resources, you can buy a troop lair, and this windfall can be counted as a profit. He stretched out his hand and opened it directly, a ray of light flashed, the resource bag shattered into pieces, and there were 500 more stones on his attribute panel. After harvesting, Li Cha glanced at his long-armed hard worker. Can't help but laugh. He pointed to the hard worker who had just discovered the treasure chest. You have done a good job, and you will be rewarded by me if you have done a good job. I appointed you as the person in charge of the iron ore mine, responsible for the mining of the iron ore, and at the same time, responsible for the management of other staff of the iron ore. The promoted hard worker danced and danced with excitement. Ha 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 ha, thank you for your gift, great master, I will definitely work hard for you. Ding, your order has greatly increased the enthusiasm of the long-arm drudge. The subordinates under his jurisdiction will increase the efficiency of ore mining by 20% for 3 days. Richard laughed, these guys are really easy to fool. After confirming that there is nothing else in the iron mine, 10 hard workers were left to mine iron ore. He took the mummy and the last 3 remaining pews to prepare to return to the territory. The weather was too hot at noon, and Li Cha's physical strength dropped a lot. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. She pursed her dry lips. I'm careless, I didn't bring water when I went out. With the special growth talent of a desert lord, his consumption in the desert has been reduced a lot, but even so, his mouth is still dry after this circle. Not to mention the few hard workers, by this time their lips were chapped and bleeding. With a certain desire for water, Li Cha and his party unconsciously quickened their pace. The desert is always vast and dead. It is quite rare to see a few clumps of cacti or a few tenaciously growing stalk trees from a distance. But accidents are often just around the corner. Master, there are monsters there. Just after turning over a sand dune, a few hard workers suddenly shouted out in a somewhat frightened tone. Li Cha paused and looked forward. 200 or 300 meters away, near a clump of shuttle trees, more than 20 gray wolves as huge as calves were enjoying the shade. No one can doubt how ferocious these beasts will be once they go mad. Although he didn't get close, the opponent still made him feel a lot of pressure because of his exaggerated body. Desert Wolf. Level 3. Potential, Elite 3 stars. Skill, Kill, E rank, can burst out a powerful force to kill the enemy. Bite, Class E, with sharp teeth, can deal piercing damage. Racial talent, the action is very agile. Bound Wolf Pack, when the number of desert wolves is greater than 10, the strength is increased by 5%, and the sensitivity is increased by 10%. When the number of desert wild wolves is greater than 20, the strength is increased by 10%, and the sensitivity is increased by 20%, activated. Introduction, OW. Chapter 9 Mummy Upgrade, Treasure Troops. Level 3, an Elite 3-star field unit. And there are as many as 25 heads. Li Cha's pupils shrank. This is not comparable to those common arms in the resource point. Although Mummy is also an Elite 3-star, but the level is behind the opponent, and the number is also one less team. If you rush hard, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. But he wasn't happy to just retreat. I took a look at the attributes of the mummy, the body of death, the corpse bandage, the torn claws, the desertification. Mummy's own skills don't have much advantage over desert wolves, and the other party is too flexible. Only the desertification he gave was different. Immune to 99% physical damage, this skill allows the mummy to occupy an absolute strong position from a weak position. And after the desertification, it is easier for the enemy to infect the plague. When I just fought against the gnoll, this combination played a very good effect. Li Cha glanced at it. At this time, all the mummy's desertification skills had been restored. Desertification is a bug, but if it's hard, the desert wolf is too flexible and may not be able to make good progress. Is there any way to restrict the movements of the desert wolves? No, there is no need to completely restrict the opponent's movements, they just need to slow down. The plague of the mummy can reduce the opponent's attributes by 20%, which can be done completely. So what is the way to infect the desert wolf with the plague before the battle? Looking at the posture of the desert wolf resting on the sand, Li Cha suddenly had a sultry idea in his mind. Turning to look at the mummy closest to him. You immediately use sandification to blend into the desert. There was a faint light of yellow sand on the named mummy, and then the whole person immediately turned into a fuzzy pictogram composed of countless sand and gravel, and the bandages also became dark yellow. Under Li Cha's gaze, the ground began to sag, and the mummy's body after the sandification melted into the yellow sand little by little. In the end, the whole person disappeared without a trace, leaving only inconspicuous traces on the ground. Ha ha ha, it's really possible. Li Cha is in a good mood. He glanced at the desert wolf who was still lying under the shuttle tree. The plan went through. In the afternoon, the hot weather made the desert wolves very lazy and did not rush to hunt. After dark, it is time for them to attack. Lying in a daze, the group of desert wolves suddenly felt a rustling sound from the ground. There seems to be something in the ground. However, most of them raised their eyelids without paying much attention and continued to lie down. Only 3 or 2 stood up slightly, lowered their heads and sniffed with their wet noses. However, everything underground was blocked by the yellow sand, so I couldn't smell anything. The movement continued for a while, and these desert wolves also lost their vigilance and lay back lazily on the ground again. Brush. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and countless yellow sands rose up. The more than 10 desert wolves lying on the ground only felt a pain in their abdomen, and their physical strength declined rapidly. The blood splattered on the sand, and the ground was full of blood. After the sand absorbed the blood, it condensed into a ball. Roar. A roar of extreme pain came out of the desert wolf's throat. It bounced off the ground like a spring. Of the 25 desert wolves, 12 showed signs of torn claws on their abdomens, and only 2 ran fast and escaped the catastrophe. Only then did the desert wolves see exactly what attacked them. The mummy's gesture of climbing up from the ground made the desert wolves go crazy. Immediately launched a vicious attack on the mummy that got up from the ground. Those who were hit hard didn't flinch. But what surprised them was that the sharp claws that could tear apart the bison actually penetrated directly when they hit these undead beings. Shasha. Like piercing through the sand. The ferocious attack of the 25 desert wolves at the same time did no harm to the mummy. On the contrary, as long as it is a desert wolf that penetrates their bodies, after a few breaths, the body turns blue. The curse of the mummy can reduce the enemy's all attributes by 20%. The aura of the desert wolf suddenly declined. If it is a normal mummy, even if it can kill these desert wolves, it will suffer heavy losses. But unfortunately, their enemies are mummies who have been gifted with sanctification ability by Richard. A mummy after desertification is an existence that cannot be killed. No matter how the desert wolf bites, the mummy's body can always recover quickly. It is like splitting quicksand with a knife, but there is no trace when the knife is drawn. Instead, after the mummy got up from the ground, facing a group of cursed enemies, she started the frenzied killing mode. I don't know fear, I don't know pain, I only know how to attack. Swapping wounds for wounds, while swiping sharp claws, can always achieve victory. After the mummy came out of the yellow sand, 3 or 4 surrounded one to attack. A desert wolf can be killed in a few turns. Although the desert wolf fought back frantically, it was helpless in the face of a group of invincible enemies. The battle ended before the mummy's desertification ability ended. The last desert wolf was drowned by more than a dozen mummies, almost all of it was scarred, and blood was gurgling out. Ding, the army you led slaughtered a group of desert wolves and won a mini-battle. You gained 50 experience points. Level 2, 50/1000. Each of the elite level arms provides 2 points of experience, and UU reading www.uukangsha.com has a good harvest. However, the experience from level 2 to level 3 is 10 times more than before, and the progress of the upgrade has slowed down instantly. But what makes Richard happy is still behind. Ding, bandage mummy has been upgraded after a lot of battles. After the system prompt sounded, the breath of the 14 bandaged mummy suddenly increased, and the scars left before returned to normal. Even the sandification skills that I just used were refreshed directly. Li Cha is in a good mood. This wave of blood makes money. And the main gain is more than that. He looked at the corpse of a desert wolf lying on the ground. Aren't these calf-like desert wolves the best meat? This is a drool-worthy resource for the food-starved Dusk City. But the problem is that a corpse infected with the plague is a deadly thing. Li Cha thought for a while, then turned to look at the mummy beside him, with some anticipation in his eyes. Can you get rid of the plague from the wolf's body? The mummy in front of her was stunned, as if she had never done such an operation. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly stepped forward and placed his hand on the wound of the wolf's body. After a while, the dark blue curse on the skin seemed to come alive, and began to move in the direction where the mummy pressed the wound. After more than a dozen breaths, all the blue light disappeared, and I could clearly feel that the corpse of the wild wolf had returned to normal. Li Cha's eyes were full of surprises. Mummy is a treasure. Blood earned, blood earned. Chapter 10 Fruitful. Richard is very satisfied with the mummy unit. When fighting, he is not afraid of pain and life and death, and his combat effectiveness is extremely strong. With the sandification technique, he can also do sneak attacks from the ground. What's more important is that there is no logistical burden, not even food consumption. Is there anything better than this? The cows eat grass and squeeze out milk. The mummies don't even need to eat grass, they are milked directly. In sharp contrast, there are 3 long-armed hard workers who have already cracked their lips at this time. Regardless of their level, these units don't even have the ability to survive in the desert. In the harsh living environment of the desert, in the future, we must give priority to the arms that do not require logistics. Li Cha confirmed the future development direction of the army in Dusk City in the future. After dispelling the plague, the desert wolf has undoubtedly become a precious food. This is a life-saving straw for Dusk City, which has only a few days of rations. The long-armed hard worker cheered and hurriedly lifted the desert wolf. But the 3 long-armed hard workers were barely able to lift their heads, and the mummy had to participate in the big event of delivering the goods. Looking at this appearance, Li Cha estimates that a desert wolf weighs more than 200 pounds. Some of them are big, more than 300 catties. With such a big harvest, I feel more relaxed. When a wild wolf was placed at the gate of the Lord's mansion, it immediately caused a sensation among the residents. They crowded into a pile, stood on tiptoe, stretched their necks and looked in. Oh my god, what a big wolf! Hey, these beasts are probably elite. These are desert wolves, very ferocious. 10 ordinary people can only wait to die in the face of one. Lord, it's too strong. It's amazing. Karu, who had just been appointed as an administrative officer, pulled away from the crowd and squeezed into Richard's side. The old corpse felt a little younger when he saw the wild wolves all over the place. Respectfully hold your chest and salute. Good day, Lord. Li Cha nodded slightly. Later, people will divide these wild wolves, store their fur, and make some of them into jerky, and some of them as food for the residents. Karu immediately saluted excitedly. Thank you for your generosity, it is our lifetime honor to meet a great lord like you. Li Cha didn't care about the other party's gratitude. These people are the wealth of Dusk City. What is strange about feeding his lambs with grass, he is still waiting for the other side to produce milk. No need to be more polite, as the Lord of Dusk City, I should protect you. The bodies of 10 desert wolves have not been brought back. You send someone and 4 mummies to carry them back. Karu was surprised. Is there still? Yes, my lord. Li Cha nodded and continued to ask questions. How are the resident statistics? Reporting to my lord, there are a total of 15 people with special skills, including 5 junior blacksmiths, 3 junior carpenters, 5 junior tailors, and 2 junior builders. The higher the level of items that can be produced. Although they are all junior talents, there are 15 out of 100 people, which is not bad. Li Cha looked at the residents next to him. Let 5 blacksmiths go to the blacksmith shop to work. I have already occupied an iron mine, and it will not be long before there will be a lot of output. 5 tailors have processed the wolf's fur, and see how to use it better. After making some arrangements, he pointed to the 3 long-armed hard workers who were somewhat restrained. I have already captured the 3 resource points you mentioned. At the same time, he conquered these long-armed hard workers in the quarry, 30 in total. 7 quarries, 10 iron ore mines, and 10 logging quarries have been installed. The remaining 3 here, let them deliver food and water to these resource points in the future. The territorial attributes of Dusk City are very special. Under his protection, the residents of Dusk City will not get lost in the desert, and their physical energy consumption will be reduced by 20%. The extra hard work from these 3 can be regarded as making the best use of it. Karu should be right away. As you wish. Soon, the residents who received the order began to get busy. Under the leadership of the 4 mummies, more than 30 strong residents went to carry the corpses of the wild wolves. In addition, 4 or 5 residents brought dry food and water with 3 long-armed hard workers and went to the resource point to send supplies. The residents who stayed in the territory began to get busy. A wolf weighing 200 to 300 genes is a lot of work to deal with. The residents moved the wolf to the front of the only water well in Dusk City, and then they took out a large pot from nowhere and started to boil the water. Li Cha stood aside and watched this scene silently. The lively scene is like a New Year's Eve when I was a child. Residents with smiles on their faces are particularly infectious. The more simple it is, the more impressive it is. His unfamiliarity with this world has quietly disappeared a lot. After looking around for a while, his eyes were drawn to the well. Water is the absolute lifeblood in the desert. The well built in Dusk City is very primitive. Dig deep pits on the ground, dig to the groundwater location, and then build stones around the pits to hold the soil from collapsing. After the groundwater seeps out, tie the barrel with a rope and hang it down to load the water. This well is placed in an ordinary residence house and used by a dozen or so people without the slightest problem. However, this is Dusk City, his territory. With only this well, what should we do in the future for urban development? Li Cha felt a little uneasy. While he was thinking about it, the gray-haired Karu stepped to his side. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead, his thin body like a tree that lost its leaves in winter. But his old age couldn't counteract his high spirits. Lord, I just estimated that after removing the fur, bones, and internal organs, each wild wolf can leave about 150 units of meat, and 25 wild wolves can produce nearly 4,000 units in total. In a systematic way of calculation, a pound of food is 1 unit. And the internal organs and bones are also edible, and these foods alone can feed us for 3 days. The meat can be dried and stored, 4,000 units, enough for us to consume for 20 days. In this way, plus our original food, the current reserve is enough for us to consume for 25 days. It is easy to save a little for a month. Karu's tone was very excited, and the wrinkles on his face were relieved a lot. Li Cha nodded. The harvest this time out was indeed huge. 3 resource points, 30 long-armed hard workers, the level of the mummy has been raised to level 2, plus the huge amount of food obtained from hunting. It can be said to be a big profit. But at this time his mind was attracted by other things. Is there a source of water around the territory? Karu shook his head. I didn't find it. It was because we found this well a few days ago that we decided to stay. After speaking, she looked a little hesitant. Lord, we may arrange some people to find water sources, or rebuild a well. The output of this well is not large. It is very tight for hundreds of people these days. If things go on like this, I'm afraid the well water will dry up. Li Cha raised his brows. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Lack of water is a terrible thing in the desert. If you don't have anything to eat, you can go hunting, but if you don't have water to drink, you will die. I can't see anything now, but it will develop in the future. I'm afraid this small well that uses primitive methods to draw water will be overwhelmed. The excitement of hunting more than 20 wild wolves has dropped a lot. I'll find a way to do this. Go and see if anyone knows how to find a water source or dig a well. Yes, sir. After Karu left, Richard opened the forum directly. Search keywords, the territory lacks water. Hundreds of thousands of posts appeared in an instant. My territory is on a high mountain, and there is no water around. What should I do? I won't die of thirst, will I? Please help, how to solve the lack of fresh water on the island. Don't talk about distillation, the efficiency is too low, and the little water distilled out is not enough for the residents of my territory to drink around. There is a level 10 giant bear outside my territory. It has blocked me for a long time. I am dying of thirst. Who can give me some water to drink? Most of these posts are asking for help, and after sifting for a long time, Richard found a valuable one. I just picked up a 3-star treasure chest in the wild, but after he opened it, I only got 1 treasure fragment, spring water fragment. 3 fragments can be combined into a 1-star resource treasure, spring water. What's the use of this motherfucker? I go out as a river. I'm sorry, I had known that it was sold and I could exchange some food. Damn, just now another 200 refugees came to the territory, and they will run out of food tomorrow. 1-star resource treasure. Spring water. Li Cha's eyes lit up immediately. These sand sculpture players are indeed valuable. Chapter 11 Grandpa to the rescue. After Li Cha read the post several times, he opened the trading market. Search, resource treasure, spring water. But to his disappointment, there was none. Then, after searching for several similar words in a row, all came up with a vast expanse of whiteness. It seems that there are still too few people who can get 3-star treasure chests at this stage, and they may not be able to open similar resource treasures. After closing the market, I found the post again. After giving himself the name Qingqiu, he started a private chat. Qingqiu, brother, I just saw your post, do you have any idea of selling spring water fragments? The message was sent, and a response was quickly received. What about your Italian gun, do you want it? How many resources can you give? Seeing the name, the corner of Li Cha's mouth twitched. Qingqiu, the initial resources are too precious, I can't get much, but I just hunted a wild wolf. What about your Italian cannon, wild wolf? It's the kind that's not much bigger than a dog. What's the use of that thing? Li Cha went directly to the residents who were still busy, and chose a medium-sized wild wolf. Ding, do you sell desert wolf corpses? Please set the price. 100,000 gold coins. After the selection, the desert wolf in front of him disappeared directly outside. Li Cha reopened the chat channel and sent a message. Qingqiu, I've already put the wild wolf on the shelves. You can go to the trading channel to search. Desert wild wolf is priced at 100,000 gold coins. Not long after the message was sent, the other party replied. Where's your Italian cannon? Fuck, the 3-star elite wolves can kill me. I've been blocked by a group of 1-star elites, how the did I get the farmer's lair? What? Boss, what level is your troop lair? Qingqiu, let's talk about a deal. Your Italian cannon, it can be traded, but one is not enough, and wolves are pack animals, you must have killed more than one. Qingqiu, my territory is also very short of food, and it is impossible to trade too much, and what you have is just a piece of debris. I don't know when it will be synthesized. If it is too expensive, forget it. The other party didn't reply for a long time. Just when Richard thought that guy didn't want to deal, the other party appeared again. What about your Italian cannon, boss? You hunted desert wolves, and you are willing to exchange precious food for fragments of the resource and treasure spring water at this point in time. Your territory is in the desert, right? Li Cha raised his brows. Just as he was about to say don't talk nonsense, the other party sent a message. I understand that a piece of spring water treasure can't be exchanged for much food, but I wonder if you are interested in this thing. San Jujube Forest, resource treasure. Rating, 1 star. Scope, 10 acres. Features, it must be planted in the desert, requires sufficient water for irrigation, and matures once a month. Introduction, a resource treasure exclusively for the desert. Li Cha opened his eyes. A Jujube Forest. Ripe once a month. And this is not a treasure fragment like spring water, you can use it directly after you get it. Qingqiu, a 3-star treasure chest can still open 2 resource treasures. What about your Italian cannon, who said you can open 2? 1 treasure chest can open the same thing. I opened 2 treasure chests. Qingqiu. Is this guy lucky too? How long did it take to get 2 3-star treasure chests? Let's hang up. What about your Italian cannon, boss? Are you not interested in this treasure? I don't want much, as long as 30 wild wolves are enough. Qingqiu, aren't you awake? Resources and treasures seem precious, but they are huge pits for every desert lord. How much water does the Jujube consume every day? How many people can bear it? And it's too slow to mature. Don't you know what a month means? Not only do I need to spend energy on nursing, but also delay the progress of the development of the territory. There will be more similar treasures in the future, and the price will definitely be lower. Now this thing doesn't have much value to me, let's talk about the transaction of spring water fragments. After reading this sentence, the other party fell into a long silence. Li Cha didn't respond anymore and just waited for the guy to speak. For him, the Jujube can ripen in a month at 10 acres, which is an irresistible temptation for him. If you can get the hand, it means that the City of Dusk has a stable source of food. As for investment, isn't this nonsense? There is no gain from investment. But the essence of negotiation is not to show your cards. Whoever has the smallest needs can take the initiative. And the other party's post has exposed his extreme lack of food. Now, the initiative is in his hands. It is only the first day of the game, and it is not easy to find a suitable seller from the desert camp. Your Italian gun, no, this is something from a 3-star treasure chest. It's a lot of money. I've already put it on the shelves. You can buy it yourself. Opened the trading market and found Jujube and spring water fragments. 1-star treasure in the Jujube forest, 5,000 units of food or 30 desert wolves. Fountain fragment 1-star treasure, sells for 1,000 units of food or 10 desert wolves. Li Cha Yile, little boy, are you fishing in front of me? I really thought it was fishing, bro. Directly close the forum. Take the desert wolf off the shelves, let the residents continue to deal with it, and ignore that guy. The other party even exposed his underwear, and now it is him who is fishing. The residents didn't finish their work until it was dark. After dealing with more than 20 wolves, all of them were exhausted. A middle-aged man in a short robe entered the Lord's mansion with a respectful face after confirming that the food was cooked. But under the gaze of the empty eyes of the mummy guard, he didn't dare to step into the hall at all, he only dared to shout in a low voice. Lord, good night. We have already cooked the food, please have your meal." When Li Cha heard a somewhat uneasy voice from outside the door, he couldn't help crying and laughing. "Get up and walk out of the Lord's mansion." In the open space outside the gate, hundreds of residents looked at the bubbling meat in the cauldron eagerly. The smell made the child almost cry. Li Cha, who had not eaten for a day, also moved his index finger. After seeing him appear, the residents turned their heads reluctantly this time and saluted. Lord, good night." Lord. Looking at the crowd who wanted to put their eyes into the pot, he smiled slightly. He took a few steps forward and glanced around. Said loudly, "My people, today is the first day you joined the City of Dusk, and it's a day of commemoration. Because today you have become a member of Dusk City and my people. From this moment on, all of us will share weal and woe with Twilight City. In the future, this land will be full of hope because of our joint efforts. The life that each of you dreams of will be realized with our efforts. Remember today, in the future, you will be proud of it. Now, eat." The last sentence immediately excited the residents. Long live the Lord. Praise you, great Lord. Thank you for your gift. After some excitement, it was a pleasant meal time. The internal organs and bones of more than 20 wild wolves made everyone have a good time. Everyone got a big bowl, and there will be 2 beautiful meals tomorrow. The same is true of Richard. Although there are not many seasonings, the wild wolf meat is too delicious. Simple salt can make it delicious. After a comfortable meal, he returned to the Lord's mansion leisurely. The night is too dangerous, he has no plan to go out, safety is the most important thing. When he entered the hall, he suddenly found 2 17 or 18-year-old girls with ruddy complexions and blonde hair waiting for him. After inquiring, I found out that the old Mankaru sent him to serve him. "Are you taking this to test the cadres?" I thought about it before I could laugh or cry. I have already crossed over, and the Lord's life is rotten and nothing at all. Under their care, he finished washing up, but when the other party shyly offered to warm the bed, he still strictly refused. On the one hand, the Harmonious Army is the main 2 girls who did not meet his aesthetic standards. He prefers Oriental girls with charm. The 2 girls turned their heads one step at a time and left with regret. This is an opportunity to reach the sky in one step. They didn't grasp it. It's a pity. The next morning, Li Cha woke up. After washing up, he remembered something and opened the forum. The next second, hundreds of private messages appeared. 6 o'clock in the evening. What about your Italian cannon, why don't you buy it? 7 o'clock in the evening. Where's your Italian gun, boss, where's the men? 8 p.m. What about your Italian gun, is it expensive? I can discuss it with us. 9 p.m. What about your Italian gun, how about 25 wild wolves? I'll change the price now. 10 p.m. What about your Italian gun, boss, I was wrong, don't ignore me, 20 heads, 1 price. It's absolutely necessary. 11 in the evening. You reading www.uukumshu.com. What about your Italian gun, boss, reply to me, I'm really in a hurry. 12 o'clock in the evening. What about your Italian cannon, I'll call your brother a success, 20 can't be missing. 1 o'clock. Your Italian cannon, Dad, just buy it. Those refugees will destroy my food tonight. I have promised them to solve the food problem tomorrow. I can't believe it. 2 in the morning. Your Italian gun, Dad, get up tomorrow and get back to me when you see the information. 6 in the morning. Your Italian cannon, Dad, please, buy it now. If those residents can't see the rice in the pot today, I'm afraid they will rebel. 7 in the morning. Your Italian gun, Grandpa, are you awake? Those residents are already up. Please answer me a word. 8 in the morning. Your motherfucker's Italian cannon, ancestor, 15 wild wolves, if you want, buy them immediately, not much to say. 9 in the morning. Your Italian gun, old ancestor, I'm going to die. Those guys have been asking about food, I can't be fooled anymore. They said they would leave today without food. Those with big shoulders and round waists really want to do it, my peasants can't handle it. Ancestor, help. Chapter 12 Big Harvest, 2 Resource Treasures. Li Cha was dumbfounded when he saw the other party's message. This guy is also superb. Dare to fish without a whole card. Open the market. At this time, the price of the 1-star resource treasure sold by the other party, San Jujube Forest, has been reduced to 2,000 units of food or 15 desert wolves. The spring water treasure is sold for 500 units of food or 3 desert wolves. The guy obviously couldn't hold it anymore. But Rao is like this, and no one cares. Who at this point in time has excess grain to buy such a tasteless treasure? He also searched the forum for posts on the Jujube Forest and spring water fragments, and found that they were all made by your Italian cannon. He opened it and glanced at it, suddenly amused. Come on, sell the precious strategic treasures from the 3-star treasure chest. The Jujube Forest is 10 acres, and it matures once a month. As long as you buy it, you can harvest a batch of food every month. The best choice for desert lords. The cornerstone of hegemony. Fountain treasure fragments, as long as you gather 3 fragments, you can get a spring eye. Desert lords who are short of water must not miss it. These 2 treasures can be found by searching the trading market. Your Italian cannon is nothing to brag about. The reply below is very interesting. First floor, are you crazy? A broken treasure, you sell 2,000 units of food. And it can only be grown in the desert. Don't you have a count of the price of the food now? Second floor, as a lord who randomly came to the desert, I just want to say that the lord is mentally retarded. The San Jujube Forest is really good, but the introduction is very clear that it needs sufficient water. Who planted this Nima? Not to mention the outrageous price of selling 2,000 units of food. Do you know what the concept of 15 desert wolves is? That is a level 2, 3-star gregarious monster with potential elite. Who has the skills to kill 15 desert wolves on day 1? Why can't you be so bullish? Third floor, I really want these treasures, can you make it cheaper? I gave out 300 units of food for the Jujube Forest, which I got by killing a wild camel, and I couldn't bear to eat it. Fourth floor, these 2 treasures are so expensive to sell. They look good, but the eggs are useless. Wouldn't it be nice to have this resource in exchange for something else? Fifth floor. Your Italian gun will argue a few words at the beginning, and then you will be sprayed purely, and you will no longer dare to retort. No wonder he's so fiery, this guy was blasted by the sand sculpture player. They still like poisonous tongues so much, and they haven't changed in another world. After thinking about it, he sent a message back to the guy. Chinchio, the desert wolves harvested yesterday have been processed, you are late. The other party responded instantly. Your Italian gun, ancestor, you can be considered to have appeared. Don't bluff me, I've asked, there are at least 7 or 8 desert wolves at the same time, such a big head, even if it is skinned, boned and gutted, several heads can produce at least 2,000 units of meat. You can't eat it all in one day. Just buy it. Chinchio, I can only produce 800 units of processed desert wolf meat. Where's your Italian gun? Sazeo Grove can only sell for so little. It's too cheap. Chinchio, who told you that it was 800 of the Jujube Forest? I was talking about 2 treasures of 800. Where's your Italian gun? You are cruel. But I will never give in. Even if I die, I won't sell it. Chinchio, listen to me and finish. What about your Italian gun? Hey, big brother, say it. Little brother, listen. Chinchio, I use 800 units of meat to buy your 2 treasures. After half a month, I will continue to pay 800 units of food, and I will pay another 800 units after a month. Your motherfucker's Italian gun is also stunned, brother. Is this also for installment payments? Chinchio, 800 units of wolf meat is enough for you to support for a while, this is meat, not rice or flour. And I don't have much food in my hand, and there are hundreds of people to support, so I don't have so many resources to trade with you. If you don't agree, then forget it. I have food in my hands, and 20 billion people, can't they buy similar resources and treasures? Your mother's Italian cannon is in a hurry. He is still waiting for rice to cook. If those refugees run away, his territory will be abolished. No, big brother. Okay. I agree, but we have to sign a contract. Chinchio, no problem. The system contract is signed once with 100 gold coins, which can guarantee the interests of both parties. If one party breaches the contract, it will be punished by the breach of contract negotiated in the contract. After Richard signed the contract with the other party, he went to the warehouse to get 800 units of wolf meat. And the 2 resource treasures that were opened from the 3-star treasure chest also appeared in his hands smoothly. Only spent 800 units of meat in exchange for 2 resource treasures, which was a profit. As for the remaining 1,600 units of food, the shortage of food will inevitably be resolved over time. In other words, the 800 units of meat after half a month is not the high value that cannot be bought now, and the purchasing power will depreciate. Li Cha carefully looked at the 2 resource-based treasures in his hand. The jujube forest is the appearance of a jujube seed, exuding a faint fluorescence. The spring water fragment is 1/3 the size of a palm, like a broken crystal, but it does not cut a hand. Sand jujube forest, resource treasure. Level, 1 star. Range, 10 mu. Characteristics, it must be planted in the desert, requires sufficient water for irrigation, and matures once a month. Introduction, a resource treasure exclusively for the desert. Spring water, resource treasure. Level, 1 star. Water output, small. Status, incomplete, 1/3. Characteristics, after being placed, UU reading www.uukangsha.com will form a spring water that will not dry up. Introduction, fragments of resource treasures can only be used when they are complete. Holding the Shazalan treasure, a message immediately surged in his mind. Select an area and place the seeds of the jujube forest in the central area, and 10 mu of jujube will grow out in a very short time. Li Cha is in a good mood. With this jujube forest, it means that Dusk City has a stable source of food. Stability is more important to the territory than anything else. But the biggest problem is still unresolved. Water source. The jujube forest needs sufficient water for irrigation. The small well in Dusk City cannot even supply the food and drink of hundreds of people, so it is impossible to plant at all. We have to find a way to find other fragments of the spring. Since it's a 1-star resource treasure, and it's still a shard, the chance of opening it must be high. Although the number of 3-star treasure chests is rare, there are 20 billion players. It's normal for a guy who is as lucky as Italian Cannon to open 2 treasure chests to have 300,000 to 500,000. If you have money, you can make a grinder. As long as you have enough resources, you can put a bounty on it, and let 20 billion players do things for me. After clarifying the goal, Richard immediately asked Karu to call and instruct him. Today I'm going to patrol around the territory, looking for resource points and edible prey. You arrange for the residents to clean up the territory and not go out. The territory is absolutely safe this week, and no monsters, not even giant dragons, can step into the territory. Chapter 13 NAK Troll with Bees. Richard told Karu to put the food and water prepared in advance into the system space. At the same time, I opened the system map and watched it carefully. Today, we will scan the map starting from the logging yard in the west, and we will explore it in a clockwise direction in the next few days. After making a decision, he left the territory with 14 mummies. Although this is the second time to walk in the desert, Richard has already gotten used to it obviously yesterday, and his face is much calmer. Silent, vast, and majestic, the desert is always so spectacular, making people feel heroic. It was still early, and the yellow sand had not been scorched by the sun. With a goal and a direction, the group is quite fast. He passed by the lumber mill soon, and the long-armed hard laborers were already working hard. Li Cha didn't stop, and continued to explore. But less than 5 minutes after leaving the logging field, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his ear. Turning his head to look, he saw a few black and yellow bees passing by him. Are there bees in the desert? She looked a little surprised. However, those bees were very fast and flew away in the blink of an eye. He didn't have a chance to find out. Shaking his head, he didn't worry too much, and continued on. But after walking for less than 10 minutes, the mummy who was exploring the road ahead suddenly stopped and stepped back. He waved his hand to the rear. There was nothing in the desert that blocked his line of sight, and Richard immediately noticed the difference. After confirming that no enemy launched an attack, stepped forward to check the details. He came to the mummy who warned him and climbed up a small sand dune 10 meters high in front of him under their signal. Richard leaned forward and looked forward. On the sand dunes 100 meters away, 3 teams of field troops appeared in front of me. These humanoid beings have rock-like muscles all over their bodies, and the bulges one by one are particularly conspicuous. Bodybuilders would be ashamed and angry in the face of this kind of life. The body is 2 meters high, and every move is filled with a terrifying sense of power. The back was slightly curved, with 3 rows of dagger-like spikes growing, looking hideous and terrifying. What's even more surprising is that swarms of bees are flying around these strange beings. The bee he saw just now obviously left here. NAK Troll. Level 4. Potential, Elite 3 stars. Skill, solid as a rock, D grade, the body is as hard as a rock, can ignore the bite of ordinary beasts. Full strength heavy attack, E rank, the next attack can explode 200% of the power after charging. Rock body, class E, will not die unless decapitated. Racial talent, it has an exceptionally strong defense, which cannot be pierced by ordinary weapons. Bond, B, the troll feeds on honey, raises more than 3 nests of desert bees, and automatically obtains 10 experience points every day. If you raise more than 5 nests of desert bees, you will automatically get 20 experience points every day. If you raise more than 10 nests of desert bees, the desert bees will give birth to desert queens and produce golden honey, which can increase the potential of the NAK troll. Introduction, I love honey, la la la. Li Cha's eyes widened. Good guy, there is such a wonderful field army. He looks so hideous, he actually feeds on honey, and in this vast desert, where do those bees go to collect honey? The world is so big, it's amazing. After taking a few glances at the fetters of the NAK troll, he suddenly became interested. You can gain experience by swallowing honey, no wonder these guys have reached level 4. I wonder if these bees can be removed. Thinking of the sweetness of honey, Li Cha was heartbroken. Although it feels weird to raise bees in the desert, but even wild monsters can be raised, why can't he? He still doesn't believe it. But the problem is that the opponent has 3 teams. A squad has 10 people, a squadron has 10 squads, a brigade has 10 squadrons, and a regiment has 10 squads. This is the basic troop structure of Era of Radiance, in decimal, which is simple and easy to remember. In the face of such a large number, the potential is as high as 3 stars for elites, and it is still an army known for its defense. Li Cha felt a bit tricky. Although mummies are strong, it is still a question whether they can break defenses. The strength in our hands is still weak. After accumulating some resources, we need to build the second unit's nest. With his thoughts scattered, Li Cha took another look at the attributes of the mummy. Corpse bandage, E level, reduces physical damage by 30%, the bandage has the curse of undead, the infected person will fall into a weak state, all attributes will be reduced by 20%, if not treated, they will die due to the curse. If you don't get treatment, you will die because of the curse. After whispering softly, his eyes gradually lit up. The opponent's defense is amazing. I'm afraid it won't work with normal methods. Although the desertification skill is strong, it can only last for 5 minutes. If you attack violently, if you can't solve the battle within 5 minutes, you may suffer a strong counterattack from the opponent, and the situation will be uncontrollable by then. Why don't you try this passive? A group of field troops, how can they expel the curse of mummies? The opponent's defense is strong, that's physical defense, and you can't see any magic resistance in the attribute. Thinking of this, Richard made up his mind. He has always been an activist, and he does what he says. Not to mention the honey that made him ticklish, the high experience gained from hunting NAK trolls is also worth a try. And maybe you can find some treasures inside. Richard took the mummy to circle around the dune for half a circle, and slowly approached the snake monster from the downwind. Wait until the distance is right. Let the mummy turn on the desertification directly. 14 mummies were integrated into the desert, leaving no trace. After a while, the snake troll, who was basking in the sun lazily in the bushes, suddenly heard a rustling sound. But these honey-eating wild monsters are far less vigilant than desert wolves. It wasn't until the mummy's body climbed up from the ground, and even passed through their body, that these hideous-looking trolls woke up and got up one by one roaring. Bombard the mummy's body with their fists the size of sandbags. Ha! After charging, the fist even hit a sonic boom. But no matter how terrifying the attack was on the mummy, it was like being hit in the sand. They could only feel a slight obstruction, and then pass through the mummy's body. Instead, because of the direct contact with the mummy, their rock-like skin turned blue. The powerful momentum suddenly dropped a lot. The mummy's curse takes effect. But the weaker the body, the crazier the NAK troll. 3 teams of Nick trolls swarmed up and launched a storm-like attack around the 14 mummies. The mummy also fought back mercilessly. But they can easily tear apart the body of the desert wolf's claws and attack the troll of the Nake. Read www.yuukeungshu.com can only leave a white scratch. Unable to break defense. The NAK troll with full-point defense is much more difficult to deal with than the desert wolf. After 2 full minutes, the mummy confirmed that all the trolls were infected with the curse, and the body quickly melted into the sand under the roar of the other party. Disappeared without a trace. No matter how roaring and angry the NAK trolls are, they can't stop the mummy after the desertification. After the mummy left, these trolls madly attacked the ground with their fists. Smashed out giant pits. Splashes of yellow sand all over the sky. The desert bees flying in the air felt the wrath of the troll, and also made a buzzing roar. After the mummy climbed out of the sand, Richard immediately took them away from this area. Came to a sand dune hundreds of meters away and carefully observed the movements of the Nake troll. The NAK troll stirred up the sand in rage, and after venting violently, they gradually regained their calm when they saw that the enemy had not appeared for a long time. But the blue breath on his body did not disappear. On the contrary, there is a gradual deepening trend. But the NAK troll's body is too strong. There was no noticeable change for a while. After Li Cha observed for a long time, a smile appeared on his face. It's planned. These trolls really have no means to exorcise the curse of the undead, and now it is enough to wait for the curse to swallow them. But with the physique of the NAK troll, I'm afraid it won't work for a few hours, so there's no need to waste time. After confirming that there was no accident, Richard continued to explore west with the bandaged mummy. He is quite looking forward to what will happen next. Chapter 14 Superb Goblin, Weird Temple. After leaving the area where the NAK troll was, Richard became more careful. The original Pathfinder mummies have changed from 4 to 8, and they are scattered in groups of 2 in a fan shape. Each group is about 300 or 400 meters away from him, and can be recalled immediately in case of an accident. This greatly increases the search scope. It didn't take long for this strategy to pay off. Your troops were attacked by a group of desert goblins. Richard had instructed in advance that the mummy who encountered the enemy did not fight the enemy, but quickly evacuated. He immediately gathered the scattered mummies. After Li Cha and other enemies approached, he also saw the appearance of these field troops that attacked the mummy. He is about 1.5 meters tall, with a dry wooden stick in his hand. His body is greenish with yellow spots, and he is very close to the desert. The face is extremely ugly, like the dough that has just been kneaded fell on the uneven ground, and then was stepped on. Desert Goblin. Level 2. Potential, normal 1 star. Skill, Wawa yelling, by shouting to boost your morale. Racial characteristics, bullying the soft and afraid of the hard, greedy for life and fear of death. Fetters, oil on the soles of the feet, the number of people is 10% less than the enemy, the escape speed is increased by 20%, the number of people is 20% less than the enemy, the escape speed is increased by 30%. Introduction, don't come here, I'll run away if you come again. This property is absolute. Li Cha couldn't help laughing and crying. I thought it was a great character. This group of small green-skinned beings were madly chasing the 2 mummies with wooden sticks. The number of opponents exceeded 4 teams, which seemed quite impressive. However, when they saw a large number of enemies gathering, the screaming charge immediately slowed down. Seeing this, Li Cha waved his hand for fear that these guys would run away. Kill them. The mummy came out of the cage like a tiger. An extremely hoarse roar came out of his throat, and the vague feeling sent chills down the spine. The green-skinned desert goblin was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at his companions, and found that he was several times more than the other, and his morale was immediately boosted. Woe screamed and rushed up. The mummy who rushed into the desert goblin first directly started the unparalleled mode. The shriveled fingers are now sharper than a razor. When waving, those goblins were like lambs lining up to die. 1 claw. Under the powerful force, even if the desert goblins use wooden sticks to block, the only outcome is that the wooden sticks break and their bodies are torn to pieces. Puff. Blood splattered and scattered on the ground. One body after another fell to the ground. In just 1 round, there were only 2 teams of desert goblins left from the 4 teams. Seeing the miserable appearance of their companions, the rest of the desert goblins were immediately frightened, and they didn't even care about running away, so they knelt down and kowtowed. Great existence. We are willing to surrender to you and become your humble servants. Ding, the desert goblins were defeated by your army. You gained 40 experience points, which is due to your strength. The remaining desert goblins are willing to surrender to you. Do you accept it? Li Cha saw that the desert goblins were like paper and shattered when they were smashed, and the corners of his mouth twitched. After thinking about it, although these guys are greedy for life and fear of death, they are useless in battle, but they can still be used for work or as cannon fodder. After choosing to accept, he waved his hand and stopped the mummy. Seeing the gods of death around him stop, the desert goblins dared to take a deep breath. But the big cold sweat on his forehead almost flowed down like tears. Richard stepped closer, the blood everywhere made him frown slightly, but that was all. After several battles, his psychological endurance has undergone a qualitative leap. He is adapting to the world in a super strong state. Eyes fixed on the desert goblin in front of him. Where did you come from? Why did you attack my army? The few people who were questioned said with trembling voices. Great Lord, we are also forced to help. Those temple guards have seized our territory and expelled us. We need food. Need to use food to shoot mummies. What kind of brain circuit is this? Li Cha was stunned for a long time. You are also not shy about meat and vegetables. However, the temple guard mentioned by the other party intrigued him. Is this a copy or a mission? Temple guards? Is there a temple there? Yes, Master, there is a very terrifying temple. Where is that? When a few desert goblins heard this, they were instantly frightened, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and their eyes were full of fear. They are too terrifying, all our clansmen have been killed. Do not talk nonsense. The desert goblin was startled and said quickly. Yes, in our territory, it's half a sun away from here. What half the sun? Li Cha wanted to slap these guys to death. How many people are there? What is the strength? I don't know, they are too strong, all the clansmen they encountered are dead. What does the temple look like? We just glanced at it from a long distance, and we don't know. Li Cha shook his head. These greenskins are really trashy snacks, even the clan has been wiped out and they still don't know the situation of the enemy. To be able to escape, it all depends on fetters, right? I was too lazy to ask again. Lead the way. These words immediately made the goblin's face bitter. Yu reading www.uukaungshu.com. But under the strong pressure of the mummy, he could only nod his head. One of them pursed his dry lips. Great Master, do you have water? Li Cha took out a wooden bucket full of water from the system space. Watching the 20 goblins gurgling dry. After drinking, the desert goblin who was just listless immediately became alive and began to lead the way. While walking, he told Li Cha how terrifying those temple guards were, trying desperately to stop him from exploring. Naturally, he didn't bother to pay attention, but from the intermittent words of these guys, he got a lot of information. These desert goblins are natives, not recruits from the troop lair, they have lived in the area for decades. The temple suddenly appeared a few days ago, and then the area was occupied by the guards of the temple. Not to mention that the opponent's strength is strong, and the number is extremely large. Hundreds of goblins were slaughtered by the opponent's team. The more he talked, the more curious Richard became. This seems to be a high-level field army base. If you capture it, you don't know what good things you can get from it. With a bit of excitement, Richard urged the goblin to speed up. I have to say that the goblin's instinct to be greedy for life and fear of death is really powerful. Under their leadership, they did not encounter other wild troops along the way. However, with the temptation of the temple, Richard didn't have the heart to pay attention to the others. Nearly 40 minutes later, I saw the goblin leading the way pointing at a large bush not far away in fear. Great Master, that temple is inside. Li Cha was shocked. Chapter 15 Rare Class Troops, Terrifying Temple. The bushes in front of you can't see the edge at a glance, and the range is quite wide. This is a rare green site in the desert. There is a source of water in the bushes, that's why we live here all the time. The temple is right in the middle of the bush. Great Master, you must be careful, those temple guards are too powerful. Let's you outside. Hearing the goblin muttering, Richard gave these guys an angry look. Come in with us. These green-skinned beings suddenly had a bitter face. But he didn't dare to say anything, he could only stand aside in dejection. After thinking for a while, Li Cha selected 5 goblins, and sent 4 mummies to explore the path at the same time. You go find a safe way to the temple. The son of a daughter does not sit in a dangerous hall, and with so many troops under his command, naturally he can't take risks. The 5 selected goblins were about to cry. Li Cha glared at these guys angrily. The 5 of you, after you have found a safe path, you can stay outside. Next time you have a mission, you will send other people there. A few goblins barely recovered their spirits. Compared with the unknown missions that other goblins may encounter, it seems that finding a way is nothing. Anyway, they run fast. Immediately, he tiptoed his short body and walked into the bushes with the mummy in a very comical manner. Li Cha didn't speak, and waited patiently. 20 minutes later. Learn about So-So. There was a sound of footsteps in the bushes, but the mummy who was on guard ahead did not warn. After a while, several goblins excitedly appeared in front of Li Cha. Master, we have found a safe passage to the temple. Li Cha glanced at the mummies behind the goblin, but the other party showed no objection. Then he was relieved that mummies were 10 times more reliable than these green-skinned beings. The goblins left a small team waiting here, and the others followed me to the temple. The 5 of you are responsible for managing the order here. Before I come back, no one is allowed to leave. If someone wants to run away, the 5 of you can execute them on the spot. The 5 goblins who were named were immediately very excited. They glanced triumphantly at the few companions beside them, and raised their heads. Great master, we will definitely be optimistic about other people. Richard nodded and said nothing. He let the mummies go first, and then he followed into the bushes. Too many people can easily lead to confusion. While the goblins with a small team are easy to manage, they can also act as cannon fodder in the event of an accident. This bush is very tall, some dense bushes are 2 or 3 meters high, so there is no need to worry about exposure. Fortunately, the bushes grow in clumps, and there is a certain interval between each clump, and they are not connected into a single piece. At most, it will be a little winding, and it will not be too difficult. Under the leadership of the mummy, the speed of progress is not slow. But in order to prevent accidents, Richard still lowered his speed. In the winding bushes, if there is a map, it is easy to get lost. One of the characteristics of the territory attribute of Dusk City is that residents will not get lost in the desert, and this characteristic plays a huge role at this time. Li Cha felt that his mind was extraordinarily clear and he was not confused. 10 minutes later, the mummy who was leading the way stopped. A few goblins also felt something, and they kept their mouths tightly shut and dared not make a sound. Even their legs are shaking. Li Cha signaled the 2 mummies to take good care of the goblins, and he walked forward under the other mummies. After walking about 50 meters, he gently opened the bushes in front of him, and his vision suddenly opened up. In front of them was a clearing overgrown with yellowish dwarf grass. Large trees cover extremely wide locations, casting huge shadows on the ground. And under this towering tree, a quaint temple appeared in sight. There are 9 giant stone pillars erected in front of this temple, and each stone pillar is carved with ancient deities. Colorful. The aura that exudes makes people feel inexplicably extremely odd. Behind the stone pillar, the temple that occupies the shadow of the big tree opened its door, and there was a faint light of torches shining inside. I can't see the specific situation clearly, but it gives a particularly mysterious feeling. In front of the temple, 4 teams of temple guards stood tightly, and 40 people blocked the surrounding area. These temple guards wear black armor inscribed with sphinxes. In his hand, he held a strange weapon with a curved front end like a machete and a straight handle. Wearing a pointed hat with 2 colorful ties floating on his head. Li Cha hid his figure and silently opened the properties panel. Dark Temple. It turned out to be full of question marks. Unwilling, he looked at the guard next to him. The next second, the pupil shrank suddenly. Ankum Temple Guard. Level 8, Intermediate Arms, Strength increases by 15%. Potential, Rare 3 stars. Skill, Temple Guard, A level. As the guardian of the temple, they have obtained the protection of the gods. Within 100 meters of the temple, the strength is increased by 200%, and the recovery speed of physical strength and injury is increased by 200%. Temple Blessing, A level. After being killed, as long as the corpse is placed in the temple, it can be resurrected after a day. Body of Faith, Class B, UU Reading www.uukangshu.com. Immune to mind control, immune to curse, immune to plague, immune to poison, magic damage reduced by 60%. Battle Hymn of Courage, Class B, morale never drops, all attributes increase by 70% in the face of enemies who invade the temple. Combat Master, Class B, proficient in various combat techniques. Racial talent, when fighting within 100 meters of the temple, all attributes will increase by 50%. Bound Temple, within 200 meters of the temple, all attributes are increased by 10%. 20% increase in all attributes within 100 meters of the temple. Within 50 meters of the temple, all attributes are increased by 30%. Introduction, a unit born to guard the temple. Good guy. Li Cha even subconsciously slowed down his breathing. The level is as high as 8, and the potential has reached the rare 3 stars of horror. The extremely powerful skills made him feel enormous pressure. The potential of the bandage mummy is elite 3 stars, and it can only reach the rare level after being promoted, and the rare level can only become rare after being promoted. It is a full 2 steps away from the temple guards. And the opponent's level is as high as level 8. The level of difficulty in Era of Radiance increases exponentially, and the level of the gods given in the official background information is -30. The gods are only level 30, so it is conceivable how high the gold content of level 8 is at the beginning of the game. And the number of temple guards is only as many as 4 teams outside. I'm afraid there are only more or less troops hidden inside. It is very likely that there are more than one squadron, that is, hundreds of people. What is the origin of this dark temple, so that a squadron of rare troops can come to protect it? If this is attacked, wouldn't it be possible to get rich? Chapter 16 Huge Harvest, Smothered Troll. Li Cha reluctantly glanced at the temple and waved his hand. Withdraw. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and left the bush. Although the temple is very tempting, you can definitely get extremely precious treasures by capturing it. But at this stage, the gap between the two sides is still too big. I'm afraid that even if 100, no, 1,000 or 10,000 players join forces, they won't be able to capture it. Around the temple, the combat power of these guards will be invincible to players for a long time to come. Owner. When the goblin saw Richard's return, he was relieved, and excitedly stepped forward to say hello. Li Cha waved his hand, leave here first. He didn't feel relieved until he got away from the bushes. Looked at the goblin and asked, "Are there any temple-like buildings around?" The goblin shook his head again and again. "No, only the temple." "What about other field troops?" "Every dusk, the guards in the temple will leave the temple. The surrounding life has been slaughtered." "What about resource points like the lumber mill?" "Yes, but it's also within the patrol range of the temple guards." Li Cha couldn't help shaking his head, dismissing the idea of occupying a nearby resource point. Not to mention the temple, this place is indeed a little far from the City of Dusk. Glancing at the system time, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know what happened to the cursed NAK trolls at this time. After thinking about it, he didn't stay any longer, he turned around and walked back with the goblin and mummy. But this time, I didn't let the goblin lead the way. Just like before, I scattered the mummy and searched in a fan shape. The goblins also joined the exploration team. In this way, a few wild arms gathering places were really discovered. Dingyu commanded the troops to exterminate a group of sawtooth black rats, gained 20 experience points, and obtained a micro-resource bag. Dingyu commanded the troops to exterminate a group of sharp-clawed sand rabbits and gained 15 experience points. Dingyu commanded the troops to destroy a group of black-backed halflings, gained 20 experience points, and obtained a micro-resource bag. On average, you can encounter a group of field troops in about 10 minutes. However, the ranks of these units are not high, and they did not get any good things. But the biggest harvest is that the wild monsters hunted, the sawtooth black rat and the sharp-clawed sand rabbit are edible. This made Richard quite happy, and he directly asked the desert goblins to carry it back. In these wild arms gathering places, he got a similar treasure resource bag from the treasure chest he opened before. Resource bag. Level, miniature. Feature, after opening, you can get a small amount of resources randomly. Introduction, you can open it and try it, otherwise, how do you know it's a waste of time to open this thing? Li Cha twitched at the corners of his mouth when he looked at the cheat profile. After opening it, the 2 resource bags obtained, one gave 100 gold coins, and the other gave 100 units of stone. It's better than nothing. However, it is a little regrettable that he did not find a troop nest in these field troop strongholds. After going around like this, I came across a few wild arms gathering places. When the sun slanted westward, Richard returned to the place where he met the Naik troll this morning. Let the goblin carrying the prey stay in the distance and wait. He brought the mummy slowly from the sand dune downwind to the troll. After climbing the dunes, the picture that appeared in front of him almost made Richard burst out laughing. I saw that in the bushes in the distance, the Nak giants with tough defenses like rocks were lying on the ground one by one, and the dark blue on their skin became very conspicuous. Although the Naik troll was trying hard to stand up, no matter how hard the hands behind him were, it couldn't do it. They had been drained of all power. The humming of the desert bees flying in the sky at this time became more and more impatient, and seemed to be crying for their partners. Richard opened the properties panel and found that a new line of properties appeared. Nak Troll. Level 3. Potential, Elite 3 stars. Status, Dying, Cursed. Skill, Rock Solid, All-Out Punch. He was meticulous about every detail, and checked all the Naik trolls in the 3 teams. Without exception, they all fell into a state of near death. The mummy is the eternal god. Satisfied, he nodded and waved his hand. You go and end the lives of these trolls. Roar. There was a hoarse growl in his throat, and the bandaged mummy walked forward excitedly. Shasha. The footsteps stepped on the sand making a unique sound, and gradually approached. The Naik troll noticed the strangeness and couldn't help turning his head to see that the culprit was coming, and these hideous beings immediately fell into anger. There was a tearing roar in his throat, and he put his hands on the ground, trying to stand up. But they tried their best, but couldn't hold up the huge body. The bandaged mummy didn't hesitate, rustled and rushed forward, stabbed with sharp claws like lightning. The troll groaned and waved his arms violently, clanging. The sound of metal collision sounded. He barely blocked the blow. Mummy's imposing manner froze. She dodged, her arms raised high, her body arched like a spring that was depressed to the extreme, and then suddenly burst out. Ha! The sharp claws tore down, and a violent sound of breaking through the air sounded, stabbing the monster's throat. Kacha! Puff! The troll who could not make a second resistance suffered a fatal blow in the weakness of the curse. The blood formed a huge pressure after pressing the faucet with the hand, and it splattered. One after another. The level is as high as 4, the elite is 3 stars, and the defensive power is almost perverted by the mummies. When the last troll dies, the system prompts it to arrive as promised. Ding. The army you led slaughtered a group of Nak trolls and won a mini-battle. You gained 60 experience points. Li Cha was overjoyed, got up and came to the mummy's side. The surrounding ground is full of the corpses of the trolls, and after getting close, you can feel the horror of these ferocious troops. That strong body is only afraid that a single punch can kill a calf. If it is tough, the bandage mummy can at least double to eat it, and it needs to be matched with the desertification skill, otherwise 3 times will be enough. Sure enough, the brain is the most powerful weapon. Buzzing. Stimulated by the sudden appearance of strangers, the swarms of bees in the low sky began to fly wildly, and the sound suddenly increased like a plane flying overhead. A bit of excitement rose in Li Cha's eyes. These bees are his trophies. Don't know how the honey in the desert tastes. Following the flight path of the bees to another bush, Yu reading www.uukangsha.com easily found the hive hidden in the middle. Although there is only 1 litter, there are quite a few. The densely packed large area can cause 10,000 real damage to those with intensive phobia. Open the attribute panel, the attributes of the honeycomb immediately appear in front of you. Desert bee. Level, Special. Queen bee, beginner, promoted to the intermediate queen, can brew better quality intermediate honey. Characteristics, it can produce desert honey with a special fragrance, which can greatly speed up the recovery of physical strength and injuries after eating. Minimum weekly output, 8 units. Introduction, a rare bee in the desert, extremely rare. Special item. After seeing the attributes of desert bees, Li Cha's eyes lit up. Once the word special appears, it often means that it has special characteristics, is extremely rare and extremely precious. This can also be seen from the introduction of honey. After eating, it can greatly restore physical strength and injuries. This is simply absolute. Isn't this an alchemy potion? And it is naturally produced. More importantly, the quality of honey can also be improved. The queen bee is now at the primary level, and when it is upgraded to the intermediate level, the quality of the honey will also be improved to the intermediate level. Apart from the intermediate level, is there an advanced level? Premium. How much will the attributes increase by then? The elixir of immortality. The dead in the bones. Live a second life. Richard laughed. Thinking of this, I couldn't hold back the joy in my heart. At this moment, the black gold system suddenly popped up a prompt. Desert bee, special, can consume 10 nests of insect troops to increase the queen bee level. Chapter 17 Plump Cook. Can the hive also consume troop nests to increase the level? Richard was greatly surprised. Sure enough, an open life is perfect. Open the trading market with a little curiosity. Search the nest of insect troops. Giant ant lair common 1 star, 400 coins. Scythe wasp lair common 2 star, sells for 500 units of wood. Venom locust lair normal 1 star, 400 units of iron ore. Li Cha searched around and found that the price of troop nests has generally risen a bit. Yesterday, the cheapest 300 units of resources could be purchased, but today it has risen to 400 or 500 units, and some units with strong combat effectiveness have even sold for thousands of units. Obviously, many lords, like him, have gone out to explore and have new income. The purchasing power of resources begins to decline. And with the passage of time, players will know which arms are strong and which arms are weak. The price difference between the different arms will be even greater. Fortunately, he doesn't need those good troop nests to upgrade, as long as they meet the same type. Unfortunately, the treasure of spring water fragments can't be synthesized yet, otherwise, the sand jujube forest can be placed. When the time comes, put the desert bees in the jujube forest and let the bees pick flowers directly. This process is perfect. Li Cha glanced at the hive a few times, but was not in a hurry to move. It wasn't that he was afraid of being stung into a pig's head by those irritable bees. The main reason is that it is only 10 minutes away from the territory, and there is no place to put it in Dusk City. When everything is ready, move them, and it is not too late to upgrade the level. After thinking for a while, he looked at the desert goblin who had just approached. The goblin followed the 2 mummies back to the territory first. The residents asked, "You told them that I went to the resource point to inspect and I will be back soon. The resource points occupied yesterday have already been harvested today." "Yes, master." The goblins responded excitedly immediately. The prey that had been carried for so long almost didn't exhaust them to death, so it was a sure thing to be able to go back early. After the 2 mummies returned to the territory with the desert goblins, the residents boiled again when they saw the abundant prey. One by one was elated. Gods are above, the Lord must have been favored by the goddess of luck. These prey are so fat. Can I eat meat again tonight? I'm so happy. Praise the Lord. A few days ago, they fled to this territory in panic. At that time, there were only a few days of food left, and everyone was full of despair for the future. But yesterday, after the Lord appeared, everything changed. His eyes were so deep, and his firm words filled them with power. His actions were so decisive, the piles of prey gave them an unprecedented sense of security. This is the Lord of their dreams. Praise the City of Dusk, praise Mr. Richard. Richard took the 12 mummies to the lumber mill first, and collected the results of the long-armed hard work that day. The maximum output of the small logging farm is 2,100 units per week, which is 300 units per day, and after the long-armed hard worker is motivated by him, the efficiency increases by 20% within 3 days. So the harvest is 360 units of wood. Micro quarry yields 200 units, plus 20% is 40 units, for a total of 240 units. Small iron ore is the same as the lumber mill, 360 units. Sawmill. Today, the 3 resource points produced a total of 960 units of resources. The current resource details are: gold coins, 1440 units. Timber, 1,900 units. Stone, 2,280 units. Steel, 2,360 units. Half an hour later, Li Cha returned to the territory contentedly. Good night, Lord, you have worked hard. The kitchen has prepared dinner for you, you can also take a hot bath first. The gray-haired Karu waited early on the edge of the territory and greeted him respectfully after seeing him. Li Cha nodded slightly. After entering the territory, I saw residents who were still busy handling their prey. How many units of food can today's prey produce? No statistics yet. Karoo apologized a little. You rest first, I will report to you as soon as I finish the process. Out of the corner of his light, Li Cha saw the desert goblins who were hanging aside a little bewildered. Waved his hand. Arrange the goblins to go to the barracks to rest, and they will be managed by you in the future. After speaking, he ignored the rest and returned to the Lord's mansion with the mummy. At night, mummies that don't need rest are the best guards. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. Inside the mansion, 2 cooks rearranged by Karoo had already prepared dinner for him. Li Cha looked at the majesty of the 2 cooks whose clothes could barely cover them, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Especially the trembling when the other party served the food made him wonder if Karoo did it on purpose. After sending the 2 overly plump cooks away, Richard enjoyed a hearty dinner with peace of mind. Wild wolf meat, hare, gerbil. These meats are of extremely high quality and delicious. Outside the Lord's mansion, Karoo was a little unwilling to see the 2 cooks with their heads bowed and looking like they had done something wrong. Lord, do you really have no hint at all? Seeing the 2 shaking their heads in unison, he couldn't help sighing. Alas. It seems that the Lord doesn't like your type, but it's okay, you didn't get kicked out like the 2 girls yesterday. Come down, you will serve the Lord for the past few days. Remember, no matter what the Lord wants, you must give it. Since this is your choice, do it well. We are helpless and must find a strong enough backer. Judging from these 2 days, Lord is a rare candidate. If you are accepted by the Lord, it will be a good thing for everyone. Besides, the Lord is so handsome. We know. In fact, they snatched the opportunity to serve the Lord from more than a dozen competitors. Li Cha was unaware of the scene outside the Lord's mansion. After finishing the meal, he began to calculate the resources in his hand and the gains of the 2 days. Chapter 18 Harvest Inventory, New Troop Nests. It has been 2 days since I came to Era of Radiance, and these 2 days can be regarded as a lot of harvest. The first is food. At present, there are more than 3,000 units of meat and about 500 units of ordinary food in stock. Counting today's prey, the inventory can be increased by thousands of units. This directly alleviates the food shortage problem in Dusk City, and there will be no shortage of food for at least the next month. The second point is the troop nest, which is the foundation of the territory. He already has an elite 3-star lair in his hands, and the bandaged mummy he recruited is extremely powerful. When paired with his desertification talent, it has the effect of 1 + 1 more than 3. When choosing arms in the future, you can continue to develop towards this type. The third point is resources. At present, he has occupied 3 resource points, and can have a stable income of 800 or 900 resources every day. The existing resources in hand add up to more than 7,000 units. Even if it's not rich, it's not bad. The fourth point is external exploration. In the west found a temple with a strong guard force. In the future, the City of Dusk will be powerful, and capturing this temple will surely yield an enviable harvest. Obtained a nest of extremely rare desert bees near the logging farm, which can be reared later. After carefully calculating the harvest, Li Cha felt very comfortable. After a long time, he focused his attention on the unit's nest. Upgrading the Great Pyramid of Elite 3-star to Rare 3-star requires 100 troops nests. According to the current price, it requires 40,000 units of resources, and there is a 7-day cooldown, so it is unlikely to upgrade in a short time. Already. And to upgrade an ordinary level nest to an elite level, only 10 troop nests and 4,000 units of resources are needed. I use all the resources in my hand to invest in new troops, and I can directly obtain a new elite level troops nest. And if it's not enough, you can sell part of the food in exchange for resources. First explode a wave of soldiers with the resources in hand. Strength is the foundation of standing in this world. After clarifying his thoughts, Li Cha immediately took action. Open the market. Search, Desert Camp Troops. Desert Scout Normal 3-star, sells for 1,000 units of wood. Desert Halfling Common 1-star, sells for 500 units of wood. Carrion Hyena Normal 2-star, sells for 6,000 units of iron ore. Li Cha carefully checked the attributes of these troop nests, but most of them were immediately ruled out by him. The bandaged mummy performed so well on the battlefield that it became his reference standard. Moreover, he also has to consider whether these arms are compatible with his desertification skills, consider logistical issues, and consider whether it can cooperate with the mummy. More importantly, what is the potential? Is it worth spending a lot of resources to cultivate? Under a series of screening conditions, after a full 2 hours, Richard eliminated tens of thousands of troops' nests before he settled on one. Scorpion Den. Level, Ordinary 3 stars. Recruitable troops, Scorpion Warrior, Ordinary 3 stars. Number of recruits, 14. Weekly production, 7. Recruitment conditions, 4 gold coins, 4 units of wood, 4 units of steel. Introduction, an ordinary desert troop lair. This troop lair sells for up to 3,000 units of iron ore. The properties of the Scorpion Warrior it produced made him quite moved. Scorpion Warrior. Level, Level 1. Potential, Normal 3 stars. Skill, Body of the Undead, F grade, physical damage reduced by 15%, immune to plague and poison, as long as the head is not cut off, it will not die. Venomous Scorpion Tail, F level, the scorpion tail can cause armor-piercing damage, and at the same time, it is poisonous. After being stabbed, it will cause poisonous damage. Giant Force Iron Pincers, F rank, double pincer sharpness increases by 15%, strength increases by 15% when attacking. Racial talent, when fighting in the desert, the strength is increased by 30%. Bound Scorpion, when the number of scorpions is greater than 10, the power of all scorpions is increased by 10%, and the toxicity is increased by 10%. When the number of scorpions is greater than 20, the strength is increased by 20%, and the toxicity is increased by 20%. When the number of scorpions is greater than 30, the strength is increased by 30%, and the toxicity is increased by 30%. Introduction, the undead life sealed in the Pharaoh's Pyramid. I believe you will not be willing to be stung by it. The potential is an ordinary 3-star level, and it has 3 skills, each of which is practical. And there is another point that he appreciates very much, the Scorpion Warrior is a undead life, and there is no need to consider logistical issues. Although the bandage mummy is excellent, it also has a big weakness, a slight lack of attack methods. Poisonous Scorpion Warriors have powerful attack skills, and their attributes are already very good at this time. Once they are promoted, they will definitely get a greater improvement. After thinking about it, Richard searched again and confirmed that this was the only lair of the Scorpion Warrior. Don't hesitate to buy directly. After consuming 3,000 units of iron ore, this column was immediately cleared, so he had to exchange several hundred units for other resources. Continue to search for the troop lair. But this time it's synthetic. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. As long as it belongs to the desert camp, how can it be so cheap? After purchasing 10 troop nests, it was a coincidence. The resources of more than 7,000 units that had just started were all emptied. A series of zeros on the properties panel. The Scorpion Warrior's lair needs 400 units of wood, 400 units of stone, and 400 units of iron ore. At this moment, Li Cha was out of a little supplies. Helpless help her forehead. It's too poor. It's still enough to sell food. I don't know what the price of food is now. Opened the trading market, and in the next second, Li Cha's pupils shrank suddenly. 100 units of wheat, 2,000 units of iron ore. 50 units of fresh fish, sells for 1,500 units of wood. 10 boars, sold for 400 GP. The price of food is so high. Each unit of meat can be exchanged for 30-40 units of resources, and as long as it hangs up, it will be empty in seconds. Wheat and rice are also priced at around 20 units. Li Cha took a few glances and thought of the thousands of units of meat in the warehouse. At this time, there is a sense of the harvest of windfall. It turns out that food is the most valuable harvest these days. Thousands of units of meat can be sold for 30,000 to 40,000 units of resources. With today's harvest, the meat in the warehouse definitely exceeds 4,000 units. This is an amazing wealth. If you sell them all, you can even raise the mummy's pyramid and the newly acquired scorpion's lair to the rare level without considering the 7-day cooldown. Chapter 19 Mighty Scorpion Warrior. But unfortunately, only part of the food can be sold, and the food in Dusk City is too tight, so there is not much to spare. Hundreds of people eat, drink and lassa every day, as well as 30 long-armed hard workers and 20 desert goblins. In a harsh environment like the desert, each person consumes at least 2 units of food per day. The warehouse looks wealthy, but it's good not to buy food from outside. Li Cha shook his head. The current stock of food can last for more than 10 days, which is too little for a territory, making him extremely insecure. If something changes, Dusk City can't afford it at all. I have a plan in my mind. At this stage, hunting is undoubtedly more beneficial than occupying resource points. In the short term, hunting can be the main goal of going out to explore. While thinking about it, he got up and walked out of the Lord's mansion and came to the well. The inhabitants at this time have just finished processing today's prey. Li Cha directly took 200 units of food in exchange for 8,000 units of resources. The gold coins, wood, stone, and iron ore were exchanged for an average of 2,000 units. After encouraging the hard-working residents, he turned around and returned to the mansion. He placed the scorpion's nest that he just got next to the Great Pyramid. Select build. In an instant, 1,600 units of resources were consumed. At the same time, the troop nest he placed on the ground began to expand like a balloon. In a moment, it became a 3-meter-high earthen house. The exterior of the earthen house is all painted with ancient yellow soil, with the pattern of a scorpion's body and human face embossed on it, and the thick hay at the top forms a special pattern spread over the building. This building looks like an ancient building dug out of the earth, with an inexplicable sense of mystery. Poisonous Scorpion Lair, 3-star ordinary, consuming 10 ordinary Desert Camp Troops Lair cores can raise it to 3-star elite. The conditions have been met. Is it improved? The prompt of the black gold system arrived as promised. After choosing to confirm, the 10 troop nests in the hand were directly shattered, turned into light and merged into the poisonous scorpion nest. A gray light floated. Under the blessing of mysterious power, the relief of the human-faced scorpion in front of the poisonous scorpion's lair became more and more striking. The attributes panel changed after the light retreated. Scorpion Den. Level, Elite 3 stars. Recruitable troops, Scorpion Warrior, Elite 3 star. Number of recruits, 14. Weekly production, 7. Recruitment conditions, 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of iron ore. Introduction, a common desert troop lair. Update successed. Li Cha was in a very happy mood. However, the resources required for recruitment have also increased significantly. Unfortunately, there is a 7-day cooldown after each unit's lair is promoted. Otherwise, if you sell more food, you can directly upgrade it to the rare level. Recruiting a Scorpion Warrior requires 120 units of resources, 14 is 1,680 units. All recruited. At the moment of choice, a gray energy lingered in the poisonous scorpion's lair. After a while, those energies began to pour into the relief in front of the scorpion's lair. The relief began to fill up gradually, as if filled with flesh and blood, and then gradually came to life. When the energy was condensed to a certain level, the relief suddenly opened his eyes. He took a step forward, broke away from the wall of the poisonous scorpion's nest, and stood firmly on the ground. This scene is extremely cool, like a scene in a fairy tale. Li Cha nodded in satisfaction. The poisonous scorpion warrior is 2 meters tall, with a human upper body and a poisonous scorpion body at the bottom. The muscles on his body are like forged steel, and the outline is extremely obvious. The long scorpion tail is countless times sharper than the spear. The arms are not human hands, but 2 scorpion pincers shining with cold and cold light. Kacha kacha. As long as they are closed, the crisp sound of metal friction will be heard immediately. No one can doubt the terrifying lethality of these 2 iron pincers. After the iron pliers are closed, a butcher-like iron hook is exposed at the front end. Even if the iron pliers are not opened, attacking with the iron hook can still cause exaggerated damage. The most chilling thing was the pair of icy brown pupils of the scorpion warrior that did not have the slightest emotion of life. At first glance, it seems to give people a lot of psychological pressure. With full expectation, Li Cha opened the property panel. Scorpion Warrior. Level 1. Potential, Elite 3 stars. Skill, Body of the Necromancer, F grade, physical damage reduced by 30%, immune to plague and poison, as long as the head is not cut off, it will not die. Venomous Scorpion Tail, E level, the scorpion tail can cause armor-piercing damage, and at the same time it is highly poisonous. After being stabbed, it will cause huge poisonous damage. Giant Force Iron Pincers, E rank, double pincer sharpness increased by 30%, strength increased by 30% when attacking. Racial Talent, when fighting in the desert, the strength is increased by 30%. Bound Scorpion, when the number of scorpions is greater than 10, the power of all scorpions is increased by 10%, and the toxicity is increased by 10%, activated. If the number is greater than 20, the strength is increased by 20%, and the toxicity is increased by 20%. If the number is greater than 30, the strength is increased by 30%, and the toxicity is increased by 30%. Introduction: the undead life sealed in the Pharaoh's pyramid. I believe you will not be willing to be stung by it. Li Cha was in a very happy mood. Sure enough, after the potential increase, the skill level of the Scorpion Warrior has been improved, and the attributes have been greatly enhanced. 14 poisonous Scorpion Warriors with a height of 2 meters, a pair of tongs and curved scorpion tails stood in front of them neatly, and immediately gave people a strong sense of oppression. This unit is more sassy than the bandage mummy. Master, thank you for giving us new life. The Scorpion Warriors all held their chests and bowed, and saluted their master with the most respectful gesture. Soldiers recruited from the troop lair devote eternal death to their masters who recruited them. Li Cha nodded slightly. Slowly stretched out his right hand. The light of yellow sand began to rise in the palm of the hand, like a storm blown by a strong wind into the sand. Then all the rays of light poured into the body of the Scorpion Warrior. Ding, with your blessing, 14 Scorpion Warriors have mastered part of the power of the desert and acquired a new skill, Desertification, D-level. When the light faded, Richard opened their attribute panel in battle, and the Desertification skill had already appeared on it. The characteristic of Sandification's immunity to 99% physical damage is matched with the powerful attack power of the Scorpion Warrior. Li Cha was excited when he thought about that scene. Isn't this the opening of Wushuang? When he encounters a field army like the Snake Troll again, he can completely pass it. Li Cha is in a good mood. As such, he has 2 elite-level troop nests in his hands. The Great Pyramid, which can recruit elite 3-star bandage mummies, is good at cursing, can greatly reduce the enemy's attributes, and can even cause the enemy to be cursed to death. Poisonous Scorpion Lair, can recruit elite 3-star poisonous Scorpion Warriors, has strong attack power, is good at tough battles and frontal attacks. The total number of the 2 arms is 28, and the strength of nearly 3 squads. This is only the second day of entering this world, and the future can be expected. Chapter 20: Player's Envy. After letting the Scorpion Warrior and the bandaged mummy stand guard together, Richard returned to the lobby and habitually opened the chat channel. 2 days have passed, and I don't know how the other lords are doing now. Fuck. I attacked a small logging farm today and encountered an elite 3-star monster. I was killed by a husky. Why are there elite monsters in a small logging farm? I don't have any troops left, I'm giving them away. You may not believe it. Today I met a caravan of NPCs, the Aborigines. You haven't seen them. Those Aborigines use the land to transport supplies. That's a rare class of troops. I envy my eyes. Famous. What's the one upstairs? The NPC caravan I met was planning to do business with me, but there were no specialties in my territory, so the other party took a look and left. Bah, this is blatant discrimination. Humph, these bastards, I'll let them know. 30 years of Hadong, 30 years of Hashi. Don't bully young poor. How can I get food? My population has exceeded 300. But my mother's heart can't afford it. For the first time, I know that 300 people eat and consume so much food every day. Who can lend me some food? I promise, I will pay it back when I develop tenfold. Ha ha ha, I finally have an elite-level troop lair. I used half of the territory's population as cannon fodder, and finally captured that field troop stronghold. But it doesn't seem to be anything to be happy about. The residents have all run away because of this, motherfucker, it's been too hard these days. Dog Days game plan, don't let me know where you are. Why do you want to develop such a dehumanizing game? The residents of my territory rebelled because they were starved for a day. Damn, didn't you just not eat for a day? Why are you rebelling? Rebellion is rebelling, and my territory has been looted. Can these days pass? It's so difficult, why is this world so difficult? In the end, how can we manage the territory, lack of food, lack of water, lack of resources, and there are powerful field troops in the wild outside, like Scolding Mother. Li Cha watched for a long time and found that most of the players had a very hard life. There are only a handful of them who are barely able to live, but there are also many problems. In comparison, the City of Dusk is too comfortable. In just 2 days, he has already established a firm foothold in the desert, a place where life is forbidden. Although food is not abundant and water scarcity is still in sight, it is countless times better than the miserable lives of other lords. After looking at it for a while, he suddenly thought of something. He took out 2 treasures of resources that were exchanged for 800 units of food, the sand jujube forest and spring water fragments. 10 acres of sand jujube forests mature once a month. There is no doubt that the sooner the stable food source is planted, the better. Although hunting is highly profitable, it is unstable. This is not a long-term development plan for the territory. The problem is that the jujube forest must have enough water for irrigation. And there is only 1 piece of spring water. How can I get the other 2 pieces? It's obviously not realistic to open the treasure chest by yourself. You still have to buy it from other players. Li Cha had an idea as his thoughts turned. On the premise of ensuring the consumption of Dusk City, you can take out a part of the food in exchange for the spring water treasure fragments, and start the planting of 10 acres of sand jujube forest as soon as possible. A jujube forest that can stably produce food is of great significance to the city of Dusk in the desert. Deserts are not fertile places, and stable food production is a great guarantee. Twilight City can't always rely on hunting to solve its food problem. When the population is small, hunting can be done, but when the population grows to 3,000 or 4,000 or even tens of thousands, how many prey must be hunted every day to satisfy? If a territory wants to develop, it must farm. After Richard made a decision, Karu was called. Without waiting for the other party to salute, he immediately asked, "Kalu, after today's prey is processed, do we still have a unit of food?" Karuna's slightly cloudy eyes looked directly at Richard, and her voice was aged with a weather-beaten composure. "Lord Richard, after today's prey is processed, there are still 1,300 units of meat left, plus 3,200 units of meat in the warehouse, a total of 4,500 units. But there will be a lot of loss when these fresh meats are dried into jerky. Also, we originally had 500 units of coarse wheat left. All the food added up can support the consumption of the territory for half a month, and some savings can last for 20 days. Li Chan narrowed his eyes slightly. Half a month's inventory, this data is far from enough for a territory, and the ability to resist risks is too weak. But for the early stage when development opportunities are valuable, there is no need to save so much, and some development can be taken out. A buffer of 10 days is enough. After having a plan in mind, he immediately got up and went to the warehouse of the Lord's mansion. All supplies in the city of Dusk are stored here. Karu also arranged for a few people to guard him day and night. Li Cha took 1,000 units of fresh meat from the warehouse, and posted information about the reward in the reward area of the trading market. 1,000 units of fresh meat reward resource treasure, spring water or spring water fragments *2. This information immediately appeared in the first and second places in the reward area. UU reading www.uukamshu.com. The bounty areas are arranged in order of value. Obviously, the system concluded that his 1,000 units of fresh meat were worth more than everyone's bounty. In such a huge market, there are countless bounty materials. However, this is the first time I have seen a resource treasure that uses food, and it is also a meat reward, and this shot is 1,000 units of meat. This made the eyes of many lords who were in short supply immediately redden with envy. He quickly started talking on the chat channel. "I just saw a big guy named Qingqiu who directly hung up 1,000 units of meat in exchange for a treasure of garbage resources. What do you think this spring water is used for? The water in my territory flows out every day. I can't afford it. Why only exchange for treasures? With 1,000 units of meat, I've been able to feed the residents of the territory for 10 days. A bowl of broth a day isn't to die for. People are more dead than people. The first shot is 1,000 units of meat. This is just the beginning. Who is so generous? This is the first time I've seen such a local tyrant. What kind of life does this big guy named Qingqiu live? Why can someone have so much food at this stage? I'm not convinced. Why can I only eat porridge today?" These 2 pieces of information immediately caused a large number of players who were short of food to cry. When they were still worrying about food, some people took so much food, or meat, in exchange for a treasure such as spring water, which was to many people, making them envious, jealous. Chapter 21 Desert Oasis, 10 acres of sand jujube forest. After Li Cha set up the transaction, he went straight to rest. He never expected that it would cause such a heated discussion. At this stage, what the novice lords lack most is undoubtedly food. Each lord needs to support hundreds of people with few people, and more than 300 or 400 people. As soon as they opened their eyes, these residents opened their mouths and waited to eat and drink, which made most of them hard. Shining Era is not Hyundai who can buy a few truckloads of rice when you go out. To get food, the most direct way at present is to hunt. When hunting, it is inevitable to encounter danger, and it may even be life-threatening. In the past 2 days, 70% of the people were able to summon the courage to explore this strange world, which is rare. And planting, even if it is a plant that ripens once a month like the jujube forest, takes time. Therefore, most people have very little means of obtaining food, and can only barely maintain their territory. There are a small number of people with outstanding abilities who are not willing to sell too much food. The small part that can be sold is a drop in the bucket for the market of 20 billion lords. Few are as wealthy as Richard. In the hot discussion of countless people, he fell into a deep sleep. Woke up early the next morning. After Li Cha finished washing up, he came to the hall and was served by 2 exceptionally majestic cooks. After breakfast, he opened the forum slowly. 2 messages popped up in the private mailbox. Ding, as soon as the item you are looking for is sold, you will get a 1-star resource treasure, spring water fragment *1. Ding, as soon as the item you are looking for is sold, you will get a 1-star resource treasure, spring water *1. After taking a cursory glance, Li Cha was sure that Shizao Lin had fallen. Then I felt something was wrong, so I took another look. Obtain 1-star resource treasure, spring water. Without the suffix of fragments. Someone directly exchanged the treasure of spring water for 500 units of food. After Li Cha reacted, he laughed. This is pure surprise. Even an ordinary 1-star treasure, in Richard's opinion, is worth at least 2,000 units of meat. Unexpectedly, the other party sold 500 units. Is this waiting for the rice to cook? This unexpected gain made him think seriously. Next, maybe you can take advantage of the strong demand from other lords in the early stage and exchange prey for more good things. Now I have the treasure of spring water, and there are 2 more fragments. As long as I get another spring water shard, I will have 2 spring water treasures in my hand, and the problem of water use in Dusk City will be solved. This unexpected gain made Richard quite excited. After thinking about it, let the cook call Karu. Not long after, Karu hurried into the hall. Good day, my lord, what are your orders? Li Cha smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and took out 2 treasures of resources, the jujube forest and spring water, explaining the function. Karu almost burst into tears after listening to it. This is the legendary gift from God. Gods are above, you must be the son of God sent by the gods to save us. The city of Dusk will surely become a pearl in the desert under your leadership. 10 acres of sand jujube, ripe once a month. This is invaluable to Dusk City. As an old man who has gone through countless storms, Karu has a wealth of experience. He knows that hunting can bring good profits, but the problem is instability. And full of danger. In contrast, the benefits of farming are extremely reliable, and even if it takes a long time to cultivate, it is completely worth it. You personally took someone to the surrounding area where you selected the jujube planting area. Remember, the city of Dusk will expand very quickly in the future. The selected area cannot be too close, but it cannot be too far away, so as to avoid accidents that we cannot handle in time. Karu nodded excitedly, the wrinkles on his face seemed to come alive. As you wish, I'll go down and make arrangements immediately. It didn't take long for the entire city of Dusk to boil over the news that Karu had passed on. The Great Lord, under the care of the gods, obtained a gift from the gods, 10 acres of sand and jujube forest. And it is a miracle plant that matures once a month. This news boosted the morale of the residents who had just woken up, and one by one, they scrambled to help Carp choose a suitable location. With the efforts of many residents, in less than an hour, 5 candidate locations were placed in front of Li Cha. Lord, these locations are flat and not far from the City of Twilight. They are all very suitable for placing jujube forests. Please make up your mind. Richard opened the rough map and compared it with the system map. After a while, he pointed to one of the points on the rough map on the desktop, the logging farm, and tapped twice with his index finger. The jujube forest is placed here. It's about 1.5 kilometers away from Dusk City. The terrain is relatively flat, and the extremely rare desert bees are also nearby. Yes, my lord. Li Cha stood up. Call all the residents, let's go and place the jujube forest. Carp's wrinkled face was relieved a lot, like crumpled paper being smoothed out. They are already waiting. Richard took Carp out the door and found that the residents of the entire territory were indeed there. Good day, Lord. Lord. Seeing him appear, the residents in front of them all bowed. Richard nodded, and under the of the mummy and the scorpion warrior, he walked straight towards the lumbering field. After the residents saw the strong scorpion warrior, there was another heated discussion, and their awe for him rose again. That's the newly recruited unit of Lord, it's too powerful. That scorpion tail is thicker than the arrows of the siege ballista I've ever seen. In the crisis-ridden desert, Richard is the lord of the City of Dusk, the only ruler. The stronger he is, the safer they will undoubtedly be. Therefore, the army in Richard's hands has been strengthened, and the residents are all happy. About 10 minutes later, the group came to the logging field. At this time, the long-armed hard worker was cutting down the wood. When he saw Richard's arrival, he immediately worked harder, as if he was looking for a fish and seeing his boss come to inspect. Richard ignored these guys, passed through the lumber mill, and came to the other side. The terrain in this area is very flat. www.novel.com. There are no obvious depressions or protrusions, so it is suitable for placing jujube forests. Moreover, the desert bees are only 10 minutes away from here, so it will be convenient to transport them later. You wait here. Richard walked a few hundred meters forward alone. Then he slowly stopped while everyone was watching, and bent over to bury the jujube seeds in the yellow sand. He took out a pot of water from the system space and poured it onto the sand. The sand was soaked in water, and immediately condensed into lumps, and the color darkened. After the pot of water was poured, Richard put the pot into the system space, turned around and walked towards the residence. But the moment he took the first step, the jujube seeds took root and sprouted at the speed of the video fast-forward hundreds of times, and grew green leaves. That smear of green became the starting point of it together, and dozens of young shoots grew at the same time on the surrounding sand. Under the shocking eyes of the residents, every time Richard took a step, a sprout appeared behind him. This scene is like a miracle in a fairy tale. At this moment, he is like a who has the power of life descending to the mortal world, and every step breeds hope and breeds the future. The long yellow sand behind him was covered by lush green. Those jujube seedlings grew at an astonishing speed. Under the action of special force, the yellow sand on the ground slowly condensed into lumps and turned into soil. When Li Cha returned to the logging farm, the Tenmu jujube forest was already lush. The eyes of the residents looking at him were full of heat and madness. At this moment, it was as if he was the incarnation of a god. Li Cha turned his head to look at the jujube. At this time the jujube tree had grown to half a person's height. And it is still growing at a very fast rate. The miracle of life in the desert. Chapter 22 Peerless Delicious. Ding, the sand jujube forest, Tenmu, has been successfully placed. The sand jujube matures once a month. Please maintain sufficient water for irrigation. Li Cha looked at the lush jujube forest in front of him and was in a good mood. This is the future. He stretched out his hand and took out the resource treasure, spring water, and placed it directly at the entrance of the sand jujube forest under the incomparably hot eyes of the residents. The next second, the crystal-like treasure melted directly into the ground. After a few breaths, gurgling as if something was popping up, the sand was rising rapidly. The surrounding residents were stunned. What is this? Puff. The spring water with fine sand suddenly spewed several meters high from the yellow sand. The crystal water column brushed down, and in the sunlight, there was a touch of colorful light. Desert rainbow. The surrounding crowd suddenly exclaimed. The water is out. The water is out. It really came out. So amazing. After the spring water spewed a column of water several meters high, it gradually fell back and became normal spring water. Only that rainbow is still hanging in the air, beautiful. Immediately after the water flowed into the dry sand, traces like spider webs appeared. The surrounding yellow sand began to frantically devour the water source. After the underground water is saturated, the spring water begins to flow into the jujube forest. Li Cha watched this scene with a bright smile on his face. Turning to face the excited crowd, he said loudly, "My people, this is just the beginning. The City of Dusk will be an oasis in the desert, hope and future. You will follow me to witness this miracle." In just 2 sentences, the atmosphere of the scene was immediately raised to another level. Long live the Lord. I don't know who opened the mouth, everyone shouted excitedly. Long live the Lord. Long live the Lord. The cry is full of respect for Richard and also full of hope for the future. At this moment, they used their voices to release the excitement in their hearts. After a long time, the crowd who had had enough addiction dispersed excitedly. Richard left Karoo behind and assigned him a new task. You sent someone to build a cistern near the spring, but the sand can't hold the water, so it needs to be built with stones. At the same time, 10 residents were dispatched to manage the jujube forest, and a ditch was built in it to allow the spring water to flow in. The jujube needs sufficient water, and it must be ensured that each one is watered. Yes, my lord, I will supervise it myself, and there will never be any mistakes. Karoo's tone was biting to death. This is the cornerstone of Dusk City. If something goes wrong, the sand jujube forest can't have an accident. After the instructions, Li Cha walked through the sand jujube forest and came back to the place where he killed the Nak troll yesterday. Without the Nak troll, the desert bees are still buzzing. I don't know where these little guys go to pick honey. The jujube forest has been placed, it's time to move these rare bees. Otherwise, if a beast digs out the hive, he will lose blood. But before that, he has to upgrade the desert bees first. Now the desert bees still know him, if they dare to dig out the honeycomb, they will definitely be stung into a pig's head. Li Cha, who was already prepared, took 200 units of fresh meat from the system space that he had taken to the warehouse in the morning, and exchanged for 8,000 units of supplies. Then he opened the trading market and spent 5,000 units of resources to buy 10 nests of insect troops. It is detected that the desert bee nest is eligible for promotion. Do you consume 10 ordinary insect nests to upgrade? Confirm. The 10 troop nests in his hand were directly shattered, turning into a beam of fluorescent light and pouring into the hive on the bush. After a few breaths, the light was swallowed by the hive. Buzz, a large number of bees poured out of the hive and danced around Li Cha, expressing intimacy. Desert wasp nest. Level, special. Queen bee, intermediate, promoted to the advanced queen bee, the hive can produce higher quality honey. Characteristics, it can produce medium quality desert honey with a special fragrance. After eating, it can greatly speed up the recovery speed of physical strength and injuries, and slightly increase the recovery speed of magic power. Number of colonies, small. Production, minimum production of 10 units of high-grade honey per week. Introduction, a rare bee in the desert, extremely rare. After the upgrade, desert honey has another feature that can restore magic power, which is really excellent. Richard is very happy. Now it's time to taste the honey. He took 2 steps forward, pushed aside the leaves of the bushes, stretched out his hand and took out a piece of honeycomb from the beehive. The honey on top has been sealed, so you can smell a very special fragrance without putting it on your nose. It was 10 times more fragrant than any honey he had ever eaten before. Saliva is secreting frantically. Li Cha couldn't help but took a bite. Nest honey pulls out long silk threads, which are particularly crystal clear under the sunlight. Gently chewed, with a bit of sticky honey in the mouth and across the tongue. The next second, an indescribable sweetness exploded from the mouth. The whole person was instantly filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Gudong. After swallowing the stomach felt a little warm, and then quickly spread to the limbs. The whole body was relaxed as if soaking in warm water. After killing off a small piece of nest honey, Richard did not return to his senses for a long time, and was immersed in that peerless delicacy. After a long time, he let out a long breath and felt the comfort from his body. His eyes were full of amazement and emotion. This is a super taste bud bomb. Before this thing crossed over, I consoled for 100,000 yuan. No, 1,000,000 is worth his mother's value. How can there be such delicious honey in this world, and this is only honey brewed by primary hives? Now that the queen bee has risen to the intermediate level, how amazing will it be when the intermediate honey is produced next week? If you upgrade to advanced honey, what will it feel like to read www.yukangsha.com? He glanced at the needs of the desert bee's next promotion. Like the other 2 arms nests, the upgrade requirement has been increased to 10 elite level or 100 normal level arms, and the cooldown has not changed. The next promotion can only be done in 7 days. Unable to contain the excitement in his heart, he took out an empty bucket from the system space, and took down the honeycomb by himself. Then he came to the center of the jujube forest, and temporarily placed the beehive here. called Karu, who had not left, and told him to let the carpenter build a hive for desert bees. Richard's order is an iron order that must be executed with absolute priority. In less than an hour, a few carpenters arrived carrying a huge specially made beehive. Li Cha put the hive in the hive with ease. At the same time, 2 pieces of capped honey were left as food for the bees. With about 10 units of honey remaining, he put it away with a smile on his face. After the beehive was fixed, the desert bee, which can produce the best honey, completely settled in the jujube forest. In the future, Richard will be able to provide 10 units of honey every week, and this is the lowest. In a few days, after the jujube forest blooms, the production of honey will be more. Li Cha was in a good mood while driving the water that had already gurgled into the jujube. Thanks to this spring water, the whole ecology has been activated. Jujube, honey, this is almost an industry. I don't know the taste of jujube, but the quality of honey is absolutely superb. If you can cultivate a few more nests of desert bees and make them a special product of Dusk City, it will not be a dream to lie down and make money in the future. Chapter 23 Emergencies, Hero Units. Although Li Cha has never raised bees before, but in the age of the information explosion, most people are filled with some inexplicable knowledge. When the number of bees increases, new queens will be born. The newly born queen bee will take the initiative to leave with some bees to split the nest. Generally, there will be more broods in spring. However, judging from the rate at which desert bees produce 10 units of honey a week, the reproduction rate is definitely not slow. Maybe it won't be long before a second litter and a third litter will be separated. If it can really scale, it will undoubtedly be of great help to the City of Dusk. Richard believes that those who have tasted desert honey will never forget the amazing taste. After all these things were arranged, it was already noon. In the yellow sandy land just now, the jujube forest is lush, the spring water is gurgling, and the bees are buzzing and flying. It has become a paradise in the desert, an oasis of life. After having lunch, Li Cha did not stay in the territory, and continued to explore with nearly 3 squads of troops. Today his goal is to hunt. The price of the food was so high that he was very moved. If you can exchange for a few more treasures like the jujube forest, it will be of great value to the City of Dusk. Today's exploration is due north. With nearly 3 squads of elite-level arms, Li Cha is confident. According to yesterday's search experience, he left 4 mummies and 4 scorpion warriors each to protect himself. The remaining 2 squads spread out and searched at the maximum range. The effect of this method is very obvious. Within 10 minutes of walking, a group of poisonous scorpion warriors 200 meters ahead suddenly issued a warning. Find the enemy. Li Cha, who was already considered an experienced man, immediately shrank his troops and let the big troops gather. He lowered his footsteps and led the army to the vigilant scorpion warrior. Following their guidance, he climbed up the low sand dunes and looked ahead secretly. I saw it in the channel formed by several dunes adjacent to each other. Hundreds of desert robbers riding on horses, holding machetes in their hands and wearing white turbans are frantically attacking a carriage with a dozen guards. The twins collided violently. Horses' hooves on the sand, splashing dust, fighting and roaring, hysterical. Ding trigger an emergency, a group of desert robbers is looting the caravan, you can choose freely. 1. Join the desert robber camp and snipe the carriage. 2. Join the carriage camp to fight against desert robbers. 3. Do nothing, stand by or just leave. Note, the rewards for emergencies are uncertain, please explore on your own. Emergencies. Li Cha couldn't help but wonder when he saw the mission prompt that the system suddenly sounded. He did not expect to attack the convoy with the desert robbers. But since he can choose freely, the child will choose the side, he wants all of them. Open the Properties panel. Desert Bandit. Level 2. Potential, normal 3 stars. Skill, looting, E rank, when looting a caravan, all attributes are increased by 20%. Dexterity, F rank, when riding a horse, dexterity increases by 30%. Racial talent, increase the speed by 15% when running on the desert. Bond, robbery, when launching a robbery to gain the upper hand, all attributes will increase by 10%, and when it is at a disadvantage, the speed will increase by 20%. Introduction, Geo, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up and hurry up, hand over money, 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 hand over. Seeing the attributes of a desert robber, Richard couldn't help laughing. Good guy, it really is a unit born for robbery. The team is more serious than that. Human Warrior. Level 5, Intermediate Arms, Strength increased by 15%. Potential, Elite 1 star. Human Swordsman. Level 3, Intermediate Arms, Strength increased by 15%. Potential, Elite 2 stars. Human Archer. Level 3, Intermediate Arms, Agility increased by 15%. Potential, Elite 3 stars. There are only 14 soldiers in the carriage, all of them are of the elite level. However, the difference between the numbers of the two sides is too great. Desert bandits have more than one squadron. And there are robbers in the back holding crossbow arrows to shoot and suppress. Although the guards of the carriage fought desperately to break through the blockade, they were unsuccessful, and they just left corpses in vain. If it wasn't well equipped, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to support it long ago. Just when Li Cha was about to start, he suddenly saw a middle-aged man wearing a luxurious robe, a big belly, and a short sausage like a short sausage coming out of the carriage. The opponent was constantly roaring and commanding the battle. The properties of that short sausage aroused great interest in him. Onic. Hero Unit. Potential, Class C. Occupation, Merchant. Level 5, Intermediate Hero, Negotiation ability increases by 20%. Skills, Negotiation, Intimidation, Diplomacy, Trade, Observation, Listening for news. Heroic features, can accurately judge the value of goods. Racial characteristics, can learn the knowledge of other races. Fetters, Luanwei Flower Chamber of Commerce, when you cooperate with members of the Luanwei Flower Chamber of Commerce, you can earn an additional 20% profit. Introduction, this artifact of yours is fake, I can only give out 10 gold coins. God of War. Good guy, there is actually a hero unit in this team. But the fetters of the other party made him think. Luanwei Flower Chamber of Commerce. NPC, Aboriginal. After these words popped into my mind, I immediately got a great interest. In the forum, other Lord players also mentioned that they have also encountered some Aboriginal caravans one after another these days, and he thought it didn't exist in the desert. Unexpectedly, this appeared. Seeing that the situation gradually deteriorated and the team began to collapse, Richard no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he decisively ordered. Everyone obey the order and kill all the desert robbers. Don't hurt the people in the carriage. The mummy and the poisonous scorpion warrior, who could no longer hold back, immediately charged towards the battlefield. The eight-legged scorpion warrior was one step ahead of the mummy. These powerful troops with two giant iron pincers slammed into the desert bandits who were besieging the convoy from the flanks. The desert robbers reacted when they appeared, and sent 5 teams to snipe. They are about to take down the target, and they will never allow other people to grab food. Tread. The desert horse's wide hooves trample on the yellow sand, and when it runs, it raises the sky full of dust behind it. The desert robber swung the machete fiercely, and the power of the machete was greatly enhanced under the high-speed running of the horse. Tata. Close. The indifferent face of the desert poisonous scorpion showed a chilling smile. The 2 iron pincers slammed open and waved like lightning. The 2 sides converged at an extremely fast speed in the running opposite to each other. Just that moment. Sonorous. Puff. Blood splattered. The body of the ranger was broken into 2 pieces, flew out after high-speed inertia, and smashed to the ground, the blood gushing out directly stained the sand. Instant kill. The charge just launched seems to be just rushing to death at this time. And the desert horse under the ranger's seat also entered his later journey after his life and death. When the scorpion warrior's iron tongs are opened, it is a big killer like a guillotine. When closed, the hook protruding in front is also like the iron hook of a pirate's prosthesis, extremely sharp. La. The iron hook slid directly from the side of the desert horse, tearing a huge wound. At this moment, the flesh and blood opened frantically, and the bones were scattered, breaking every inch. The desert horse wailed in pain, then fell to the ground and died. As an undead life, the scorpion warrior does not know what kindness is. After the first desert robber was killed in seconds, more desert robbers charged forward. They wanted to kill these terrifying monsters with the impact of horses and their superiority in numbers. But instead of being afraid, the scorpion warrior became more and more excited, and launched a countercharge towards the desert robbers. A desert robber wields a machete from the side. www.novel.com. The weapon reflects the deep cold light under the sunlight. He vowed to kill the scorpion warrior on the spot. The poisonous scorpion warrior did not turn his head. The scorpion tail bent like a bow, pierced out like lightning. The desert robbers charging from the side had no time to escape. Puff. The sharp scorpion tail pierced his chest directly, blood spurting wildly. Before the desert robber died, the powerful machete slashed ruthlessly on the scorpion's tail. A series of sparks flashed past, and there were several gaps in the machete, but the scorpion tail was unscathed. The scorpion tail snapped back, the ranger fell off the horse directly, and the corpse fell to the ground. The poisonous scorpion warrior sneered, and without opening the tongs, he directly attacked with a hook whose front end was more terrifying than the hook in the butcher's hand. Hoo-hoo. During the swipe, there was a violent breaking sound. Clang! A desert robber's machete was knocked flying after it collided with it. The scorpion warrior slammed his left arm down, and the iron hook pierced directly through the neck of the ranger. With a strong pull, a head flew several meters high. Extremely violent. In the collision with the scorpion warrior, the desert robber presented a one-sided situation. It's not like the desert robbers are besieging the scorpion warriors, it's more like the scorpion warriors slaughtering the desert robbers. The ordinary 3-star army has a total of 5 teams, and they still collide with the scorpion warriors under the high-speed charge of the horses. Even though he had the advantage, he was still slapped by the scorpion warrior and stunned. They are like a city wall, no matter how the desert robbers charge, they cannot make them retreat half a step. The desert scorpion went crazy. Chapter 24 One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce. 5 teams of desert robbers were slaughtered by the main scorpion warriors in just a few minutes. Although the bandage mummy is still strong, its killing speed is still much worse than that of the scorpion warrior. After the desert robber was severely slashed, the situation changed immediately. The carriage guards, who had just been about to collapse, were immediately full of energy. The last strength erupted, and it held back the impact of the desert robbers one after another. After the scorpion warrior killed 5 squads, he was obviously not satisfied, and immediately grinned and killed in the direction of the convoy. The desert robber was horrified when he saw that his 5 squads were so easily killed. But they were unwilling to give up when they had the fat around their mouths, so they continued to attack the carriage with gritted teeth. It's like a gambler who wants to make a comeback with the last chip at the casino table. The 2 iron pincers of the scorpion warrior have now become the scythe of death. Start harvesting the souls of your enemies. The desert robbers couldn't stop the scorpion warriors just now with all their strength, not to mention that they were distracted to attack the convoy at the moment. The blood immediately stained the dry desert. After the number of desert robbers plummeted to 2 teams, it completely collapsed. No longer able to suppress the horror in his heart, he slapped the horse's butt, turned his head and ran. At a disadvantage, Desert Bandit has a 20% speed bonus. It took a few breaths to go out for a very long distance. It directly put an end to the idea of the scorpion warrior chasing. Ding! The army you led wiped out a group of desert robbers and won a mini-battle. You gained 120 experience points. Ding! After a lot of battles, the scorpion warrior's level has been improved, and the current level is level 2. The remaining 7 or 8 guards in the convoy watched the desert robber collapse and fled, and he was greatly relieved. However, their tense nerves did not relax at all. Although these terrifying units that suddenly burst out did not attack them, their terrifying appearance and powerful combat power brought them more pressure than desert robbers. The businessman hero with a bulging shape like a short sausage mustered up the courage to stand up and face the scorpion warrior who surrounded the carriage. Respected powerhouse, we are members of the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce in Solon City. Thank you for your help to us. The One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce will definitely give you rich rewards. Silence. Deathly silence. The poisonous scorpion warrior looked at each other with those indifferent eyes, but did not speak. The atmosphere gradually fell into freezing point. The caravan guards, who had just lost their strength just now, became more and more uneasy in their hearts. I had to cheer up to prevent these terrifying beings from suddenly attacking. At this moment, a new face appeared in their eyes. More than a dozen mummies, surrounded by a handsome young human, slowly approached from a distance. The businessman hero with the short sausage figure immediately showed surprise in his eyes. After Li Cha approached, he quickly took 2 steps forward and respectfully held his chest and saluted. Respected Lord, the merchant of the Luan Taihua Chamber of Commerce in Solon City, Onik would like to extend my highest respect to you. Thank you for your life-saving grace. The one-way flower chamber of commerce will keep your friendship in mind. Li Cha nodded lightly. Lord of Dusk City, Richard, greetings to you, your excellency Onik. Where is Solon City? How far is it from here? Onik straightened his belly, which seemed to be 6 months pregnant, propped up by his robe, and said quickly. Dear Sir Richard, Solon City is on the edge of the desert and is one of the largest cities in the Death Desert. Immediately, as if thinking of something, he exclaimed. You don't even know about the city of Solon. Could it be that he was chosen by the gods, a lord of divine grace from another world? The of merchants is above. I didn't expect that I would meet the Lord of divine grace in the depths of the desert. Chosen by the gods, from another world. Isn't this the background setting of the players in Era of Radiance? The desert of death. I didn't expect that the desert he was in would turn out to be here. It is said that there are dozens of deserts large and small in Era of Radiance. And the biggest and most famous, there are only 3 introduced on the official website, Dead Desert, Lost Desert, and Endless Desert. The Death Desert is located in the center of the main plain of Era of Radiance. But there was only so much information he knew. Yes, Lord Onik, but why are you so surprised? Onik calmed down and said. Because you are the Lord chosen by the gods. Isn't that exciting enough? The corner of Li Cha's mouth twitched. If you knew that there were 20 billion so-called lords of divine grace, you might not be so excited. Don't get confused on this. Change the subject. How far is it from here to Solon City? Onik's face collapsed. He took out a map from his arms and looked at it carefully. Depressed after a moment. There's still a month to go. God is on top. We have deviated too far from the business way. Li Cha was a little curious. How did you come here and were attacked by desert bandits? At this time, Onik also recovered a bit of calm, and began to tell the story of his group. Although the Death Desert is extremely terrifying, because it is located in the center of the main plain, there are various forces around it. As long as you can cross the desert, reading www. When uukaungshu.com goes to the other side of the desert, you can exchange goods for 10 times or even 10 times the profit. If a businessman has 100% profit, he dares to risk hanging his head. If he has 300% profit, he dares to trample all the laws of the world. Under the temptation of high profits, the powerful one-way flower chamber of commerce in Solon City invested a lot of manpower and material resources to open up a trade route. But a week ago, a dust storm hit the caravan. During the natural disaster, they were separated from their companions. After leaving the sandstorm, I encountered a desert robber. At that time, they had 3 teams of guards. In the past few days of entanglement, the damage was heavy, and only 7 or 8 people were left. Li Cha nodded. You are lucky to survive the sandstorm. What are your plans next? Do you return to Solon City immediately or join your caravan? Onik shook his head. After the caravan was separated, I don't know how many people will survive. We plan to return directly to Solon City. After speaking, he looked at Li Cha with eager eyes. Dear Mr. Richard, can we go to your territory to rest and replenish the water before leaving? After speaking, worried that Li Cha would refuse, he said quickly. I'm willing to pay for it. In addition, you saved us. On behalf of the One-Way Flower Merchant Association, I would like to express my gratitude to you. If appropriate, we can open commercial transactions in the future. Ding, you rescued the convoy of the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce and won their gratitude and respect. Your current relationship with the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce is friendly. Ding, the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce has applied to inspect your territory, and you can establish new business contacts with the other party. Chapter 25 Special Building, Altar of Heroes. Li Cha fell into deep thought after hearing the system prompt. Although it is possible to use the trading market to trade with players at this stage, there is no doubt that the aborigines who dominate in Age of Radiance are the gold mines to be tapped. If the One-Way Flower Merchant Association can establish its trade relations, it will definitely be a good thing. Onik in front of him saw that Richard responded to his request for a long time, and his face became more and more indifferent. An unspeakable anxiety rose in my heart. Although the One-Way Flower Merchant Guild has a great reputation in the Desert of Death, the Lord of Divine Grace doesn't know it. If the evil thoughts are together, he waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to slaughter them. It is impossible for the Chamber of Commerce to know about this vast desert. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he felt when he saw Li Cha's expressionless gesture. He secretly glanced at the ferocious poisonous scorpion warriors around him, and the other party's eyes with no human emotion were staring at them coldly. It seems that in the next second, his head will be severed with the iron tongs that can easily shred horses. The unease was magnified to the extreme. In this strange atmosphere, he gritted his teeth. She took out an item from her arms and handed it to Li Cha. "Dear Sir Richard, we lost contact with the caravan and lost most of our products. Only this treasure that was looted from the sandstorm remained. In order to thank you for your life-saving grace, please accept it. I think your territory should also need it." The guards around the carriage showed some hesitation when they saw Onyx's actions. He wanted to say something, and finally looked at the scorpion warriors around and closed his mouth. They don't want to die here either. Li Cha was stunned for a moment, seeing the apprehension in the other party's eyes, and then glanced at the poisonous scorpion warrior who surrounded them. This is the real version of the alliance under the city. But he wouldn't be polite and reached out to take it. "Ding, you have received a gift from the merchant of the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce, the blueprint for the construction of the Altar of Heroes. Drawings. I finally saw the blueprint. Open the Properties panel. Hero Altar Construction Blueprint. Level, Special Building. Characteristics, the Hero Altar can be built, and the hero can be resurrected by consuming resources in the Hero Altar after death, and the number of resurrection is 5 people per month. Occupation, 4 spaces. Resources required for construction, 10,000 stone units, 10,000 units of gold coins, 10,000 units of wood, 500 units of crystals, 500 units of gems, 500 units of mercury, and 500 units of sulfur. Introduction, extremely rare architectural drawings, even giant dragons would be moved by them. Hiss. Li Cha's eyes suddenly opened. Altar of Heroes. Special building. Damn it. There is not much official information given by Era of Radiance, but the hero altar is mentioned deliberately, saying that it is a rather valuable item. Unexpectedly, he got this treasure from a member of a desolate caravan. This gave him a strong sense of surprise that he bought a laptop and a bottle of drinks for 2 yuan and 5. Is this reward a bit foul? Ha ha ha, it's so cool. Are the rewards for emergencies so erratic? This wave of blood earned. The only regret is that the Altar of Heroes requires a lot of rare resources. He doesn't even have a single unit of this thing now, and I'm afraid he won't be able to build it in a short time. But there is no hurry. The Altar of Heroes is obviously a late-stage construction, and it is just the beginning. He doesn't even have a hero yet. Ha ha ha, keep it as a baby. Suppressing his inner excitement, Richard patted Onyx's short sausage on the shoulder. Much appreciated. Your Excellency Onyx, I am very satisfied with your present. No need to think too much, Dusk City needs friends, and it also needs to do business with the outside world. Please go back to the territory with me and have a good rest. In the name of the Lord of the City of Dusk, I assure you that in my territory, even a giant dragon can't hurt you. Hearing Richard's words, Onyx's heart in his throat finally fell, and he let out a long breath. Thank you for your trust, we are honored. Finally saved his life. With such a big harvest, Li Cha is not in a hurry to explore other areas. Let the mummy and the scorpion warrior help push the cart. He returned to the territory with Onyx and several of his guards, and Richard agreed to help bury the corpse of their companion. Seeing Richard returning so quickly, Karoo, who got the news, was a little surprised. After seeing the conspicuous One-Way flower sign on the carriage parked in front of the Lord's mansion, he was a little surprised. Lord Li Cha, this is the logo of the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce. Are they the adults of the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce? Seeing someone who knew him and his group, Onyx was completely relieved. As long as someone knows about the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce, he is confident that the other party will definitely treat them well. Because helping the caravan of the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce will be extremely rewarding. That's the good name they've built over the decades. That's right, these friends will open business relations with us in the future, you must treat them well. In addition, we just defeated a group of desert robbers, and the other party's mounts, the desert horses, were all hunted down. You send someone to bring the horses back, and you can find them by following the traces of the carriage when we came back. Karoo's eyes lit up. Yes, my lord. After speaking, he immediately turned around excitedly and called for someone to go. He is more active than anyone else when it comes to the meal plan. Onyx looked at this humble territory with a subtle expression. This is the realm of divine grace. created by the gods using the rules. Otherwise, who would be bored to build such a territory deep in the desert of death? The territory is still in a safe period, and Richard is not worried about what Anik and his party will do. After talking and comforting him, he asked the residents around him to take care of each other, and he was ready to go out. It's still early today, it's a waste to stay in the territory. But when he was about to leave, Anik seemed to think of something and said quickly, "Lord Richard, when we were avoiding those robbers, we accidentally discovered a one-way portal. I don't know if you are interested. We didn't explore, and we didn't know what was on the other side of the portal." After speaking, he spread his hands with a wry smile. "Our current state has no chance to explore. One-way portal." Li Cha's eyes lit up. "Where is that one-way portal?" Anik took out the quaint map from his arms and spread it out on the table. Point to a point. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. It's about 2 hours away from your territory. Li Cha glanced sideways, only to see that the pictures on the map in front of him kept flowing, as if they were dynamic pictures. And the point that Anik pointed to was marked by a door. Magic map. Level, special. Characteristics, it can record the area that has been passed, and the master can know where he is at this time. Introduction, a magical item made by a powerful spellcaster. No wonder Anik knows his position so well. This is simply another version of the system map. Looking at Richard's interested eyes, Anik's face suddenly turned bitter. "Lord Richard, this magic item is a forbidden item from the one-way flower chamber of commerce, and it is not allowed to flow out." Li Cha waved his hand. "No need to think about it, the gods have given us a better map, I'm just curious about it." Only then did Anik feel relieved. Richard reached out and picked up the map. After the system prompted the sharing to be completed, he handed it back to Anik. "Your Excellency Anik, you will rest in my territory for a few days, and it will not be too late to leave after you recover. There are still many unknown areas around the territory that I need to explore." Anik said immediately. "You don't need to be polite, it's our honor to be able to come to your territory. If you need help, just ask." After a few polite words, Richard left the territory with the mummy and the scorpion warrior. He was a little curious about the one-way portal. Where does that portal lead to? Could it be another temple-like area? Chapter 26. What specialties can you have? Gods above, this honey. Lord Anik, the architectural drawings of the altar of heroes are so precious, why do you give them away? Shortly after Lida left, several guards of the convoy looked at Anik in confusion. Sitting on the wide chair, Anik, who felt narrow, glared at a few people. "Who rescued us just now?" Several people muttered softly. "Although Mr. Richard rescued us, we don't need to use such precious items as rewards, right? That's what we rescued from the sandstorm at a huge cost." Stupid. Anik's chubby face showed some disdain. "If the other party ordered an attack at that time, what do you think our ending would be? Remember the first rule of the one-way flower chamber of commerce, in the desert, life comes first. Don't think that the sky will fall if you lose a precious blueprint. Weak people, there is no choice. Even if the probability of attacking us was only 30%, we would never take risks." Speaking of this, Anik's tone fell inexplicably, and a few memories flashed in his eyes. 15 years ago, I once followed Mr. Oko to deliver a batch of goods. You may not know who Mr. Oko is, but you must know that the one-way flower merchant will buy out the 50-year-old weapon production of the dwarves. That's what Master Oko did. A shocked look suddenly appeared in the house. That time, we encountered something similar to today. The storm blew the caravan away. After we got out of trouble, we were surrounded by a group of desert robbers. Master Oko never surrendered, resisted desperately, and finally sacrificed himself under the butcher knives of those desert robbers. Anik was full of regrets. Originally, the one-way flower chamber of commerce was going to negotiate with a powerful empire to establish trade. Master Oko's death caused the negotiation to fail, and the competitor seized that spot. We suffered an indescribably heavy loss. Since then, the One-Way Flower Merchant Association has produced that iron law: in the desert, life comes first. If young Master Aok is still alive, the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce at this time will only be 10 times stronger. So you have to remember that in the desert, survival is the most important thing, so that you have the opportunity to continue to make more profits for the Chamber of Commerce. I will explain this matter to the President in person. If there is a penalty, I will bear it with all my strength. When several people heard this kind of fortunate secret, they fell into silence. After a long time, someone spoke. Lord Anik, what should we do next? Recuperate first and then return to Solon City. Remember, don't cause trouble in this territory, our lives are in the hands of others. After Anik and the others discussed for a long time, Karu, who had already arranged for someone to bring the prey back, walked into the house with a smile on his face. Two men followed behind with covered trays. The cook in the Lord's mansion is dedicated to serving Lord Richard, so these outsiders are not qualified to take a second look. Your Excellency Anik, I am the administrative officer of Dusk City, Karu. When the Lord left, he specifically asked me to bring the most precious specialties of Dusk City to taste for the distinguished guests. Specialty. In this broken place, what specialties can there be? Although the guards had faint smiles on their faces, they all slandered silently in their hearts. Anik got up politely and laughed. Thank you for your hospitality, it's an honor. But he didn't even look at what the two men were holding. As a merchant of the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce, a heroic unit, he has seen so many great things that he does not know, and what else is worth seeing more. Karu seemed to see the inattentiveness of several people, and didn't care. He reached out and motioned the two behind him to take off the tightly fitted wooden lid on the tray. The moment the lid was taken off, an indescribable strange fragrance surged up in the house. Gudong. Anik and the others swallowed their saliva in unison. The voice was so loud that everyone could clearly hear it. All of a sudden, their faces turned red. They looked at each other, embarrassed. They didn't care about it a second ago, but they didn't expect it to be so embarrassing in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, I didn't say what I said in my heart just now, or else I would have died on the spot at this time. At this moment, Anik couldn't care anymore. He stepped forward abruptly, and looked at the crystal clear and slightly golden objects in the grey toot pottery bowl. Suddenly, the humble earthenware bowl became extraordinary. Is this honey? Looking at Anik's stunned expression, Karu showed a proud smile. That's right, Your Excellency Anik, this is a special product of Dusk City, and the Lord brought it back with a superb delicacy. The taste of desert honey will never be forgotten by those who have tasted it. The ultimate in the world. Can I taste it? Anik swallowed sharply. Of course, this was originally used by the Lord to entertain you all. However, because it is too precious, there are not many, please forgive me. Thank you, Mr. Richard. Anik impatiently picked up a clay bowl that was only filled with honey from the tray. Put it on the tip of the nose and sniff. That special scent made him feel like he was about to float up. www.novel.com was relaxed and happy. This is definitely a rare gem. A bit of intoxication flashed in his eyes. I couldn't wait in my heart, but I didn't want to give it up too fast. I took it to my mouth and concentrated all my energy. Like a pilgrimage, he tasted desert honey in small bites. When the honey entered his mouth, Aniko only felt an unspeakable deliciousness burst open. Everyone was in a trance. How could there be such a delicious thing in this world? Is this a gift from the gods? After he finished drinking the honey, he looked at the residue at the bottom of the bowl and licked it without hesitation. When he came back to his senses, he remembered what he had done in front of outsiders, and his face suddenly turned red. In vain, he prides himself on being well informed, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even hold a few bits of honey. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a warm current in his stomach. Then the whole person was as comfortable as soaking in warm water. He was in high spirits, and his physical strength recovered in the blink of an eye. He even healed a lot of injuries on his body. He became more and more excited. Even if this honey is delicious, it even has the ability to restore physical strength and injuries. The gods are on top. What is this unparalleled item in the world? In excitement, he turned his head and glanced at his companions, and found that several people were holding the bowl and licking wildly. The corners of Anik's mouth twitched. Is there any hope? Looking at Karu, there is absolutely no sense of disapproval just now. The tone was a bit hot. Your Excellency Karu, how much more honey is there? How much can be produced every month? In the name of the Luanwei Flower Chamber of Commerce, I beg to open a trade route with the City of Dusk. Chapter 27. Is there a dragon's nest nearby? At this time, Richard didn't know that desert honey had conquered Anik. Looking at the system map, he took the bandage mummy and the scorpion warrior to the one-way portal that Anik mentioned. These special buildings generally hide something of great value. Just like that temple with strong guards. Once occupied, there will be huge benefits. On the way, he passed the area where the desert robbers had just been hunted. Dozens of residents were busy carrying the desert horses back. The corpses of the robbers were piled up into a hill. Richard was very interested in this scene. The harvest this time is not only the construction drawings of the hero altar. Dozens of desert horses are also an enviable wealth. Although desert horses are not large in size, they have more bones and less meat. But the quantity is here, and it can be exchanged for precious strategic treasures. Not much to say, change a few pieces of spring water, or a few jujube forests, wouldn't it feel good? The more Li Cha thought about it, the more he felt that this time the harvest was rich. The Scorpion Warrior's level was raised to level 2 because of the battle, and by the way, he got 70 or 80 horses as food. And established a relationship with the Luanwei Flower Chamber of Commerce, and obtained a very precious architectural blueprint of the hero altar from the other party. In the end, he also got information about a one-way portal from the other party's mouth. He suddenly felt that Anik was a lucky star. Go back and treat this guy well. You can have more contacts in the future. I like to make friends the most. Maybe you can ask Anik, where can I find dragon eggs? The goal this time was a one-way portal, but Richard did not give up his exploration of the surroundings. Still spread out the arms of the two squads, and searched in a carpet manner. The one-way portal was about 2 hours away from Dusk City, but it took him twice as long. After fighting hard all the way, I gained a lot. The most intuitive manifestation is that the levels of the Bandage Mummy and the Scorpion Warrior have been raised to level 3. And Richard's experience has reached 900 points at this time, and he is only 100 points away from leveling up again. Among them, the biggest contribution belongs to a group of desert half-rat people who hollowed out a sand dune. There are 4 squadrons, and the mummies and poisonous scorpion warriors have all gone crazy. The long yellow sand always gives people a desolate and tragic feeling. But it will feel a bit boring after watching too much. It should be not far away. Li Cha looked at the gradually approaching signs on the system map, and was refreshed. After crossing another dune, the land in front of him gradually became dry and hard. There was a lot of rubble. He raised his guard and pulled the army a little. While on the alert, he stepped through the kilometer-long gravel area, and then the terrain suddenly sunk. Li Cha took a closer look, and a river that had been dry for many years appeared in his sight. The pebbles in the center of the riverbed have been weathered and cracked. The yellow sand seems to have become the flowing water of this dry river. After taking a few more glances at this rather magnificent scene, Li Cha walked towards the dry riverbed. How did this guy Anik come down here? The stones all over the place made it a little difficult to move forward, and it was not much better to have a mummy lying in the pit in front. After staggering for about 10 minutes, Li Cha stopped abruptly. In a depression in a cliff, an arch-like building was erected. The arch is 5 meters high, and the middle is not a door, but a translucent shield that emits light like water waves. The quaint atmosphere came on coming. One-way portal. A bit of excitement rose in my heart. This appearance is not easy. After letting the mummy and the scorpion warrior check the surroundings and make sure that there is no danger, Li Cha stepped closer. Standing in front of the 5-meter-high building, there is an inexplicable sense of insignificance. The rippling semi-transparent ripples, I don't know where it can lead. Open the Properties panel. One-way portal. Level, Special. Characteristics, one-way teleportation, to the area, the burned village. You need to complete the task to return, the difficulty is 1 star. Introduction, maybe you will be teleported to the treasury of the giant dragon, where you may be able to go to have dinner with the devil. Before using the portal, pray to the goddess of luck. Copy. Li Cha's eyes lit up. In the background setting of the official website of Era of Radiance, the origin of the copy is the last battle of the gods, when the gods broke the long river of time, resulting in countless time fragments scattered on various planes. And these fragments contain many worlds, from which entrants can obtain various resources. The need to complete the task is because each time fragment has its own rules. Only by correcting the rules can these time fragments be returned to the long river of time. This setting is actually quite good. Now that the setting has become a reality, it can be said that there are not too many bugs. The copy is a good thing, because some time fragments are from the ancient era, and there are opportunities to appear in the copy of things that are not available outside. But the problem is that the copy in front of me only has a very simple introduction, and there is no other valuable information. This made him hesitate. The difficulty is only 1 star, which doesn't look high. But what is the judging standard for this 1 star? Is it only ordinary troops, or is there only one giant dragon? Just as he was thinking, the black gold system lights up and improves. Discovery instance, Burning Village, instance level, 1 star. Average armor strength, rare. With or without hero units, yes. Faction, demons, necrons, churches, humans. Note, the level of the copy cannot be increased. Li Cha was stunned for a moment, then he laughed happily. Good guy, the black gold system is still very powerful. Fortunately, there was no recklessness. The average strength of the arms is rare, there are hero units, and even 4 factions. If this is reckless, it will really be a waste. Although it is much weaker than the temple's troops, it is pure death to explore at present. To be on the safe side, go back first to build up strength, and then come back after a wave of troops, at least 1 squadron of rare troops. After making a note on the system map, Richard didn't stay much longer, turned around and returned to the territory. It was already afternoon, and there were still 2 hours to go back. The night in the desert is more than 1 level more dangerous than the day. Li Cha had just walked back for a few minutes and had not left the riverbed when suddenly, an indescribable terrifying pressure swept down from the sky. He seemed to be standing under the crumbling mountains. The world seems to be overturning. Roar. A roar like a dull thunder slammed down from the sky, and the dry riverbed seemed to be shaking. That coercion soared exponentially. The next second, a huge shadow was cast on the riverbed by the sun. Cover the earth. Li Cha subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky. I saw a terrifying life covered with scales so strong that a siege crossbow might not be able to pierce it, waving its ferocious wings and flying. The opponent's body was extremely expanded, with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. The sturdy limbs have sharp claws that flicker, perhaps it can easily destroy a city wall. The extremely terrifying existence was passing over the riverbed. His pupils shrank sharply, and a word that stopped breathing appeared in his mind. Dragon. Is there a dragon's nest near here? Chapter 28 Desert Crown, Happy New Year's Day. The giant dragon in the sky flashed by, flapping its wings and swept across the river valley in the blink of an eye. After Richard was shocked, he immediately opened the property panel. Desert Dragon. Level, 15. Potential. Skill. Racial talent. Bond Dragon. Introduction, the top predator in the desert, no one can compete with its dragon breath head-on. Good guy. Level up to level 15. And other attributes can't even be seen. Level 15 may be very low in other games, but there is an introduction on the official website of Era of Radiance, the level 30. Every 5 levels is a watershed. The higher the level, the more difficult it will be to level up exponentially. Level 15 is already rampant enough. The mighty 8th level temple guard couldn't lift his head in front of the dragon. When Li Cha was absent-minded, the ferocious and domineering dragon had disappeared from sight. After a long time, he let out a long breath. His eyes were full of heat. In the future, we must catch a giant dragon to ride. The giant dragon's ferocious and domineering appearance directly hit his heart. Riding this kind of sassy life to the apex, just appearing on the stage will pull the wind to the extreme. After coming out of the river valley, the stimulated Richard quickened his pace. Returned to the territory before sunset. The moment he returned to the territory, he immediately relaxed. That solid feeling reassured him. Looking back, what happened today was enough. First, he saved the convoy of the one-way flower chamber of commerce, and then obtained the extremely precious architectural drawings of the hero altar and a lot of food. Along the way, he discovered a copy map, and finally encountered a dragon with a level of 15. After a busy day, he just wanted to take a hot bath right now. Karoo, who was waiting for Richard to see him at dusk, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Li Cha looked at Karoo's expression, which clearly had something to say, and asked, are those members of the Luanmihua Chamber of Commerce? Karoo nodded, his tone excited. They were completely fascinated by honey and told me to discuss trade with you as soon as you came back. Li Cha smiled slightly. Who can resist the taste of desert honey? Is the kitchen ready? Let them come to see me when you're full. They are already waiting for you. Then let them continue to wait. Richard ignored the rest. After returning to the mansion, he was served by 2 turbulent cooks and finished his dinner. By the way, I took a hot bath. After washing away the fatigue of the day, people called Anik, who had been waiting for a long time. In the hall with rough architectural style, oil lamps made of animal fat on 12 stone pillars are emitting dim light. The bright moonlight shines into the hall through the glassless wooden windows, adding an extra light. "Good night, dear Sir Richard." Short Sausage Anik came alone with his big round belly, and immediately put his right hand on his chest and saluted after entering the house. "No need to be polite, Your Excellency Anik, please take a seat." After thanking him, Anik took his seat and said impatiently, "Lord Richard, thank you for treating me with such precious honey today. The One-Way Flower Merchant Association lacks such delicious products. I wonder if we have the honor to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you." Li Cha smiled. "Lord Anik, the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce is a large chamber of commerce that can cross the desert of death. Have you never seen my desert crown honey? Forgive my ignorance, I have never seen it before." "Sir, is this delicious honey called desert crown?" Li Cha nodded as a matter of course. "I got the desert crown bee in a secret room, and I also saw the murals that have been circulating for countless years in the secret room. Before endless years, the desert of death was united by a mighty emperor who conquered the desert. Even the entire main plain is circulating his legend. And this great ruler's most beloved treasure is this honey. He likened it to his own crown, and only the most noble can wear the crown. That's why it was named the Desert Crown." Before the little story that Richard made up casually was finished, Anik's mind was already swaying. Only the most noble can wear the crown. For a moment, a sacred feeling rose up in my heart. It seemed that he had also become a noble person who could rival the king. "Lord Richard, can I admire that mural? I don't know how elegant the great emperor who once ruled the desert of death was." Li Cha's face was not even red. "You're late. The sandstorm a while ago erased all traces. You should know where the desert is." After speaking, he continued without waiting for Anik to respond. "Your Excellency Anik, the yield of desert crowns is very small and extremely precious. I wonder what price the One-Way Flower Merchant would be willing to buy." Hearing this, O'Neill snorted in his heart, not because of the price, but because of the very small output. "Lord Richard, can you tell me the specific output?" Li Cha said with a bit of regret. "Currently only 5 units can be produced per week." After he finished speaking, he added another sentence. "However, in the next period of time, there is still room for improvement in production. What is rare is precious, and what is named is precious. The quality of desert honey is so high that it is natural to take the high-end route. The quantity is small and the origin is extraordinary, so will the price still be low. As for whether the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce believes the story he made up, it doesn't matter. If the other party is smart, they will make the story more perfect, and the less quantity, the better control over the price." "Huh." O'Neill breathed a sigh of relief. "So far so good. If only 5 units are produced a year, it is indeed too little. It can produce 5 units a week, and 20 units a month. Although it is still pitiful, such delicious food is acceptable." Stood up and said proudly, "Lord Richard, the One-Way Flower Merchant will have everything you need. Even if it's the dragon's lair, we can get it for you, as long as you can pay the equivalent desert crown." Li Cha believes that www.novel.com the strength of the Chamber of Commerce that can spend the entire desert of death need not be questioned. "Your Excellency Anik, how do you think desert crown should be priced?" This. Anik couldn't help but hesitate. There is no need to say much about the deliciousness of the desert crown, but after all, he has never bought it outside, and he can't say the exact price. I thought about it. "Lord Richard, you see, can we take some desert crowns away and let the market check the price after we go back?" Richard smiled slightly and waved to Karu, who had never spoken. Karu immediately turned and left, then returned with a tray. On the tray are 2 glass bottles that are somewhat worn. Through the glass bottle, you can see half a jar of crystal clear honey inside. Richard picked up a bottle from the tray and put it on the table. "This bottle is used to get you back the price of the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce." After speaking, he picked up another bottle and put it in front of Anik. "Your Excellency Anik, you presented the construction drawings of the hero altar as a testimony of our friendship. As a return gift, I will give back to your Excellency the treasure of the City of Dusk, the Desert Crown. I hope our friendship will last forever." Anik was overjoyed. The heartache for the gift of the hero altar disappeared completely at this moment. "Thank you for your generosity. Li Cha smiled slightly and continued. Your Excellency Anik, if possible, I hope you will bring more blueprints for the construction of the territory when you come next time. It's best to have some resource-based treasures, such as the Jujube Forest. Chapter 29 Andre Sorin. After some chat, Anik readily agreed to Richard's conditions under the temptation of the Desert Crown. For the one-way flower chamber of commerce, these requirements can be achieved at the touch of a finger. The Aborigines have developed countless epics in Era of Radiance, and the resources in their hands are many times stronger than the players at this stage. After Anik went down to rest, Richard looked at Karoo. Have those desert horses been brought back? It has been shipped back, a total of 92 horses, but there are too many to deal with. Li Cha nodded. No need to deal with it, I have other use for these. After thinking about it, he directly opened the chat channel. Click on the private chat of your Italian gun. Return the food to you in advance. He also owed 1,600 units of food to the other party when he purchased the Jujube Forest and Spring Water Fragments. He never liked debts. Now that you have the resources in your hands, there is no need to upset yourself for this. After sending the message, he went to the well and looked at the desert horses piled up on the ground. He selected 6 larger ones, traded them directly in the form of fulfilling the contract, and returned them to the other party. The moment the transaction was successful, the contract signed by the two disappeared without a trace. Your Italian cannon suddenly saw the system prompting you to receive 6 desert horses with a bewildered face. Send a message immediately after recovering. Damn it, big brother Qingqiu. Haven't seen you for a day and made a fortune again. Damn it. Seriously, I really admire you. I haven't found a source of food yet. You always have thousands of units of food. Can you bring your little brother? As long as you are willing, you will be my father in the future. Li Cha had a black line on his face. You can contact me if you have good treasures in the future. After he finished speaking, he ignored this superb product and directly opened the trading market. Start posting bounties. Offer a reward of 1-star resource treasure, spring water or spring water fragments, reward amount, 3 desert horses, reward amount, 4. A reward of 1-star resource treasure, Sand Jujube Forest, 10 mu, reward amount, 15 desert horses, the number of rewards is 2. Offer a reward for a special nest, Desert Bee, the reward amount, 20 desert horses, the number of rewards is 1. After this information was released, there were only 24 desert horses left on the ground. After thinking about it for a while, another message was released in the reward column of the trading market. Bounty, resource treasures or other treasures that can be used in the desert, the price of the reward, 20 desert horses, this reward can only be traded with the consent of both parties. As a result, there were only 4 desert horses left that had just piled up into a mountain. Dozens of residents who had just finished their dinner and were happily preparing to deal with desert horses looked at the empty ground and couldn't help being stunned. If it wasn't for Richard here, they would have shouted that there was a thief. Good night, Lord. Greetings to you, Lord. Those desert horses. Li Cha waved his hand. I have something else to use. You can handle these horses. It's hard work. Several residents responded with a bit of panic in their voices. It's not hard. It's our honor to serve you. Richard nodded and went straight back to the Lord's mansion. At this time, the Lord Forum was detonated again because of his bounty information. Damn it. Did you see it? That Qingqiu boss is selling food again. This is outrageous. I just calculated that the other party sold more than 80 desert horses at one time. I just want to ask, are you Bai Ma Wen? This is the nest of which wild horse herd has been dug out. Why is it so exaggerated? Fuck, today my territory is out of food. How can Qingqiu get so much food? Just take out tens of thousands of units of meat. Isn't the desert lacking in resources? My territory is in the desert. Let me tell you clearly, Qingqiu must be next to an oasis rich in products. If the territory is in the ordinary desert, it is like a 10th level start. That's right, the desert is not a place where people stay at all. It lacks water and food, and everything is lacking. It takes less than 2 hours to fight monsters in the desert, and the whole person will collapse. And those wild arms are stronger than the other. Yesterday I managed to kill more than a dozen desert giant rats, and I also encountered a group of desert robbers with hundreds of people on the road. If they hadn't run fast, they would have lost their lives. I don't want to play anymore, I want to go home. Fuck, why do I have no resources and treasures, so greedy for those 20 desert horses? There are a lot of good players, but like Li Cha, who traded thousands of units of meat yesterday and sold more than 20,000 units of food directly from more than 80 desert horses today, he is the only one. Caused the envy of countless people. How many lords have the ability to turn over hundreds of desert robbers in just 3 days of development? After a tired day, Li Cha slept comfortably. Early the next morning, he was woken up by the sound outside. Yu reading www.uukamshu.com. After getting up, after taking a shower, he went out and saw a group of homeless people in rags crowding the surrounding open space. Gray-haired Karu was talking to these people. After Li Cha came out, the commotion just now disappeared as if the pause button was pressed. The dozens of troops behind him were too oppressive. Especially the poisonous scorpion warrior, the 2-meter body, the tail thorns bent behind him like a steel whip, and the 2 terrifying giant pincers, looked chilling. Although the mummy does not have such a strong physique, the snow-white bandages and dry palms are equally terrifying. Life always has a special fear of undead. Under the frightened eyes of the refugees, Li Cha glanced around. What's the matter? Karu immediately stepped forward to salute. Good day, Lord. After the ceremony, he straightened up and pointed at the crowd with fear in their eyes and uneasiness on their faces. This is the refugee we found outside the Jujube forest this morning. They are with the One-Way Flower Merchant Association. Li Cha nodded. Sharp eyes glanced around. You, who are the people in charge here, come out and talk to me. When the crowd heard the words, they turned their heads subconsciously and looked behind them. Tata. The boots stomped on the ground making a crisp sound. A slender girl separated from the crowd and stepped in front of the crowd. What made people wonder was that the thin girl was carrying a copper hammer that was taller than a human being. The other party's delicate eyes looked directly at Li Cha, and he slightly bowed his chest. My esteemed lord, Andre Thorin, greetings to you. Chapter 30 A Class Hero. The girl who spoke was about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a pair of high black leather boots with some marks left by her journey in the sand. The close-fitting brown trousers make the legs look slender, and with high leather boots, it has a unique temperament. With a high ponytail tied at the back of her head, and her face as white as jade, it is hard to believe that there is such a fair skin in the desert. Because of her thin body, she was a little thin, but it also made those eyes extraordinarily attractive. And the long-handled copper hammer that is taller than a person on her back makes the girl instantly change from a slender and lovely girl next door to a heroic figure. Andel Thorin. Li Cha nodded slowly. Where did you come from? Andel looked directly at him, her tone was sad and heavy. The army of the Rhino Empire has leveled our homeland, and we are forced to help. We can only ask for help from the One-Way Flower Chamber of Commerce, planning to cross the Desert of Death and go to the Templar Empire to settle down. But the dust storm a week ago ruined it all. We and the One-Way Florist were lost in the storm, and we lost most of our companions. Before he finished speaking, Onik and his companions walked out of the Lord's mansion. They were arranged by Richard in the guest room last night. Of course, everyone is being watched by mummies and scorpion warriors. Onik was stunned when he saw the girl, and then he was full of surprises. Miss Andel. Are you all right? The of merchants is above, this is really great news. Your Excellency Onik. The girl was also a little surprised. But the joy quickly subsided again, and the depression in his eyes could not be concealed. Seeing this, Onik hesitated. Your father. Andel was silent. Onik sighed, but he was no longer happy. Li Cha has a number in his mind. Presumably the leader of these refugees was the girl's father. After the storm, she was the only one left. Curiously, she opened Andel's attribute panel, but after a glance, she felt her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Andrea Soren. Hero Unit. Level 4. Potential, Grade A. Occupation, Blacksmith, Advanced. Skill, Breath Forging Method, Level A. When strategically equipped for a short period of time, it can give it additional skills and have a chance to forge higher-level weapons. Weapon Enhancement, A level, can strengthen strategic equipment and make it gain additional characteristics. Thorin's Blood, a rank, 200% physique, 200% strength. Heroic features, the research speed of the technology of the territory and the attack type is increased by 30%, and the success rate is increased by 30%. Racial characteristics: use extraordinary talent for forging weapons, and the success rate is increased by 30%. Bound bronze hammer: when forging with a long-handled copper hammer, the forging skill level is increased by 1 level. Introduction: bang 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 la, your artifact is ready, do you want to try its power? Hero unit: Senior Blacksmith. And he is a hero with potential to reach a rank. Li Cha's pupils shrank sharply. This attribute, this potential, this is going to go against the sky. A heroic unit like Anik, who turned into a businessman, is simply incomprehensible compared to Andre. She took a few deep breaths to suppress the excitement in her heart. Looked directly at each other. He spoke slowly. Miss Andre, I think your father should be stronger than you. Although the sandstorm is terrifying, since you are all right, there is no reason for him to have an accident. Don't be too sad, maybe he is looking for you just like you at the moment. The words immediately made the girl's eyes light up. Is what you said true? Li Cha nodded without hesitation. Certainly. After speaking, she looked at Karu next to her. Let someone go and clean up the guest room of the Lord's mansion. After speaking, he looked at Andal again. You can stay here for a few days, first to recuperate, and secondly to find your father. The tone intensified a bit. If you need it, I can send someone to assist you, Miss Andal. Believe me, the inhabitants of my territory are more familiar with the desert than you are. Your companions don't have to be in a hurry to cross the vast desert. We welcome you. This hero must not be let go. However, the other party only came at this time, and he also experienced the disappearance of his father. If you want to take it, you must give it first. This is the basic philosophy of life. But he didn't expect Andal to be more urgent than him. Like a drowning man grabbing the last straw, he hurriedly said, Lord. As long as you can find my father, I am willing to give everything. I can be your subordinate and work for you. As long as you can find your father. His eyes turned red, and his voice was a bit choked, which made people feel inexplicably distressed. The system prompt rang quietly. Ding Andal Thorin has released a hero recruitment mission to you, find the father who was blown away by the sandstorm. The task is completed, and the other party will join your territory. Li Cha was slightly startled, and then he felt that his whole body was at ease. The task is good, he likes to do it when he has nothing to do. But looking at Andal's sad eyes immediately suppressed the joy in her heart. He took a deep breath and looked directly into the other's eyes with deep eyes. I will do my best. At this moment, the words came from the bottom of my heart. He has experienced the pain of his relatives leaving. Sensing the change in Li Cha's tone, Andal's eyes immediately became much closer. Only Anik had some regrets, but he knew how good the girl's forging skills were. Originally, it was planned to introduce the Luanhui Chamber of Commerce. But now he can't say anything. After all, he just received a bottle of Richard's precious desert crown. Miss Andal, how many companions did you bring? There are 150 people in total. The others, like my father, are lost in the desert. Richard nodded and looked at Karu. Go and prepare breakfast for them. Yes, sir. After comforting Andal for a long time, he personally led her into the Lord's mansion. Then he asked Karu and Anik to accompany each other, and he made an excuse to come out. UU reading www.uukayongshu.com. He looked at the 10 residential houses to the west of the Lord's mansion. Before the number of residents was small, it was enough to live in. But at this time, there were more than 100 people, so obviously they couldn't live there anymore. If he wants to build a new house, he needs corresponding blueprints, but he only has the blueprints for the construction of the hero altar. At present, the only way to accommodate more residents is to upgrade the level of the building. Residential occupies 1 space. Level, beginner, upgrade requires 500 units of stone and 500 units of wood. Maximum number of people, 10 people. Characteristics, none. Introduction, ordinary residential houses, suitable for civilians to live in. For 10 dwellings, a total of 5,000 units of stone and 5,000 units of wood are required to upgrade. Glancing at the property panel with few children left, I couldn't help feeling emotional. No matter how much you earn, it is not enough to spend. These residents have to settle down. It's not easy to get hundreds of refugees in the desert. Now that the territory is still small, these residents are a burden, but once the territory is expanded and labor is needed in all aspects, the residents will become the creators of wealth. No matter what you say, you can't let go of the meat that comes to your mouth. After thinking about it for a while, I took out 200 units of food from the warehouse, found a few high-priced food items and sold them. With the original resources, it was just enough for 10,000 units. Then he walked to the front of 10 residential buildings, ready to start the first upgrade of the buildings in Dusk City. There was an inexplicable little expectation in my heart. Ding, does it consume 5,000 units of wood and 5,000 units of stone to upgrade residential buildings? Chapter 31, Upgrading Your Home. Select the moment to confirm the upgrade. The system prompt sounded again. Ding, please clear the residential house. Li Cha waved and called the residents around him and asked them to call out all those who were still in the house. After a while, the 20 or so people left the house, all looking at Li Cha in confusion, not understanding why they were all left. But he didn't dare to ask any more questions, and he obediently stood by and waited for orders. In just a few days, Richard has established authority in the territory. After confirming that it is correct, select Upgrade again. This time there was no accident, the resources on the property panel were instantly cleared. Then, under everyone's attention, a yellow sand-like light rose from the ground and enveloped the residences like a sandstorm. The sight of the crowd became hazy, and they could only faintly see the changes happening inside. The original 2-story building rumbled up from the ground, and a third floor appeared. 10 houses were raised at the same time, making the earth tremble. This huge movement immediately aroused the amazement of the crowd. The gods are above. This is a power that only a lord can possess. In legend, the gods have given each lord unparalleled abilities, and building houses quickly is one of them. No matter how many times I see it, this scene is still shocking. Amidst the exclamations one after another, those refugees were also attracted. Each with a complicated expression. They don't have a home anymore. The light of the yellow sand lasted for 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. Ding, the residential house has been upgraded successfully. With the upgrade of the system, a brand new residence appeared in front of Li Cha. 10 residential buildings have been expanded from 2 floors to 3 floors, and the area has reached 70% of the space of 10 by 10 meters. From the outside, the rough exterior wall has become much more delicate, and there is a prototype of a somewhat refined building, but the roughness of the desert is still conspicuous. Residential occupies 1 space. Level, intermediate, upgrade requires 5,000 stone units and 5,000 wood units. Note, the current level has been raised to the upper limit, and the territory can be upgraded again after the territory is upgraded to a small town. Maximum number of people, 30 people. Characteristics, none. Introduction, ordinary residential houses, suitable for civilians to live in. After seeing the attributes, Li Cha was a little surprised. The number of people in each residence has been increased from 10 to 30 people. It has tripled, directly solving the housing problem of newly arrived refugees. However, upgrading from an advanced level to an advanced level requires more resources. The next time you upgrade 10 residential buildings, you will need 100,000 units of resources. The landlord's family also has no surplus food. At this moment, he finally felt the bitterness of other lord players. Even after hunting so much food to exchange resources, he still finds it difficult, let alone those lords who can only rely on resource points to accumulate resources. Turning around and looking at the refugees who cast envious and complicated eyes on the residents of Dusk City, after thinking about it, he stepped forward. Li Cha, who was in focus, immediately attracted the attention of the crowd, but those refugees who caught his gaze immediately bowed their heads in fear. Facing the ruler of this land, they felt tremendous pressure. The other party's words can determine their life and death. That is the powerlessness of fate to be controlled by others. Li Cha didn't speak, just stared at them so indifferently. Hundreds of refugees began to feel uncomfortable, then gradually became uneasy, and even finally gave birth to infinite fear. Could it be that this lord wants to expel them directly? As for the worse, they didn't dare to think about it. New residents, I am the Lord of Dusk City, Richard. Li Cha's sudden speech made the already nervous crowd raise their hearts to their throats. He immediately raised his ears and listened intently to his next sentence. I understand your panic, confusion, and helplessness about the future. No one can remain indifferent after losing their homes, relatives, and friends. After all, that was our sustenance and hope for everything. We have all experienced the pain of broken hope. The eyes of the crowd looking towards Li Cha got a little closer. Li Cha kept talking. But we are about to sink, give up, and lose hope because of this. The tone suddenly became high. Do not. No way. These hardships are the thorny road that each of us must walk. No matter how great the pain is, we have to look forward. This must be what our loved ones, our families wished for. If you were in danger, wouldn't you want your lover and family to sink in forever? In this special context, Richard's firm tone is full of inspiring power and provocative power. Those who don't kill us will eventually make us stronger. As long as you step on the thorns, you will be the light that pierces the darkness. As long as you have hope in your heart, you will always look up at the bright starry sky. Looking at the tall figure, the crowd was silent at this moment. My inner emotions began to tumbling, and turbulent waves. The impassioned words injected a powerful energy into them, and the depressed and dazed emotions were quickly fading at this moment. The indigenous people who have not been baptized by the information explosion have almost zero resistance to these inspirational words. Even though modern people have experienced countless information baptisms, some words can still make people feel excited. Because we are not old yet. The blood was still hot. Andal, who was carrying a long-handled copper hammer, did not know when she stepped out of the Lord's mansion. He stared blankly at the young man's back with a complicated expression. Murmured in a low voice. As long as you have hope in your heart, you will always look up at the bright starry sky. Those who don't kill us will eventually make us stronger. Dim eyes, at this moment gradually lighted up. Richard's words after a short pause sounded again. My friends, this is the City of Dusk, a city built in the desert. Although the construction of the territory has just begun, it is full of vitality, hope, and future. No matter what your previous status was, no matter what job you had done before, no matter your age, Dusk City will accept you. If you don't want to spend another few months risking sandstorms across the dead and dry desert, then you're welcome to join Dusk City. At the same time, I promise you that I will do my best to help you find your lost partner in the sandstorm. Of course, if I don't want to, I will never force it. I will provide you with food and water so that you can continue to cross this desert of death. Speaking of this, Richard paused and glanced at the crowd. My people, welcome you here. After speaking, he bowed slightly to everyone. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and entered the Lord's mansion. When passing by Andal's side, she didn't look at her. After the figure of Li Cha disappeared, the surrounding residents felt that the flames in their chests seemed to be ignited at this moment. The Lord actually bowed to us. The gods are above me, am I dazzled? I feel like I'm committing a crime by not doing something for this territory. Yeah, why don't we stay in the City of Dusk? Why do we have to cross the desert that we don't know how many threats it contains? I don't want to encounter the of death again. But isn't this a desert? There will definitely be sandstorms in the future. What do you know? Have you seen the power that Lord just showed? Those sturdy houses are enough to resist the threat of storms. And the territory will inevitably expand in the future. With Lord's strength, we can definitely bless us. Mom, Lord is so handsome. When I grow up, I must marry such a handsome hero. Ha ha ha, okay. Mom, I want to. Go away, you're a man, wake up. What should we do? Stay here or go to the Templar Empire? Go and discuss with Miss Andal. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding people, the old residents got a little upset and started to interject. A young man is friendly to a few people around him. www.novel.com. You people are really in the midst of happiness and do not know happiness. It is an honor for you to be a member of the City of Twilight. A middle-aged man was not convinced. What did you say? The young man sneered. Hee, what do you think is the most important thing in a territory? The middle-aged man hesitated. This, prosperity and power. The young man dismissed it. Does a prosperous and powerful territory have anything to do with us? It is the lords and the nobles who prosper. We are just slaves to their oppression. Have you ever been oppressed by those lords? Another person interrupted. Then what are you talking about? The young man's face showed a bit of pride. The most important thing in a territory is the lord. The middle-aged man was thoughtful, but he still asked, why do you say that? The young man said in a high-pitched voice, Master Karu said that a lord is the soul of a territory, and how a territory is cruel, crazy, or bellicose depends entirely on the lord. And a benevolent lord with outstanding ability, open-mindedness, and full of potential, even if he is weak now, isn't he 10,000 times stronger than those lords who control the prosperous territory but treat the commoners like pigs and dogs? When the others heard the words, they immediately fell into contemplation. It makes sense for you to say so. But how can there be such a lord? The middle-aged man stopped talking halfway through, and a few people subconsciously turned their heads to look at the place where Li Cha disappeared. Those who don't kill us will eventually make us stronger. The words rang in my ears again. The fire in his chest grew stronger. Their blood is not cold either. Chapter 32 Flame Dragon Rabbit. Miss and Del, after our discussion, we decided to stay in Dusk City. After lunch, everyone was assigned to a place to live. This group of refugees who had been wandering in the desert for an unknown amount of time had finally made up their minds. A warm meal provided by Dusk City, a residence that belongs to them, made them break the defense. They don't want to lose their relatives and friends, and they don't want to step into the endless desert of death. The long yellow sand scares them more than hell. No one can guarantee that they will be able to cross the desert of death. And even if it crosses over, so what? After all, there is a foreign land, no one will welcome them, and no one will care about them. Andal looked at the gray-bearded old man in front of her, and after a moment of silence, she let out a sigh of relief. Grandpa Duke, you don't need to think too much. Father's purpose of taking everyone across the desert of death is to find a land where we can live in peace. The City of Dusk may not be the ideal state, but that lord is a respectable lord. Everyone settles down here. Although the environment is harsh, it may be a little harder, but it's a good place to go. The gray-bearded old man said slowly after holding back for a long time. Miss Andre, maybe you don't know, I've asked others. The residents here have been eating meat all the time these days, and they haven't eaten other food for several days. Everyone told me that eating meat makes you fat. It's actually not a bad day. After thinking for a while, the old man continued. As for the environment, on the other side of the city at dusk, there is a spring, and next to the spring, there is a full 10 acres of jujube forest. I've seen it, and the leaves are really crisp. Other residents said that it was a gift from God, and it's amazing that it can ripen once a month. And there is extremely precious desert crown honey in it. It is said that in ancient times, the honey produced by the desert crown bees was once the exclusive tribute of the emperor who ruled the desert of death. The lord of the one-way flower chamber of commerce has already begged for the establishment of a trade channel with the lord. Maybe it won't be long before a large amount of supplies will flow in. Other residents also said that the lord has privately mentioned that there will definitely be more God-given things in the future, and various crops will be planted around the territory, so that the city of Dusk will become an oasis in the desert. Andal stared blankly at the elated old man. At this moment, she didn't feel as if she wanted to go to the Templar Empire so much. It's actually good to stay in the desert. After those refugees were resettled, Richard immediately asked Karu to find 30 young and strong residents and asked them to prepare dry food and water for 5 days. Immediately go to the desert to search for the refugees who disappeared because of the sandstorm, especially Andel's father. At the same time, 30 people were also recruited from the new residents, and they were mixed and set off. For this reason, he also took out half a can of desert crown honey mixed with water for these residents to drink, so that their physical strength returned to its peak state. There are exactly 6 teams of 60 people, and each team is responsible for searching in one direction. In order to complete the hero recruitment task, Richard gritted his teeth and sent 2 mummies as guards for each team, 12 in total. This time, these search teams will spend the night in the desert, and the probability of encountering danger is not small. However, only those who have equanimity are compassionate and do not command the army. Seeing Richard's decisive action, Andal's eyes were watery, and her affection for him was overwhelming. To keep his word, this is the bottom line of Li Cha's life. Not only Andel's father, since he had promised others to help them find their own family, he would also try his best to do it. After all this was arranged, it was already noon. Richard came to say goodbye to Andel. Miss Andel, the food in the territory has been in a hurry due to the arrival of the new residents. Currently, it can only last for 10 days at most. I'll go out hunting soon. Please stay in the territory. If you encounter any trouble, please help take care of 1 or 2. The valiant Andel looked at the handsome young man in front of her and nodded firmly. Don't worry. I will advance and retreat with the City of Dusk. Said hesitantly. Lord Richard, why can't I participate in this search and rescue? I'm not afraid of danger. Before he could finish speaking, Li Cha waved his hand to interrupt. Your safety is one aspect, mainly for residents' consideration. You are still shouldering the fate of hundreds of other people, and you can't act at will. I've already sent 60 people to explore. Could it be that you alone can search more than 60 people? Seeing what the other party wanted to say, Li Cha turned a stern face. Obey orders. Andal was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit wronged, but she didn't know what to say, so she nodded her head gloomily. After fooling the girl, Richard didn't talk too much. Taking advantage of the time, he left the territory with 14 scorpion warriors and 2 mummies. This time, he changed his direction, heading towards the east of Dusk City Search. Speaking of which, he hasn't set foot in this area yet. The desert is so huge that it is impossible to find out which direction it is in 3 or 2 days. According to the old rules, the 2 mummies were kept by their side for safety, and the 14 scorpion warriors were scattered out. After a few days, he was already familiar with this set. After leaving Dusk City, he encountered the first field army base in less than 10 minutes. This group of field troops is humanoid in size, covered with long gray hair, and has a pair of sharp giant claws. Looks rather vicious. But what interests him is that this group of field troops is confronting a group of rabbits. Originally, he thought it was these wild troops hunting rabbits, but after looking at them for a while, he found that it seemed that those rabbits were driving out the wild troops. This is interesting. Open the Properties panel. Claw Halfling. Level 2. Potential, Normal 3 stars. The attributes of halflings are very ordinary. Li Cha lost interest after one glance, but those rabbits made him interested. Fire Dragon Rabbit. Level 4. Potential, Special. Skill, Flame Burning, C rank. When angry, the whole body will ignite flames. Extreme Speed, E-Class, can burst extremely fast in an instant. Racial Talent, when basking in the sun, it can quickly restore the magic power in the body. Bound Sun, under the sun, the fur can store a lot of energy, increasing the maximum mana by 50%. Introduction, the unique natural life in the desert, their fur is quite popular, so the number is very rare. In Era of Radiance, in addition to the troops recruited from the troop lair, UU reading www.uukangshu.com also has plenty of naturally born life. These natural beings cannot be recruited from the troop lair, and they reproduce naturally like the Aborigines. The elves living in the forest have always been committed to protecting the life born of nature. There was a bit of playfulness in Li Cha's eyes. Natural life. Rabbit with magic. Really interesting. The introduction on the system also made him think. Their fur is precious. It reminded him of those fur-made luxury goods on Blue Star. When I thought about it, I wondered if this kind of rabbit could be raised. He raised rabbits when he was a child. This thing grows very fast as long as it eats grass and vegetable leaves. The most important thing is, it tastes good. It's okay to raise bees in the desert, but it's not too much to raise rabbits. The interest in my heart soared. 2.5 teams, the scorpion warrior should be able to eat it. Attack from the flanks. Leave a few alive. Tutu is so cute, he decided to let the other party get better protection. Those sharp claw busts were simply ignored. A unit that can be killed with a charge really makes him uninterested. The 2-meter-tall scorpion warriors attacked a group of half-human-tall, fluffy white long-haired rabbits that looked like a large plush toy. But when these rabbits are on fire, no one will think so. The flame dragon rabbit instantly transformed from the appearance of being harmless to humans and animals into giant fireballs. The accompanying high temperature can easily scorch people. Chapter 33 Harvest, 1 litter of fat rabbits. When the scorpion warrior dashed forward with his giant pincers and curved scorpion tail, Flame Dragon Rabbit burst into flames and became a huge fireball. Not only did they not retreat, but instead launched a countercharge. The speed is like lightning across the sky. Wherever he passed, a charred trace was left on the ground. Those sharp-clawed halflings were interspersed in the middle, and they were almost not scared to pee, and walked into the distance without looking back. Neither side paid any attention to those guys, and both aimed at the real enemy. After a few breaths, the two collided. The iron pincers wielded by the scorpion warriors will shatter even the boulders. But the flame dragon rabbit was extremely agile, and swerved to escape. The flames on his body exploded instantly like gasoline was poured. Boom. An orange flame enveloped the scorpion warrior. Even though the scorpion warrior did not feel pain, he felt a strong discomfort. The soul is warning him. The scorpion-tailed arrow bent like a bow pierced out, trying to kill the enemy. But the flame dragon rabbit was too agile, and with a kick on his hind legs, he evaded the moment he launched the attack. Moreover, it uses its extremely flexible characteristics to move around, relying on the flames ignited by the body to cause damage, and does not touch the scorpion warrior at all. The extremely powerful scorpion warriors in melee combat continued to attack, but they failed to achieve results. However, the scorpion warrior is worthy of being an undead life, and the flesh is so numb that the scalp is numb. No matter how the flame dragon rabbit burned with flames, he still stood upright. The characteristic of the battle between crispy skin and meat is that meat can make countless mistakes, and once crispy skin makes one mistake, it is death. Puff. When the scorpion warrior stopped spinning again, the scorpion tail stabbed out at a speed unseen by the naked eye. Although the flame dragon rabbit detected the danger in time and avoided the frontal attack, he was inevitably scratched by the scorpion tail. And that was enough. After a few seconds, the flame dragon rabbit who had just escaped suddenly stiffened, and after twitching several times, he fell directly into the yellow sand. The scorpion's tail contains his great weapon, highly poisonous. After a period of stalemate, the scorpion warrior finally made progress. The flaming dragon rabbit was killed by iron pincers or stabbed to death by scorpion tails, and the number was rapidly declining. However, during the battle, the poisonous scorpion warrior couldn't bear the damage of the flame dragon and rabbit, so he activated the desertification skill. Sandification is immune to 99% physical damage, but cannot counteract magic damage. But this skill has a very powerful feature: it can absorb yellow sand and quickly recover from injuries. This means that a meat has a super blood returning ability. The damage caused by the flame dragon rabbit was quickly smoothed out. When the last 7 or 8 flaming dragons and rabbits were injured and fell to the ground, the system boost sound came as promised. Dinyu commanded the troops to defeat a group of flaming dragons and rabbits, won a mini-battle, gained 50 experience points, and captured 8 flaming dragons and rabbits. Li Cha, who was watching the battle not far away, was in a good mood. The desertification skills have shown extremely powerful practicality in these days of battles. Magical skills. Let the scorpion warrior control the flame dragon and rabbit to prevent these little cuties from suddenly attacking. With some curiosity, he came to the yellowish grass where the flaming dragon rabbit and the sharp claw halfling faced off. Looking around, there were 7 or 8 rabbit dens with only small holes exposed not far away. Li Cha's eyes lit up, he didn't rush to do it, and asked the mummy to dig it all out. After a while, 30 rabbit cubs that had just grown hair appeared in front of them. No wonder the flame dragon and rabbit fought so fiercely, it turned out to be to protect the cub. He turned his head to look at an idle scorpion warrior next to him. You go back to the territory immediately, inform Karu of the situation here, and ask him to send someone to bring these flaming dragons and rabbits back. Yes, master. The scorpion warrior immediately turned around and returned to the territory. With some curiosity, Li Cha picked up a cub of a flame dragon rabbit from the ground. I found that these little guys are warm, just like holding a hot water bottle in winter. No wonder the systematic introduction said that the fur of the flaming dragon rabbit is very popular. These cubs that have not grown up feel so comfortable to the touch. Isn't it possible for adults to go to heaven? Put the cub that had just opened its eyes back on the grass, stepped onto the sand, and reached out to touch a flaming dragon rabbit that had been killed. The long white hair is particularly conspicuous. After the palm was covered, an indescribable wonderful touch came. Not only is it extra silky, but it also has a bit of special heat, just like the black stockings of a girlfriend in winter. He took a few shed rabbit hairs in his hand. After a long time, the heat was still there, and the feeling just now was obviously not the body temperature of the flame dragon rabbit. Li Cha thought about it, picked it up and put it in the sun. After a while in the sun, the heat became more obvious. Not only can it keep warm, and the rabbit fur is separated from the body, it can still store the energy of the sun. No wonder the number is rare. It is a miracle that this rare thing is not hunted to extinction. After researching for a long time, Li Cha was very interested. He has a feeling that if this thing can really be raised. Not necessarily worse than desert crown honey. Bees are a bit difficult to breed on a large scale, but rabbits definitely can. Not only can they have several litters a year, but each brood can have a dozen or so cubs, and it won't take long for the size to expand exponentially. As the soul of a flower gardener, I was born with a very high interest in planting and breeding these things. But after all, it is a magical life, and it may be difficult to raise it. But no matter what, try it first. If it works, you can do it. If it doesn't work, put a pot and boil water. Boil the red steamed sauce and boil it for frying. It didn't take long before Karu personally brought a group of people. Short Sausage, Onik and Andre with a huge copper hammer also followed in the crowd. Lord, I didn't expect you to meet the flame dragon and rabbit. I bet that the goddess of luck must have blessed you. Onik straightened his robe's bulging belly, the fat on his face trembled, and exclaimed at this time. Flaming dragon rabbit is a special product of the Death Desert. In the entire main plain, only this desert has it. Their fur has a very strong thermal effect. As long as they are in the sun for a few hours during the day, they are warm for a few days. In the cold and frost country, the clothes made of the fur of the flame dragon and rabbit are a masterpiece that only the royal family can enjoy. www.novel.com. Not only that, if you make a robe and wear it on your body, it can speed up the recovery of magic power. Among mages, the flame dragon rabbit is also extremely popular. Because of this, the flame dragon rabbit has been hunted too much as a natural reproduction life, and it is very difficult to see it. Li Cha was a little surprised. He didn't expect these guys to be more valuable than he thought. Immediately asked the question he was most interested in. How should these flame dragon rabbits be raised? When several people heard this, their expressions became a little weird. Andel's crisp voice sounded. It is extremely difficult to raise the flame dragon rabbit. There have been countless people who have tried to raise it, but the final result has ended in failure. Because they will all die inexplicably in the end, and no one knows what's going on. Karu nodded again and again. Yes, my lord, Miss Andel is right, the flame dragon rabbit cannot be farmed. Li Cha couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. My dear, my breeding program has ended before it even started. Just waved. Then forget it. Tonight I can only cook it first, stir fry and steam it every day, deep fry it and stew it the day after tomorrow. After smacking the taste, my mood improved again. In this way, it doesn't seem like it's a bad thing to not be able to raise them. But as soon as the voice fell, a weak voice sounded from behind the crowd. Lord, I know how to raise flame dragons and rabbits. Li Cha abruptly turned his head to look at the person who made the sound. Eyes narrowed. Is it that your kid intends to destroy my good deeds? Chapter 34 Medium Gold Mine, Strong Guard. Behind the crowd, more than a dozen desert goblins looked at the eyes of the crowd, and immediately froze. Subconsciously took a step back. Only one of the thinnest desert goblins did not step back, although his face was terrified. Master, I know how to raise flame dragon rabbits like this. The desert goblin who opened his mouth once again mustered up his courage, but his confidence was particularly insufficient. Richard didn't rush to ask the other party, turned his head to look at Onik and smiled. Apart from you, do any other goblins know about it? The desert goblin immediately became excited and glanced at his companion proudly. No one knows, this is what my grandfather told me. Very well, don't tell anyone about this. After speaking to Caradeo, Karu, you take the flame dragon rabbit back first, and assign this goblin a separate house. Without my order, no one can talk to him. Yes, my lord. Although Onik was extremely curious at this time, he put out the thought when he heard this. If it can really be farmed, this thing is a special product after Dusk City. If he asks about it, he will offend people. And how true is what a goblin said? Even if it were true, he didn't want to trade with them in the end. He was also a profiteer. Judging from the generosity of Richard, who can give him a bottle of desert crown honey, he can really breed successfully in the future. Maybe he can also mix in a robe made of flame dragon rabbit. It's too much of a face to wear out this winter. For a while, Onik hoped that this was true. Andel's expression at this time was a little more subtle. She remembered what the old man who came with her said to her in the morning. Under the leadership of this young man, Dusk City seems to have unlimited potential. While the goblins were thinking about it in the crowd, they had quickly tied the flame dragon rabbit controlled by the poisonous scorpion warrior. Originally, Richard was worried that the flame dragon and rabbit would violently injure people. But when I saw that the goblin who just opened his mouth took out water and poured it on the flame dragon rabbit skillfully, making the other party become a chicken, and the flames on his body could no longer burn. The heart is determined. This skinny desert goblin does have something. After Karu and the others sent the flame dragon rabbit back, Richard didn't rush back and continued to explore. As for the Onyx and the others, I just came to see something new. He has no interest in going hunting with Richard at all. He is a businessman and doesn't want to die. After leaving the flaming dragon rabbit's territory, Li Cha's speed increased a bit. The harvest of the flaming dragon rabbit made him very interested. This kind of thing that you can pick up treasures when you go out can greatly improve morale. Ding Yu commanded the troops to defeat a group of swift gerbils, won a mini-battle, and gained 30 experience points. Ding Yu commanded the troops to defeat a group of fang-toothed rattlesnakes and won a mini-battle. Ding. In the east, there seemed to be many gathering points of the field troops, and the poisonous scorpion warriors had a blast. In less than an hour, Li Cha's level was also raised to level 3. Level 3, 32/5000. But what made him soar is that the experience gained from level 3 to level 4 has soared to 5000. The information on the official website of Era of Radiance is that the qualitative change begins when the level is upgraded to level 5. Because when you reach level 5, you can learn skills by transferring careers. How powerful the skills are can be seen from the performance of the desertification in battle. A single skill can exaggerately improve the combat effectiveness of a unit. 2 hours later, another battle was over, and Richard put more than 10 gerbils weighing dozens of pounds into the system space. After this series of scans, the system space of 10 cubic meters has been filled to the brim. In the end, I couldn't hold it anymore, so I directly put it on the trading market for sale. After half a day, the resources he emptied in the morning reached 10,000 units. The straight line distance from Dusk City is about an hour, and the vast and boundless desert really boils people. Li Cha glanced at the system map with some emotion. At present, the farthest he has explored is the one-way portal, which is 2 hours away. It's not that he doesn't want to explore too far, but the desert is different from other terrains. If the distance is too far, it is not cost-effective to have resource points to occupy, because the logistic support alone can make people collapse. In the plains, ordinary people can walk for 10 hours without rest, but in the desert, it is enough to walk for 2 or 3 hours in a row. This is because he has the talent of a desert lord. Others suffer even more. Glancing at the time, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the setting sun the size of the mill was slowly sinking into the yellow sand. But just as he was about to return, the poisonous scorpion warrior who was exploring the path ahead sent a warning signal. Li Cha recalled the other scorpion warriors he knew well and went to investigate. After passing through a clump of low bushes, a large rocky mine appeared in front of him. The huge boulders in the mine are more than 10 meters high, and hundreds of them are piled up. On the vast yellow sand, it looks quite eye-catching. Quarry. Li Cha subconsciously opened the system panel. Gold mine. Level, medium. Reserves, 100,000 units. Maximum output, 14,000 units per week. Capacity, minimum 10 people, 50 people fully loaded. Introduction, a medium-sized resource point, which can be mined for gold coins after occupation. A medium-sized gold mine. His eyes lit up. Moreover, the output of this gold mine is quite large, 14,000 units per week, and on average 2,000 units per day. This is more than the other 3 resource points combined. Immediately, interest was raised in my heart. Although the income obtained from hunting in the early stage is much higher than that of occupying the ore veins, as time goes on, even if there is still a shortage of food, the price cannot be so high. At that time, it will definitely be beaten down. Resource points are still an important source of resources. That's why he took advantage of the high price of food and used desert horses to offer bounties for resources and treasures. This thing is the real valuable thing. UU reading www.uukamshu.com. The gold mine with a daily output of 2,000 units in front of him made him very excited. If this can occupy 10 seats and 8 seats, you can earn tens of thousands of units of resources every day lying down. And this is a stable income, as long as the resources are not exhausted. But just when Richard was about to ask a scorpion warrior to investigate the information, a mutation suddenly occurred. In the gold mine, a huge figure 4 or 5 meters tall walked out of the boulder. The life was covered with a faint golden light, and the whole body seemed to be poured from brass. The two sturdy arms are more frightening than a battering ram. Even if they hit the ground with a punch, they will shake the earth. Even if they are hundreds of meters apart, they can feel the oppression brought about by their body shape. Li Cha subconsciously opened the property panel, and after taking a look, his eyes widened sharply. Half-metal giant. Level 5, intermediate arms, defense increased by 15%. Potential, rare 3 stars. Skill, golden body, D-level, body as strong as gold, defense increased by 60%, immune to poison, immune to curse. Heavy as a mountain, D-level, every time you swing your fist, you will hit 200% of your body weight. Heavy bone armor, class E, metal melts into the skin to form a hard bone armor, increasing defense by 30%. Racial talent, the strength can be slowly improved in the gold mine. Bound metal giants, if the number of semi-metal giants is greater than 10, the defense power is increased by 20%. When the number of people is more than 20, the defense power is increased by 40%. When the number of people is more than 30, the defense power is increased by 60%, activated. Introduction, little brat, I will stand and chop for you for 3 minutes, if I can break the defense, I will lose. Chapter 35. This is the solar charging panel can be refined, right? The potential of the semi-metal giant has reached a rare 3 stars. Li Cha's eyelids jumped. The biggest difference between the potential of the troops is the skills. The higher the potential of the troops, the more skills and the higher the skill level. F-level skills can only increase strength by 15%, and after upgrading to E-level skills, it can increase strength by 30%. If several skills are added together, the gap can be imagined. Therefore, the greater the potential gap, the greater the combat power gap. The skills of these rare 3-star semi-metal giants have already reached the D level, which is 1 level higher than the Scorpion Warriors. And the level is as high as level 5, which activates the characteristics of the intermediate arms. The defense power is increased by 15%. Every 5th level in Era of Radiance is a hurdle, and you can get an additional boost after you cross it. The Scorpion Warrior is still a primary unit at this time, and there is no attribute bonus. The potential is 1 level lower than the opponent. The half-metal giant's talent is all about defense. This is simply dying. A super enhanced version of the NAK troll. Moreover, the other party is also immune to poison and curses, and the killer weapons of mummies and Scorpion Warriors are directly destroyed. When a tiger bites a turtle, there is nowhere to go. Li Cha took a deep look at the big men glowing with golden light, then turned and left. This resource point can only come after the strength is improved. At the same time, he began to make plans in his heart. If you have rare units in your hand, you won't be so passive. A copy in the one-way portal, this medium-sized gold mine, and a more powerful temple. These coveted points require strong strength to possess. It's time to raise the strength in your hands a little further. After marking the gold mine on the system map, Richard returned to the territory from another direction while thinking. However, when I went back, my luck was not so good, and I only encountered 2 monster gathering places. When I returned to the territory, the sky was already dark. Karoo, as always, was waiting for his return. Seeing the old face full of wrinkles, Li Cha felt warm in his heart. But he didn't say much, just patted the other person's shoulder. Karoo felt Richard's trusting gaze and immediately smiled. It's not bad to be able to work for a lord who is considerate of his subordinates. Back at the lord's mansion, the food that had already been prepared was brought up, all of which were delicious, made from flame dragons and rabbits. Those who were stung and poisoned by Scorpion Warriors are no longer edible, but those killed by iron pincers can still be put on the dining table. Several cooking methods were specially ordered by Richard, such as braised, deep-fried, stir-fried, and clear soup. The fragrance can be smelled by residents passing by outside the lord's mansion. Richard did not enjoy it alone, and summoned Endel and Onik, plus a few leaders of the residents. Invite them to taste an authentic desert food. An extremely rare flaming dragon and rabbit feast delighted the guests and hosts. Their relationship has become much closer. After Richard and the others left, he asked Karoo to bring the desert goblins he ordered to protect. He is very interested in raising flaming dragon rabbits. He reached out and touched the blankets that some tailors made for him after they cleaned the fur of the flame dragon rabbit. My heart is very comfortable. Of course, he was the first user of this rare good thing. The desert is hot during the day, but the temperature is very cool at night, especially in the second half of the night. You need to cover something. The blanket sewed by Flame Dragon Rabbit is white and fluffy, feels indescribably comfortable, and exudes a special warmth. What's even better is that when it is covered on the body, it can automatically adjust the temperature according to the outside world. It's more powerful than the air conditioner. Only after using it did I realize that the Flame Dragon Rabbit is so valuable for a reason. And the more so, the higher his interest. Soon, some uneasy green-skinned life stepped into the hall. After seeing Richard sitting on the main seat, he saluted in fear. "Great master, good night." His voice trembled, as if he was frozen in a cold shower in winter. Li Cha nodded. "No gift." After the desert goblin straightened up, he dared not look directly at Richard, and lowered his head, as if he wanted to tuck his neck into his clothes. "Perhaps there is no more standard coward template than this. You said you would raise flaming dragon rabbits. Have you raised them before?" The desert goblin shrank his head, raised his head and glanced at Li Cha, then lowered his head quickly, as if he was a thief. "Master, my grandfather once raised more than a dozen flaming dragon rabbits, and I also learned how to raise them." The cowardly and proud tone made Li Cha unable to laugh or cry. "Tell me and listen." "Yes." The desert goblin responded, and then excitedly talked about the process of how his grandfather taught him to breed flame dragon rabbits. The world's entertainment level is too backward, and it's quite interesting to listen to a goblin bragging about Richard without a mobile phone. After talking for about 10 minutes, the desert goblins came to the point. "So if you want to breed flaming dragon rabbit, you need to set aside a large area in the desert, and place dragon leaf grass in the center. Flaming dragon rabbit especially likes this plant, and they will build their nests here. But be sure to surround yourself with wisteria and thorns. Flaming dragon rabbit hates this kind of plant very much, because this kind of plant will give off a special smell, so that they won't run away." Speaking of which, the green-skinned life lowered his voice a bit and said triumphantly, Lord, let me tell you a secret that no one else knows. Flaming dragon rabbits change their fur once a month, so they don't need to be killed at all. And the flame dragon rabbits don't need to eat at all, they only need to bask in the sun every day. But once the flame dragon rabbit doesn't get enough sun, it will want to eat. Once they eat other things, it won't be long before they die. Southwest, the place where the flame dragon and rabbit live, there can't be anything other than dragon leaf grass and wisteria thorns. These things that my grandfather didn't know about, were all observed by me. My grandfather even rewarded me with a rabbit leg to eat. It was really delicious. Li Cha was greatly surprised when he heard this. And this strange life? You only need to bask in the sun every day, you don't need to eat, you will die if you eat. Is this how the solar charging panel can be refined? No wonder the flame dragon rabbit cannot be farmed. After the others got the flame dragon rabbit, they must take care of them carefully. They can't wait to feed them 8 times a day. After knowing the secret, Li Cha was in a good mood. Sure enough, there is no garbage in this world, only misplaced resources. If it wasn't for him thinking about more labor without money, he brought these desert goblins back. I'm afraid that the money-filled business of raising flame dragon rabbits has nothing to do with Dusk City. Very well, now you can tell me your name. The desert goblin was stunned for a moment, then at a loss. Master, I have no name. Li Cha raised his brows. You have made a great contribution, you can't have a name, I will give you a name today. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. From today, you will be called. After pondering for a while, he suddenly saw his blue teeth. Blue tooth. The desert goblin was stunned. Blue teeth, blue teeth. After muttering a dozen times in his mouth, he finally came back to his senses. He suddenly knelt down to the ground facing Li Cha, kowtowing loudly. When he stood up, bloodshots appeared on his forehead. But the expression on his face was still excited. I have a name. I have a name. Qingya, ha ha ha. The Lord has given me a name. Li Cha nodded slightly. Qingya, in the name of the Lord of Dusk City, I have appointed you as the head of the Fire Dragon Rabbit breeding base, and assigned all the goblins to your management. But remember, how to raise the Flame Dragon Rabbit must not be known to a third person. At the same time, I will send 2 bandaged mummies as your subordinates to assist you in raising the Flame Dragon Rabbit. During this period, if you need any supplies, you can apply for it with Karu. If you have trouble, you can come to me directly. Although this goblin can't get rid of the goblin's timid and fearful nature, but he can observe so much, which is considered a talent. Qingya, who was entrusted with the important task, was so excited that he wanted to kneel on the ground and wipe the soles of Richard's shoes. After saluting again and again, he jumped up and down to share the joy with his partner. After the matter was settled, Li Cha was also in a good mood. After thinking about it, he directly opened the forum. Search the troop lair. Today, he was stimulated by the rare-level semi-metal giant in the gold mine. He wanted to buy a new soldier's nest and explode a wave of soldiers. Chapter 36 Magic Arms, New Pyramid. Ding, your reward item has been traded. You lost 12 desert horses and gained spring water fragments *4. As soon as he opened the forum, Li Cha saw the news of a bounty that had not been heard in the morning. At this time, there was already a deal. But this time I wasn't as lucky as last time, and all I got were spring water fragments. But Rao was so, and he was very satisfied. Because of this, he has 6 spring water fragments in his hand, which can be directly synthesized into 2 spring water. It was already very difficult for the 100 people to use that well with poor water output. Now there are 150 more people, it's just dying. The water that I drink every day is almost too much for the well to supply. Now with these 2 springs, this fatal problem can finally be solved. But just when he took out the spring water fragments to prepare for synthesis, the black gold system showed a prompt. Spring water fragments, consume 3 pieces to synthesize a 1-star treasure, spring water. Consume 10 fragments to synthesize a 2-star treasure, medium-sized spring water. Consume 30 shards to synthesize a 3-star treasure, large fountain. Li Cha was stunned for a moment when he saw the information that suddenly appeared, and then he was a little surprised. Treasures can also be synthesized. This prompt made him suspend the idea of direct synthesis. Although the amount of water from the 1-star spring is not small, if the City of Dusk continues to expand, it may not be long before it will fall into a situation of insufficient water. Since that's the case, it's better to do it in one step and upgrade to medium-sized spring water directly. At least it can support several thousand people, right? It won't take long for this issue to be reconsidered. He glanced at the bounty information that had not yet been traded. 20 desert horses offer a reward of 1-star treasure, Sand Jujube Forest. 20 desert horses are offered as a reward for special units, desert bees. 20 desert horses are offered as a reward for purchasing resource treasures, unlimited types. Note, the transaction requires the consent of the party offering the reward. After thinking about it for a while, I took down the information about the reward of desert honey that was still hanging on it, and continued to use 20 desert horses as a reward for spring water fragments. Desert bees have never even heard of Onik, a businessman from the Luan Taihua Chamber of Commerce, and the number of them is pitifully small. It's not too late to offer a reward when there is enough food, and do the most important thing first. At the same time, he took out part of the prey he got from hunting today, in exchange for 20,000 units of resources. In addition to the prey sold during hunting, Richard now has a full 30,000 units of resources in his hands. However, it seems that it is not enough to cultivate a rare-level troop lair. But don't be in a hurry, wait until you find a suitable unit's nest. Immediately, he began to search for troop nests in the trading market with great interest. With bandaged mummies and scorpion warriors, the front row is enough. What is lacking now is a long-range attack. The thought of the half-metal giant gave him a headache. That kind of rare arms that turn into dogs is really difficult to deal with, and it is impossible to play without long-range arms. Desert Camp Troops. Rampage Hydralisk, normal 3-star, sells for 900 units of wood. Desert Lizardman, normal 2 stars, 700 units of iron ore. After watching it for a while, Li Cha suddenly came back to his senses. The troop lair can only be upgraded once a week. Those who want to get the rare level directly can only purchase the elite level upgrade. Change the search criteria. Desert Camp, the nest of elite troops. Quantity, 198. 198. Less than 200. Li Cha was a little surprised. It seems that at this stage, the nest of elite troops is still exclusive to top players. Not bothered, he immediately flipped through it. Desert Rat Elite 1-star, 8,000 units of wood. Desert Wanderer Elite 2 stars, 10,000 units of gold. Desert Wolf Elite 3 stars, iron ore for 1.5 players. Of these 100 or so, Li Cha watched all of them in a short time. But after reading it, I can't help but be a little disappointed. None of these are suitable, they are basically melee units, and their skills are also very weak. There is no cultivation value. After thinking about it, he switched to a different faction to search for the undead. Elite Troops Nest, 320. Although there are many more, they are also limited. Obviously, elite level units are rare for Lord players of any faction. Skeleton Warrior, Elite 1 star, 6,000 coins. Evil Spirit, Elite 2 star, 8,000 units of iron ore. After looking at it for a long time, there is nothing suitable. They are all very ordinary troops with no future. Except for the undead, most of the troops of other camps are not suitable for surviving in the desert. For example, if there are too many troops of human beings, drinking water every day can cause huge pressure on the logistics. Or elves. Some units can only be born on the grass, and only eat fruits every day. In this vast desert, where does he go to get fruit? After looking around, Li Cha firmly believed that there must be no logistical drag on recruiting troops. Undoubtedly, the undead life is most suitable for the desert. It is durable and does not require logistics, and it is also very suitable for his desertification skills. Think about it, in addition, the dwarf alchemy mechanical arms of the fortress family may also be able to, but that thing needs oil to maintain. Li Cha was slightly disappointed after seeing the elite units. The units of Dusk City must be suitable for the desert. This is his home ground. Reopened common level units. Elites do not have suitable ones, so they can only be cultivated from ordinary ones. Anyway, there is only a 7-day cooldown. Once the 7 days are up, he can immediately increase his level. Search, Mummy. Mummy Guard Normal 2 stars, 600 coins. Mummy Dual Swordsman Normal 3 star, 800 units of wood. After a long time, Li Cha's eyes suddenly lit up. After looking through thousands of troop nests, he finally found one that satisfied him. Pyramid of the Damned, normal 3 stars, sells for 3,000 units of iron ore. This troop lair can recruit a troop, the Cursed Pharaoh, which is an extremely rare magical troop. This made Li Cha very excited. Although the price was several times higher than that of the same level, he still bought it without hesitation. At the same time spent 2,000 units of resources to purchase 2 bandaged mummy recruitment nests. Having dispatched 12 bandaged mummies to protect 6 search and rescue teams, he is now extremely understaffed. A troop lair that cursed the pharaoh could not satisfy his appetite. And the bandage mummy is indeed in line with his thinking of using soldiers. www.novel.com. Of course, it is also strong enough. After preparing the 3 troop nests to be cultivated, Richard spent 15,000 units of resources to purchase 30 common level troop nests. When everything was ready, he walked out of the Lord's Hall and placed the 3 troop buildings next to the 2 troop nests in the front yard. Select Build directly. Ding. Does it cost 400 gold coins, 400 units of iron ore, and 400 units of stone to build the cursed pyramid? Ding. Does it cost 400 gold coins, 400 units of wood, and 400 units of stone to build the mummy pyramid? Ding. After resource consumption, the 3 mini-pyramids immediately began to grow, climbing to a height of 3 meters in a dozen or so breaths. The overall structure of several connected pyramids is almost the same. But there is a big difference in appearance. The Great Pyramid that can recruit bandaged mummies is a piece of yellow sand after weathering, very rough. The Cursed Pyramid that recruited the Cursed Pharaoh was engraved with distorted colorful patterns, which seemed to have a special religious flavor and were quite mysterious. The prompt of the black gold system arrived as promised. Does it consume 10 troop nests to raise the level of the Cursed Pyramid to Elite 3 stars? Whether it consumes. Li Cha's thoughts moved, and the 30 troop nests turned into a dazzling streamer and merged into the troop nests. The 3-meter-high unit building immediately rose to 4 meters. The appearance is also more and more simple and mysterious. With full anticipation, Richard opened the attribute panel of the new troop lair, preparing to recruit an elite troop, the Cursed Pharaoh. Chapter 37 New Class, Cursed Mummy. Cursed Pyramid. Level, Elite 3 stars. Available troops, Cursed Pharaoh, Elite 3 star. Number of recruits, 10. Weekly production, 5. Recruitment conditions, 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of stone. Introduction, an uncommon desert troop lair. After watching it, Li Cha felt a little pity that the output of Cursed Pharaoh was only 5 per week, and there was only 1 team in stock. Without hesitation, he directly recruited all the Cursed Pharaohs. after consuming 1,200 units of resources. The mysterious and twisted colorful religious patterns on the exterior of the Pyramid of the Damned began to glow like sand. It was as if those patterns had come to life, which made people wonder. After a while, those colorful patterns began to map in front of the pyramid, where countless energies condensed. In the continuous flashing of the pattern, the cursed pharaoh appeared. This new unit wears a brightly colored crown, with 2 colored ties floating behind his ears. Holding a dry short wooden staff, only bones and no flesh on his face. The fire of the soul burned in the head, and the empty eye sockets revealed a faint blue light. Its appearance is infiltrating and revealing an indescribable mystery. Curse the Pharaoh. Level 1. Potential, Elite 3 stars. Magic, 100, plus 50. Skill, Cursed Body, E-level, immune to poison and plague. If you touch its body, you will be cursed, and the attribute will decrease by 5% per minute, up to 40%. Curse of the Pharaoh, E-level, after casting a curse on the enemy will fall into a weak state, all attributes will be reduced by 20%, the cooling time will be 5 minutes, and 20 mana will be consumed. Words of Curse, E-level, forcibly throws the enemy's spirit into a state of chaos, stagnating in action. The duration depends on the enemy's strength, the cooldown is 3 minutes, and consumes 20 mana. Racial Talent, when fighting in the desert, the speed of mana recovery is increased by 50%. Bound Mummy, when the number of mummies is greater than 10, the maximum magic power of the cursed pharaoh is increased by 15%. When the number of mummies is greater than 30, the maximum magic power is increased by 30%. When the number of mummies is greater than 50, the maximum mana is increased by 50%, the mana recovery speed is increased by 30%, and the curse effect caused by it is increased by 30%, activated. Introduction, the Curse of the Pharaoh, this is a nightmare. After Li Cha looked at the attributes of the cursed pharaoh several times, he nodded with satisfaction. Compared with the bandaged mummy, the attributes of the cursed pharaoh obviously have a different focus. The opponent can actively release the curse, while the bandaged mummy can only be triggered passively after the enemy attacks. And the pharaoh also has a control skill that he values very much, the Word of Curse. Can make the enemy fall into a state of chaos and stagnate their actions. The cursed pharaoh is a perfect match, while the bandaged mummy and the scorpion warrior are the perfect match. My lord, thank you for calling, we will defend your glory with our souls. 10 cursed pharaohs wearing colorful crowns knelt down on one knee in front of Lita, their voices full of ethereal and solemnity. The faint blue soul fire was particularly eye-catching under the night. Li Cha nodded. Get up, you will follow me and fight with me from now on. After speaking, he looked at the other 2 troop layers that recruited bandaged mummies, the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid produces 7 bandaged mummies per week, currently 14 can be recruited, and 28 for the 2 troop nests. Directly chose to recruit. The classic scene is reproduced. Kacha, the arm of the bandaged mummy, slammed out of the pyramid, and then climbed out of it in a very cool way. Moments later, 28 bandaged mummies appeared in front of them. With a wave of his hand, he gave them the desertification skill. After the system prompted all the units to control the desertification skills, Li Cha nodded with satisfaction. Started to figure it out. In addition to the 12 sent out to guard the searcher team and the 2 guards for the desert goblins, he has a total of 42 bandaged mummies in his hands. Plus 10 cursed pharaohs and 14 scorpion warriors. In this way, he has 68 elite-level arms and nearly 7 squads in his hands. Immediately, I was excited. This is only the 4th day. Not even the 7-day safety period. The power in his hands has expanded to 7 teams. Continue to develop like this, and within a few days, the strength of Dusk City will definitely exceed 1 squadron. Looking at the entire Era of Radiance, 20 billion players, how many people can achieve this level? The only regret is that I didn't find a suitable elite-level troop nest, otherwise, I can directly have a rare-level troop nest. Li Cha was still a little pity. Players have to compete, try to explore the map, and sell me more good things. After cheering for others, he opened the chat channel. I wonder if those sand sculpture players have encountered anything new. I can't cry anymore. Why is the guarding army of the medium-sized resource point so perverted? Damn, there are even rare-level troops in it, and that makes no one live. Oh my god, what should I do? There are another 100 refugees here today, and there are already 600 people in my territory. Who can afford this motherfucker? I don't dare to blast them away. UU reading www.
This uukaungsha.com thing will reduce the hidden data of people's hearts. Does the territory still have the data of popular sentiments? Which boss can tell me what's going on? You don't know this, right? The people's heart was revealed by a senior planner of Glorious Era. This thing can't be seen or touched. If you live well, people's heart will naturally be high. If you live badly, people's heart will be worse. The advantages of Gaominqin are high work efficiency and good law and order. If the people's heart is low, wait for all kinds of broken things. If it is too low, then wait for rebellion. Selling a 1-star resource treasure, 10 acres of fruit trees, which can only be planted in forests and plains. If it is not suitable, don't waste your time and bring the price. I'm looking for a nest of elite troops, and I'm asking for a class that can fly. Is there any player in the western mountainous area of the Grey Mountains of the Rhino Empire? We can form an alliance. Mad, those greedy rhinos have come to fight the autumn wind near my territory again. If I don't kill them today, I won't believe in the king. Damn it, I went to an NPC city today, it's really prosperous. When will I be able to develop such a grand territory? Ha ha ha, a priest came to my territory and said that he can build a church for me for free. In the future, as long as my territory believes in the God of justice, I can recruit high-level priests from the church. It's really cool. Li Cha can clearly find that after these few days of adaptation, players have gradually begun to integrate into this world. Discovered new aboriginal cities, new resource treasures, new buildings. But what puzzled him was why he didn't find other players' territories around Dusk City for so many days. Or is it that the desert is too big and the players are very far apart? Chapter 38 How Dare You Touch My Daughter? With the doubt of not finding other players, Li Cha fell asleep. There was too little information, and he couldn't come up with a reason. The next day, before he woke up, Qingya, the bearer of the hair breeding base, brought 19 other desert goblins and 2 bandaged mummies to the Sand Jujube forest. Great Master Qingya. Are we going to breed flaming dragons and rabbits here? Green Fong, who was extremely thin among desert goblins, turned his head and glanced at the green-skinned goblin who asked a question, and said proudly, "What do you know? Just come with me." Also, remember, the word great can only be used to address the Lord in the future, do you understand? Yes, Master Qingya. A group of goblins responded quickly, and one of them asked with a smile, "Lord Qingya, then what should we call you?" Qingya thought for a while, and her eyes lit up when she saw that she was obviously thinner and thinner than other desert goblins. "From now on, you will call me the strongest Blue Fong." A group of goblins were silent for 3 seconds, then looked at the 2 ferocious mummies standing behind him, and suddenly became smart. One shouted louder than the other, "Yes, the strongest Master Blue Fong." Looking at this group of companions who were all a head taller than him, Qingya expressed his satisfaction. With his hands behind his back, he swaggered in front of a group of goblins and lectured. "Listen, the great, noble, and benevolent Lord gave me a name and appointed me as the head of the noble flame dragon and rabbit breeding base. This is a historic scene, an unprecedented opportunity for desert goblins. Today, I will lead you to open up a new situation in the new breeding industry, and lay the foundation for the future development of Dusk City. In the future, we desert goblins will become the #1 arm of the Lord, and we will sacrifice everything for the Lord. I want to make the desert goblins' name resound throughout this desert. No one can stop the rise of our desert goblins." Applause. Clap clap. After a burst of warm applause, Qingya waved his hand like a dry branch. With a group of goblins, they came to about 500 meters north of the Jujube forest. Looking at the hollow of the sand dune in front of him, he nodded with satisfaction. "Start issuing commands. You guys, go dig dragon leaves and plant dragon leaves in this desert. You guys, go get some water and wet this area. You guys, go dig up the wisteria and thorns and surround me with the surrounding hills. Remember, the task must be completed today, and the Lord must not be disappointed." Qingya was majestic and commanded his younger brother proudly. That look is even more arrogant than a knight riding a giant dragon. "Strong Master Qingya, we don't have enough manpower." The faces of the goblins suddenly became bitter. "Not enough. Go ask Lord Karu to send someone for support." Luckily, the swelling cyan teeth knew that Karu's status was not comparable to him. "Yes, the strong Blue Fong." Before long, Carp dispatched 30 residents to assist him in his work. Qingya was not polite this time and gave the order directly.
And when those residents saw the two mummies beside him, even if they were upset that they were being commanded by a foolish goblin, they all obeyed the instructions honestly. That was Lord Richard's army. After a busy morning, by the time of lunch, this area where the flame dragon and rabbits are raised has been vaguely formed. Very efficient. Li Cha rarely slept late, woke up and had lunch under the stewardship of the cook. Hearing that the breeding base had already taken shape, he immediately brought a large group of troops to check. The residents of the territory saw the new soldier next to Richard, the cursed pharaoh, for the first time. Eyes lit up one by one. Have you seen it? There are a lot more mummies around the Lord, and new troops have appeared. You don't know that, there are already 5 troop nests in the Lord's mansion. I saw it when I went to clean it just now. It's really great. Praise the gods, praise the Lord. As the ruler of Dusk City, Richard is the protector of the territory. The stronger he is, the safer the residents will be. Everyone knows this, so they sincerely hope that Twilight City is strong and Richard is strong. When Richard arrived at the busy flame dragon rabbit base, he immediately aroused the excitement of the crowd. Everyone has a sense of superior leadership to inspect the work results. The sharp-eyed blue fawn came first. Good day, great master. The breeding base for the flame dragon rabbit has already been set up, and it can be completed today. Li Chan nodded and glanced around the circle. The area selected by Qingya is about 300 meters in diameter, and it is slightly sunk by 2 or 3 meters, which is not much. Surrounded by sand dunes that envelop the area. At this time, half of the area on the dune was planted with a purple thorn vine with sharp barbs. In the center, more than a dozen goblins are planting dragon leaves with distinctive leaves. According to this progress, it will be finished before it gets dark. Turning his head to look at this guy whose body is so thin that it makes people feel a little funny, but his spirit is obviously different, he nodded. You did a good job, keep working hard. After the breeding base is built, the flame dragon rabbit will be handed over to you for full management. Qingya was praised, and the corners of her mouth smiled almost to see the back teeth. He held his head high and patted his chest fiercely to promise to complete the task. The thin and small Richard was afraid that he would fracture himself. Karoo also arrived at this time, Richard said directly without waiting for the other party to salute. After the army of Dusk City has sufficient strength, I will leave a small team of bandaged mummies stationed in the Sand Jujube Forest, guarding the safety of the Sand Jujube Forest, flame dragon rabbits and desert bees day and night. At the same time, this area is designated as an agricultural restricted area. Except for the corresponding staff, outsiders are prohibited from entering. Karoo, you are responsible for this matter. He had this idea when he selected the address for the Sand Jujube Forest. Put everything related to agriculture in this area, unified management, unified planning, and can also share water sources. And it is also necessary to send troops to station. More than half of the 7-day safety period has passed, and there are only the last 2 days left. At that time, if he encounters a group of thieves and robs these precious resources or sets them on fire, he will lose a lot. Although the territory is not far away, it always takes time to react. Yes, my lord, I will take charge of this area myself, and there will never be any mistakes. Karoo's tone was serious. This area is the foundation of Dusk City. Wherever there is a problem, nothing can happen here. Desert bees, Sand Jujube Forest, flame dragon rabbit. Although the number is a little less, but the foundation has been formed. As long as he continues to increase investment in the future, Richard is confident to build his territory into a real oasis and the crown of the Desert of Death. After confirming that there is no problem here, Li Cha went to the Sand Jujube Forest to take a look. After a few days of growth www.novel.com at this time, the Jujube Forest has become lush and green, and it has become a big tree 2 heads taller than an adult. Even some Jujube trees have begun to slowly emerge flower bags. Although there are only a few sporadically, it is foreseeable that there will be blooming flowers here in the near future. Stepping into the center of the Jujube Forest, the air suddenly cooled down. Buzzing. The sound of the bees flying along with the green leaves immediately gave Li Cha a feeling of joy. After carefully observing for a while, these little guys lived very comfortably in the hive made by the carpenter. After he approached, those black and yellow dots began to dance around him, expressing intimacy. Pick up honey well, I'm still waiting to taste your intermediate honey. After sending out the expectations of capitalists. Buzzing. Suddenly all the bees roared, and from this sound, he felt a strong fear. Are the bees afraid? Li Cha turned his head in confusion and looked around. After a while, 3 or 4 huge wasps with long tail spines and a length of 7 or 8 centimeters quickly descended from the sky. Fly to the door of the desert bee's hive. When the bees heard the sound of the wasp flapping its wings, the noise was even louder. In front of him, one of the wasps stabbed out its tail stinger, directly nailed a bee, and then took the bee and planned to fly away. Richard was instantly furious. "How dare you touch my daughter, bee? Open the properties panel. Stinger wasp. Level 5. Potential, rare 3 stars. Chapter 39 Rare Samsung. Rare 3 stars. A wasp that is 7 or 8 centimeters long, has a level of 5, and has a rare potential of 3 stars. Li Cha's eyes were dull. My poisonous scorpion warrior is so strong that it is not rare. With a bit of discomfort, I continued to check. Venomous wasp. Level 5, intermediate troops, poison damage increased by 15%. Potential, rare 3 stars. Skill, insect body, class C, immune to severe poison, immune to curse, able to regenerate from severed limbs, can recover slowly no matter how much non-lethal damage is received. Flying bees, C rank, dexterity increased by 40%, flight speed increased by 40%. Venomous bee sting, class C, it will inject bee venom after stabbing the enemy. The higher the amount injected, the higher the damage. Sharp tail spike, D rank, can pierce tail spike length armor, can pierce low-level magic shields. Racial talent, can communicate freely within 100 meters through tentacles. Bound swarm, when the number of wasp colonies is greater than 100, the toxicity of all wasps is increased by 10%, and the flight speed is increased by 10%. When the number of wasps is greater than 500, the toxicity is increased by 20%, and the flight speed is increased by 20%. When the number of wasps is greater than 1000, the toxicity is increased by 50%, and the flight speed is increased by 50%, activated. Introduction, trust me, you wouldn't want to be stung by it. 3 C-level skills and 1 D-level skills. This wasp is a bit fierce. Richard stopped the thought of slapping the opponent to death, and watched as several highly venomous wasps prey on the bees. Watching the other party fly away, his face showed a bit of intention. If you can dig out the venomous wasp's nest and own this unit, then you don't need to worry too much about the safety of the jujube forest, right? This is a rare 3-star class, and the opponent's bond has been activated, indicating that there are at least 1,000 wasps in this swarm. Wouldn't it be against the sky if he carried a beehive to fight? When Richard thought of fighting, he first threw a beehive at the opponent. Then the enemy looked at the scene of thousands of highly venomous wasps flying out of the honeycomb with a dazed expression, and immediately laughed out loud. This thing is a bit tricky. But the only question is, how to find the nest of these venomous wasps. After these guys had preyed on the bees, they disappeared into the air like lightning, flying very fast. Don't talk about chasing, it's just that you can't see clearly. Moreover, the potential of rare 3 stars is also a bit beyond the standard. If you find it, you may not be able to get the other party. While Richard was thinking, Carp's hurried voice suddenly came from outside the Zazeo forest. Lord Richard. The search and rescue team we sent was met with an extremely powerful enemy and suffered heavy losses. Oh. He put this stubble on his mind for a while, turned around and walked out of the jujube forest. At this time, several residents covered in blood were lying on stretchers outside, their faces full of pain. Richard frowned. Without hesitation, he took out a jar of desert crown honey from the system space. Take a portion of the desert crown honey and rinse it with water, then feed them. Other residents were a little moved when they saw this scene. They have learned from Onik how high the price of desert crown honey is these days. Unexpectedly, the Lord would be willing to use it for a few lowly civilians. The eyes of the wounded's companions turned red, and after bowing fiercely to Richard, they immediately took the desert crown honey. Like a pilgrimage, he took out part of it, poured it into the wooden bowl that is usually used for drinking water next to the spring, and fed it to the 2 wounded. After drinking a few mouthfuls of honey water, the breath of the 2 seriously injured people on the stretcher immediately stabilized. His face quietly recovered a bit of rosy, no longer so pale. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were amazed. They have heard of the extraordinariness of desert honey, but they did not expect it to be so exaggerated. The eyes that looked at Li Cha became more and more respectful. Li Cha ignored the rest, looked at Karu and said solemnly, "How is this going? Lord Richard, They were attacked by a group of extremely terrifying monsters. If it wasn't for luck, I'm afraid none of them could escape. Karu's tone was solemn. The 2 mummies you sent have died in action. The enemy is powerful. Li Chan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the 2 wounded. Do you know the exact location of the gathering point of the field troops? The meaning of these words caused the crowd to be in a commotion again. Lord. Those who attacked us were undead beings, with chains in their hands and an axe attached to the other end. The ability to throw an axe is terrifying. The 2 mummies were killed by them before they could survive a round. One of the wounded recovered a little faster, and told the enemy's information intermittently. The last tone was hesitant. Those monsters are too dangerous, maybe you don't need to. Before he could finish speaking, Li Cha directly interrupted. Everyone who harms the people of my Dusk City will pay the price. My people, be sheltered by me. No one is an exception. The residents who died on this mission all died for the City of Dusk. They are heroes. Speaking of which, Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com slowly looked around the crowd. His voice was not high-pitched, but there was no doubt about it. I'll bring them back and bury them like heroes. CI is not in charge of the army, so he is mentally prepared for casualties. But this is an excellent opportunity to unite people's hearts, and he is also very interested in the unit that can kill mummies in seconds. But the crowd was silent now. No one spoke anymore, but looking at Li Cha's eyes showed indescribable complexity. At this moment, the idea of being able to become a part of the City of Dusk rose in their hearts, and it was their honor to have Lord Richard as their lord. How many lords in this world can do this? They are just lowly civilians, and many people even hesitated to be held accountable when they came, because the 2 mummies of Lord were killed. No one expected this to be the case. This huge contrast made them extremely excited. After Li Cha got the simple map, he also took away the mummy who had planned to stay in the Sand Jujube forest. Karu looked at the opponent's back and whispered, Lord Richard. The eyes changed from complicated to gradually firm. After waiting for the other party to completely disappear from sight, he turned his head sharply to look at the others. Shen said, Open your eyes and watch. This is the Lord of Dusk City. You remember, no matter what happens to you in the future, never betray Lord Richard, don't betray the City of Twilight. After speaking, without waiting for the crowd to respond, he turned around and left. That old body was exceptionally upright at this time. There is only a group of people whose inner emotions are fermenting. Chapter 40 Acts of the Dead, Powerful Attribute. Master Richard took the army to avenge because of the casualties of several civilians. Anik heard the news and thought Karu was joking. Just a few civilians, what does it matter if you die? Civilians are not used as cannon fodder, what else can they do? But after seeing Karu's expression without the slightest fluctuation, his heart sank, and he didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, Originally, I came to say goodbye to Mr. Richard. Today we are going back. But I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. But it doesn't matter. Immediately after I go back, I apply to the Chamber of Commerce to open a trade route with Dusk City. Maybe in 2 months, we can meet again. Karu's face also softened, showing a slight smile. Your Excellency Anik, you are welcome to come again next time. Have you brought enough water and food? Do you need? Anik waved his hand, and his tone was also somewhat emotional. It's all ready. Since there is still something to do in Dusk City, we'll leave first. Your Excellency Karu, bid farewell to Sir Richard on my behalf, and thank the City of Dusk for the hospitality again. Having said this, he supported Karu on his chest and bowed deeply. Karu did not evade. At this time, he represented Dusk City and Richard. Safe journey, my friend. See you next time. Anik took the restored carriage and several guards and left in this small desert town that had rested for a few days. He was in a particularly complicated mood. This territory built in the desert always gave him a special feeling. Touching the honey in his arms, he was full of expectations for going back. I really don't know what the president's expression will be when he tastes the desert crown. Lord Richard went to avenge the casualties of the residents. When Andal heard the news, her eyes were full of remorse. If she hadn't asked Richard to find her father, maybe those innocent people wouldn't have had an accident. And Richard's behavior once again left a deep impression on the girl's heart. For the first time in such a long time, she heard that a noble lord would be angry at the death of a commoner, and even risk his revenge. Li Cha had a high status in her heart, but it rose again. Even in my heart, no matter what the result of my search, maybe I can stay here. After rushing for 3 hours in a row in the desert and destroying 7 or 8 field troops gathering places, Li Cha also felt a little tired. Fortunately, it is not far from the incident area. After another half an hour, the 2 scorpion warriors who were exploring the path ahead first discovered the strange area marked on the map. They immediately returned to report respectfully. "Master, we found the enemy." Li Cha was refreshed, and his exhaustion was instantly suppressed by him. "Call the others back." After a while, 28 bandaged mummies, 10 cursed pharaohs, and 14 poisonous scorpion warriors all gathered. The total strength of 52 people, a full 5 squads, has already formed a certain scale. With all the staff on alert, they walked more than 300 meters and came to the bottom of a dune with tall cacti. Richard climbed up the sand dunes and looked into the distance under the cover of cacti. 200 meters in front, among the cacti, more than 3 teams of terrifying troops appeared in front of them. Those troops wore black armor printed with mandala flowers and curved horn helmets with only eyes exposed. A chain about the thickness of a thumb is wrapped around his right arm, and the other end of the chain is connected to a battle axe with a handle wrapped in coarse cloth. The sharp battle axe was tightly held in his hand. The stature of those troops is extremely burly, each of which is more than 2 meters too. It is a bit higher than the strong scorpion warrior. And the helmet with the eyes exposed exudes a faint blue light. The symbol of undead life, the fire of the soul. Li Cha looked around and found that not far away, there were 7 or 8 corpses lying on the ground. The blood smeared the sand with crimson, and under the sun's rays, the smear had become dry and black. He frowned and opened the properties panel. Axe of the Dead. Level 4. Potential, Elite 3 stars. Skill, Body of the Dead, E rank, immune to poison, plague, defense increased by 30%, will not die if the heart is not destroyed. Roar, E rank, after roaring, the next attack power increases by 30%. Battle Axe Killing, D level, within 30 meters, you can throw a battle axe to attack the enemy, and you can retrieve the battle axe through the chain on the arm, causing huge magic damage to the enemy. Racial Talent, after the battle axe is broken, it can consume power to reunite. Bound, Battle Axe, the throwing distance of the battle axe is 110 meters, and the damage caused is increased by 20%. The throwing distance of the battle axe is 1120 meters, and the damage caused is increased by 40%. The throwing distance of the battle axe is 2130 meters, the damage caused is increased by 60%, and there is a 30 chance to trigger the instant death skill, Soul Execution, which directly kills the enemy. The stronger the enemy's strength, the smaller the trigger probability. Introduction, Little darling, close your eyes, I'm going to throw an axe. Li Cha's eyes narrowed. These undead units turned out to be long-range attacks, and the damage caused by their battle axes was magic damage. What's even more outrageous is the last characteristic of the opponent's bond. In the range of 2130 meters, the damage is increased by 60%, and there is a 30% chance to trigger the instant death skill, Soul Execution, which directly kills the enemy. It was simply violent to the extreme. Li Cha let out a long sigh, and his face showed some movement. If he can recruit this unit, cooperate with the curse of the pharaoh, and the strong attack of the scorpion warrior, the power in his hand can definitely increase by more than 1 level. Later, you must go to the trading market to find out. UU reading www. Does UUKangsha.com have similar units for sale? How many resources are worth it? At this moment, the scorpion warrior who found the axe of the dead said in a hoarse voice. Master, we found the birthplace of these troops on the other side. Li Cha's pupils shrank sharply. Where? There was an uncontrollable surprise in his tone. Take me there immediately. You come with me. The terrain of this dune is almost the same height as the axe of the dead. There are large cacti cover, so as long as you are careful, it will not be so easy to be found. After a half circle, Richard saw a building hidden in a cactus through a gap in the dune. It was a wooden house with thousands of worn-out axe handles hanging from the walls, and it looked like it was full of agility. Tomahawk Chalet. Level, Elite 3 stars. Recruitable troops, Axe of the Dead, Elite 3 star. Number of recruits, 10. Weekly production, 5. Recruitment conditions: 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of iron ore. Introduction: an uncommon desert troop lair. I finally saw the troop lair. Li Cha's eyes gradually brightened. He also complained that there were no troop nests in the field troop gathering points he encountered in the past few days. Now come a big one. The attributes of this unit are definitely the sub-level. If it is promoted to a rare level after occupation, several powerful skills of the Axe of the Dead will be upgraded. Wouldn't the combat effectiveness be skyrocketing? No matter what the price is, I will decide this troop lair. Chapter 41: Soul Execution. Coming to the front again, Li Cha's eyes were already full of excitement. The Axe of the Dead, a violent unit, simply won his heart. But the only problem now is that the opponent has 3.5 teams of 35 people. Throwing battle axes is still magic damage, and the desertification of mummy and scorpion warriors is largely restrained. Moreover, as the undead, the opponent is also immune to curses, which makes the curse of the pharaoh lose its effect. Now only the control skills are left to take effect. This disadvantageous situation made him think seriously. You can't let the Axe of the Dead throw the battle axe, otherwise the mummy and the scorpion warrior won't be able to carry it. Let's not let the opponent's instant death skills trigger. The 30% chance is too terrifying, and it is absolutely unbearable. If you attack directly, even if you can win, you will have to pay a heavy price. There is no need to sacrifice in vain. Fighting in close quarters, killing one by one is the best way. Perhaps you can also mobilize the tigers to leave the mountain, encircle the points and help them, build the plank road in the open, and cross the Chinsong secretly. I just don't know if these troops will be lured away. After thinking for a while, Li Cha gradually clarified his thoughts. After careful planning, he began to issue orders. Everyone obeys. Go back 500 meters, over there. After some detailed explanations, the mummy, the pharaoh, and the scorpion warrior acted immediately, and Richard also withdrew from the combat range. Watching all this from a distance, commanding remotely. There was a small team of mummy guards beside him. As the master of Dusk City, his safety is always the most important. If the troop is gone, you can spend resources to recruit it again. If something happens to him, it will be gone. This kind of battle is too close. If an axe is flying over, wouldn't it go straight to the sky? After a few minutes, the numb Axe of the Dead walking back and forth suddenly found a scorpion-shaped human-faced life on the opposite hill. The other party seemed to be stunned for a moment when he saw them, and then his face showed a bit of ridicule. Turning around, the curved scorpion tail slowly stood upright. Tail thorn hooked at them. Several Axes of the Dead didn't know why, but after seeing the action of the scorpion warrior, they immediately felt something exploded. They felt insulted like never before. Damn low life. A series of undead blasphemy spit out from his mouth. He turned his head sharply to look at his partner, who was also in anger. A tacit agreement was reached in an instant. A whole team of Axes of the Dead rushed over. They will make each other feel what pain is. At this time, the life that provoked them not only did not leave, but launched a countercharge against them. This action caused the Axe of the Dead, which was already burning with rage, to almost explode. Clenching the battle axe with both hands, they have no intention of throwing it out. They want to slaughter that damned lowly life with their own hands. The two sides raised the yellow sand in the sky while running, and they collided after a dozen breaths. The scorpion warrior let out a roar-like roar, and swung the sharp iron pincers directly, clanging the battle axe that blocked the Axe of the Dead. Mars shimmered in the sunlight. The scorpion warrior didn't move at all, but the Axe of the Dead took a step back, and its feet slammed into the sand before it could withstand the anti-shock force. In terms of strength, the Axe of the Dead was strongly suppressed by the scorpion warrior. Also belonging to the elite 3 stars, the throwing skills of the Axe of the Dead are unparalleled, but in close combat, the scorpion warriors are more powerful. But there are too many enemies. And the undead life doesn't pay attention to singles and fairness. The other axe saw the scorpion warrior being dragged, and immediately swarmed up, wanting to send him to the of death with the axe in his hand. Although the scorpion warrior fought hard, he was still hit by the battle axe. But what surprised the Axes of the Dead was that their battle axes slashed through each other's bodies. And the scorpion-shaped human-faced monster was like sand, directly merging into the underground desert. Although they wanted to stop the scorpion warrior, it was all in vain. The Axe of the Dead can only deal magic damage with the powerful throwing axe skill. Their simple slashing did not carry any magic damage, so they just watched the scorpion warrior slip away. They can feel that the other party is not dead. The fire of the soul exploded violently at this moment. In the two dark eye sockets, the blue light suddenly lit up, which was particularly terrifying. After being teased, the souls were trembling and angry, and the axe of the dead followed the place where the scorpion warrior appeared. They want those lowly beings to taste the wrath of the dead. Climbing up the hill, after splitting a few cactus bushes to vent his anger, he suddenly found that there were two poisonous scorpion warriors 100 meters away. At a glance, you can tell they are of the same clan. The axe of the dead, whose anger had nowhere to vent, immediately charged towards the scorpion warrior. But this time, the poisonous scorpion warrior did not launch a countercharge, but fled backwards. The axe of the dead, who has been provoked, can still manage so much, and the speed is also accelerated. After chasing a few hundred meters, they stepped into a sandy field with bushes on both sides. The footsteps stopped involuntarily. Because they felt underground, something seemed to hug their legs. He lowered his head sharply, and saw mummies wrapped in white bandages crawling up from the sand. The other party tightly grabbed their feet and got up little by little. Roar! A roar roared from the throat of the axe of the dead. He swung his axe violently and slashed down. La! There was the sound of the axe smashing into the sand, and their arms even penetrated each other's body directly. The mummy that turned on the sandification didn't take any damage, and after getting up, it was directly entangled with the axe of the dead. The sharp claws in his hand attacked frantically, pulling deep scratches on the opponent's armor, and even piercing the armor and attacking the body of the axe of the dead. Unfortunately, the axe of the dead is an undead life, and although the mummy's attack is ferocious, it cannot cause fatal damage. However, their greatest effect has already been exerted, restricting the movement of the axe of the dead, forcing them to be unable to throw the tomahawk. The next moment when the bandaged mummy attacks. Shasha! A sound of footsteps came from the bushes on the side. The tall figure of the scorpion warrior rushed out at an extremely fast speed. The two sides are very close to each other. Under the high speed running, it takes a few breaths to arrive. At this time, the axe of the dead knew that it was in an ambush. Seeing that the situation was not right, they struggled fiercely and forcibly pulled out the axe in their hands from the mummy's restraint. Ready to throw. Once this distance is shot, it is very likely to trigger the instant death skill with a probability of up to 30%. At this critical moment, an indescribable mysterious voice sounded. Boom! The axe of the dead only feels like the soul is being bombarded by a battering ram, and the mind is instantly confused. www.novel.com. The body is stiff. Words of curse, E-level, forcibly throws the enemy's spirit into a state of chaos, stagnating in action. The duration depends on the enemy's strength, the cooldown is 3 minutes, and consumes 20 mana. The cursed pharaoh prevented the greatest blow of the axe of the dead. But just when Li Cha, who was watching the battle from a distance, felt that the situation had stabilized, the situation suddenly changed. Two axes of death forcibly got rid of the pharaoh's restrictions in an instant, and the muscles in his right hand tightened instantly. The battle axe came out of his hand. At this time, the distance to the targeted poisonous scorpion warrior was just 20 to 30 meters away. All this was too fast, the scorpion warrior had no time to dodge and was hit in the body. An indescribable terrifying energy ripped apart his soul directly. An extremely painful roar came out of his mouth, and his 2-meter-tall body fell to the ground with a slam, splashing dust. Instant death skill, soul execution. The scorpion warrior didn't even have the slightest room to resist, and died directly. Terrible. Fortunately, another scorpion warrior who was targeted by the battle axe slammed his iron tongs and forcibly knocked it flying. This is the end of the catastrophe. The other axes of the dead also broke free from their control in one breath. But this short control time has won the opportunity for other scorpion warriors to get close. The scorpion warrior rushed to the axe of the dead, and the curved iron hook in front of the tongs bombarded the opponent's head. Kacha, the curved horn armor is directly sunken. The body is like a spring that is taut to the extreme, bursting out with infinite power. Pulling harder, a huge head flew up. The fire of the soul dissipated in the air. The first dead man's axe fell to the ground. Chapter 42 Post-War Harvest Moment. Bang. When the last axe of the dead fell, Dusk City won the small ambush battle. Although it didn't take long, Li Cha, who was watching the battle from a distance, felt that this was the most thrilling battle he had fought in the past few days. Because of the instant death skills, he had to be extremely careful. Even though multiple arrangements were made, in the end, the poisonous scorpion warrior was beheaded by the axe of the dead. If you recklessly directly shake the axe of the dead in the 3.5 squads, even if you can win in the end, you will have to pay heavy casualties. Richard got up and approached the battlefield. The body and equipment of the axe of the dead were rapidly decaying and rusting. This is the characteristic of the undead arm, which will decay rapidly because it is killed. The axe of the dead still has 2.5 teams left. The mummy's desertification has not passed yet, so let's seduce another wave. But this time, he didn't have much confidence in seducing him. But under normal circumstances, the field troops without heroic leadership are relatively easy to deal with. A few minutes later, when the mummy's desertification was about to pass, the second axe of the dead team arrives. Li Chao was in a good mood, and it really happened. Following the same method, with the lessons learned last time, this time, the curse of the pharaoh did not let the axe of the dead escape in advance. The mummy crawled out from the ground to restrict the movement of the axe of the dead. The cursed pharaoh controlled it at a critical moment, the scorpion warrior killed it, and the Trinity joined forces to fight the enemy. But the strongest point has also become a breakthrough. After the scorpion warrior got close, the axe of the dead, which could not use the throwing skill, fell to the ground one by one under the 3-in-1 blow. After the second wave of hunting, the system beeped. Ding! After a lot of battles, the scorpion warrior's level has been improved, and the current level is 4. Richard was happy. In the past few days, there are quite a few troops who have taken the poisonous scorpion warriors to scan and kill, and at this time, it can be regarded as a reward. After eliminating the axes of the dead from the two teams, he immediately waved his troops and prepared to attack the opponent's nest. At the same time, he replaced the mummy with the ability to transform into sand, and the guard team around him went into battle. He didn't have a rash attack, and after thinking about it, he planned to use the bandage mummy to kill the troll and the desert wolf. Everyone turned on the desertification and sneaked into the past from the ground. The mummy held them back first, and the pharaoh took control to buy time for the scorpion warrior. One-hit kill. A force of 4 squads attacked 1.5 squads. This is a battle of wealth. After finishing the arrangement, Richard came to the heights of the dunes and watched the battle that was about to begin. In the vast desert, the more times he used it, the more he could feel that the skill of desertification had infinite potential. Whether it is attacking or escaping, or even used to recover from injuries, it has powerful characteristics. Uncompromising superb skills. In the distance, the axe of the dead, whose numbers have plummeted, already felt something was wrong. They approached each other, and the faint blue soul fire slowly overflowed from the empty eye sockets, watching the surroundings vigilantly. There is no unit led by a hero. Although the individual is strong, it is like a mass of loose sand that cannot exert its strongest power. Shasha. Suddenly, the axe of the dead who was on alert heard a strange sound coming from the ground, looked down, and wanted to confirm what happened. La. The arms that had been dry suddenly stretched out of the desert and grabbed their feet tightly. Then the mummies crawled out of the sand. Several of the axes of the dead move quickly, and before the mummy can completely restrain them, the axe in his hand is thrown directly. Puff. The giant axe with a powerful impact directly hit the mummy, and the mummy was impacted, and its body burst with a slap, splashing sand in the sky. Tomahawk slaying, Class C. You can throw a tomahawk to attack the enemy within 30 meters, and the tomahawk can be retrieved through the chain on the arm, causing magic damage to the enemy. This powerful sea-level skill, combined with the bond, can cause huge magic damage. Although the desertification, which is immune to 99% physical damage, is powerful, it is just restrained by it. The axe of the dead slammed hard, and the battle axe that hit the mummy seemed to be alive, and it detoured directly from the rear. La hit the mummy again. The mummy that forcibly restrained the axe of the dead could no longer carry it, and its body was scattered on the ground like sand, merging with the long yellow sand. Strong kill. But fortunately there are as many as 2 teams of mummies, and 1 or 2 deaths cannot change the overall situation. When the mummies rose from the ground one by one, the cursed pharaoh and the poisonous scorpion warrior also appeared at the second time. At this time, the angry dead were still frantically attacking the surrounding mummies, trying to clean up these disgusting enemies. By the time they sensed something was wrong, the control skills of the cursed pharaoh had already been used. Words of curse. The action of the axe of the dead came to a standstill. The bandaged mummy and the scorpion warrior took this opportunity to attack. The bandaged mummy restricted the opponent's movement, and the scorpion warrior's poisonous scorpion tail sharper than a spear pierced like lightning. Sonorous. The crashing sound of metal symphony exploded. The razor-sharp scorpion tail pierced the helm of the Axe of the Dead. The Axe of the Dead, who was still struggling, stiffened violently, and after twitching a few times, the fire of the soul in the helmet suddenly exploded, and then went out directly. After killing the Axe of the Dead, the scorpion warrior directly attacked the second one without any hesitation. The only pity is that although the curse word of the pharaoh is powerful, there is only one team in number, and it cannot control all the axes of the dead. Few the battle axe tore through the sky under the influence of the chains wrapped around the arm. The chest of a scorpion warrior in the desert exploded, and a large hole appeared directly. The body is frantically devouring the yellow sand under his feet to fill the void, and the naked eye is recovering. But the other axe of the dead next to him did not give him a chance to recover. Few the chains rattled, and the battle axe was thrown straight out, vowing to kill this scorpion warrior on the spot. At this time, a bandaged mummy sensed that the situation was not right, and rushed forward to block the battle axe with claws. Sonorous. The terrifying power of the battle axe directly shattered its sharp claws, and rustled into the chest. Soul execution. Instant death skill triggers again. The bandaged mummy was like a sandman made of sand, and it collapsed directly into loose sand. Behead. When the other bandaged mummies saw this, they rushed up like crazy and forcibly restrained the two axes of the dead. Although the claws in his hand cannot cause fatal damage, they are still attacking frantically. The battle became more and more intense because of the casualties. www.novel.com. I have to say that the Axe of the Dead is domineering, even if there is an advantage in numbers, even if there is a first mover advantage, several people are still killed by their tomahawks. But no matter how fierce the resistance was, it would be futile in the face of a stronger army. When the last two axes of the dead were swarmed by more than a dozen bandaged mummies and torn to pieces, the battle for revenge came to an end. Ding! The army you led wiped out a group of axes of the dead and won a mini-battle. You gained 175 experience points. After the battlefield subsided, Richard stepped into the battlefield with the remaining mummy guards. After glancing at the Axe of the Dead, which had already begun to decay, he turned his gaze to the corpses of several Dusk City residents not far away. Bring them back to Dusk City. Her eyes were a little complicated, and then she returned to calm. A soldier who sacrificed to fulfill my order can be called a hero. In the future, there will be countless sacrifices like this. Kindness does not lead the army, righteousness does not manage financial affairs. As the ruler of Dusk City, you must have a strong enough heart. In this world, there is no room for the weak. After the mummy collected the corpse, Richard turned his attention to the troop lair behind the towering cactus. This was an unprecedented harvest. An elite 3-star troop lair, which means he can raise it to rare. You can directly recruit rare-level axes of the dead. He has personally experienced how powerful this terrifying unit is, and how overbearing it must be to be promoted to rare. Ding! You found a battle axe hut. You can recruit the Axe of the Dead from it, or you can choose to destroy it to get the core of the lair. Chapter 43 Twilight City's First Hero. Ding! You found a battle axe hut. You can recruit the Axe of the Dead from it, or you can choose to destroy it to get the core of the lair. Before Richard had made a choice, a prompt appeared in the black gold system. Tomahawk Chalet, Elite 3-star, can consume 10 elite-level troop nests to raise its level to rare 3-star. Ha ha ha, finally there is a rare troop nest. I'm in a good mood. Go back to level up and then recruit. If you recruit now, the number of units will not be refreshed. Destroy. The moment the choice was made, the Tomahawk wooden house creaked, and then collapsed quickly as if it had been weathered for tens of thousands of years. After more than a dozen breaths, it completely turned into debris. At this time, a fist-sized miniature battle axe wooden house appeared among the debris everywhere. Richard stepped forward and took a look at the attributes. There is no difference with the attributes just now. There are still 10 axes of the dead that can be recruited, but they need to be rebuilt. After I put the troop's nest into the system space, I was satisfied. But when he was about to return to the territory, Yu Guang suddenly noticed that something seemed to be pressing under the wood chips beside him. When his eyes lit up, he immediately walked over to remove the sawdust. Pulled out the things below. It was a dry yellow map made of sheepskin, and it looked full of history. Ding! You got a 2-star treasure map. Li Cha was overjoyed. Treasures exploded. My dear, is it really a good day today? In the past few days, dozens of wild arms gathering points have been wiped out, and this is the first time that wild arms nests and explosions have been discovered. This explosion rate is really shockingly low. 2-star treasure map. Li Cha looked at this yellowed treasure map with great interest. Upon closer inspection, he found that the center of this treasure map was where the treasure was located. And there is a very obvious sign around, an extinct volcano. Death Desert is big, but there shouldn't be many places with volcanoes. Go back and ask Onik, the merchant hero of the Luan Taihua Merchant Guild, it shouldn't be difficult to find. I just don't know what treasures are in this 2-star treasure map. My requirements are not too high. It's enough to give 10 or 8 rare level troop nests. If I can't do it, I can also get a dragon egg. After putting away the treasure map in a comfortable mood, Li Cha glanced at his troops, thinking about the loss this time. This time the exploration team was attacked, and a total of 6 residents were killed. In terms of arms, 2 mummies who followed the explorer team died in battle, and 5 mummies were sacrificed during the battle, for a total of 7 mummies. 1 scorpion warrior died in battle, and 13 remained. Curse the pharaoh without casualties. The total number of troops in Dusk City has dropped a lot. Bandage mummy 35, scorpion warrior 13, cursed pharaoh 10. But it all makes sense. The harvest of the dead man's axe troop lair alone is 10-fold. Not to mention there is a treasure map waiting to be drawn. Comfortable. After confirming that there were no other items under the ruins, Richard returned to the territory with the harvest. During the 3-hour return trip, we encountered many strongholds of the field troops, but under the attack of several powerful troops, the battle would soon be over. When we returned to Dusk City, the sky was completely dark. In the territory, oil lamps made of animal fat radiated dim light. Li Cha was a little surprised to find that all the residents in the territory were in the open space at this time, as if they were waiting for something and did not return to their houses. The Lord is back. With a shout of surprise, everyone immediately turned their attention to Richard, who slowly stepped into the territory. The mummy who returned with the corpse of the resident behind him made everyone feel strongly. Lord, he really brought back the corpses of the dead residents. He didn't deceive them. At this moment, everyone has a special emotion brewing in their hearts. After Richard stepped into the territory, the crowd split left and right, making way for a path. His eyes moved with his pace. There were also many sharp-eyed residents who saw that the number of troops behind Li Cha had decreased. The Lord's army. A faint voice sounded. After being reminded, the crowd turned their attention to the troops. I counted this morning, and now there's almost a team missing. Those troops died fighting for us. Lord. These low-pitched conversations made the waves in many people's hearts stronger. Is it really worth sacrificing such a powerful army in order to bring back the corpses of several civilians? Even the relatives and friends of the residents who were killed can't tell the difference at this moment. In the complicated atmosphere, Richard walked to the Lord's mansion with slightly heavy steps. Standing on the stairs, facing the residents. The dim oil lamps on both sides of the mansion made his figure extraordinarily majestic and mysterious. Dark eyes glanced at the crowd. He spoke slowly. I brought our hero back. The voice fell, and the mummy placed the corpses of the residents on the ground without falling. At this moment, even Karu, who has experienced the vicissitudes of life, can't help feeling that his throat is blocked. This sentence seems to be light, but how many lords can achieve this level? His eyes were filled with indescribable respect. Tomorrow, I will hold a funeral for our heroes, and they will not be forgotten by the City of Dusk. After speaking, he took a deep look at the crowd and waved his hand. Let's go. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and returned to the Lord's mansion. But none of the huge crowd left. Until long after Richard's back disappeared, there was still silence outside the Lord's mansion. Long live the Lord. I don't know who opened the mouth, everyone roared hoarsely at this moment. Long live the Lord. It seems that at this moment, they want to vent all their inner emotions. Andal, who was carrying a huge copper hammer, was also silent in the crowd. The moment she saw that Li Cha really brought back the bodies of other residents. The emotions in my heart are already a little out of control. And Richard said I brought our hero back, but he never mentioned what happened today and how much he paid. There was even a heat wave surging in his chest. Such a lord, isn't it worth her staying here? Li Cha, who entered the Lord's mansion, suddenly stopped, because at this moment, the sound of the system upgrade suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding, your words and deeds have been respected by all the residents, and you have successfully comprehended a special skill, leadership. Ding, your words and deeds and the personal charm of keeping your promises moved Andre Thorin. She decided to stay in Dusk City and become your subordinate. The hero recruitment mission is completed, and you get a hero unit. Ding, you have acquired a hero unit whose occupation is a high-level blacksmith. The research and development function of the blacksmith shop has been activated. After upgrading to a high-level blacksmith shop, you can research and improve the attack power of the unit in the blacksmith shop. Chapter 44, Rare Class, Axe of the Dead. Li Cha was slightly startled when he heard the system upgrade, then turned his head and glanced at the door. At this time, the intense and sincere emotions of the residents were vented at this moment. Long live the Lord. After Li Cha was silent for a moment, a complicated smile appeared on his face. Didn't stay, went back to the hall. The plump cook brought the food that had already been prepared and served him an extraordinarily sumptuous dinner. After eating, he took a hot bath and washed away all the fatigue. Only then did he unlock his newly acquired skills. Leadership, special skills, primary, with strong personality charm, can easily persuade and influence subordinates, make subordinates have strong trust in you, and also have a certain chance to make the field troops surrender voluntarily. Although it's not a combat skill, it looks pretty good. Don't give it for free. Don't give it for free. And the second and third reminders of the system made him feel better. Andel actually turned on the research function of the blacksmith shop directly. As mentioned on the official website of Era of Radiance, the troop lair cannot be upgraded. Other players do not have the black gold system. However, there are other ways to improve the combat effectiveness of arms. The blacksmith shop can increase the physical attack of the troops, and the mage tower can increase the magic damage of the troops. The remaining buildings to enhance the combat effectiveness of the arms have not been officially announced, and they need to be explored independently. But there is one premise for all this: it needs heroes of the corresponding class to activate. This is very cool. The corners of Li Cha's mouth twitched slightly. And Andel, as a potential A-level hero unit, can continue to grow. The biggest difference between heroes and troops is here: the strength of the troops is relatively fixed, and the skills mastered by leveling up will not change. Only when the potential is increased, the skill level can be increased. Heroes can learn skills freely, only limited by occupation. How much the skill affects the combat power, the sandification skill has been explained in several battles. Moreover, the hero has high independence, and can even replace the lord to lead the army to fight and manage the territory. The higher the potential hero, the higher the limit and the rarer. A hero like Andel can be cultivated to the later stage without worrying about being eliminated. However, at present, Dusk City is a first-level village, and the building limit can only be raised to an intermediate level. I want to upgrade the blacksmith shop to an advanced level and enable the research and development function. Dusk City needs to be upgraded to small city. But in the middle, you have to upgrade to the second-level village and the third-level village before you can be promoted to a small town. The upgrade of the territory has to be put on the agenda. Li Cha was thoughtful. After turning off the system prompt, seeing that it was still early, the trading market was opened. A new message appeared in the private message: 2 spring water fragments were traded. As a result, the number of spring water fragments in his hand reached 8. There are only 2 pieces left to synthesize medium-sized spring water, which completely solves the problem of water use in Dusk City. However, the 2 transactions between the Jujube Forest and other resources and treasures offered by desert horses remained silent. However, resource treasures only have a chance of opening a treasure chest with a 3-star level or above. I didn't bother about it. I sold the prey I got today and the prey yesterday, in exchange for a full 60,000 units of resources. Then, he non-stop acquired 100 common-level troop nests on it, spending most of the 2-day harvest. After everything was done, Richard came to the front yard of the Lord's mansion, and placed the Axe of the Dead's troop lair, the tomahawk wooden house, in the corner of the wall. Ding, does it consume 4,000 units of wood, 4,000 units of stone, and 4,000 units of iron ore to build a battle axe wooden house. Elite-level troops require 10 times more resources to build than common-level troops' nests. Li Cha didn't hesitate. Confirm. In the next second, the miniature tomahawk cabin immediately expanded and expanded like a balloon. After a dozen or so breaths, everything was calm. The full version of the tomahawk chalet appears in front of you. The wooden house is 3 meters high, with hundreds of bronze-colored battle axes hanging from the outer wall, which looks like an arsenal. There is a door in the middle of the wooden house. Through the door frame, you can see that the house is also full of axes. If there is one word to describe this troop lair, it must be fierce. Tomahawk Cabin, Elite 3-star, consuming 10 elite desert camp troop nests can raise it to rare 3-star. Note, 10 ordinary nests can be combined into one elite troop nest to meet the upgrade conditions, whether or not promotion. Confirm. The moment Li Cha chose, the nests of 100 troops piled up on the ground turned into a streamer and merged into the battle axe wooden house. The 3-meter-high wooden house immediately grew to 4 meters. The bronze-colored battle axe hanging on the outer wall was now a touch of silvery white, and it looked quite extraordinary. Tomahawk Chalet. Level, rare 3 stars. Recruitable troops, Axe of the Dead, rare 3 stars. Number of recruits, 10. Weekly production, 5. Recruitment conditions, 400 gold coins, 400 units of stone, 400 units of iron ore. Introduction, you can recruit undead troops with average combat power from it. Yes, very good. Li Cha nodded in satisfaction. A rare weapon. This is the first few days into Era of Radiance. The inner achievement is full. However, the resources required to recruit troops have increased a lot. Recruiting a rare class requires 1,200 units of resources. Glancing at the attribute panel, after several rounds of consumption of food supplies, there were only 5,000 left. Not enough to recruit all the axes of the dead. The landlord's family doesn't have any food left. He is in pain and happy at the moment. Without hesitation, he got up and went to the warehouse to get a few hundred units of food. He chose the ones that offered high prices for sale, just enough resources to recruit 10 axes of the dead. Ding does it cost 4,000 gold coins, 4,000 units of stone, and 4,000 units of iron ore to recruit the axe of the dead *10. After confirming, the materials on the property panel are instantly cleared. And the tomahawk wooden house radiated a silvery white energy in an instant. Then that energy was like a stirred cloud, frantically gathering in the wooden house. Under the condensation of silver energy, one head is 2 meters tall, wearing a full body armor with a black mandala pattern. Wearing a helmet with horns only showing its eyes, the axe of the dead walked out of the battle axe wooden house with no weapon in his hand. Just when Li Cha was puzzled, the firstborn axe of the dead reached out and took out one from the battle axe hanging on the outer wall. La. The moment the battle axe was held in his hand, the thumbtack chains condensed out of thin air, and finally wrapped tightly around his right arm. A true axe of the dead was born. When Li Cha saw this scene, his eyes became hot. The appearance of these arms is more handsome than the other. Wait, he will get a giant dragon sooner or later, and then he will show you what a real is. After 10 axes of the dead appeared in the same way, Richard stretched out his right hand and began to mobilize the power in his body. When the sand-like light shrouded all the axes of the dead, the system prompted the arrival as promised. Ding, you have given special power to the axe of the dead, and they have acquired a D-level skill, Sandification. After the light dissipated, Li Cha opened the attribute panel with expectant eyes. Axe of the Dead. Level 3. Potential, rare 3 stars. Skill, Battle Axe Slaughter, Class C, within 30 meters, you can throw a battle axe to attack the enemy, and you can retrieve the battle axe through the chain on your arm, causing huge magic damage to the enemy. The Body of the Dead, D-level, immune to poison, plague, physical strength increased by 80%, will not die unless the heart is damaged. Roar, D-rank, after roaring, the next attack power increases by 50%. Spinning, D-rank, after throwing the battle axe, you can use the chain wrapped around the arm to pull the battle axe to carry out continuous attacks. Sandification, Class D, makes the body sandy, reduces physical attack by 99%, can devour yellow sand to recover wounds, lasts 5 minutes www.novel.com cooling time 2 hours. Racial talent, after the battle axe is broken, it can consume power to reunite. Bound, battle axe, the throwing distance of the battle axe is 110 meters, and the damage caused is increased by 10%. The throwing distance of the battle axe is 1120 meters, and the damage caused is increased by 20%. The throwing distance of the battle axe is 2130 meters, the damage caused is increased by 30%, and there is a 30 chance to trigger the instant death skill, Soul Kill, which directly kills the enemy in seconds. The higher the enemy's level, the smaller the trigger probability. Introduction, Little Darling, close your eyes, I'm going to throw an axe. Tomahawk Beheading C-level, Dead Body D-level, Roaring D-level, Turning D-level, Desertification D-level. 1 C-level skill and 4 D-level skills. Compared with the elite level Axe of the Dead skill, the overall level has been improved by 1 level. Good guy, it is indeed the type of army he likes. This attribute is simply too powerful to be boundless. The difference in the potential of the arms is mainly due to the difference in skill levels. Low potential troops have low skill levels and few additional attributes. High potential arms have high skill levels and powerful additional attributes. This leads to a huge gap in combat effectiveness between high potential and low potential arms. Li Cha smiled brightly. The initial level recruited by Axe of the Dead is directly level 3. After upgrading from elite to rare, he also learned a new skill, Spin. This skill fits perfectly with the sole skill of Axe of the Dead, Battle Axe Throwing. Previously, it was only able to throw an attack once, but now it has been upgraded to control the chain to attack continuously. The combat effectiveness has been qualitatively improved. This unit is definitely the super trump card in his hands. Chapter 45 On the Day of Glory, the Guardian Shield disappears. After seeing the powerful attributes of the Axe of the Dead several times, Li Cha fell asleep. Early the next morning, after washing up, he chose a black robe from the wardrobe and put it on. Today, a funeral will be held for the deceased residents. Several tailors in the territory have sewed a lot of clothes for him in the past few days, and he is not worried about clothes. As the ruler of Dusk City, the entire territory is his personal belongings, and all good things are given priority to him. Li Cha, who was wearing a pure black robe, walked out of the Lord's mansion, and a black crowd of heads appeared in front of him. Residents of the entire territory have gathered, except for those teams that have been exploring outside and have not yet returned. Everyone's faces were heavy, and they didn't speak. The scene was extraordinarily quiet. The coffins made by the carpenters who worked overnight had already collected the bodies of all the residents and parked them in the open space at the back. Although it is a little rough, it is also extremely rare. The moment Li Cha stepped out of the mansion, he immediately became the focus of the crowd. Lord, Lord. Lord, Lord. Glancing at the group of people, he silently walked forward step by step from the passage they left. Everywhere they passed, everyone held their chests and saluted. After he passed by, the crowd slowly gathered behind him. Li Cha walked to the place where the coffin was parked with a heavy face, and his eyes stayed on it for a long, long time. The atmosphere became more subtle. He suddenly let out a long sigh, and then bowed slowly to the 6 coffins under the gaze of the residents. He got up, stepped forward, and held the corner of the coffin on the far left. The surrounding residents were stunned for a while, but it took a long time to react, and they hurried forward and lifted the coffin with him. Seeing this scene, the crowd inexplicably felt that their throats were blocked by something, and their hearts were surging. Lord Lord personally carried the coffin. What an honor this is. What an honor. At this moment, I don't know how many people are swaying. With such a lord, what else can they complain about? No matter how much you say, it is better to act in person. Richard's leading by example, coupled with his special skill, the strong personal charisma attached to leadership. At this moment, his status in the hearts of the residents of Dusk City has reached an unprecedented height. In a special atmosphere, Richard carried the coffin in front. Step by step, together with everyone, we carried these sacrificed heroic residents out of the territory. The cemetery has already been selected. In the southwest corner of Dusk City, about 5 kilometers away, there is a low mound mixed with gravel. Above the desert, Richard, who personally carried the coffin, was in front, and all the residents followed. At this moment, the sadness in people's hearts has changed because of the addition of the ruler of this land. The crowd followed behind like a pilgrimage, looking at the figure carrying the coffin with extremely hot eyes. It was as if the coffin in his hand had now become a torch in the dark night, illuminating the road ahead and guiding them to the place of hope. Holy and sublime. Small gravel hills. Li Cha placed the coffin in the tomb with his own hands. Then he silently picked up the shovel next to him, and began to bury the soil one by one. Others followed him. Apart from the sobbing of family members and friends, there was only the sound of shovels digging in the air. When the tomb takes shape, when it's all done. Li Cha put down the shovel and glanced at the crowd surrounding him with deep eyes. He spoke in a deep voice. Everyone faces the day when they die. Some people die worthless, and even make people despise. There are also people who die great and glorious. Their sacrifices are for others. Just like the 6 heroes you see before your eyes. They died for Dusk City, and for each of us. They are heroes, heroes worthy of all of us to remember. They will not be forgotten by the City of Dusk, and they will not be forgotten by me. Speaking of this, Richard stopped suddenly and came to 6 blank tombstones. Green. Nard. Rima. From the first one, a name will be called out every time you walk through a grave. And when the crowd heard those names, it was like a battering ram hitting their hearts. Eye sockets are red. This scene has become an unforgettable picture for them forever and ever. In front of a group of inconspicuous civilian tombstones, the Great Lord called each other a hero, and wrote down each of their names. How glorious is this? Andelle even covered her face with both hands, and the names pierced her heart like a sharp knife. Tears slowly slipped from his fingers, and even with his sleeves. If it weren't for her, these people might not have an accident. After reading everyone's names, Li Cha looked at everyone again with a firm and powerful tone. From today, every dead hero in the City of Dusk will be buried in this land. This is the land of glory and the home of heroes. And I decided to make this day of every year, May 8th, a day of glory to commemorate our dead heroes. On this day every year, Dusk City will hold a memorial ceremony to pray for them. A day of glory. Remembering a dead hero. When the residents heard this, they couldn't hold back. One by one with red eyes. The aged Karu seemed to have regained his youth at this moment. He suddenly raised his right hand and shouted loudly in a hoarse voice. The City of Dusk will last forever. Long live Mr. Richard. At this moment, this cry has become a vent for everyone, one by one screaming wildly, venting the turbulent emotions in their hearts. The City of Dusk will last forever. Long live Mr. Richard. The City of Dusk will last forever. Long live Mr. Richard. At this moment, they recognized their lord from the bottom of their hearts. When the funeral of the hero in the land of glory was over, Richard went straight back to the territory. After breakfast, I planned to go out to skin pictures. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a conspicuous red prompt appearing on the attribute panel. On May 7, 7600 of Radiance Era, the Guardian Shield will shatter in 2 hours. Li Cha was slightly in a trance. Broken the protective shield. 7 days. He has been in this game world for 7 days. There is an inexplicable feeling of being separated. It seems that the modern life of 7 days ago is very far away. This territory that belongs to him completely has already had an inexhaustible bond with him and has become an inseparable part of it. It seems that here, he is more at ease than everything in modern times. Good day, Mr. Richard, are you going out now? I have something I want to talk to you about. When Richard was absent-minded, Andelle quietly entered the hall. Hearing this, he woke up with a start. He calmed down and looked at the girl with ponytails and leather boots in front of her, showing a slight smile. This slender girl is carrying a copper hammer that is taller than a person. www.novel.com is particularly eye-catching. Heroic and valiant. No need to be polite, Miss Andelle, please speak directly. Andelle looked straight into the eyes of the handsome young man in front of her with a straight face and said solemnly. Li Cha was relieved, thinking of the system prompt for the completion of the hero recruitment task last night. Looking directly into each other's eyes, she said solemnly. Miss Andelle, have you thought about it? The City of Twilight is in the desert, and the surrounding materials are scarce, so it may not be able to give you what you want. In addition, we will face various dangers in the future, such as hostility from other forces, siege by robbers, attacks by sandstorms, and so on. In order to protect the City of Dusk, I need you to forge weapons for the army, and even go into battle to kill the enemy. Are you mentally prepared? Andel's eyes were firm. When you are willing to take risks for a few civilians who are lowly in the eyes of other lords, and even sacrifice your own army to bring their corpses back. I'm ready. Lord Richard, I would like to serve the City of Dusk and become your subordinate. Saying that, he put his right hand on his chest and knelt down on one knee. He lowered his head that had always been high. Ding, the heroic unit Andelle Thorin was conquered by your charisma and is willing to surrender to you. Do you accept it? Li Cha nodded and said solemnly. Andelle Thorin, I accept your allegiance in the name of the Lord of Dusk City. From today, you are a member of Dusk City. From now on, the City of Dusk will be with you, you will no longer be alone, and I will always be your strongest backing. Chapter 46, The Sassy Operation of Sand Sculpture Players. While speaking, Li Cha stretched out his hand to help Andelle. At this moment, the girl's eyes were slightly red. After getting up, she said firmly to Li Cha. Lord Richard, even if I give my life, I will protect your glory. Guard the City of Dusk. Li Cha smiled. Then let's build Dusk City together. After speaking, he paused for a moment, his tone solemn. Andel, I have officially appointed you as the head of the blacksmiths department in Dusk City. Although we only have one blacksmith shop and a few junior blacksmiths at the moment, I believe that you can build all this well. Only the advanced blacksmith shop can open the research function, and that is the moment when this A-level hero shows his edge. Andel nodded fiercely. Lord Richard, I will do my best. Li Cha nodded slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he said softly. The search team should be back this afternoon. The words did not continue, because no one knew whether the search team had found the father of the other party. There was some hope in Andel's eyes, but also some pain. If it wasn't for my request, maybe the residents wouldn't have an accident. Li Cha waved his hand. No need to blame yourself. When we recruited residents to search, we all signed up voluntarily. And it's not just for you, the relatives and friends of other residents are also lost in the desert and need to be found. Because of the absence of your father, I will also send a search and rescue team. This is not true. The desert is too barren, and there are usually no refugees. Even if Andel is not a hero, he will send people to find those refugees. If the City of Dusk wants to grow, it must have enough population. This remark moved Andel quite a bit. In her opinion, this was what Richard said on purpose to comfort her. Lord Richard. Looking at the big watery eyes of the other party, Li Cha waved his hand and interrupted her. Needless to say, let's tidy up the blacksmith shop first, and they will be back in the evening. And if you can't find it once, you can also find it for the second and third times. The army in my hand will become stronger and stronger. At that time, I can send more troops out to ensure the safety of the exploration team. Only then did Andel feel at ease, and after the salute, she left the Lord's mansion with anticipation and anxiety. Since Andel has such a strong bloodline talent, her father shouldn't be weak either. If it doesn't work, she will be the second hero. But it's not easy to find someone in the vast desert. Fortunately, the residents of Dusk City won't get lost in the desert. Li Cha looked at the empty hall and shook his head, not in a hurry to leave. 2 hours later, the protective shield will be broken, he is afraid of accidents. After thinking about it, he walked out of the door and started to make a series of arrangements. First, the mummies of the 3.5 teams were scattered around the City of Dusk to be vigilant. Once in danger, give him a warning. At the same time, 13 scorpion warriors were dispatched to guard the safety of the jujube forest. The desert crown bee and the flame dragon rabbit are both first-class treasures, and nothing should go wrong. Finally, he ordered all residents to return to the territory and wait until after lunch at noon before leaving. Although they didn't understand Richard's intention, none of the residents who heard the order had any objection. After doing everything you can do to the extreme, only then did Li Cha wait at ease. 2 hours seemed to be longer than a century. It was the first time he felt time passing so slowly. Finally, the system prompt lights up when the time reaches 12 o'clock. Ding, the protective shield has been broken, congratulations, from now on, you can explore this world freely without restrictions. But please also note that your territory may be attacked by wild troops, natives, or hostile lords at any time. Please protect your territory and residents and expand your territory. I wish you eternal life in the death competition of all races for hegemony. After the system prompt sounded, Li Cha felt that something in his body had undergone some subtle changes. He seemed to have no estrangement from this world at all, and even his breathing became extraordinarily smooth. There is a kind of comfort after taking some safety measures off. Is this a complete integration into this world? Li Cha was in a somewhat delicate mood. With a bit of complexity, he opened the chat channel. The next second, the sand sculpture player immediately made him feel better. Gao Gao Kill, I, Long Outian from Era of Radiance, vow to trample this world under my feet. Elf girl, succubus, human princess, orc bestiar girl, sea mermaid, undead vampire, etc. Follow me. I'm going to lay down a big harem, you 3,000 aliens. Hey, the little brother of the elf, the fierceman of the orcs, the gentleman of the blood clan, the prince of the human race, are all waiting for the old lady. I want to sleep all over you all. Damn it, my membrane, bah, the protective shield is broken. Damn, I just offended a group of robbers yesterday, and the other party sent people to investigate my territory this morning. Please help, what should I do if there is a large bear group 1,000 meters away from the territory? A few days ago, relying on my invincibility, I kept enticing them to hunt them next to the territory. Those bears have driven me crazy these 2 days. What should I do without the protective shield? Who can save me? I am willing to give my everything. I want chrysanthemums. Do you yearn to mobilize tens of thousands of troops and horses to step on Pingchuan, attack the city and conquer the land, go out and enter the Prime Minister, and become king? Do you yearn to be surrounded by beautiful women and sit in a harem of 3,000? Talk to me privately and sell the glorious era plug-in for you. Let's hang up your life. Is there a big brother from the Lion Kingdom? There are a lot of wolves outside my territory. I'm so scared. Can you give me some resources to recruit troops? If you are close, you can go offline. The specific price is private. Chat. I didn't expect that my little brother in the capital would one day be so depressed that he would have no food to eat. The residents of my territory just rebelled, but my heart didn't fluctuate at all. Because they rebelled because there was no food, thought I was hiding the food. Haha, they don't actually know, they really guessed it. Ha ha ha, I starved to death, you bastards. Why should I give you the food that I have worked so hard to earn? I rolled my eyes and said I joined my territory. And I have to take care of the meal. Why? What qualifications do you have to be raised by me? I can go to your uncle. I just want to starve you white-eyed wolves to death. Brothers, I just met a devil altar, and he said that as long as I offered the souls of 10 residents to him, he would exchange a skill, and I exploded when I heard it. Damn, is there such a good thing? Raising those idiots didn't tire me to death, so I went back to the territory, deceived all the residents into the altar, sacrificed all of them to the devil, and changed 12 skills. Ha 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 ha. It's so cool, because I have done this. I have obtained the bloodline of the medium devil. I tell you, you can't get used to those idiots, and you should be ruthless. After Li Cha watched it for a long time, his expression was very exciting. The operation of these sand sculpture players is simply mind-blowing. Some do not want to raise residents, and sacrifice their own people to the devil in exchange for power. Some deliberately hide food to starve residents. Others sold the residents like piglets to slave owners. He even saw a guy who sold his territory directly to the Aborigines. In exchange for a sum of resources, he happily went to the NPC city to buy a house. All kinds of pranks made Li Cha feel like he had seen a new world. As expected of you, sand sculptures. Chapter 47, Rare Resource Mines. 1 o'clock noon. After confirming that the protective shield was broken, and confirming that there was no special situation around, Li Cha was relieved. But from today onwards, the City of Dusk will no longer be able to transfer all the troops like before, and there will be not one left. In the future, there must be enough troops to guard the territory. Otherwise, when he went out, he wouldn't even know that the crystal was stolen by someone else. After thinking about it, there were 35 bandaged mummies in total, and 10 of them were sent to protect the search and rescue team. Currently there are 25 left. Richard simply left all the bandaged mummies behind to guard the territory. Today, we must hunt enough food in exchange for resources, and the City of Dusk needs a large number of troops to garrison. The empty defense put him under a lot of pressure. There must be another wave of soldiers. After making arrangements, he did not delay, and brought 10 pharaohs, 13 scorpion warriors, and 10 axes of the dead. With a total of 33 people, 3 teams of troops left the territory. Continue to explore today the east area. If there are enough axes of the dead, he really wants to knock down that medium-sized gold mine. It's a pity that he only has 1 team, and he still feels a lot of pressure in the face of at least 3 half-metal giants. It's still good to have a steady hand. With a clear goal, Richard moved very quickly. After the rare 3-star axe of the dead was added, the battle of scanning the map became much easier. The scorpion warrior acts as a front-row meat shield, and curses the pharaoh to release curse and control skills to restrict the movement of the enemy. The axe of the dead throws battle axes within a range of 30 meters. From 21 meters to 30 meters, increase the damage by 60%, and have a 30% chance to trigger the execution of the soul, killing the enemy. In the face of low-level troops, even if the soul execution is not triggered, the exaggerated feature of increasing damage by 60% can still kill the enemy. The axe of the dead has become a real killer in Li Cha's hands. When he encounters a gathering point of troops in the wild, he can go straight to A and it's over. It wasn't until 6 o'clock in the evening that Richard planned to end today's scan. Ding Yu commanded the troops to defeat a group of sawtooth rabbits, won a mini-battle, and gained 40 experience points. Ding Yu commanded the troops to defeat a group of one-eyed demons, won a mini-battle, and gained 80 experience points. Ding. He glanced at the system prompts, there were about 30. In other words, today they killed at least 600 or 700 field troops. The experience on his attribute panel was directly increased to 1600. The upgrade progress from 50-100 points has increased a lot. However, it is a pity for him that most of these field troops are humanoid and cannot be eaten. However, because of the large number of kills, they also got a lot of prey like sawtooth rabbits, long-tailed mice, and horned camels. Later, the 10 cubic meters of space in the system could no longer hold, so Richard put the prey on the market and sold it as resources after one hunt. This intensive sale of food has caused a heated discussion among a large group of Lord players. Because the prey sold has Elite 2 stars and Elite 3 stars. Li Cha has sold food in a big way several times, and has become a big boss in the hearts of countless people. Countless people are guessing how strong Qingqiu is. The resources on the property panel have reached 30,000 units, and the system space is still full. The fruitful Li Cha was satisfied and prepared to return to the territory. However, the number of field units encountered today is indeed a bit abnormal. It seems to be more than the previous few days combined. He found that many players are also talking about this. What's going on today? Why are there so many field troops suddenly appearing? In the place I cleared last time, a new field force appeared. Motherfucker, my army is almost exhausted. Don't you know what day is today? Monday. The army gathering places in the wild have been refreshed. Fuck, is there really such a thing as a refresh? Nima, I almost forgot that I was traveling through a game world. Fuck, there is a one-way portal not far from my territory, and there is a dungeon inside. And the dungeon is still 3 stars. Brothers, I am going to develop, wait for me to go in and turn around and come out to show you the harvest. Li Cha was suddenly stunned. Every Monday, the field units are refreshed. Looking up at the cloudless blue sky, this world is really interesting. Just after the doubts in his heart were lifted, the scorpion soldiers who were in charge of exploring the path hurriedly returned. Master, we found a resource point. Li Cha nodded calmly. The harvest brought by resource points was too small, and it couldn't compare to hunting in the early stage. Moreover, the desert is too barren, and the number of resource points is pitifully small. In the past week, he discovered 4 resource points. Except for the medium-sized gold mine, other things really didn't interest him. In rich areas, you can make a fortune by occupying resource points, but Dusk City can only starve to death by doing so. But something is better than nothing. Take me. After advancing 200 meters with the army, they climbed a towering sand dune. He followed the guidance of the poisonous scorpion warrior and looked under the dune. An area covered with ore caught his attention. Countless sparkling ores reflect crystal clear light under the setting sun. It's like there are countless diamonds inlaid in the gravel area. Eye-catching. This is. Seeing this unusual scene, Li Cha opened the attribute panel with great interest. Gemstone Mine. Level, Miniature. Reserve, 100 units. Maximum output, 21 units per week. Capacity, minimum 3 people. UU reading www.uukangshu.com is fully loaded with 10 people. Introduction, rare resource points, gems can be mined after occupation. Rare resources, gem mines. His eyes lit up, and his slightly tired spirit instantly cheered up. Rare resources are not comparable to common resources such as wood and iron ore. Not only are the yields low, but they are also very rare. This thing is a real good thing, a high-level hard currency. From a mine's reserves of only 100 units, it can be known how precious it is. And the construction blueprint of the hero altar is still in his hands. This precious blueprint obtained from the one-way flower chamber of commerce has always lacked rare resources to build. Li Cha suppressed the joy in his heart and turned his attention to the troops guarding the gem mine. If you want to occupy the mine, you must first deal with these monsters. That is a group of special beings. The 2 goat horns on the head are sharper than spears, the back is slightly raised, and there is a row of plastic membranes like fins growing on it, with a row of sharp spines in the middle. Naked on the upper body, wearing a pair of animal skin hakama, the muscles on his body are particularly obvious, and it seems that the power to smash mountains and rocks can burst out at any time. These horned monsters carry a long-handled giant hammer in their hands. The front of the giant hammer is flat, and the other side is a raised curved blade. What's even more eye-catching is that the other party's blood-colored eyes flashing with brutality and killing can make people feel chills in their hearts. These monsters are not weak. Li Cha raised his brows and opened the properties panel. Demon Goat Monster. Level 4. Potential, rare 2 stars. Chapter 48 The Axe of the Overbearing Dead, hard to shake the rare arms. Demon Goat Monster. Level 4. Potential, rare 2 stars. Skill, strong physique, D level, strength increases by 50%, stamina recovery speed increases by 50%. Heavy attack, D level, swinging a giant hammer, the next attack can explode with 200% of the power after 3 seconds of charging. Devil's Blood, D rank, all attributes increased by 30%, physical strength increased by 50%. Racial talent, can devour gems to quickly recover from injuries. Bound Demon, when the number of demons is greater than 10, the power increases by 10%. If the number is greater than 20, the strength will increase by 20%. When the number of people is greater than 30, the strength is increased by 30%, and the attack has the smashing feature activated. Introduction, enjoy the joy of being hit on the head with a heavy hammer. Good Guy, rare 2 stars. And the number of demon sheep monsters exceeds 4 teams. Is it necessary to use such a strong force to guard a tiny rare resource point? If it's small, wouldn't it be stationed with rare level units? Li Cha couldn't help feeling how difficult it was to get rare resources. But after reading the attributes of the demon sheep several times, he put aside the idea of evacuation. Although the attributes of the demon goat monster are good, it does not have the 2 key characteristics of curse immunity and instant death skill immunity. Moreover, the opponent is all physical damage. The skill of desertification, Tianka. He turned his head and glanced at the powerful axe of the dead beside him, and made a decision. Everyone is ready to fight. The Scorpion warriors are on the front line to prevent the enemy from passing over you. Curse the Pharaoh to cast a spell at the end. Once the enemy escapes the Scorpion warrior's line of defense, he immediately uses his skills to restrict the opponent's actions. Axe of the Dead, you are the main force, stand 20 meters behind the poisonous Scorpion warrior. Once the enemy steps into the range of 30 meters, immediately launch an attack. Bandage Mummy and Scorpion warrior are both elite units, only the Axe of the Dead is a rare level of combat power. It is also the key to winning this battle. Li Cha's cold voice was full of fighting intent. 4 teams of rare arms, this is definitely a tough battle. He stood with the cursed Pharaoh and personally commanded the battle. Attack. With an order, the Scorpion warrior with giant iron pincers and curved scorpion tail walked down the steep hill step by step. The Axe of the Dead, in full body armor with a black mandala pattern, followed closely. In the end, he wore a colorful crown, carried a black scepter, and cursed the Pharaoh with a shriveled figure. There is meat, time, and output. This iron triangle is extremely powerful. The demon sheep monster in the gem mine immediately noticed the strangeness, and his relaxed expression suddenly became vigilant. The muscles of his arms were tense, and he firmly grasped the long-handled giant hammer. Those blood-colored eyes began to exude a penetrating chill, and they stared at the approaching Dusk City army with murderous intent. A demon sheep monster couldn't bear it any longer, and roared up to the sky. Roar. The roar of a beast resounded through the sandy land. Damn undead and mummies, dare to provoke the great demon, you are seeking your own death. The leader of the demon sheep slammed the long-handled warhammer, pointing at the army that rushed down from the sand dunes. Kill. With an angry shout, dozens of demon goat monsters charged towards the Scorpion warrior without any hesitation. They want to crush these undead. Shasha. The sheeps have stepped on the desert, splashing a piece of fine sand. Dozens of demon goat monsters charged at the same time, immediately causing the dust to rise more than 10 meters high. Dust billows behind. The sand dunes were only 70 or 80 meters high. After reaching 1/3 of the way, the Scorpion warrior stopped abruptly. The 13 Scorpion warriors opened their giant pincers that could easily destroy steel, like a trap for a beast, waiting for the beast to step into it. 10 axes of the dead held the handle of the battle axe, the power of the soul exploded violently, and the faint blue light overflowed the horn helmet. The cursed Pharaoh raised his scepter, and the incantation in his mouth echoed at this moment. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The enemy is near. When the first 7 or 8 demon sheep monsters to charge step into the poisonous Scorpion warrior within 10 meters. The axe of the dead let out a roar from its throat, and its body was like a spring that was tense to the extreme, bursting out with the strongest force. Roar, D rank. After roaring, the next attack power increases by 50%. Ha. The battle axe in his hand was thrown out, and the chains on his arms rattled. The violent sound of breaking the air pierced the eardrum. Tomahawk pulled out a row of phantoms in the air. The demon sheep in front did not expect that those undead holding battle axes would be long-range troops. The distance between the two sides is so close, and the attention is attracted by the poisonous scorpion warrior. By the time the battle axe tore through the sky and came, it was too late for them to escape. Puff. The sound of a sharp blade cutting into flesh and blood sounded. A demon sheep monster's arm was directly broken in two. The blood splattered like a burst water pipe. Under the strong inertia, the axe still flew backwards after cutting off the arm. www.novel.com. After reaching the limit, the axe of the dead yanked the chains. The battle axe was directly forced to fly backwards. The demon goat monster with the broken arm was still suffering from severe pain. Suddenly, he felt a terrible pain coming from his vest, and then the pain spread to his chest. He looked down subconsciously, and saw a sharp axe blade stained with blood in his pupils. Before he had time to think, he only felt the power of his body passing away in an instant, his eyes darkened, and he lost consciousness. This blow did not trigger the instant death feature, but it was so, and with its terrifying lethality, he forcibly killed a rare 2-star demon goat monster. The axe of the dead, which throws a battle axe, can explode its attack power beyond its level within a range of 10 to 30 meters. Extremely strong. And 10 axes of the dead attack at the same time. Only one of the 8 demon goat monsters avoided. Everyone else was hacked. The 30% chance of instant death instantly caused the 2 demon sheep monsters to fall to the ground and die, and they had already seen the of death before they met the scorpion warrior. Although several other demon sheep monsters fought hard, they still lost their lives one by one under the control of the exaggerated battle axe of the dead. It's all too fast, it's just a matter of a few breaths. The demon sheep behind them only saw the cold light of a battle axe reflecting the dazzling light under the setting sun, and their companions fell down a large area. The blood gurgled red the desert. But this scene not only failed to frighten the demon sheep, but stimulated their nerves even more. The already scarlet eyes seemed to drip blood at this moment. Kill. Charge up with a warhammer. They will tear these undead apart. Chapter 49 Gem Mine. The first round of collisions ended quickly. Ended with a victory for the axe of the dead, but they had not yet recovered the axe. The second batch of demon sheep monsters had already charged up and fought with the scorpion warriors. The long-handled warhammers in their hands contained terrifying power. I vow to smash these undead. Ha. A demon sheep monster slammed into the poisonous scorpion warrior in front of him, and this hammer even made the poisonous scorpion warrior feel fatal danger. The giant pincers folded together and blocked directly in front of him. Bang. At the moment when the two sides collided, sparks splashed around, like a blacksmith pounding a red-hot iron block. The demon sheep monster is a head shorter than the scorpion warrior, but the explosive force made the scorpion warrior take 3 steps back, and its 8 feet are deep in the yellow sand. Violent and powerful. The scorpion warrior, who has never met an opponent in melee combat, has suffered a big loss in front of the rare 2-star demon goat monster. A distance of equal order makes the strength of the two sides widen the gap. But the scorpion warriors were not afraid even if they were frustrated. No matter how the demon sheep attacked, they just roared and defended the front line of defense. The battle was fierce. Cast spells, control the situation, and other demons break through the scorpion warriors' line of defense. The moment Richard gave the order, the cursed pharaoh who had already prepared raised the deadwood scepter. A dim light flashed across the sky. Curse of the Pharaoh, E-level. After casting a curse on the enemy will fall into a weak state, all attributes will be reduced by 20%, the cooling time will be 5 minutes, and 20 mana will be consumed. Words of curse. Control the enemy. Unleashing 2 curses in a row, the demon goat monster who was aggressively attacking instantly felt that his power had dropped a lot. Even the speed of swinging the warhammer has become slow. Some even fell into stagnation, allowing the scorpion warriors to attack. At this time, the demon sheep monster discovered the cursed pharaoh behind him. But the 2 lines of defense in front of him are as solid as a rock and cannot be crossed. The only pity is that the number of cursed pharaohs is only 1 team, and the demon sheep monster has 3 teams left at this time. Can't control all. Gotcha. A demon sheep monster without a curse exploded to its extreme strength, directly hitting the giant pincers of the scorpion warrior. Countless cracks appeared in the scorpion warrior's pliers that could tear apart steel, like glass that fell on the ground. The demon sheep monster pursued with victory. Roar waved the long-handled warhammer again. He was going to smash the scorpion. La. The blow that could shatter the boulder directly smashed the giant tongs, blasting the sky full of gravel. The giant hammer did not lose its strength, and directly shattered the chest of the poisonous scorpion warrior. Such an impressive result, the demon goat monster was not at all happy, because he felt that what he was hammering was cotton. The huge force was not released and could not be contained, which directly caused the center of gravity to become unbalanced, staggering a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Desertification. It's this life-saving skill again. The scorpion warrior, who was recovering quickly in his chest, let out a low growl. Seizing this extremely rare opportunity, he waved the iron pliers in his left hand intact. The iron hook, like a butcher used to hang livestock, was directly nailed into the body of the demon goat. Pull hard, an exaggerated scar directly tore the body of the demon goat monster. At the same time, the poisonous scorpion tail bowed behind him also pierced like lightning. It directly penetrated the shoulder of the demon goat monster, and the poison was injected into the opponent's body crazily. The situation turned around in an instant. Life and death are on the line. Under the strong pressure of the demon sheep monster, the scorpion warrior started desertification one after another. The demon goat monster with only physical damage went on a rampage and pressed the poisonous scorpion warrior from the big killing just now, and immediately turned into a mouse biting a turtle, with nowhere to go. The attacks they can smash through the city walls can't help the scorpion warriors, who are immune to 99% physical damage. Hoo-hoo. The sound of the battle axe breaking through the air roared again after the scorpion warrior was deserted. Puff. The distance of more than 20 meters is so close, even before the demon sheep can clearly see the battle axe, he already feels severe pain from his body. Soul execution. Fall to the ground. After the desertification, the scorpion warrior forcibly dragged the demon sheep monster. The cursed pharaoh intensively uses control skills to limit the movement of the demon sheep. With the cooperation of other units, the axe of the dead makes the killing more enjoyable. Moreover, at the distance of 20 meters to 30 meters, there is a 30% chance of triggering the execution of the soul, which makes the number of demon goat monsters drop sharply. When the axe of the dead killed the last demon sheep monster, this fierce battle with the axe of the dead as the main output core came to an end. Ding, the army you led slaughtered a group of demon sheep and won a mini-battle. You gained 200 experience points. Ding, the axe of the dead has killed a large number of enemies, and its level has been improved. The current level is level 4. After the axe of the dead is upgraded to level 4, all the skills are refreshed, and the aura becomes stronger. Li Cha could see clearly from behind, except that 3 or 4 were killed by the scorpion warriors. The axe of the dead killed all the remaining demon sheep monsters. The fighting power it showed made him elated. Although today's battle has wiped out dozens of troop gathering points, those are all elite and ordinary, and it is impossible to measure the true power of the axe of the dead. At this time, facing the same rare level of troops, the axe of the dead still showed absolute dominance, which had to make him emotional. This is the kind of army worthy of his efforts. After the demon sheep died, the weapons in its hands quickly decayed and collapsed. This is the rule of Era of Radiance. After the troops recruited from the troops' nests die, the weapons and equipment will lose their strength and be quickly damaged. Li Cha ignored this and stepped into the gem mine below the dunes happily. Glittering fine gemstones are embedded in the stone cracks, which are beautiful and colorful under the setting sun. It's no wonder that dragons and girls like these shiny things. They're so pretty. I have to let the miners keep a big gem in case they need it in the future. The system prompt appears at the appropriate time. Ding, are you occupying the gem mine? After confirming, he marked the point on the system map. I just waited to go back and sent someone to mine. Fortunately, it's only a 40-minute walk from the territory, so it won't be too strenuous. I'm in a good mood. Today's harvest is good. The first is his goal today, hunting. Due to the spawning of wild monsters, a large number of prey were hunted and directly exchanged for 30,000 units of resources. At the same time, the system space is also full. After processing, there are at least 2,000 units of meat. The food alone is not a small harvest. Secondly, Through the head-to-head battle with the demon sheep monster, I intuitively felt how powerful the power in my hand was, and raised the level of the Axe of the Dead to level 4. In the end, he also occupied a rare resource point, the gem mine, which is beautiful. While thinking about it, he looked around in the gem mine. After he found no other treasures, Richard didn't stay too long. Returned to the territory with a full load of prey. When we returned to the territory, it was already dark. Karoo was waiting here as always, but unexpectedly. And Dell was actually there. "Good night, Mr. Richard. The kitchen has prepared dinner for you." In addition, the team that went out to search has returned. As soon as Karoo finished speaking, Andel stepped forward immediately and said with great excitement, "Thank you, my lord." Li Cha said softly, "Andel, our search team found your father." The girl shook her head violently, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Li Cha was puzzled. How could he still look so happy that he was crying when he didn't find it? Andel took a few deep breaths and calmed down her emotions before speaking. "Lord Richard, although they didn't find my father, they did know about him." "Oh. Was it rescued by someone else?" "That's right, my father found the one-way flower chamber of commerce again, and has already set off for Solon City. www.novel.com on this. This father has such a big heart. Why don't he look for you?" Seems to see Richard's doubts, the girl explained. "The one-way flower merchant will have a special treasure that can find missing people in the desert, but it requires the blood of relatives." Only then did Li Cha understand. Obviously, this method is more reliable than searching aimlessly in the desert. Onik has returned to Solon City. After they meet, they will definitely inform him of your safety information. Andel nodded happily, and then gave Li Cha a salute. "If it was before, I would definitely have to find my father." Saying that, there was a bit of blush on his face. "But now, I am a member of Dusk City, your subordinate. Now that my father is safe, I will definitely work hard for you." Li Cha was thoughtful when he heard this. "Complete the recruitment task of the A-level hero by normal means. I am afraid that he has failed now. The mission issued by the system is to find the father of the other party and bring him back to the territory before he is safe, so that Andre can stay. Otherwise, even if the spies get the news that the father is safe, Andel will leave." After all, knowing that her father had gone to Solon City, she could not stay here alone. Do you still need to think about who is more important than your own father in an unfamiliar territory? Fortunately, we found another way to complete the hero recruitment task ahead of time. Li Cha thought of this and moved in his heart. In this way, there is not only one way to complete the hero recruitment task. In the future, we may be able to do some exploration in this area, not limited to the task limit. Chapter 50. Failed to download chapter body. Chapter 51 Riot again, Mummy Guardian. After he figured out the key, Li Cha was in a good mood. "Kalu, hold a glory ceremony tomorrow, and let all the residents who participated in this search and rescue come to the stage to accept the reward. Tonight, let the tailor find some red cloth, make big red flowers, and put them on. If the cloth is not enough, make them smaller and wear them on the chest. All residents participating in this search and rescue mission will be awarded the City of Dusk Collective Bronze Medal. Use a piece of paper, write everyone's name on it, and award them with the bronze medal. In addition, let Andel forge the bronze medal for me, and also design the silver medal, the gold medal and the highest honor of the City of Dusk, the Lord Medal. In the future, depending on the degree of credit, we will hold a ceremony of honor for everyone, award awards in public, and award medals. Rewards are divided into collective rewards and individual rewards. Tasks with a large number of participants will be awarded collective medals, and tasks completed by a single person will be awarded individual medals. Residents who have won these medals will hang the title of honored residents on their doorsteps, and they will be given priority for promotion in the future. Richard changed the modern reward system with a history of hundreds of years and moved it here. The corresponding medals will give you certain material rewards. You can study the specific amount. This system was initially built, and there must be deficiencies or areas that need to be supplemented. You should pay attention to observation and make up for it in the future. Karoo was quite excited after hearing this. "Lord Richard, your wisdom is enough to amaze the gods." Other than that, the group reward setting surprised him quite a bit. A major event, so many people participated, everyone has credit, you can't say that everyone is awarded the honor, right? Doesn't that make honor too simple? Collective rewards solve this problem perfectly. Li Cha didn't worry too much about this. The City of Twilight is still very weak, and it is useless to set up too complicated systems. How much have I dealt with the prey I brought back? Karoo said with a smile, there are too many, and it will take time. It has to be said that the food is full, which makes people feel very safe. Li Cha nodded, got up, walked out of the hall, and came to the well that was still busy. At this time, 200 people were busy. The one who boils the water, the one who peels the skin, the one who removes the guts, and the one who cuts the meat, all perform their duties, and deal with the prey piled up into the hills at great speed. The meat that was cut and cleaned was piled up on the ground that was washed clean. Next, the meat is cooked and then dried, so that it can be preserved for a very long time in the dry environment of the desert. This is how the dry food for the long journey is made. Looking at the pile of meat mountains, Li Cha thought about it and opened the trading market. He hung up the bounty message for a few days and still nothing happened. 15 desert horses offer a reward of 1-star resource treasure, San Jujube Forest, 10 mu, the number of rewards offered is 2. 20 desert horses offer a reward for resource treasures or other treasures that can be used in the desert. The transaction must be agreed by both parties. However, another piece of spring water has been sold. He has 9 pieces in his hand, and there is only 1 piece left to synthesize medium-sized spring water. These days, he has heard more than once from residents that the well water is very difficult to obtain, and he has to go to the spring in the Sazeo forest to fetch water. This question was also reflected to him several times by Karoo. However, 3-star treasure chests are rare after all, and the number of spring water fragments that can be opened just right is not much. So when the last shard can be obtained, it also depends on a bit of luck. This matter can't be rushed. After thinking about it, he directly changed the price of the reward for the Sazeo Lin. 30 desert horses offer a reward of 1-star resource treasure, San Jujube Forest, 10 mu, the reward amount is 1. It used to be a reward of 15 horses, but now he has directly increased the reward and doubled it. The price of food has dropped a bit recently, and the chances of players opening resource treasures are very low, and it is even rarer to be willing to sell them. The preciousness of Jujube is that it ripens once a month. And more importantly, it can provide sufficient pollen for desert crown bees and increase honey production. If several Jujube forests are planted at different times, the desert crown bee can collect honey for the whole month. The desert crown bee, but he focuses on breeding. After making some adjustments, Richard can only expect the players to give some strength. Restart the search, food. 60 units of wheat, 1200 GP. 20 boars, sells for 700 lumber. 30 units of bison, sells for 900 units of iron ore. The ratio of meat to common resources is around 130, and common food is about 120. The price of meat was obviously lower than the previous 2 days. And the number of sales has increased, but most of them are mainly dozens of units, and 100 or 200 units are relatively rare. Obviously, with the development of time, players began to gradually get on the right track. Li Cha glanced at his property panel. There are also 30,000 units of resources. This is the harvest of today. Although I have a lot of troops in my hands, after I went out, the force responsible for guarding the territory was too weak. Must be added. Base camp is the core of everything, and the lack of rear defense makes him uncomfortable. In my heart, I figured it out. The troops guarding the territory must have several characteristics. First, they must adapt to the desert climate. Second, I don't need logistical supplies, I don't want to be exhausted by logistical. Third, strong defensive ability, suitable for defending the territory. Fourth, there is potential and it is worth cultivating. But after thinking about it, Li Cha turned his attention to the mummy again. No need for logistics, powerful combat, suitable for desert, not afraid of death. Besides being ugly, there are too many advantages. Search, desert camp, mummy. Immediately, a large number of troops appeared. Li Cha began to scream. First of all, there are elite-level troop nests, but the number is only more than 200, and they are all garbage troop types. No one is willing to sell them. He turned it off after watching it, and turned it back on at the normal level. Tooth Mummy, normal 1 star, 600 units of wood. Spiked Mummy, normal 3 star, 1200 units of iron ore. All kinds of strange mummy troops opened his eyes. After a full 20 minutes, he finally saw the unit that made his eyes shine. Mummy Guardian. Level 1. Potential, normal 3 stars. Skill, Body of the Dead, F grade, immune to poison, plague, 15% physical damage reduction. Guardian, F grade, within the territory, all attributes are increased by 30%, leaving the territory is invalid. Patrol, F level, patrol in the territory, can increase the sensitivity by 30%, and can detect the enemy sneaking into the territory. Formation, E class, can be combined into a formation of 10 people to attack. Racial talent, when fighting in the territory, the injury recovery speed is increased by 50%. Bound mummy, when the number of mummies is greater than 10, the strength of the mummy is increased by 10%. When the number of mummies is greater than 30, the strength is increased by 20%. When the number of mummies is greater than 50, the strength is increased by 30%, the dexterity is increased by 30%, and the damage is increased by 30%. Introduction, the mummies that guard the pharaohs are quite alert. After seeing the attributes of the mummy guardian, Richard chose to buy it without any hesitation. The 4 initial skills are simply outrageous. And it's also so suitable for defending the territory. After paying 3,000 units of iron ore, Richard got this mummy guard's troop lair. But one is not enough. Continue to search www.novel.com and bought the other 2 on the market, one for 3,500 units of wood and one for 3,800 gold coins. The price can be compared with the elite level arms. Obviously, these sellers also know the power of the mummy guardian, so they dare to charge this price. He didn't feel distressed at all, and he was promoted to the elite branch after buying it, and he couldn't lose anything. To promote the nests of 3 arms, about 15,000 resources are needed. Start it directly. Would you like to spend 500 gold coins to buy a desert bandit troop lair? Confirm. Would you like to spend 500 units of wood to buy the sawtooth gerbil's nest? Confirm. After the 30 troop nests are in hand, there are less than 7,000 left of the 30,000 resources on the panel. But it was a hunt for violent soldiers, but Richard felt a sense of accomplishment. After getting the troop nest, go directly to the corner of the front yard where the troop nest is placed. Ding does it cost 400 gold coins, 400 wood, and 400 stone to build the guardian's land. After confirming 3 times in a row and consuming 3,600 units of resources, 3 3-meter-high pyramids appeared in front of them. The exterior of these pyramids seemed to have been eroded by wind and sand for thousands of years, and there were traces of potholes everywhere. The land of the Guardians, ordinary 3-star, can consume 10 common-level troops nests to be promoted to elite 3-star, whether to upgrade. Confirm. After 30 troops nest cores were used up, the pyramid in front of them rose to 4 meters. The surface eroded by the wind and sand became more and more rotten, and the fist-sized potholes made people wonder if a hand would suddenly stick out from inside. Chapter 52 Unit Refresh, 1 wave of fertilizer. Guardian's Land. Level, Elite 3 stars. Recruitable troops, Mummy Guardian, Elite 3 star. Number of recruits, 20. Weekly production, 10. Recruitment conditions, 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of stone. Introduction, the Common Mummy Units Lair. Ding does it cost 800 gold coins, 800 units of wood, and 800 units of stone to recruit 20 Mummy Guardians. 3-unit dens can produce 60 Mummy Guardians. The consumption of resources alone reached 2,400 gold coins, 2,400 units of wood, and 2,400 units of stone. A total of 7,200 units of resources. After Li Cha built the units, there were only more than 6,000 troops left. A bitter smile appeared on his face. The landlord's family doesn't have any food left. The food in the warehouse cannot be moved, and there is still a week of consumption reserves. If something happened to this, Dusk City wouldn't be able to handle it. Opened the trading market, looked at the 3 purchase messages, and cancelled the purchase of 20 desert horses for other resource treasures. Swap 20 desert horses for resources. A complete desert horse, a 6,000 unit resource, sold a total of 120,000 units. This resource can even cultivate 2 rare level troop nests. But if it's possible, I'm still willing to exchange for resources and treasures. That's the treasure, but unfortunately, no one sells them. After having the resources, Li Cha immediately became confident. All recruited. With the disappearance of 7,200 resources. A pale yellow light flickered, and on the heavily weathered pyramid in front of him, countless fine sand suddenly poured out of those hollows. These fine sands flowed out and gathered in front of the pyramid to form a mummy with a round shield in one hand and a long knife in the other. The bandages on their bodies are rotten yellow, and they look as if they have been buried in the ground for countless years. The momentum is quite powerful, no weaker than the bandage mummy. Mummy Guardian. Level 1. Potential, Elite 3 stars. Skill, Body of the Dead, E-level, immune to poison, plague, physical damage reduced by 30%. Guardian, E-level, within the territory, all attributes are increased by 40%, leaving the territory is invalid. Patrol, E-level, patrol in the territory, can improve the security of the territory by 40, and can detect the enemy who sneaked into the territory. Formation, D-level, can form a formation of 10 people to attack. Racial talent, when fighting in the territory, the recovery speed of stamina and injury is increased by 50%. Bound mummy, when the number of mummies is greater than 10, the strength of the mummy is increased by 10%. When the number of mummies is greater than 30, the strength is increased by 20%. When the number of mummies is greater than 50, the strength is increased by 30%, the dexterity is increased by 30%, and the damage is increased by 30%, activated. Introduction, the mummies that guard the pharaohs are quite alert. When all the 6 teams were recruited, all the mummy guardians slammed their knives on the round shield. Sonorous. The sound of metal crashing spread far away in the dark night, and they seemed to announce their arrival in this way. Li Chan nodded in satisfaction. After upgrading to Elite 3 stars, the skills of the mummy guardians have all been improved by 1 level. Strength soars. And this is a total of 6 teams. With this power, he doesn't have to worry about the nest being stolen when he goes out hunting in the future. He stretched out his right hand, mobilizing the power hidden in his body. The energy like yellow sand bloomed instantly. Ding, with your gift, 60 mummy guardians have mastered part of the power of the desert and acquired a new skill, desertification, D-level. All troops can be sanded, which will be the iconic feature of Dusk City in the future. Li Cha is in a good mood. In the future, you will be responsible for guarding the territory, patrolling day and night, and defending against foreign invasion. Follow your orders, Master. Such a big movement just now has attracted the attention of many residents. Karoo also came in a hurry. Seeing these new troops, his eyes suddenly lit up. Lord Richard, is this the army you just recruited? Li Chan nodded. Yes, these mummy guardians are the troops I specially recruited to protect the territory. They will get additional attribute bonuses in the territory, and their strength will be strong. If they leave the territory, they will lose a lot of strength. In the future, you have the right to mobilize this army, but you must use it with caution. Richard's words gave Karoo a lot of power. But judging from Karoo's performance these days, he also deserves this trust. Karoo took a deep breath. Those turbid eyes were full of determination at the moment, and the ragged body seemed to have returned to youth. I will guard the city of Dusk with my life. Li Chan nodded slightly. Because Karoo is no longer a hero, he can't command the army, and he can't hand over the control of the army to the opponent, so he has to explain it. Let all mummy guardians obey Karoo's orders on the principle of protecting the territory. He waved his hands and let them go down with Karoo. The troops guarding Dusk City are already close to a squadron. In the future, bandage mummies can be scattered outside the territory as sentries. And the mummy guardian sits in the city of Dusk. One outside and one inside. No matter what enemy attacks, there will be time to react. Li Cha was satisfied. Just when he was about to go back to take a hot bath, www.novel.com, the system suddenly sounded a prompt. Ding, this week is a special disaster week drought. Lords, please take precautions. Ding, the nest output of all arms has been refreshed, please recruit your own lords. What's going on? He was stunned for a moment, and after opening the first system prompt, he glanced at the system time subconsciously. Shining Era, May 8, 7600 at 2000 hours. This week is a special disaster week, drought. I'm in the desert now, you tell me it's drought. Is there anything in this world that is drier than this broken place? After complaining a few words in his heart, Li Cha saw the second system prompt. Will the output of troops be refreshed at 8 o'clock every Monday night? Breathing suddenly became rapid. Quickly open the troop nest panel. The next second, the heart beat faster. This wave is about to happen. Great Pyramid, Elite 3 stars, 3 seats, recruitable troops, bandage mummy, recruitable quantity, 21. Poisonous scorpion nest, Elite 3 stars, 1 seat, recruitable troops, Poisonous Scorpion Warrior, recruitable quantity, 7. Cursed Pyramid, Elite 3 stars, 1 seat, recruitable troops, Cursed Pharaoh, recruitable quantity, 5. Battle Axe Hut, rare 3 stars, 1 seat, recruitable troops, Axe of the Dead, recruitable quantity, 5. What's more, he glanced at the Mummy Guardian recruited a few minutes ago. Guardian Land, Elite 3 stars, 3 seats, recruitable troops, Mummy Guardian, recruitable quantity, 30. Ha 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 ha. Richard laughed. What is a wave of fat? What is it called, a wave of fat? Chapter 53 Surprise from Desert Bees. If he recruits all the refreshed units, the strength in his hands will increase explosively. Bandage Mummy can be recruited 21, Scorpion Warrior can be recruited 7, Cursed Pharaoh can be recruited 5, Dead Axe 5 can be recruited 5, Mummy Guardian can be recruited 30. The total number adds up to 68. Nearly 7 teams. It's just a burst of fat. It took a lot of effort for Li Cha to suppress the excitement in his heart. However, to recruit all these 68 arms requires a lot of resources. Bandage Mummy recruitment requirements: 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of stone. 21 are gold coins, wood and stone with 16 40 units each, totaling 4,920 units of resources. Scorpion Warrior recruitment requirements: 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of iron ore. 7, totaling 840 units of resources. 5 Cursed Pharaohs, totaling 600 units. 5 Axes of the Dead, a total of 6,000 units. There are 30 Mummy Guardians, totaling 3,600 units. The total is 15650. After doing some calculations, Li Cha couldn't help feeling emotional. No wonder they all said that the army was built with money. 5 rare Axes of the Dead consume 6,000 units of resources, which is 2/3 of all other units combined. This is so expensive for only a few dozen arms. In the future, the level of arms will be higher, and the price may be even more exaggerated. However, he is still a big local tyrant with 120,000 units of resources, and he is not worried at all. Li Cha got up in a happy mood and went out, recruiting all the refreshed units. After consuming 15,000 units of resources, the power in his hand soared. The number of bandage mummies, 51. Scorpion Warrior, 20. Cursed Pharaoh, 15. Axe of the Dead, 15. And the army guarding the territory, Mummy Guardians, 90. The total force has reached 191, nearly 2 squadrons. When you go out hunting in the future, you can leave all the bandage Mummy Guardians behind. This power is enough to ensure the safety of Dusk City. Li Cha felt a lot less pressure in his heart. Aside from the army left behind, the number of troops he took out to scan the map reached 5 teams. The power of the Iron Triangle soared further. Tomorrow, you can try to attack the medium-sized gold mine. I wonder if you can get some treasures like a treasure map after hunting down those semi-metal giants with full defense. The rapid growth of strength brought Li Cha one step closer to tackling those advanced maps. A 1-star dungeon whose average strength reaches the rare level in the one-way portal. 2-star treasure map obtained by attacking the Axe of the Dead. A dark temple protected by powerful and terrifying temple guards. And his peak at the one-way portal, a desert dragon of level 15. These high-level maps will be given away without powerful units, but Dusk City has the qualifications to find out. In the desert, there are countless mysteries waiting for him to unravel. With anticipation and excitement, Li Cha fell asleep at ease. He didn't wake up until 10 o'clock the next day. After waking up, the cook brought hot water over immediately and waited on him to wash. Sleeping until he wakes up naturally, someone will be there for him 24 hours a day. This is his previous wish. Now that I came to this world, it was a dream come true. In the future, I have to find some elves or beast-eared girls to be maids. Black silk high-heeled short skirts and maid outfits are all dressed up. The Lord's life should be so simple and unpretentious. It seems that you can try any ideas that could not be realized before. There is no law in this world. After sighing for a while about the rotten Lord's life, and looking forward to a more rotten life in the future, Li Cha had breakfast served by 2 smiling cooks, and was ready to go out to skin pictures. But before that, he went to the jujube forest. Because Karu said that the jujube is blooming. The jujube forest occupies an important position in his farming career and is an indispensable part of the ecology. When Li Cha came to the green jujube forest, his eyes were full of surprises. On the long yellow sand, among the green leaves, the scent of jujube flowers is fragrant. A few days ago, the flower buds were very rare, but now the garden is full of flowers. What is especially eye-catching is that the flower of the jujube is not a single color, but colorful. At first glance, among the verdant trees, there are rainbow-colored flowers floating. Countless black and yellow bees are buzzing and flying, picking flowers and smelling honey. This scene looks beautiful. What's even more remarkable is that the sand jujube forest is surrounded by long yellow sand, which is synonymous with death and silence. It is in such a forbidden land of life that such beautiful flowers bloom. That feeling cannot be described in words, and it seems to be synonymous with hope and vitality. When several residents in charge of managing the jujube forest saw Li Cha, they immediately saluted. "Good day, Lord." Li Cha smiled slightly. "You guys did a good job." After speaking, he seemed to remember something, and frowned slightly. Did those venomous wasps still come during this time? The leader was a middle-aged ant with a chubby face that looked like two red apples cut in half. The voice was fast and sharp. Lord, those wasps are so abhorrent, they come to catch bees every day. And sometimes it can come 7 or 8 times a day. If you hadn't told us not to do it, we would have killed those wasps." Li Cha couldn't help laughing and crying. "Those venomous wasps can easily poison 10 camels, don't mess with them." "Then we just let them bully." The fat ant was very angry, and her bulging face became even more rounded. "I will find a solution to this matter." Li Cha urged seriously, "Remember, if you don't want to enter the land of glory the next day, don't mess with it." "Yes, my lord." Seeing him so instructed, several residents did not dare to say anything, but the fat lady was indignant and muttered that she wanted to find a way to cure those bad guys. Li Cha waved his hand and let a few people disperse, and he walked into the sand jujube forest alone. A unique fragrance hit his nostrils, making him instantly refreshed. After there are flowers around, the desert bees are very happy at this time. When he flew back to the hive, his legs were covered with pollen. From time to time, a few bees approached him and became intimate with him. Seeing this lively scene, I feel happy. Being able to make this scene in the desert gave him a sense of accomplishment. Before coming to the hive, open the Properties panel. Desert Wasp Nest. Level, Special. Queen Bee, Intermediate, promoted to the Advanced Queen Bee, the hive can produce higher quality honey. Characteristics, it can produce medium quality desert honey with a special fragrance. After eating, it can greatly speed up the recovery speed of physical strength and injuries, and slightly increase the recovery speed of magic power. Number of colonies, small. Production, minimum production of 10 units of high-grade honey per week. Introduction, a rare bee in the desert, extremely rare. Note, the desert bee has already given birth to 2 new queens, which will divide the nest 3 days later. Chapter 54 Surprises. Seeing this prompt, Richard laughed. Split up. I didn't expect to split up so soon. He is very concerned about the little guys who can brew the delicious food in the world. In the future, the City of Dusk will mostly rely on them to get rich. After the brood is divided, when the jujube forest is blooming, the reproduction rate must be extremely fast. Maybe it won't be long before the amount of honey produced can keep up with the old nest. 3 broods of bees can produce 30 units of honey per week. If it continues to be cultivated, it may develop into a pillar industry of Dusk City in the future. No, since the system prompts it to be extremely precious, it will definitely not be so easy to expand. It is very likely that after this split, there will be a period of development. Li Cha shook his head. No matter what happens in the future, splitting the nest is always a good thing. Desert Crown, such a delicious honey, sells 10,000 per jar. No. 100,000 units of resources are not excessive, right? Even if it is a can of 10,000 units of resources, and it can produce 30 cans per week, that is 300,000 units of resources for nothing. This is simply beautiful. Now it depends on whether Onik, a member of the Luan Taiwa Chamber of Commerce, can use the 2 jars of honey to open the market in Solon City. As for selling to other players, those sand sculptures are getting poorer than each other now. Who would spend 10,000 units of resources to buy a jar of honey? With this kind of money, wouldn't it be fragrant to buy a few elite troopers? Buzzing. When his thoughts were scattered, the bees that were flying quietly just now heard the sound of fear again. When Li Cha looked up, he saw two venomous wasps, 7 or 8 centimeters long, flapping their wings and falling down. Watching these wasps kill 2 bees and then go away, my heart is full of fire. We must find a way to get rid of these rare wasps. You can't hang around for a long time and be bullied by a few wasps. He didn't believe it anymore, and he couldn't help the other party. At that time, you will have to be deep-fried, the pupae are a good dish. There was fire in his heart. When he left the jujube forest, his brows were furrowed, and several residents dared not speak. Li Cha didn't stay much, and came to the flame dragon rabbit breeding base a few hundred meters away from the sand jujube forest. At this time, the sunken sandy ground was surrounded by wisteria thorns that were 2 meters wide. And in order to prevent accidents, there are more than a dozen goblins on the periphery beating with wooden stakes, and another fence is to be built. As soon as Li Cha got close, he heard Qingya's voice. The skinny goblin was commanding the others with his head held high at the moment. Knock firmly. The Great Lord told me to take good care of the flame dragon and rabbit. This wall is the second guarantee. Next, we have to build the third, fourth, fifth security measures. Master Qingya, how good is my steak? Not bad, you can eat an extra piece of meat at night. Master Qingya, you are really a tolerant and kind leader, I praise you. Master Qingya, strong, do you see how my nails are hammered? It's normal, it's a little crooked. Lord Qingya, your eyes are sharper than those of a falcon. Look at the strong Qingya-sama, how is my wisteria thorn planted? It's too bad, pull it out and replant it. Lord Qingya, your voice of reprimanding me is as majestic as thunder, too powerful. It was fine at first, but after hearing that, the corner of Li Cha's mouth twitched. Are all these green skins brainless? Still strong, Qingya-sama, with your toothpick body, a spritz of your nose can break your ribs. Can't other goblins get a face when they flatter? Such a middle school can also say it out. Goblin creatures are truly incredible. After enjoying the rainbow fart, Qingya suddenly saw Li Cha. The whole body was shocked immediately, then suddenly straightened up and shouted angrily. Everyone gathers, the great and benevolent Lord is coming. The other desert goblins immediately put down their tools and ran to Richard in unison, forming a long queue with their chests out. Then Qingya shouted. Salute to the great Lord. After speaking, he raised his chest and bowed suddenly, Good day, great Lord. The other goblins immediately bowed and shouted. Good day, great Lord. Seeing this scene, Li Cha's expression instantly became stiff. One by one so familiar. Did you rehearse? Weakly waved his hands. Get up. Thank you, Lord. After Qingya took the lead in shouting, the other goblins also followed. Looking at these green skins, it seemed that there was still a show, and Li Cha, who couldn't bear it, interrupted directly. Don't talk nonsense, I will abolish all these rules in the future. Blue teeth stay, others go to do their own work. Qingya, who was still waiting for the award, immediately felt a bolt from the blue, and she was completely dumbfounded. The Great Lord, he doesn't like the greeting ceremony created by asking a lot of human beings, and he still hasn't come to remember to perform it. After the other goblins left, Li Cha scolded the guy who didn't do his job properly before he turned to business. How is the fire dragon rabbit these days? Speaking of this question, Qingya immediately revived with full blood. Hurriedly said. Lord, after the wisteria and thorns were surrounded, the flame dragon rabbits have already begun to build nests on the dragon leaf grass, and their injuries have recovered. Those little flame dragon rabbits are also growing very healthy these days. Li Cha nodded. Last time you said that the flame dragon rabbits will shed their hair automatically. How often do they shed? 1 month. Qingya vowed to pat his chest. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. I watched carefully. The flame dragon rabbit absorbs a lot of solar energy every day, and that energy is stored in the fur, which causes their hair to grow extremely fast. The hair is usually shed in less than a month, and the excess energy in the body is consumed by growing new rabbit hair. Li Cha's eyes changed somewhat. When this goblin is not stupid, he is quite smart, and when his mind is not twitching, it is quite normal. Is there a big difference between the rabbit hairs that are shed and the rabbit hairs that are plucked from them? Lord, those rabbit hairs that fall off are equivalent to ripe fruits on trees, and the rabbit hairs pulled from them are equivalent to green fruits. The quality of the rabbit hairs that have been removed is the best. It's just that most people like to peel off the rabbit skin together, it looks better. How do you collect those scattered rabbit hairs? There's no need to collect it. The fire dragon rabbit will use the fallen rabbit hair to build a nest. We just need to go to their nest every month and take out the rabbit hair. Good guy, automatic hair collector. Li Cha thought for a while, and suddenly found that these flame dragon rabbits are really easy to raise. Just circle each other and don't give anything to eat. And even if you don't need to feed the food, the other party will take the initiative to collect the shed rabbit hair, and even the labor is saved. This is simply the peerless gospel for lazy people. In this world, there is no more worry-free farming than this, right? The only thing to worry about is not to feed these rabbits. The capitalists will cry when they see it. Chapter 55. I have a sister who likes to wear black silk. After leaving the Shazalin with a beautiful mood, Li Cha continued to the east with the army scan the map. Today he intends to capture the medium-sized gold mine where the semi-metal giants are stationed. He was deeply impressed by those big men who were all-point defense and outrageous. However, after this unit refresh and the increase in the number of axes of the dead, this powerful weapon gave him strong confidence. With a 30% chance of death, I will ask you if you are panicking. Moreover, there is a special skill called desertification, which has a natural restraint effect on physical damage units, so I am not afraid of problems. It's a big deal, and the whole body is evacuated. With a strong trump card, Richard is fearless. On the way, he opened the forum. I don't know what happened to the Lord players after the unit output was refreshed yesterday. Ha 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 ha, I bought 5 troopers yesterday, just recruited a batch, and then refreshed. I was a good guy, and I recruited those troopers again, and now my father is also a rat carrying a gun, which can scare the cat to play. It's gone. It's a big loss. Damn, yesterday a refugee gave his wife to me in order to get a job. I was so happy, I went to bed early, didn't recruit troops, and missed the opportunity to refresh. Then this morning, a large group of robbers ransacked my territory, and the troops were not strong enough to be dry cleaned. Later, I found out that the refugee was a spy sent by the enemy, and his wife also had flowers. I just wanted to ask, how can this disease be cured? Is it still time to stay safe now? Quack quack, Lao Tzu's 10 troops' nests will be violent at the same time, so I'm asking you guys if you're afraid. But why do these troops eat more food than the residents? Damn, I'm so panicked, the territory will be eaten up like this. One of the posts made Li Cha amused and thoughtful, so he deliberately found it and read it several times. Last time, that idiot said that the undead troops are good, they don't need logistics, and they can be developed vigorously. I really believe in your evil. I am a human territory of the Templar Empire, thinking that if the residents die in the future, I can still recruit skeleton soldiers with their skeletons. After the appearance of the undead armies, the territory immediately fell into huge chaos. Those untouchables said they were undead, very evil, and asked me to expel all the troops. What a joke, is this possible? After I refused, the morale dropped so fast, I couldn't hold it back at all. Today there are even people who took the lead in rebelling. Damn, I killed them on the spot and used their corpses to recruit skeletons. Although this will shock them, they feel that their morale has fallen to the bottom. What should I do? The territory is going to be abolished. First floor, is the landlord a mentally retarded person during teleportation? Your Templar Empire, the human beings of the Bright Camp, recruit skeletons, isn't this death? Have you ever seen skeleton soldiers raised in human territory? Scared to death. Second floor, no, I'm going to laugh at me, you are really a genius, each faction has its own characteristics, if you don't make use of the strengths of your own faction, you want to play the arms of other factions. The third floor, has the landlord ever seen the undead recruit the army of elves? Fourth floor, I have a good idea. The landlord will not directly slaughter those residents and transfer them to the undead camp. Fifth floor. Richard fell into contemplation. The recruitment of undead troops in the human territory will cause a backlash. Why didn't the residents respond to the undead units he recruited? Is this the hidden setting of Era of Radiance? Could it be that the Lord recruits the troops of his own camp to be safe, but the recruited troops will be punished invisibly if they deviate from the camp? And the more you deviate from the alignment, the higher the penalty. Just like the special case of human lords recruiting undead troops, the two sides are in a hostile relationship, and the punishment is the most severe. Desert camp, lawful, neutral. The scope of recruiting troops should be wider, and mummies are a special product of the desert, so they will not be affected much. Although this aspect has been relaxed, there is still a huge restriction: desert. That's right, there may not be too many restrictions on the faction. Any type of troops can be recruited, but the environment is limited. If the recruited troops are not suitable for desert survival, even if the residents do not reject them, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. It's like summoning human troops in the desert. You may be thirsty, and if you don't adapt to desert combat, your combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. It seems that recruiting troops in the future will require more consideration. After Li Cha figured out the key, many of the doubts that existed before suddenly became clear. Just when he was about to close the forum, the private message suddenly lit up. Open it easily. So a familiar ID. Your Italian gun, Chinchio boss. Chinchio, ? Where's your Italian gun? Yeah, boss, are you online? Chinchio, don't talk nonsense, is there something? Your Italian gun, Chinchio boss, you have changed, you didn't speak to me in this tone when you wanted to buy my resources and treasures. When you need someone, call them Little Sweet, but now you don't need them, just call me Mrs. Nyo. Chinchio, let it go. Your Italian gun, I can't make a joke, big brother, I was thinking of introducing my sister who likes to wear black silk, who is 1.72 meters tall, and 36D, to you, forget it, forget it. Let's just talk about it. Boss, I found a one-way portal with a 2-star dungeon in it. I plan to go to it. You can sell so much food, so you must have dungeon too, right? Do you have any tips to help my brother? As long as I can clear the dungeon, I will definitely give you a treasure. Chinchio, are you going to get a 2-star dungeon? Your Italian gun, yes, to tell you the truth, brother, I picked up 2 more 3-star treasure chests, made a small fortune, and bought 10 common-level troop nests and 5 elite-level troop nests. After the number of troops that can be recruited yesterday was refreshed, there are already 3 squadrons in hand. Boss, how is this strength? Not bad. After the news was sent, the guy smiled proudly. Being able to show off in front of Chinchio, a mysterious and powerful guy, made him feel good. But Richard's next message made his blood go cold. Chinchio, you can die if you want, 2-star dungeon. Who gave you courage? Do you know what's in the 1-star dungeon? The average level of arms, rare. When you have enough rare arms for 3 squadrons, consider a 2-star dungeon. After Li Cha finished speaking, he closed the forum, too lazy to pay attention to the sand sculpture. After your Italian cannon sent more than a dozen messages in a row and couldn't get a reply, she was both shocked and scared. 1-star dungeon, the average strength of the arms is rare. Damn, he almost entered the 2-star dungeon. It's dangerous and dangerous, but luckily I have a better mind. After regaining his senses, he immediately felt a strong sense of gratitude and deep awe for Richard. The boss saved his life. But why can the boss of Chinchio know the details of the 1-star dungeon? No intelligence can be seen outside the copy www.novel.com. Could the other party have been there? Otherwise, it would not be so clear. A dungeon that can clear the average strength of the arms. How strong is this mysterious boss, Chinchio? For a time, Richard's status in his heart soared rapidly. After thinking about it, he opened a private message and sent a message to one of his friends. Sister, I just contacted the big boss in Chinchio, and the other party said that the strength of the 1-star dungeon is a rare level. I didn't say 2 stars, but even thinking about it with my knees is more perverted. We have to suspend the strategy. The other party responded immediately. Yi Waluo, Chinchio. Is that the top player who sells nearly 100 desert horses? How does he know that the units in it are all rare? He cleared the level. Sister, don't be surprised, that boss is very arrogant, and the other party's news is absolutely guaranteed. We were saved by him. Yi Waluo, the Era of Radiance has indeed undergone major changes. Most of the information I knew in the company before has been invalidated. In the future, I must act more carefully. Sister, then how are we going to get along with big brother Chinchio? I feel like I can hug each other's thighs tightly. Yi Waluo, that Chinchio is not easy, you can contact him more in the future. It is our family motto to repay any kindness, and to repay any vengeance. Looking for an opportunity to repay this favor, I don't want to owe anyone. I just said that I am very optimistic about the other party. Sister, aren't you still single? I have a bold idea. Yi Waluo, go away. Good. Chapter 56 Rugged Semi-Metal Giant. After Richard closed the forum, he continued on his way. When he went to the gold mine, he also took a look at the gem mine discovered yesterday. This morning, more than a dozen residents, under the guard of the mummy, came to this area to mine ore. The ding-ding-ding sound spread far away. When the residents saw Richard's arrival, they all saluted. Li Cha nodded, and deliberately watched here for a few minutes. Mining is very boring. You repeatedly wave your tools to dig out the fine gems inside. Nothing interesting. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the mine, he didn't stay long and turned around and left. The micro gem mine only produces 3 units of gems per day, so you need to be patient. The gem mine was about 20 minutes away from the gold mine. When Richard saw the scene of boulders in front of him again, he immediately became excited. Everyone is ready to fight. The semi-metal giant's defense is extremely amazing, and its strength is extremely terrifying. Don't confront them head-on. The Scorpion Warrior and the Cursed Pharaoh are the supporters, and the Axe of the Dead is the main attack. Kill them with soul execution. Richard looked into the distance, and the big men who were patrolling among the boulders appeared in front of him. Half-metal giant. Level 5, intermediate arms, defense increased by 15%. Potential, rare 3 stars. Skill, golden body, D-level, body as strong as gold, defense increased by 60%, immune to poison. Heavy as a mountain, D-level, every time you swing your fist, you will hit 200% of your body weight. Heavy bone armor, class E, metal melts into the skin to form a hard bone armor, increasing defense by 30%. Racial talent, the strength can be slowly improved in the gold mine. Bound semi-metallic giants, if the number of half-metal giants is greater than 10, the defense power is increased by 20%. When the number of people is more than 20, the defense power is increased by 40%. When the number of people is more than 30, the defense power is increased by 60%, activated. Introduction, little brat, I will stand and chop for you for 3 minutes, if I can break the defense, I will lose. Although he saw it once, but this time, Li Cha still felt that it was really hard. All skills and bonds have been added to defense. This thing, ordinary weapons can't even leave a white mark. Compared with the semi-metal giant, the demon goat monster hunted yesterday was obviously a few grades worse. It's simply a physical damage dealt. However, after all calculations, I didn't expect the Axe of the Dead to be magic damage. Li Cha was happy, and in a good mood, he immediately ordered. Attack formation. 2 squads of Scorpion Warriors stepped forward, and 1.5 squads of Axe of the Dead stood 20 meters behind the Scorpion Warriors. The same number of Cursed Pharaohs opened a distance of 50 meters from the Scorpion Warriors. Yesterday's hunting of the demon sheep has made Richard intuitively realize the power of this iron triangle. The movement outside immediately caught the attention of the big men in the gold mine. Bang bang bang. The earth began to shake. Huge figures walked out of the gold mine one by one. The huge, purple gem-like eyes stared at the enemy who suddenly appeared outside. The tip of his nose twitched slightly, it was like water poured into steel, and a bit of anger appeared on his metallic face. Damn undead. You dare to step into our territory? The sound like a muffled thunder spread far away. The other semi-metal giants in the gold mine were also alarmed. They walked out one by one. From the outside, it looks like hills are moving. The poisonous Scorpion Warriors on the front line were not afraid at all and provoked. Exit this gold mine. This is the territory of Dusk City. The half-metal giant, who was already furious, was even more furious. This is our territory. The half-metal giant who opened the mouth first rushed out. It will let these lowly beings know what cruelty is. Roar. A roar sounded like thunder in his ears. Sand, sand. After more than 20 meters from the gold mine, there is sand. Every time the semi-metal giant takes a step, it will set off a sky of yellow sand. A man ran like an army. That huge and sturdy body is extremely impactful. After the opponent approached, the pressure suddenly increased. No one would doubt how terrifying damage this behemoth can explode. But the necromancer never fears. After the half-metal giant stepped into the 10-meter range, 15 axes of the dead threw the battle axes in their hands at the same time. Proud of his amazing defensive power, the half-metal giant has no idea of dodging at all. Instead, he raised his head and stepped forward with his head held high. He never believed that these undead beings could break through the body he had devoured and forged from countless gold. sonorous. The tomahawks all hit the half-metal giant. Mars radiates. The battle axe was fierce, and large cracks appeared on the surface of the opponent's body. The incidental magic damage is obviously beyond the half-metal giant's defense range. The incomparably confident half-metal giant's eyes showed unconcealed horror. These undead are magic damage? How can those thick giant axes be magic damage? Just as he was about to react, he suddenly felt an indescribable severe pain coming from his soul. Then his eyes darkened and he lost consciousness. Didn't even struggle for half a second. Boom. The huge body collapsed on the yellow sand. The ground shook, and the sand was crushed to form a conspicuous deep scar. Soul execution. The half-metal giant with full defense enjoys the unique skill characteristics of the Axe of the Dead. The half-metal giants at the back were expecting their partners to rush in and slaughter. But they didn't expect the situation to be exactly the opposite of what they thought. He was executed without even getting close to the enemy. This huge contrast made them feel that the flames in their chests were directly ignited. These undead not only want to rob their territory, but also dare to kill their companions. Unforgivable. These behemoths, 4 meters tall and weighing more than 3 tons, clasped their fists with 5 fingers and roared up. They're going to crush these bugs. Sandification. Seeing this scene, Li Cha, who was commanding at the rear, gave an order decisively. Before the enemy rushed over, the Scorpion warrior had already activated the strongest life-saving skill. Half-metal giants are too powerful, and their size brings them terrifying power. Elite 3-star Scorpion warriors would never be able to withstand the impact without the skill of sandification. It may even be destroyed in a single wave. www.novel.com. But after the desertification is turned on, everything is different. More than a dozen semi-metal giants rushed to the Scorpion warrior in the long yellow sand. There were 2 full teams behind him. The protection of this gold mine goes far beyond the gem mine that was captured yesterday. Phew! The battle axe burst out of the air. Cut straight down. Sonorous. Countless sparks scattered. Under the full blast of the Axe of the Dead, between 20 and 30 meters, the feature of increasing magic damage by 60% makes the rock giant who only clicked on physical defense feel the cruelty of reality. Even if their domineering boulder bodies are as strong as a city wall, they will shatter in a giant axe. The 15 axes of the dead directly caused the collapse of 7 semi-metal giants in the second round. After the Axe of the Dead achieved the battle, it pulled the chain violently, and the axe was forced to return at a very fast speed. Getting ready for the second round of throws. But at this moment, the half-metal giant who was completely swallowed by anger immediately countered. Several half-metal giants stretched out their hands and grabbed the return chain, and squeezed hard. The body seemed to exude a metallic luster, and the raised muscles tensed violently. Infinite power erupts. Kacha. The chain of the Axe of the Dead broke directly, and the battle axe slanted into the sand. A half-metal giant grabbed the battle axe and pulled it back. Kacha kacha, the chain was pulled whirring. The Axe of the Dead, 2.2 meters tall and wearing full body armor, was pulled straight forward under the mountain-like force. Both feet were forced into the desert, and then they were forcibly dragged, leaving 2 conspicuous marks on the sand. Extremely strong. Chapter 57. Occupy the gold mine. The blueprint is out. Seeing the changes in the situation on the field, Richard's expression became a little more serious. This is the first time the Axe of the Dead has suffered a setback. Just as he was about to order the cursed pharaoh to support him, the situation suddenly changed again. Several axes of the dead whose chains were broken pulled hard and took the remaining chains back into their hands. Cut off by the metal giant, the battle axe plunged deep into the desert, suddenly turned into pieces like glass and disappeared without a trace. And the broken battle axe in the hands of the Axe of the Dead grew out of nowhere. After a few blinks, he returned to his original appearance. Racial talent. After the battle axe is broken, it can consume power to reunite. The reason why axes of the dead are magic damage is entirely because their battle axes are condensed by energy. At this time, the Axe of the Dead who was dragged by the half-metal giant on the other end of the chain also made a move. He pulled the chain violently, and the end of the half-metal giant's hand was shattered and turned into nothingness. Countless fragments regrouped in the air, and when the chains with huge power were taken back into their hands, the broken battle axe had returned to normal. This scene is so handsome that it bursts. Richard laughed and looked at the cursed pharaoh beside him. Cast a spell, limit the movement of the metal giant, and attack with the axe of the dead. The cursed pharaoh, who had been waiting for a long time, waved the dry scepter in his hand. Words of curse. The dim light flickered, and in the next second, the body of the metal giant who had already fought with the scorpion warrior froze. And it was beyond Li Cha's expectations. When the rare 2-star demon goat was controlled yesterday, it returned to normal in less than 2 seconds, but the metal giant was stagnant for double the time. A full 4 seconds. Even if it is an ordinary person fighting, 4 seconds is enough to decide the outcome, not to mention the battlefield. Sonorous. The huge size of the half-metal giants that gave them terrifying power became the best target at this time. None of the tomahawks thrown by the axe of the dead missed. Soul execution. The metal giants collapsed one by one. The metal giant has abnormal physical defense, but correspondingly, the magic resistance is very low. Also, with such a strong defense, if it also has super high magic resistance, it is at least a rare class, right? As Li Cha pondered, the collision between the two sides became more and more intense. After the companion fell, the metal giant behind him charged up again with boundless anger. The earth trembled as they ran. After the desertification, the poisonous scorpion warriors were fearless and rushed forward. However, when facing the 4-meter-tall semi-metal giant, the scorpion warriors, which are extremely strong in melee combat, immediately felt the malice of the whole world. The fist swung by the half-metal giant is more terrifying than the power of the battering ram. The scorpion warrior's 2 iron pincers crossed and blocked, and he was directly smashed by one punch. Scattered into yellow sand. He swung a heavy fist, bombarded the body of the poisonous scorpion warrior, bang exploded directly, blasting a big hole. Even if the poisonous scorpion warriors devoured the yellow sand to mend frantically, they would not be able to hold it. Fortunately, desertification is immune to 99% physical damage, otherwise it would be a nightmare for all melee units to fight against these guys. The Curse of the Pharaoh. Cursed Pharaoh waved his dry scepter for the second time, and the power of the fiercest metal giant rushing in front quickly disappeared. All attributes decreased by 20%. A metal giant with very low magic resistance cannot resist the power of the curse. The scorpion warrior immediately got a chance to breathe and started desperately blocking the opponent's progress. But even so, the metal giant was still violent to the extreme, hammering the scorpion warrior into a burst of sand. A sandstorm broke out in this battlefield, and the yellow sand covered the sky. But the more chaotic the fight, the more the axe of the dead can display its own characteristics. The sound of the battle axe in his hand pulling the chain and flying out can be heard incessantly. Every time, there is a chance to trigger the sensational instant death feature. 1 is full of energy, 2 is exhausted, and 3 is exhausted. When the semi-metal giant was unable to break through the blockade of the scorpion warriors in the first wave, it entered the back row. The second wave, the third wave, the more hopeless. The City of Dusk is getting stronger and stronger, and the number of semi-metal giants is rapidly declining. Sonorous. The last half-metal giant entangled with the scorpion warriors fell under the deadly axes up to 30% kill characteristics. The rolling yellow sand on the scene gradually calmed down. Li Cha could see clearly from behind. However, after the entire battle, the scorpion warrior's scorpion tail with armor-piercing characteristics only left white marks on the semi-metal giant. In the end, I can only admire the power of the axe of the dead. It's not that the semi-metal giant is not strong, but the City of Dusk is stronger. Ding, you commanded the army to win a mini-battle, and you got 300 experience points. Ding, you defeated the army stationed at the medium-sized gold mine and obtained the right to occupy the gold mine. Do you occupy it? Confirm. After the system prompt sounded, Li Cha became more and more excited. This is a rare 3-star unit, and there are as many as 3 squads, and the average strength is several grades stronger than the demon goat monster hunted yesterday. But Rao was like this, and he was also killed by him unscathed. A strong sense of achievement arises in the heart. This is the army he forged by himself, and everyone fights for him. Gold mine. Level, medium. Reserves, 100,000 units. Maximum output, 14,000 units per week. Capacity, minimum 10 people, 50 people fully loaded. Introduction, a medium-sized resource point, which can be mined for gold coins after occupation. The output of medium-sized gold mines has been greatly improved compared to small-scale resource points. However, correspondingly, the number of people required has also increased from 10 to 50. In the early stage, hunting can be used to exchange for more resources, but once there are more veins, these resource points with stable output will also become reliable income for the territory. But unfortunately, this is a desert, and the number of resource points refreshed is many times less than other areas. Li Cha touched his forehead. The desert is indeed not a place rich in materials. When the lords of other factions posted on the forum, Yu read www.yuyukeungshu.com both intentionally or unintentionally revealed a lot of information about the resource points near their territory, but the lord of the desert camp was mourning. But if things go on like this, there won't be enough residents in the territory. Thinking of the more than 300 inhabitants of Dusk City, which is so pitiful, he immediately shook his head. Unfortunately, although the arms are intelligent, they cannot replace the Aborigines. The official website of Era of Radiance mentioned that in the later stage of urban upgrades, there needs to be enough population. Those lords who gave up their residence in the early days will definitely taste the bitter fruit. I still have to bring back the 300 people who were found by the search and rescue team last time and refused to leave in the desert oasis. And it's too suspicious that the other party has no shortage of food in a small oasis. As his thoughts turned, he led the army into the gold mine. From the outside, there are many boulders here, and it looks more like a quarry. However, after stepping into it, from time to time, you can see gold glowing with golden light at the foot of the boulder. Entering the central area, there is also a large workshop, which is used to make gold coins from the gold dug up. Work can start at any time as long as there are workers there. After a careful search, Li Cha found a wooden box that was mostly rotten in front of the dusty workshop. Is this a treasure chest? I was overjoyed. But after he got close, he couldn't check the attributes. Can't help but be a little disappointed. However, with the idea that the fisherman is not an air force, he bent down and opened the wooden box. Unexpected. I saw a folded, blackened blueprint in the crack at the bottom of the box. Li Cha's eyes lit up. Immediately and carefully, he took out the drawing and opened it slowly. Chapter 58 Large copy coming soon. Ding, you got the Food Workshop Blueprint. Food Workshop Blueprint. Level, Normal. Characteristics, a food workshop can be built for research, production, and processing of food. Resources required for construction, 5,000 gold coins, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone. Construction time, 7 days. Number of people required, 30 people. If the number of people is less than the standard number, the construction time will increase, and if the number is greater, the time will decrease. Occupation, 10 spaces. Introduction, you can taste more delicious food in your territory. Li Cha touched his chin. This was the first time he had released a drawing. The Altar of Heroes was obtained from the One-Way Flower Merchant Association. And looking at the properties, it seems to be pretty good. Immediately, many thoughts popped into my mind. Can't the desert crown honey and juju be processed and developed additionally? The food made with desert crown honey must not be a special offering of the royal family. The more I think about it, the more troublesome it gets. People take food as their heaven. This sentence is not just talk. As long as what you make is excellent, you will never worry about selling it. He is too short of resources. After the troop nest reaches rarity, every time you upgrade it, you need to use a huge amount of resources. The next promotion of the rare 3-star Axe of the Dead will be rare 3-star, which requires 1,000 common level troop nests. 500 pieces is 500,000 units of resources. If it is upgraded again, it will be 5 million units. This data is getting more and more exaggerated. And this is only for one class. If he wants to cultivate more arms, the resources consumed are truly astronomical. Whether managing territory or developing an army, the most fundamental thing is the word economy. While thinking about it, Li Cha included the drawings in the system space. From this moment on, Dusk City has another way to go. Just when Li Cha was planning to return to the territory in a happy mood, a system prompt sounded suddenly in his ears. Ding, the battle of the gods once shattered the long river of time, causing countless time fragments to remain on the main plane. One of the time fragments involving a lot of origin rules will appear on May 28th. The top 1 million players in the Lord leaderboard can enter and explore. When the army brought in by the Lord dies, it can be resurrected with the points obtained at the end of the time fragment, and the Lord himself can be resurrected for free. There are various special treasures hidden in the time fragments, and the winners of them will also receive special rewards. Lords, please be prepared. Li Cha was refreshed. Open the system and read the prompt several times. Fragments of time. Isn't this a copy? And it's a large copy with millions of people participating. And more importantly, this dungeon can be resurrected without worrying about death. At this moment, my heart suddenly became excited. He was a little unhappy that he didn't find the player's territory around Dusk City. At this time, he could finally fight against those sand sculptures. He opened the forum and found that everyone was bombed. Ha ha ha, a large dungeon. This time I can finally have enough fun. Brothers are here to please me and capture Basic, right at this moment. I'm sorry, I wanted to be a good person in the past, but I didn't have the chance. Now, I can only kill you all in exchange for the final reward. There are 20 days left, violent soldiers, violent soldiers. Fuck, why didn't you tell me earlier? I sold my territory to NPCs this morning. If I go, I won't be able to win the final prize. Does anyone know the information about this dungeon? Feng Yun will vigorously recruit players. As the saying goes, a single tree can't make a forest. Working together can break the gold. Brothers who are no longer willing to be bullied, and no longer willing to face danger alone, please private message me. After entering the dungeon, there will be great backup. The first million lords can enter the dungeon. What does this mean? Why only 1 million? We have 20 billion people. Look, everyone, the rankings have been announced. Suddenly, a post made Richard immediately interested. He closed the chat channel, and looked at the forum that had been gray before, the leaderboard. At this time, the leaderboard can already be clicked to enter. With a thought, the leaderboard was opened. I saw that it was divided into 2 sections. Territory rankings. Territory comprehensive strength rankings. Era of Radiance is a lord's game. Everything is dominated by territories, and there is no such thing as a ranking list. At present, there is only one list that is open, the territory ranking list. The comprehensive strength rankings of the territory are all counted down, announced at 10 o'clock on May 28th, the first 1 million can enter the time fragment. Li Cha glanced at it and was immediately a little surprised. Territory level ranking. First, Long Qian, territory level, 3rd level small town, faction, human, sanctuary. Second, Claude, territory level, 3rd level small town, faction, elf, natural. Third, Hank, territory level, tier 3 small town, faction, orcs, tribe. Fourth, Feng Yin, territory level, 3rd level small town, faction, human, sanctuary. Fifth, A River Spring Tide, territory level, 3rd level small town, faction, devil, abyss. Sixth, Watanabe Jixiong, territory level, 3rd level small town, faction, orcs, tribe. Seventh, Muhammad, territory level, 3rd level small town, faction, undead. Eighth, Gross, territory level, 3rd level small town, faction, dwarf, fortress. Ninth, Barbarov, territory level, 2nd class small town, faction, human, church. 10th, Jikdal, territory level, 2nd class small town www.novel.com faction, Medusa, dungeon. The top 8 territories have actually been upgraded to a 3rd level town. From the 8th place to the 1000 only displayed, all of them are 2nd tier small towns. Under the base of 20 billion, there will inevitably be strong players. Li Cha glanced at his territory ranking, 10 billion plus. The corners of his mouth twitched. These days, all the resources he has obtained have been invested in the troop lair, which makes Dusk City still a first-class village. Compared to the territory on the leaderboard, it's almost endless. However, since there are priorities, he doesn't think there is any problem with his choice. In an unsafe environment, resources are invested in territorial upgrades before they have the ability to protect themselves. Once an enemy appears, you can only lie down and wait to die. He has always liked to take the initiative in his own hands. Next, it's time to mention the level of the territory. That large dungeon must not be missed. He has absolute confidence that he can occupy a place in the comprehensive strength ranking of the territory, but to be on the safe side, he still needs to upgrade the territory level as soon as possible. What if the comprehensive strength ranking of the territory that has not yet been opened, the territory level occupies a large proportion, and the military strength only accounts for a small part? Can't be careless. Li Cha was in high spirits at the moment. I don't know if the current military strength of the City of Dusk can be put into the top part of the 20 billion lords. No, we have to continue to strengthen our strength. We must have stronger power before this instance is opened. He wants to build an army that other lords must bow their heads when they see it. Level 59 follow-up. Sister, why isn't the territory of Big Brother Chinchio on the leaderboard? After your Italian canon sent the news, she read it again unwillingly. But the leaderboard only showed the top 1,000 lords, and he searched several times but couldn't find an ID named Chinchio. Did Big Brother Chinchio change his name? Yiwaluo, impossible, everyone can only take one ID, and the renaming function has not yet been developed. Your Italian canon is a little puzzled. But why didn't you see each other? Big Brother Chinchio can't be weaker than others. Since Richard told him the secret of the copy, this guy has a strong trust in Richard. Yiwaluo, the territorial level cannot represent everything. Chinchio sold nearly 100 desert horses a few days ago, and there will be no shortage of resources. The other party has a high probability of investing resources into the army, otherwise how can they clear the dungeon? Your Italian canon immediately became excited. Yes, form an army. The Chinchio boss must have invested all his resources into the army, so he was able to clear the 1-star dungeon with all rare arms. Yiwaluo, don't talk too much. Before the dungeon starts, you must upgrade your level as soon as possible and enter the top 1 million. This large dungeon can definitely produce a lot of good things. Understood, don't you look at who I am. Wait, within a week, I will trample everyone under my feet and become number 1 in the world. Yiwaluo, oh. Sister, can your B-level hero be the number 1 hero at this stage? Yiwaluo, not sure. Isn't it that the task difficulty of A-level heroes is extremely abnormal, and it is difficult to recruit even if you encounter them in the early stage? In this way, your heroes are not properly number 1. Yiwaluo, how do you know that no one else has completed the recruitment of B-level heroes? Yiwaluo, but I'm sure I can make it to the top 3, and Chris will have the opportunity to become an A-level hero in the future. How much stronger is an A-level hero than a B-level hero? Yiwaluo, I can't describe it, the two are not on the same level. Then how many A-level heroes are there? Yiwaluo, if you put it in the entire Era of Radiance, there are many, but very few can be recruited by players. Sister, can we cultivate A-level heroes ourselves? Yiwaluo, it is more difficult to cultivate yourself than to recruit, unless you find a special building that can convert troops into heroes, and you also need to obtain treasures that can enhance the potential of heroes. Your Italian gun is excited. Sister, you should know where these special buildings are. Yiwaluo, I know too, but they are too far away from us, and there is no treasure to enhance the hero's potential, so we can only recruit D-level and C-level heroes. Sister, do you have other ways to recruit advanced heroes? Give me one. Yiwaluo, no, the current situation of Era of Radiance has undergone tremendous changes from the game information I first learned. If I didn't know all the information about Chris, the probability of this recruitment failure is also very high. Okay then, I'll go back and ask the boss of Chinchio if he has recruited a B-level hero. Yiwaluo, the chances are not high, the heroic tasks in the early stage are difficult, and some cannot be completed with a strong force. For example, a hero releases a search for items, or a recruitment task for people. Even if you have a dragon-level unit, you can't find it if you can't find it. There's no way. Only E-level and F-level heroes are slightly easier to recruit, but heroes of this level have no potential to be cultivated. Okay, the boss of Chinchio may be hanging on this point. He is in the desert. If there are any heroes to recruit for him, a C rank is very powerful. Because of the ranking list, there has been a lot of quarrel on the forum. Most players didn't expect that those powerful players would be so perverted. In just a few days, their territory has been upgraded to a 3rd-level town. And how many of them are still working hard every day to keep the residents from starving? Humans are really incomparable. I'm still worrying about the food in the territory today. I opened the ranking and saw that I'm such a waste. When will I be satisfied without lack of food? Have you noticed that the big guy in Chinchio who sold a huge amount of food a few days ago doesn't seem to appear on the rankings? He. How dare you call yourself a big boss after selling some food? If you have the ability, he will occupy a place on the ranking list, I see. If you have nothing to do, don't help others to brag about it www.novel.com and there is no money to get it. Really, Chinchio didn't even make it into the 1000th place. I thought he was a big guy before, but when the leaderboard came out, there was nothing. Fuck, don't think about it. Qingqiu can get so much food a few days ago. Will there be a lack of resources to upgrade the territory? It's really no brains. But the reality is, no matter how much you brag, you won't be slapped in the face. Isn't it funny? The clown jumps on the beam. There is only one ranking list, what are you anxious about? Are you in such a hurry to get slapped in the face? I think you're cerebral palsy, you have nothing to brag about. At first, players were discussing the top lords on the leaderboard, but later, a large group of people did not know how to lead the topic to Richard, who had attracted countless people's attention because of his frequent food sales. Later, the argument escalated into a scolding war. One side thinks that Qingqiu just got some food, it's nothing special, and now it's not in the top 1000 territory rankings, it's nothing. The other party thinks that Qingqiu can get so much food a few days ago, who can compare? And with this ability, will there be a lack of resources? Now that the territory has not been upgraded, there must be other reasons, it is definitely a hidden boss. The scolding battle was fine at the beginning, but later more and more people were involved, and the entire forum paid less attention to the leaderboard, and everyone started to discuss why that Qingqiu was not on the list. Richard, who never appeared from the beginning to the end, inexplicably became the center of everyone's discussion after the appearance of the territory rankings. Things got magical. Chapter 60 Hidden Attribute, Popularity reaches 80. After Richard left the gold mine, he continued to scan the map with a bit of excitement. The most direct manifestation of a unit's strength is its level and potential. Level, each time you increase one level, you can gain a certain amount of power. Potential, represents how much power can be obtained after upgrading. Hunting can not only get supplies, but also gain a lot of experience. Leveling is an eternal melody. It was not until it was dark that Richard returned to the territory with a somewhat tired body. Tired is a little tired, but in a good mood. Today's work has been busy, and I have gained a lot. The first is to occupy a medium-sized gold mine that can produce 14,000 units per week. Although it is not comparable to the harvest of hunting, it is a fixed income and it is quite fragrant. Secondly, the metal giant was hunted and killed in the frontal shock, which once again verified the combat effectiveness of the army. It gave him an intuitive understanding of the power in his opponent. Once again, I got an architectural blueprint of a food workshop from the gold mine, which gave the city of Dusk another direction for future development. This is a building with added heritage. In the end, today's skin has harvested a lot of prey and experience. The Scorpion Warrior, the Cursed Pharaoh, and the Axe of the Dead have all reached level 4 and are on their way to level 5. The system space was also filled with prey, and at least 2,000 units of food could be processed. Full harvest. Back in the territory, Karu was waiting for him as always. But today the other party seems to have a lot of thoughts. After Li Cha asked, he learned that the water level of the wells in the territory had dropped sharply in the past 2 days, which made Karu very anxious. Mr. Richard, the water output from the wells in the territory has decreased again today, it may decrease in a few days. Richard also had some headaches. Water represents life in the desert, and lack of water is fatal to the territory. He has already accumulated 9 spring water fragments in his hand, and there is only one left to be able to synthesize medium-sized spring water. But he hasn't seen any movement on the bounty these past few days. I will resolve this matter in 2 days at most. If there is no transaction tomorrow, the price will be increased and a reward will be offered. As for money, spend a little bit, it's not shabby. Karu was relieved after hearing this. After Richard put today's harvest next to the well for the residents to handle, he returned to the Lord's mansion. After dinner, I opened the forum and took a look. Only then did he realize that he had become the object of countless people's discussions, and his expression suddenly became strange. These sand sculptures haven't changed their personalities anywhere. They are busy every day, and they still have the strength to fight each other. Glancing at the bounty that he still hadn't sold, he went to search again for the spring water fragments that were being sold. He found that the other sellers of spring water fragments were all black-hearted guys, and their bids were more ruthless. After thinking about it, I directly added 30,000 units of resources. He still doesn't believe it. 5 desert horses and 30,000 units of resources have not yet sold a piece of spring water. A few minutes after hanging up, a private message suddenly rang. Ding, your bounty has been dealt, you lost 5 desert horses and got spring water fragments *1. The corners of Li Cha's mouth twitched. The deal was so fast, how could he feel that he lost money? However, I was also relieved, and finally collected enough fragments for the upgrade. 3 pieces of spring water can be combined into 1-star treasure spring water, 10 pieces can be combined into 2-star treasure medium-sized spring water, and 30 pieces can be combined into 3-star treasure large-scale spring water. The problem of water shortage in Dusk City has been dragged on for a long time, which is not a problem. According to the estimation of the spring water in Shazalin, the medium-sized spring water can be used by 3,000 to 5,000 people without any problem. For a long time in the future, there is no need to worry about it. After the matter that had troubled him for a long time was resolved, his mood improved again, and he went to sleep happily. It's not too late to put it away tomorrow morning. May 10th, early morning. Li Cha was awakened by the noise from outside. With some doubts, after a brief wash, he walked out of the Lord's mansion. Following the sound, he came to the area where the well was. At this time, a large group of people were gathered by the well and were discussing something frowning. After seeing Li Cha, he woke up and hurriedly saluted. "Good day, Lord." However, the tone has lost the spirit of the past, like an eggplant beaten by frost. Li Cha raised his brows. "Early in the morning, what are you talking about here?" A resident said with a sad face. Lord, for some unknown reason, the well suddenly ran out of water this morning." "Out of water?" Li Cha was taken aback. He took a few steps forward, and came to the well from the gap where the crowd was separated. Looking down, I saw a wooden barrel tied with a rope half wet, and drops of water slipped from the side. In the wooden barrel, the water only submerged the bottom of the barrel, and it was still muddy water with countless sediments, and it was impossible to drink at all. Last night Karu said he could last a few days, but today the water will be cut off. Li Cha instantly thought of Monday's system prompt. This week is a special week, drought week. At that time, he also complained about the impact of drought on the desert. Now that even the water source is cut off, why not be so unreasonable? Is this the power of the drought week? It's absolutely amazing. We can't underestimate these special weeks in the future. The surrounding residents started talking again at this time. Lord, what should we do? Is it possible that in the future, I can only go to the Sand Jujube forest to fetch water? Why did the well dry up suddenly? It didn't dry up suddenly. I found out yesterday that the water has become smaller. Let's dig a new well. A group of people were a little bewildered. The dry well hit them hard. This is a desert, water represents life, and nothing can be lacking in water. Karu also arrived in a hurry at this time, and the wrinkled face like an old tree became even older after seeing this scene. "Good day, my lord." After bowing to Li Cha, he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. The worry on his face was almost overflowing. Li Cha looked at everyone's eyes and smiled. Isn't this a shot at the muzzle? He bought the last piece of spring water at a premium yesterday. Don't be nervous, I have a solution. The calm voice immediately quieted the crowd. Leadership skills, with strong personality charm, can easily persuade subordinates. A strong trust rose in the hearts of the residents, and it seemed that after he opened his mouth, all difficulties could not stop him. Li Cha stretched out his hand and waved, and 10 crystal-clear fragments appeared in his hand, like broken crystals, but they would not cut his hands. The fragments of the spring water are only 1/3 the size of a palm, like broken crystals. They look crystal clear but do not cut hands. Spring water fragments can consume 10 pieces to synthesize medium-sized spring water. Is it synthetic? Confirm. The moment he made his choice, the fragments of spring water in his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The surrounding residents were all stunned. What happened? Those old residents who had seen the birth of Jujube Forest and spring water were excited at this moment. I've seen this scene before, it's a gift from God. The Lord even has it in his hands. When the crowd heard this, there was an uproar. A gift from God. Is that the treasure bestowed by the gods? The gods are on top. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to see this kind of treasure. The light gradually condensed in Li Cha's hands, and the fragments of the spring water merged into a crystal ball that exuded a cool breath. And in the middle of the crystal ball, there is a spring water gurgling, full of unique atmosphere. Richard dragged the crystal in his palm and walked towards the well. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The crisp sound of leather boots stepping on the floor seemed to be stepping on everyone's heart at this moment. He came to the front of the well water and flipped his hand. The crystal ball fell directly into the well. What? the crowd subconsciously exclaimed. Thump. There was a sound of a stone smashing into the water. Then, the situation returned to calm. Li Cha glanced at the crowd. Solved. After talking nonsense, he turned around and left. The residents subconsciously separated from left and right, looking at the silent well. Their faces were a little stunned. Why doesn't the God-given thing move? Lord just left like this. Just when they were puzzled. Bang. From the water well that had just dried up, a water column 10 meters high suddenly spewed out. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. After the clear water rose to the top, it crashed again. The clothes of the surrounding residents were all wet. But at this time, no one avoided or felt unhappy. Looking at the water splashes in the sky, endless joy arises in my heart. Ha 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 ha. There is water. Under the great sadness and joy, everyone seemed to be crazy and started to run to the well. After the high water column fell, the seemingly endless spring water in the well water gurgled out of the well. After the depression, people laughed and splashed water on their friends, releasing the fear and anxiety just now. Under the first ray of sunshine in the morning, there was an unprecedented sound of laughter. The water in the desert is hope, life, and everything. Those who have not experienced desert drought will never be able to experience the preciousness of water. Lord once again gave this land life, hope, and future. After a long time, the crowd exhausted from fighting quieted down. A young man turned his head to look in the direction that Richard left, and was speechless for a long time. In the end, he slowly supported his chest, and bowed in salute in the direction where Li Cha was no longer there. This scene touched countless residents. At this moment, everyone's eyes are scorchingly saluting towards the empty trail. Ding, your actions have conquered the residents of Dusk City, and your leadership skill upgrade progress has been increased by 50%. Ding, the hidden attribute of the City of Dusk, the people's heart reaches 80, and the acquired characteristic, a place of stability. Place of stability, the people are united, the happiness is high, the attraction to refugees is increased by 30%, and there is a higher probability of attracting high-level talents or low-level heroes to come to seek refuge. Chapter 61 Upgrade Territory, Research and Develop Attacks. Li Cha was stunned when he heard the system prompt, and then read it carefully again. Place of stability, the people are united, the happiness is high, the attraction to refugees is increased by 30%, and there is a higher probability of attracting high-level talents or low-level heroes to come to seek refuge. Good guy, if people's hearts are high, can they still have this kind of gain? This is obviously a developmental feature. You may not see much effect in a short time, but the longer the time, the greater the benefit. Ha ha ha, this wave is not a loss. In a good mood, Richard came to the Lord's mansion and opened the property panel of Dusk City. City of Twilight. Level, a first-level village, 2,000 units of gold, stone, wood, and iron ore required for upgrade. Building, Junior Lord's Mansion, only, intermediate residential residence, 10, Junior Blacksmith Shop, 1, Junior Barracks, 1. Special building, none. Empty space, 10 squares. Residents, humans, 340, desert goblins 20, long-arm peers, 30. Resources, gold coins, 25,000, wood, 25,000 units, stone, 12,000 units, iron ore, 12,000 units. Rare resources, mercury, 0, brimstone, 0, crystal, 0, gem, 0. Occupied resource points, micro quarry, 1, small lumber mill, 1, small iron mine, 1, medium gold mine, 1, micro gem mine, 1. Special resources, sand jujube forest, desert bee, flame dragon rabbit. Territory attribute, the land of yellow sand, under the protection of Lord Richard, the residents of Dusk City will not get lost in the desert, and the physical consumption in the desert will be reduced by 30%. Army Lair, 3 Guardian Lands, Elite 3-star. 3 Great Pyramids, Elite 3 stars. 1 Scorpion Nest, Elite 3-star. 1 Pyramid of the Damned, Elite 3-star. 1 Tomahawk Chalet, Rare 3 stars. Army, Mummy Guardian, Elite 3 stars, 90. Bandage Mummy, Elite 3 stars, 51. Scorpion Warrior, Elite 3 stars, 20. Cursed Pharaoh, Elite 3 stars, 20. Axe of the Dead, Rare 3 stars, 15 pieces. Hero, Andel Thorin, A rank. Introduction: an unremarkable territory in the Death Desert, but it has certain development potential. After reading the territorial attributes several times, I had a certain idea. The large-scale dungeon at the end of the month determines the comprehensive strength of the territory, and the first 1 million lords can enter. He didn't know how much the territory level accounted for. To be on the safe side, let's raise the level first. Don't lose the election because the territory level is not enough, that would be funny. Silently thinking about the upgrade. Ding, do you consume 2,000 units of gold coins, wood, stone, and iron ore to upgrade the territory level? Yes. This upgrade will take 30 minutes. Please clear the residents in the Lord's Mansion. After Richard asked everyone to leave the Lord's Mansion, he chose to upgrade. In an instant, over the Lord's Mansion, a faint yellow sand-like light appeared. Covered the various buildings of the Lord's Mansion. Looking down from the sky, you can clearly see that the blue stone floor on the edge of the territory begins to spread around, and the desert is quickly covered by a large distance. This movement immediately caught the attention of the residents. Seeing the changes in the Lord's Mansion, everyone was very excited. I know that this is the power given to the Lord by the gods, which can quickly upgrade buildings. Every time I look at it, I am amazed. Karu also came behind him at this time. The old man was still immersed in the excitement of the appearance of the spring, and his clothes were wet. Grown-ups. Li Cha waved his hand. No problem, I'm upgrading my territory. After thinking about it, he continued. You tell all the residents to leave their residences, don't stay in the building, and the blacksmith shop is no exception. As you wish. Kalushing hurried away. Half an hour later, the system prompt sounded. Ding, Dusk City has been upgraded, the current level, the second level village, the territory is expanded by 10 squares of open space, and the current open space is 20 squares. Continue to upgrade. Ding, upgrading to a third level village requires 2 buildings to reach the intermediate level. Li Cha glanced at the territorial buildings. Residential houses are already mid-level, and now only 1 more building needs to be upgraded. Open the blacksmith's properties panel. Blacksmith shop, 4 spaces. Level, beginner, upgrade requires 1,000 units of iron ore, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone. Feature, forging efficiency increased by 10%. Capacity, minimum 2 people, maximum 10 people. Introduction, an ordinary blacksmith shop, where you can forge agricultural tools or low-level weapons. After you have been promoted to a high-level blacksmith shop, you can start research. Richard nodded, upgrade the blacksmith shop. Ding, does it cost 1,000 units of iron ore, 1,000 units of wood, and 1,000 units of stone to upgrade the blacksmith shop? This upgrade takes 10 minutes. Confirm. 10 minutes later. Upgraded successfully, current level, intermediate blacksmith. Upgrade the territory. Ding, does it cost 3,000 gold coins, wood, stone, and iron ore to upgrade the territory? This upgrade will take 1 hour. Confirm. 1 hour later. The territory has been upgraded. The current level is a third level village. The territory is expanded by 10 squares of open space. The current open space, 30 squares. Continue to upgrade. Ding, upgrading to a first level town requires 3 buildings to reach the intermediate level. Upgrade the barracks. Ding, does it cost 1,500 units of gold, stone, wood, and iron to upgrade the barracks? This upgrade will take 20 minutes. 20 minutes later. The barracks has been upgraded successfully, the current level is mid-level barracks. Upgrade the territory. Ding, does it cost 4,000 units of gold, stone, wood, and iron to upgrade the territory? This upgrade will take 2 hours. At noon. Ding, Dusk City has been upgraded to a first-level small town, the upper limit of territory buildings has been increased to high level, the Lord's Mansion has been expanded by 10 squares of open space, and the territory has been expanded by 30 squares of open space. The current open space is 60 squares. City of Twilight. Level, a first-class small town, 10,000 units of gold coins, stone, wood, and iron ore are required to upgrade, 3 buildings reach high level, and the number of residents is 500. Building, intermediate Lord's Mansion, only, intermediate residential residence, 10, intermediate blacksmith shop, 1, intermediate barracks, 1. Special building, none. Open space, 60 grids. Li Cha glanced at the territorial level ranking, 10 million plus, and couldn't help feeling that under the large base, the probability of the emergence of strong people was indeed exaggerated. Even if you pick one in 1,000 miles, it counts in tens of millions. Usually, one by one, they cry on the forum about how miserable they are, and they are developing better than each other behind the scenes, these old coins. Although the first-level small town has not caught up with the frontline troops, it will not be the tail of the crane. Upgrading to a second-tier town requires 3 high-level buildings and a population of 500. Advanced buildings are easy to solve, but the population. This condition is a bit helpless, so I can only postpone the idea of continuing to upgrade. It seems that we have to find time to go to the desert oasis to bring the refugees back. Looking back at the blacksmith shop, he didn't forget that the advanced blacksmith shop can activate the research function and upgrade the attack of the troops. This is quite a powerful feature, and the official website of Era of Radiance has mentioned it many times. Blacksmith shop, 4 spaces. Level, intermediate, upgrade requires 2,000 units of iron ore, 2,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone. Feature, forging efficiency increased by 20%. Capacity minimum 2 people, maximum 20 people. Introduction, an ordinary blacksmith shop, where you can forge some good weapons. Although the continuous upgrades have bottomed out the resources in his hands, there are still resources to upgrade the blacksmith shop. Upgrade the blacksmith shop. Ding, does it cost 2,000 units of iron ore, 2,000 units of wood, and 2,000 units of stone to upgrade the blacksmith shop. This upgrade takes 30 minutes. After 30 minutes. Upgraded successfully, current level, advanced blacksmith. Blacksmith shop, 4 spaces. Level, advanced, upgrade requires 5,000 units of iron ore, 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone. Characteristics, forging efficiency improved. www.novel.com. Research and development, you can select the arms of the territory for research to improve its attack power. The number of arms that can be researched at present, 1. Resident hero, Andel Thorin. Characteristics of heroes, the research speed is increased by 30%, and the success rate is increased by 30%. Capacity, minimum 2 people, maximum 30 people. Introduction, the advanced blacksmith shop already possesses a certain extraordinary power. Richard is happy. Compared with the intermediate blacksmith shop, the high-level blacksmith shop is completely reborn. With a thought, choose the research and development function of the blacksmith shop. The next second, images of all the troops' nests in the City of Dusk appeared in my mind. Ding, please choose the type of troops to be developed. Note, the higher the level, the longer the research and development time, and the lower the success rate. The first research and development, first try with a bandaged mummy. Richard chose the Great Pyramid where bandaged mummies could be recruited. Ding, bandage mummy primary attack, estimated development time, 7 days, estimated resources required, 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of iron ore, success rate, 80%. If the confirmation is successful, please arrange personnel to conduct research and development in time. Before the research and development is completed, the next technology will not be developed. Note 1. Materials required for research and development do not need to be paid at one time, and will be gradually consumed along the way. Lack of materials will lead to slow progress. Note 3. The length of time required for research and development and the success rate are related to the hero who presides over the research and development. Note 4. During research and development, the hero in charge of research and development cannot leave the territory, otherwise the research and development progress will be stagnant. Chapter 62. Upgrade the troop lair. Ah, is this the beginning of research and development? Li Cha was stunned for a while before he could react. This guy took off his pants too fast and didn't give him time to react. After reading the prompt several times, I gradually came to appreciate it. 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of iron ore. I didn't expect that 30,000 resources would be needed for the first research, and there are so many requirements. Fortunately, there is no need for a one-time payment. You can start research first, and follow-up resources will be gradually supplied. But isn't the chance of failure a bit too much? After pondering for a while, Richard finally realized the preciousness of Andel, an A-level hero. Hero features, increase the success rate by 30% and increase the research and development speed by 30%. It's simply magic. Not only does it speed up research, but it also increases the success rate wildly. It is conceivable that in the future research and development of high-level technology, the effect of this feature will only increase. Comfortable. After thinking about it, I tried to change the research object to the Axe of the Dead. Sure enough, the system prompted that the research and development of the bandage mummy must be completed before the next research and development. However, the conditions required to develop the Axe of the Dead attack appeared. Axe of the Dead primary attack, estimated development time, 10 days, estimated resources required, 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of iron ore, success rate, 70%. Li Cha could only hold his forehead and sigh after reading it. The research and development time of the Axe of the Dead has also increased to 10 days, and the required resources have soared to 70,000. Simply outrageous. The demand for resources of this R&D function will not be inferior to the upgrade of arms nests. Another big money thief. Li Cha was in pain and happy. After some upgrades, the supplies in his hands bottomed out again. Helpless sigh, when will the City of Dusk be able to live the life of a decadent landlord? It seems that he will rehunt to earn extra money. Lord Richard. At this moment, a call from behind woke him up. Turning around, seeing the person coming, he smiled. Andel, what's the matter with me? The girl with the huge copper hammer was in a bright mood at this time. Lord Richard, a special research room has appeared in the blacksmith shop, and there are a lot of tools in it. I can study how to enhance the power of the troops in it, my father taught me. Richard was happy. You will be solely responsible for the future research and development of the smithy, and I will send you the corresponding resources. Let's start researching the bandage mummy first. Andel smiled brightly. My lord, I need a bandage mummy to cooperate. No problem, how much is needed? You and Karudi, all resources will give you priority. After getting Richard's promise, Andel left happily. Richard waited until the girl left before thinking of going to the territory. After upgrading to a small town, the space in the territory has increased by 50, and the total space has reached 60. The area of each space is 10 times 10 meters, and the floor area is obviously widened. The City of Dusk changed from being a little crowded before to becoming wider. He glanced at the Lord's mansion. The core building of this territory has been upgraded from 30 spaces to 40 spaces, and it has become more imposing. The two-story main building in the middle has become three-story, and the front and rear courtyards have widened a lot. Walking along the road, the blacksmith shop that was small and inconspicuous has now become a tall building with a small courtyard. Even the barracks, which had always had a low sense of existence, also became prominent at this time. The wooden fence outside was 2 people tall. Because the troops in his hands are all undead beings and do not need to rest at all, so the barracks has always been inhabited by desert goblins. This building is of little use. After walking around, he seemed to have thought of something, and reopened the property panel. There is a 7-day cooldown after the unit's lair is upgraded, and you can continue to upgrade after 7 days. The Great Pyramid, which can be upgraded. Poisonous Scorpion Lair, which can be upgraded. One of the 3 mummy troop lair passed its cooldown 3 days ago, and the Scorpion Warrior's lair can be upgraded today. But Richard quickly came to his senses. Upgrading from elite to rare requires 100 troop nests, which is 50,000 units of resources, and 2 is 100,000. Glancing at the resources left in the early 20,000s, I felt that my liver was aching. Not only these 2 nests, the Cursed Pharaoh can be upgraded after 2 days, which is another huge expenditure. The bandage mummy is not in a hurry to upgrade, and it will not be too late to wait until the attack technology is developed. First upgrade the troop lair of the Scorpion Warrior. After clearing the idea, open the trading market. He kept the last reward. 30 desert horses offered a reward of 10 acres of sand jujube forest, and still no deal. Seeing this, he can only shake his head regretfully and cancel the reward. It is pure luck that the resource treasure can be opened in the early stage. And others may not be willing to sell if they get it. It doesn't matter if you can't buy it, it's important to increase the strength in your hands first. Fortunately, there are a lot of 30 desert horses, each 6,000 units, with a total income of 180,000 resources. Once you have money, you will immediately feel confident. With a wave of his hand, he first sent the 30,000 units of materials needed for research and development to the blacksmith shop. Afterwards, he used 50,000 units of resources to buy the troop lair, returned to the Lord's mansion, and upgraded the Scorpion lair from elite to rare. This is also the first time he has upgraded the troop nest for the second time. 100 troops turned into streamers and merged into the scorpion's lair. A dim light flashed on the wall embossed with the scorpion-shaped human face, and the embossments became more delicate. After the light fades, the upgrade is complete. Scorpion Den. Level, Rare 3 stars. Recruitable troops, Poisonous Scorpion Warrior, Rare 3 stars. Number of recruits, 0. Weekly production, 7. Recruitment conditions, 400 gold coins, 400 units of wood, 400 units of iron ore. Introduction, a common desert troop lair. The black gold system lights up a prompt. The troop nest has been upgraded successfully. After 7 days of cooling, the troop nest can be upgraded again. Consumable resources can raise the elite 3-star troops recruited before to the same level as the troop's nest. Li Cha read the prompt several times, and after confirming that he understood correctly, he laughed. After the unit's nest is upgraded, the previously recruited units can also be upgraded. The black gold system is simply going to heaven. Opened the panel of the Scorpion Warrior, and sure enough, it showed that it could be upgraded. However, the resources required for upgrading are the same as those required for re-recruitment, and there is no discount at all. 2 squads of Scorpion Warriors need 8,000 gold coins, 8,000 units of wood, and 8,000 units of iron ore to upgrade. At this time, Li Cha still had 120,000 units of resources, and he did not hesitate at all. All upgrades. In an instant, the poisonous Scorpion Warrior following him suddenly rattled all the joints in his body. There was a faint silvery white light on his body, and a mysterious pattern appeared on the pair of pliers, reflecting the luster of metal. www.novel.com. It looks stronger than steel. The scorpion tail, which is curved like a long bow, has also become sharper, and the blue light that represents the poison can make one's scalp tingle. The appearance has become a lot more domineering. Scorpion Warrior. Level 4. Potential, Rare 3 stars. Skill, Poisonous Scorpion Tail, D level. The scorpion tail is highly poisonous, it will cause huge poisonous damage after being stabbed, and it has the characteristic of paralysis for 3 seconds. The body of the undead, D level, reduces physical damage by 50%, immune to plague and poison. As long as the head is not cut off, it will not die. Giant Force Iron Pincers, D rank. When attacking with double pincers, the power increases by 50%. Desertification, Class D. Racial talent, when fighting in the desert, the strength is increased by 30%. Bound Scorpion, when the number of scorpions is greater than 10, the power of all scorpions is increased by 10%, and the toxicity is increased by 10%. When the number of scorpions is greater than 20, the strength is increased by 20%, and the toxicity is increased by 20%. When the number of scorpions is greater than 30, the strength is increased by 30%, and the toxicity is increased by 30%, activated. Introduction, the undead life sealed in the Pharaoh's Pyramid. I believe you will not want to be stung by it. After the potential promotion, all the skill levels of the Poisonous Scorpion Warrior have reached the D level, and the attributes attached to the skills have been greatly improved. The skill of Venomous Scorpion Tail has also acquired a new feature, Paralysis, which lasts up to 3 seconds. These 3 seconds in battle are enough to decide life and death. Combined with the curse words of the cursed pharaoh, the impact on the enemy is almost doubled. Chapter 63 Undead City. After upgrading the Scorpion Warrior, Li Cha was in a good mood. This feeling of watching the strength in his hand increase little by little simply fascinated him. Upgrading the spring water, upgrading the territory, upgrading the Scorpion Warrior, it was a busy morning. When he was free, it was already 1:30 noon. Just after lunch, several long-armed pews with ugly faces were brought into the hall by the bandaged mummies guarding the Lord's mansion. The other party's face was frightened and panicked, as if he had been greatly frightened. "Master, something bad happened." The tone became sharp because it was too tense. When Li Cha saw the appearance of the long-armed hard worker, his eyes narrowed. "What happened?" The other party quickly reported, "When we were mining iron ore this morning, a group of ghosts suddenly appeared outside the mine. It's terrible. The ghost attacked the iron mine." Li Cha's eyes lit up. He didn't care about the resource point, but these ghosts that appeared suddenly made him very interested. It might be another emergency. Don't these accidents represent tasks and benefits? Apart from ghosts, are there other enemies? I don't know. Several hard workers shook their heads. "We immediately evacuated after we found the ghost." "You lead the way, I will handle it myself." "Yes, Master. The morale of the long-armed peons suddenly improved. After Li Cha summoned the army, he did not delay and ordered to set off. The long-armed hard worker led the way in front of him, panting. After half an hour, on a towering sand dune, Richard stared at the iron ore 200 meters away, frowning slightly. Even if you don't get close, you can feel that this iron mine is different from the normal state. Open the properties panel. Haunted iron mine. Class, small. Reserve, 16,820 units. Maximum output, 2,100 units per week. Capacity minimum 5 people, maximum 10 people. Introduction: the iron ore occupied by the undead. A haunted iron mine. Li Cha was even more interested. It seemed that it was not so simple for these ghosts to suddenly appear. Occupy the iron mine first, and then explore the reason. Waved his hand. The army is ready to fight. Keep the formation and advance to the iron ore. 2 squads of scorpion warriors guarded in front of them in 2 rows, and 1.5 squads of dead axe kept a distance of 20 meters from them, and cursed the pharaoh at the end. The iron triangle soon pressed to the edge of the iron ore, and Richard was at the back, his eyes fixed on the iron ore, ready to give orders at any time. Roar. A shrill roar like dozens of dying people suddenly sounded. The ghosts of 5 teams suddenly appeared in the slightly eerie iron mine. These ghosts have the appearance of humans, floating in the air 10 centimeters above the ground, exuding a faint blue light all over. The body is translucent, and the face is very blurred and distorted. Gloomy. Ghost. Level 3. Potential, normal 3 stars. Skill, ghost body, F level, immune to 50% physical damage, increased magic damage by 10%. Soul claw, F level, can directly attack the soul. Racial talent, it can devour souls and strengthen itself. Bond, ghost soul, when the number of ghosts exceeds 30, the soul damage caused is increased by 15%, and the number of ghosts exceeds 50, and the damage caused by the ghost is increased by 30%, activated. Introduction: I like your soul. The whole army will attack, not one will be left behind. With cold orders. The poisonous scorpion warrior immediately charged forward, and the 2 iron pincers were powerful. The battle axe in the hands of the axe of the dead was thrown out at the same time. Hoo-hoo. The battle axe made a violent sound of breaking through the air, and those ghosts floating in the air couldn't escape. Kacha it was directly bombed by a huge force, like a fragile crystal falling to the ground. The high amount of magic damage made this group of undead who are immune to 50% physical damage receive the iron fist of the City of Twilight. The axe of the dead killed 2 teams in one attack. There is still an insurmountable gap between being immune to 50% physical damage and being immune to 99% desertification. The scorpion warrior growled from his throat. The iron pliers opened and poof pierced the ghosts coming in front directly. It's like the blade of a knife piercing through gel and jelly, feeling obvious obstacles. Kacha the iron tongs folded together and directly tore apart a large body of these undead. The scorpion tail of the scorpion warrior pierced like lightning at this moment. The moment he stabbed the ghost, the poison of the scorpion's tail spread out. The translucent body of the ghost immediately glowed with blue light, and the body fell into a paralyzed state, unable to move. Pooh the iron pliers waved again, completely tearing the opponent's body apart. Under the crushing strength of several levels higher than the opponent, the battle ended quickly. Cursing the pharaoh didn't make a move until the end, and the elite-level ghosts of these 5 squads were annihilated. Ding the army you led wiped out a group of ghosts and won a mini-battle. You gained 100 experience points. Ding you recovered the iron ore robbed by the ghost, do you want to retake it? Confirm. After making the choice, the haunted iron ore just now turned into a normal iron ore, and the gloomy aura disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the quest was not triggered, Li Cha couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Where did these ghosts come from? Immediately summoned the imposing long-armed hard worker at the back and asked again. The hard worker shook his head. Master, we don't know either, we only know that the ghost we saw first appeared in that direction. Said and pointed to the north of the iron ore, and then said a little scared. Master, will it be possible that there is a city of undead over there? He does not mean that. Li Cha's eyes lit up. It's not impossible. If there really is a city of the dead, this wave is coming. After letting them resume production work, take the army to the north immediately. At the same time, spread the troops out in a fan shape. It didn't take long for Li Cha to encounter an unexpected situation. In front of him is a gathering place for the wild arms, but this gathering place has been slaughtered. And what surprised him even more was that there was a lot of flesh and blood on the sand, except for the bones. It seems that the bones have been pulled out by life. This is summoning skeletons. Li Cha was thoughtful. Summoning skeletons is the signature skill of the undead. Knowing to kill wild monsters to gather troops, it seems that the undead forces around here are not weak. Is it possible that there are undead cities? The interest in my heart is even stronger. Continuing to explore forward, within half an hour, he found 7 or 8 places where troops were slaughtered. And without exception, their skeletons are missing. There are even a few arms gathering places that don't even have corpses, leaving only a trace of battle. www.novel.com. No wonder they say that the undead are rogues. If this is for an undead lord to secretly develop for a period of time, it is impossible to accumulate a few brigades. Troops. Although the strength of the skeleton soldiers is not strong, it really needs thousands of skeleton soldiers to come over, and at this stage few lords can bear it. The aggressiveness of this unknown undead force also made Richard feel threatened. If he can attack his iron ore today, the other side will dare to attack Dusk City tomorrow. The undead are not a kind camp, and there is no negotiation at all in the fight. Raise your vigilance to the highest level and continue to explore. It didn't take long for the army to discover the traces of the undead left in the desert, which seemed to have just passed by. Li Cha was refreshed and moved forward at a faster pace. After another half an hour, the poisonous scorpion warriors who were exploring the road ahead suddenly reported back. They found the enemy. Finally found. Li Cha was overjoyed, called the army scattered around, and came to the place where the scorpion warriors were. Under the cover of the sand dunes, he followed their guidance and saw the target of his pursuit. It was completely different from the territory or undead city he imagined. In front of it was an iron mine that had been mined for the most part. There are scattered all over the place. A large number of skeleton warriors patrol the iron mine, and the number is probably more than 3 squadrons. At this time, 2 squadrons of skeleton warriors were slowly walking from the desert, carrying some corpses into the iron mine. It didn't take long for him to disappear from Li Cha's sight. He carefully observed in the direction where the skeleton warrior disappeared, only to find that in the central area of the iron ore, there is a hole leading to the underground. That undead city was built underground. Chapter 64 Go Underground. There was a bit of thought in Li Cha's eyes. Are these undead beings similar to temple guardians, or is there really an undead city underground? My heart began to stir. After observing for a long time, I didn't get much useful information. He didn't hesitate at the moment, and made a direct decision. First, clean up the enemies outside the iron mine, and keep an eye on that passage. The iron mine is stationed by 3 squadrons of skeleton warriors. Level 2, normal 2 stars. Although there are a lot of them, their strength is average. This is also the characteristic of the undead. The moment the order was given, the army immediately launched an attack. The scorpion warrior's charging speed was very fast, and he was the first to enter the iron ore. The axe of the dead followed closely. Facing these skeletons, they didn't throw the tomahawk anymore, but charged straight up with the axe. In the face of this group of ordinary undead of about 1.7 meters, they have an absolute advantage. Cut horizontally and vertically. Gotcha. The undead are not afraid of death, but the strength gap is here. No matter how crazy they are, they can't stop the advance of the Dusk City army. The rare arms of the 3.5 teams seem to have turned on the unparalleled, rampant. The skeleton warrior fell like being reaped by wheat. Ding, the army you led wiped out a group of skeleton warriors and won a small battle. You gained 600 experience points. This experience is rich enough. Richard was happy. After the iron ore was captured, he came to the front of the underground passage with great interest. This passage is about 3 meters high, and the whole body is made of rock. The ground slanted downward, and a corner appeared after a few dozen meters. The dark environment is like the mouth of a giant beast, waiting for outsiders to fall into the trap. There are torches burning every not far from the passage. The torch exudes a faint blue light, like the fire of the soul in the head of the undead. Li Cha took a more curious look at the torches. Torch monster. Level 1. Potential, normal 1 star. Skill, combustion, class F, can absorb the death energy in the air, burning endlessly. Racial talent: the darker the light, the brighter the light. Bond: torches: when the number of torch monsters exceeds 10, the brightness increases by 20%, and when the number exceeds 20, the brightness increases by 40%, activated. Introduction: strange beings created by the undead, they are nothing but light. Good guy: that's fine too. Li Cha felt that his eyes were wide open. The undead are indeed undead, they have everything. But fortunately, there are these torch monsters, so that the passage is not darkened. Leave a team of scorpion warriors to guard outside, and the rest will follow me in. This passage is fairly spacious, and it can accommodate a small group of scorpion warriors walking side by side. Richard formed a mixed formation of 5 scorpion warriors and 5 axes of the dead, and asked them to explore the path about 50 meters ahead to prevent accidents. Followed by a combination of 5 scorpion warriors, 10 axes of the dead, and 15 cursed pharaohs. He was in front of the cursed pharaoh and behind the axe of the dead. The most central and safest location. After the arrangement was made, Richard asked the cursed pharaoh and the poisonous scorpion warrior in front to take some torch monsters and put them in his hands to illuminate them. Whether the light is dim or not has little effect on the life of the undead. They can sense the enemy with the fire of the soul and observe the surrounding. Darkness has no effect on the undead, but it does for him. He has not yet obtained dark vision, and he cannot see through the darkness yet. The faint blue light appeared very dark in the underground passage, but it was better than seeing nothing at all. After walking through the passage for 10 minutes, the team exploring the path 50 meters ahead suddenly heard the sound of battle. Enemy attack. The moment the poisonous scorpion warrior in the lead roared, the skeleton warriors of 7 or 8 teams rushed out from the opposite side of the passage. Hand in hand. However, in such a narrow terrain, the skeleton warriors could not exert their numerical advantage. The City of Dusk directly blocked the opponent with only 1 team of troops. The 2 giant pincers of the scorpion warrior almost became the scythe of the of death, and the skeleton warrior with the bone knife could not hold it at all. It was directly dismantled into a pile of bones. Suddenly there was a sound of arrows piercing the sky. 2 teams of skeleton shooters appeared behind the skeleton warrior. In such a narrow range, it is difficult to avoid the arrows. Sonorous. The scorpion warriors who were fighting fiercely were directly shot, but those bone arrows could not break the defense. The hard bone armor of the body becomes a strong protective layer, and the arrows are directly thrown into the air. Although he was not injured, the poisonous scorpion warrior was also furious. How dare these trash skeletons hurt them? He rushed straight up, swinging his giant tongs and smashing the skeleton warriors who were blocking the road in front of him. When the axe of the dead saw that the enemy had long-range troops, it no longer kept its hands. The battle axe in his hand was thrown out with great power. Kacha, the skeleton warrior standing in front of him, exploded directly, and 7 or 8 skeleton warriors became Tanghulu. When the power of the battle axe was about to be exhausted, the axe of the dead slammed the chain in its hand, and a new force immediately poured into the battle axe. Kacha kacha. Like a whip hitting an egg, the bodies of the skeletons on the left and right shattered, white bones flying all over the sky. The skeleton archers in the back were not much better either. As the sure-kill target, the 5 axes of the dead set off a tomahawk storm. The skeleton warriors of the 7 or 8 squads all became bone scum in a few rounds. When Li Cha came with a large army, the enemy had already been cleaned up. When he saw this, he immediately let the troops in front of him approach to a distance of only 20 meters. In this way, you can have a certain buffer space when encountering an enemy, and you can also provide timely support. The battle just now attracted the attention of the enemy in the depths of the passage. There are constantly skeleton warriors appearing in front of the poisonous scorpion warriors, attacking them. But they were all 1 or 2 squads, which were quickly wiped out and failed to pose a threat to them. 20 minutes later, around a corner, the originally dim light suddenly brightened. A wide oval space appeared in Richard's sight. It is about 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. The other end of the space is also connected to a passage. Obviously this is not the end. There are dozens of torch monsters hanging around, making the space bright. Looking at it intently, this underground space was crowded with more than 3 squadrons of skeleton warriors, and it was heavily defended. 5 squads of skeleton archers are poised in the rear. At the end, there were still 3 teams, and the skeleton mage with the bone staff was waiting. Seeing this scene, Li Cha made a judgment in his heart. There shouldn't be any undead cities here, and it's more likely to be a map similar to a temple. If there is a city of undead, as long as the lord of the other party is not stupid, it is impossible to make such an arrangement. Isn't it bad to concentrate the army on defense? Wouldn't it be a little bit to deliver food? As his thoughts twitched, Li Cha waved his hand and ordered decisively. Since it's not a city of the dead, he doesn't need to be so conservative. As the army closes, the Scorpion warriors launch an attack, tearing through the opponent's line of defense with the fastest speed. The axe of the dead hunts down the skeleton mages at the back, and they must not be allowed to attack. Once the skeleton mage casts a spell, the cursed pharaoh casts a spell to interrupt immediately. No matter what the situation is, the priority is to deal with mages in battle. This is the eternal truth. The moment the order was issued, all the poisonous Scorpion warriors roared and rushed forward. The fighting style of this unit is tyrannical and wild. With two giant pincers swinging, all the skeleton warriors who dared to be blocked in front of them were torn apart. The curved scorpion tail is like a precise spear, and every time you launch an attack, you will definitely get a lot of results. The fierce axe of the dead in the hand of the battle axe bombards everything with thunder and lightning. Gotcha! Skeletons shattered into scum. The attack of Dusk City immediately caused a counterattack from the undead. The skeleton warriors rushed up, not knowing what fear was. The skeleton archer also pulled the bow and arrow at the same time. The number of 5 squads is enough to form a rain of arrows. The sharp sound of bone arrows breaking through the air under the illumination of the surrounding torch monsters made people's hearts skip a beat. Sonorous. The poisonous scorpion warrior kept swinging his 2 giant pincers, blocking most of the bone arrows, even if a few were attacked. The skeleton mage waved his bone staff violently when the army of Dusk City was frantically tearing through the defense line. The fireball exuding a cold atmosphere condensed out of thin air. Fireball, the signature skill of the necromancer. Different from the high-temperature damage of normal fireballs, ghost fireballs cause negative damage and can impact the soul. A full 30 blue ghost fireballs cut through the sky with a long flame tail. Bang! The poisonous scorpion warriors who were fighting fiercely wanted to dodge, but the skeletons had already piled up and there was nowhere to hide. Bang! The ghost fireball exploded, and a faint blue flame instantly enveloped the scorpion warrior. The surrounding temperature dropped suddenly as if the refrigerator had been opened. Chapter 65 Rich Experience Gains, Quick Upgrades. Bang! The cold and negative energy of the ghost fireball swept all around. It enveloped the scorpion warrior and the surrounding skeletons together. The fire of the skeleton warrior's soul shook for a while, unable to withstand the damage of the ghost fireball, and went out immediately. There is no rule of immunity from teammate damage in this world. The poisonous scorpion warriors resisted this wave of damage hard. After the magic swept over, their appearance was not damaged, but their aura was obviously weaker. Curse the pharaoh to control the situation, the axe of the dead, and kill the skeleton mages. Li Cha, who was watching the battle from the rear, had his eyes narrowed and immediately gave an order. Never allow the opponent to cast spells. The scorpion warrior immediately charged regardless of the cost, forcibly tore a gap. The axe of the dead followed closely at the moment when it stepped into the distance of 30 meters. The battle axe in his hand came out. At this time, the curse words that cursed the pharaoh were also released. A dim light flashed through the air, and most of the skeleton mages stagnated in place. Gotcha! The battle axe with violent force directly penetrated a series of skeleton warriors and skeleton archers, and slashed at the skeleton mage behind. A huge explosion of power. La! It directly smashed the opponent's fragile bones, and the body shattered to the ground. When the battle axe was exhausted, the axe of the dead swung its chains violently, re-injecting power into the battle axe. The big killer that flickered like a lawn mower slashed horizontally towards the skeleton mage. Gotcha gotcha! The crisp sound of bones breaking can be heard endlessly. Nearly 2 teams of skeleton mages were forcibly killed. At this time, the scorpion warrior also recovered from the ghost fireball attack. These angry warriors slashed at the skeleton archers who were still shooting arrows. Pour out your anger. The skeleton archers of up to 5 squads were dismantled into skeletons after only 2 charges. In the middle of the journey, there were quite a few skeleton warriors who wanted to attack Richard and the cursed pharaoh at the rear, but they were all harvested by the axe of the dead. After annihilating the skeleton mage and skeleton archer who could cause damage to themselves, although there were a lot of skeleton warriors left, they quickly returned to 0 in the killing of the scorpion warrior and the axe of the dead. Ding, the army you led wiped out a group of undead and won a small battle. You gained 1,200 experience points. Li Cha was happy when he heard the system prompt. From the ghost of the iron mine to now, it has hunted down nearly a large group of undead. Maybe I can get to level 5 today. In Era of Radiance, level 5 is the beginning of the game. This kind of adventure full of unknown harvest made him very interested. After tidying up the battlefield and making sure that there were no explosive equipment and treasures, Richard continued to move towards the rear passage. The intermittent attacks of skeleton warriors on the road never stopped, but in the narrow terrain, the advantage of the largest number of undead could not be exerted at all. No matter how hard you try, you can't get past the scorpion warrior level. Not long after, Li Cha stepped into the second underground space. But the monsters stationed here are no longer skeleton warriors, but another unit of the undead tribe, zombies. Zombie. Level 3. Potential, Elite 1 star. Skill, Zombie Body, E level, defense increased by 70%, flexibility decreased by 50%, immune to poison, plague. Infection, E level, the body has plague, after being scratched, it will be infected, all attributes will decrease by 2% per minute, up to 30%. Racial talent, can absorb the breath of death to restore the wound. Bound Zombie, if the number exceeds 10, the defense will increase by 15%, and if the number exceeds 30, the defense will increase by 30%, activated. Introduction, the units of the undead tribe, they have a good defense. The number of zombies is enough for 2 squadrons. Behind the zombies, there are 5 teams of skeleton mages. The Scorpion Warrior breaks through the blockade of zombies, and the Axe of the Dead cooperates with the Scorpion Warrior to hunt down the skeleton mage. Curse the Pharaoh to cooperate with the poisonous Scorpion Warriors and fight for space for them. Rough-skinned zombies are obviously not as easy to kill as skeleton warriors. However, the only people who can threaten the army of Dusk City are the skeleton mages in the rear. Seeing the skeleton mage behind him start casting spells, Richard's pupils shrank. Poisonous Scorpion Warriors should pay attention to avoid. If they can't bear it, turn on the desertification immediately. Sandification is not immune to magic damage, but it can greatly restore the damage, which is equivalent to the quick blood recovery skill. As soon as the voice fell, the zombies in front rushed in front of the poisonous Scorpion Warriors. These undead spirits with ferocious appearances and rigid actions exuded a disgusting stench. The Scorpion Warriors who have been promoted to the rare level are more ferocious than zombies. How the iron pliers waved, making a harsh sonic boom. Puff. The front end of the closed giant pliers has a very sharp iron hook, which is firmly nailed into the zombie's body. Pull hard. La. The dry and hard body was directly torn and burst. The sturdy defense is useless in the face of the unique means of breaking the defense of the Scorpion Warrior. But the number of 2 squadrons was enough to stop the Scorpion Warriors with only 1 squad for a long time. Ha. The ghost fireball in the hands of the skeleton mage shot out. The skeleton mages of the 5 squads attacked at the same time, with great momentum. The whole space is lit up. Dozens of ghost fireballs flew, covering the entire space. Scorpion Warriors use zombies to cover themselves. Don't resist. When the Scorpion Warrior heard the order, he rushed forward. Ignoring the zombies rushing around, I crowded with them. Bang. Dozens of ghost fireballs bombarded down, and huge air waves erupted. The cold negative energy swept around like a storm. The dark blue ghost fire shrouded the audience, and the zombies who were close only felt like the bombardment of treasure hammers in their minds, and their bodies slammed into rigidity. Unable to resume action for a long time. Curse the Pharaoh to forcibly control the zombies around the Scorpion Warrior at this moment, making them stop in place. And the zombies in the back couldn't get past these zombies to attack the Scorpion Warriors, which won them precious buffer time. After recovering from the shock of the soul, the Scorpion Warrior violently swung his iron tongs to kill the slow zombies around him. Forcibly broke a gap. The battle axe of the dead also threw the battle axe in his hand for the 3rd time at this time. In an instant, the cold light flickered. Gotcha. More than a dozen zombies in the back had no time to escape, and their bodies exploded. Spilled blood all over the place. The axe of the dead seized the opportunity and swung the chain violently. He blocked the approaching zombies with chains. Zombies move slowly and cannot be avoided at all. Several axes of the dead joined hands, and abruptly used chains to open up a way to the skeleton mage. The Scorpion Warrior seized the opportunity and rushed forward. bang. The second wave of ghost fireballs lit up the sky again, and the skeleton mage wanted to kill the scorpion warrior directly. But the prepared scorpion warriors were a little faster. www.novel.com. Only 3 were shrouded in them, and these 3 decisively turned on the desertification and resisted a wave of damage. The remaining scorpion warrior slaughtered in front of the skeleton mage. These spellcasting units without melee combat capability were killed and pierced by the scorpion warrior after being approached. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, the axe of the dead began to carry the tomahawk to slash the slow-moving zombies in front of him. No matter how fleshy zombies are, there is no half-metal giant flesh with full defense. In the absence of worries, the axe of the dead was particularly happy. 5 minutes later. Ding, the army you led wiped out a group of undead troops and won a small battle. You gained 1,500 experience points. The experience on Richard's attribute panel soared again. Level 4, 4835/5000. It only takes 100 or more experience points to advance to level 5. The point of level 5 is the beginning of qualitative change and the beginning of becoming stronger in Era of Radiance. When you reach level 5, you can officially enter this world. The prerequisites for changing careers and learning skills are all level 5. This is called leveling. Scanning pictures in the past was like playing at home. In a good mood, he immediately stepped into the third passage. But unexpectedly, this time, the poisonous scorpion warriors who were exploring the road ahead were not attacked by the skeleton warriors again, and the journey was peaceful. But this made Richard's vigilance to the highest level. After walking for 20 minutes, the poisonous scorpion warrior who was exploring the path ahead put back the report and found a new situation. Li Chao lowered his footsteps and followed him. After bending through an arc-shaped passage, the narrow and dim line of sight suddenly opened up. The sight in front of him made his heart shudder. Chapter 66 Mysterious Sarcophagus, Lord Talent Promotion. A huge oval-shaped underground space appeared in his sight. The height is more than 50 meters, and the diameter is more than a kilometer. A thick layer of white bones has accumulated in this underground space, as if millions of people are buried here. On the ground of bones, there are countless skeleton warriors, zombies, ghosts, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages. But the most surprising thing is the central location. There is a mountain made of countless white bones and skulls. On the top of the mountain, there is a black coffin. Mysterious, dark, scary. All negative adjectives cannot describe the visual impact of this scene. Li Chao's pupils shrank sharply after receiving a huge shock. But after regaining his senses, an uncontrollable excitement immediately rose in his heart. Good guy, this is the discovery of a big baby. After taking 2 deep breaths, he suppressed the excitement in his heart. Thoughts turn. The number of skeleton warriors stationed is probably more than 3 groups, and there are at least 1 group of zombies and ghosts, as well as 4 or 5 squadrons of skeleton shooters, and 2 or 3 squadrons of skeleton mages. After he took a closer look, his eyes became solemn. The number of these undead is simply exaggerated. If you want to get that coffin, you must first wipe out the army of thousands of undead. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he discovered a new undead unit. Beneath that white bone mountain, the bone knight riding the undead horse stood like a statue. Those undead were all made of white bones, carrying a long bone knight spear. There are as many as 5 teams. One of the team's bone knights also wears the bone crown on his head. The momentum is full of pressure. Li Chao subconsciously opened the other party's attribute panel. Captain Bone Knight. Level 5, Intermediate Arms, Strength increases by 15%. Potential, Rare 2 stars. Skill, Body of Bone, Class C, Immune to Poison, Curse, Plague, Strength increased by 70%. Charge, C rank, Drive the undead horse to charge the enemy, the speed is increased by 60%, and the impact force is increased by 50%. Combo, C rank, 5 consecutive attacks at a very short speed. Heavy Slash, C level, after accumulating power, use the power of the undead horse to launch a fatal blow, which can explode 300% of the power. Racial Talent, running speed is increased by 30%, and impact force is increased by 30%. Bond, Charge, if the charging distance is greater than 30 meters, the impact force will increase by 20%, if the charging distance is greater than 50 meters, the impact force will be increased by 40%, and if the charging distance is greater than 100 meters, the impact force will be increased by 60%, and can cause stun for 5 seconds. Introduction: the cavalry of the dead race, it is best not to stand on the road of their charge. Good guy, all the skills are C-rank rare units. Li Cha's eyes narrowed. All the skills of the Bone Knight are blessed with speed and impact. The characteristics of the cavalry are brought into full play. If this is run away by the other party, it will be life-threatening. With a dignified expression on his face, he glanced at the Bone Knights who did not wear the crown of bones. Level 4, the potential is rare. The skills are exactly the same, but the attributes of the Bone Knight are much different. Fortunately, no hero units were found. This is definitely the greatest good news. There are two concepts with heroic command and no heroic command. There are hero units, they may not even get in. Roar. A sudden roar sounded, and all the undead in the entire underground world turned their heads to look at the passage. Enemy. Smelling the unfamiliar aura, the skeleton warriors and zombies who were wandering aimlessly suddenly rushed in like a shark seeing blood. The entire underground world was in a state of boiling. Li Cha's face froze. Everyone retreated into the entrance channel and used the terrain of the channel to fight. Poisonous scorpion warriors stand in front. Don't be entangled, retreat while fighting. A series of decisive orders were issued, and the army immediately had a target. The group retreated to the depths of the passage, ready to fight. After a few breaths, countless skeleton warriors poured into the underground passage like a tide. There are also a lot of zombies and ghosts in the middle. A small team of scorpion warriors couldn't stop so many enemies at all. Upon seeing this, Li Cha immediately ordered, "Leave 5 axes of the dead, and the others will fight with the scorpion warriors." Because a team of scorpion warriors was dispatched to guard outside to prevent the back road from being cut off, there were not enough manpower. If the front row can't stop the enemy, it is useless to have too many people behind. The strength of the two teams was blocked in the passage, which suppressed the crazy undead. Li Cha turned his head to look at accursed Pharaoh. Let the poisonous scorpion warriors outside come in to support immediately. Yes, master. I don't know how many good things are hidden in this mysterious land of the dead, especially the coffin on the Whitebone Mountain, which must not be missed. Now I can't manage that much, I have to concentrate my strength. For the first time, Richard experienced the overbearing power of the skeleton tactics. The opponent's individual strength is not strong, but the scene where there is no limit to see and don't know when to stop will cause huge psychological pressure. Li Cha commanded the army to retreat while fighting, taking advantage of the terrain to consume the number of undead. Fortunately, this is a narrow underground, and if it is placed on the ground, he is afraid that he will be submerged by the other party in an instant. The axe of the dead, the scorpion warrior, and the cursed pharaoh, the trinity, forcibly repelled wave after wave of attacks. Not long after, Ding, your level has been raised to level 5, and you can change jobs freely. Ding, your talent, the Desert Lord, has been promoted, and you have realized more desert power. The moment Li Cha heard the system prompt, a huge energy surged out of the body, and every cell in the body was full of power. And deep in his bloodline, a certain ability is also quickly awakening. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Finally reached level 5. He took a deep breath and suppressed the surprise in his heart. It's not free time yet. There is also no place for him to change jobs and learn skills. Cheer up and continue to command the battle, he is the brain of the army and is indispensable. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. When Richard directed the army to retreat to the second underground space to hunt zombies, he didn't even know how many skeletons and zombies the army had killed. And the number of opponents didn't even seem to slow down at all. The breath of several troops has dropped to freezing point, and the magic power of the cursed pharaoh has long been exhausted. The situation is precarious. At this moment, the system prompt rang. Ding, the axe of the dead, the scorpion warrior, and the cursed pharaoh. After fighting, the 3 arms have gained a lot of experience, and their level has been raised to level 5. The pressured Richard laughed. He gritted his teeth and persisted for so long, just for this moment. His escalation does little to help the current situation. But the army is different. Next moment, the breath of all the arms climbed rapidly, and it returned to its peak in a few breaths. The cooldowns of skills are all refreshed. The breath was obviously stronger than before. Not only that, after the arms are upgraded to level 5, all 3 arms will receive attribute bonuses unique to the intermediate arms. Scorpion Warrior, level 5, intermediate arms, strength increased by 15%. Axe of the Dead, level 5, intermediate units, strength increased by 15%. Cursed Pharaoh, level 5, middle class, magic damage increased by 15%. Li Cha was refreshed. He wants to fix the coffin. Chapter 67 6,000 points of experience, powerful talent. After the state of the army returned to its peak, the situation changed immediately. It was still crumbling just now, and it could collapse at any time. At this moment, it has become a rock wall, forcibly blocking the waves of the enemy's impact. Standing still. At this time, the Scorpion warriors stationed in front of the passage finally arrived at the battlefield. These Scorpion warriors who did not participate in the battle were still level 4, and Richard immediately put them on the front line. After adding one more team of troops, the impact of the undead could no longer shake the defense line. The Axe of the Dead has also returned to its normal position. Such a dense array of enemies is simply the best target. The battle axe whistled. Countless skeletons shattered. After the army was upgraded, the battle went on for a full 2 hours. When the poisonous Scorpion warriors who came later all reached level 5, the undead pouring out from the front began to become sparse. In the end, there was no trace at all. Ding, you blocked a large number of undead attacks and won a medium-sized battle. You gained 6,000 experience points. Current level, level 5, 6,000/50,000. Li Cha took a deep breath. It's not easy. After reading the prompt again, he smiled. 6,000 experience, this is simply too rich. Although this wave is a bit hard, the rewards are also good enough, and it is not a loss. However, after reaching level 5, the experience required for leveling up has increased tenfold, and it is not so fast to level up. Turning his head to look at the army whose breath has weakened a lot, he ordered everyone to rest in place. At this time, he only had time to open the system panel and check his newly upgraded talents. Lord Talent, Desert Lord, Special Growth Talent, current level B, you are the master of the desert, you can predict the arrival of the sandstorm, and the sandstorm will avoid your territory, and you also master the ability of sandification. Sandification, grade B, make the body sandy, reduce the physical damage received by 99%, reduce the magic damage by 30%, can devour yellow sand to quickly recover the injury, the duration is 15 minutes, and the cooling time is 1 hour. You can give your power to the troops you recruited. After giving it, your subordinates will get a C-level skill, desertification. Sandification, C-level, makes the body sandy, reduces physical damage received by 99%, can devour yellow sand to recover the injury, the duration is 10 minutes, and the cooling time is 2 hours. Hiss. So strong. A bit of surprise flashed in Li Cha's eyes. I didn't expect that after promotion, the talent and attributes would be so greatly improved. One of them is to make him feel better, the sandstorm will avoid your territory. His talent can even avoid natural disasters. This is a bit twisted. But it doesn't matter, I have a strong taste, and I can accept more. When Yu Guang saw the army beside him, his heart suddenly moved. I don't know if it is possible to upgrade the desertification skill given to the troops. While thinking, he slowly stretched out his right hand, and the power in the depths of the blood began to surge. A light like yellow sand surged in the palm of his hand, and instantly enveloped all the troops. After a few breaths, all the troops suddenly felt an indescribable and majestic energy gushing out of their bodies. Ding, with your blessing, your army has mastered more desert power, and its desertification skills have been promoted. The current level is C-level. Sandification, C-level, makes the body sandy, reduces physical attack by 99%, and can devour yellow sand to recover the injury, the duration is 10 minutes, and the cooling time is 2 hours. When Li Cha heard the system prompt, he was immediately enveloped in a huge surprise. This talent is simply heaven. You can grow up, these 3 words really are the true gods in the world. After the desertification of troops was upgraded from D-level to C-level, the duration was increased from 5 minutes to 10 minutes. The extra 5 minutes gave him more room to operate. Of course, his B-level desertification is more abnormal, not only lasting up to 15 minutes, but also immune to 30% magic damage. Continue to upgrade, will it really become an invincible skill that is immune to 99% of physics and magic in the future? The future is promising. Li Cha, who was in a good mood, waited until the army returned to its peak state, and immediately ordered to set off. Everywhere he went, there were bones and zombie bodies everywhere, and I couldn't count how many people were killed. By the time he saw the terrifying place of bones again, most of the crowded space had already been emptied. At this time, there were only 3 squadrons of skeleton archers, 2 squadrons of skeleton mages, 4 squads of bone knights and 1 squad of bone knight captains. This army did not move, guarding Baigu Mountain. Li Cha glanced over the undead below and looked at the black coffin at the top of the White Bone Mountain. With so many army guards, what treasures are hidden here? The empty eyes of the bone knight stared at him the moment he appeared. Sitting down, the undead horse bounced its hooves and shook its head uneasily, as if ready to charge at any time. This moment, the soul fires of the skeleton archer and the skeleton mage lit up one by one. Turn around with the bone knight. Li Cha's eyes narrowed. The troops in the rear retreated to the passage, and the scorpion warriors lured the enemy. But as soon as the order was issued, there was no need to lure, and the skeleton archer and the skeleton mage attacked them directly. Ha! The blue ghost fireball and the bone arrows roared into the sky together, forming a dead zone. However, due to insufficient range, it failed to cause damage to them. The scene is a little embarrassing. Li Cha did not let down his guard. Retract the channel and continue to use the terrain to hunt down the enemy. The skeleton archer and the skeleton mage pressed over at this time. Although there is no front row, the front formed by the 2 rear rows is also exceptionally strong. The attacks continued. But after returning to the passage, the damage caused by the opponent's focus fire immediately reduced several times. The pressure plummeted. Richard led the army to guard at a V-shaped corner. 15 axes of the dead stood about 25 meters in the passage. Once the skeleton archers and skeleton mage turned the corner, the battle axes in their hands were thrown out immediately. Spinning, D rank, after throwing the battle axe, you can use the chain wrapped around the arm to pull the battle axe to carry out continuous attacks. With the ability to remotely control a battle axe, the axe of the dead doesn't even need to retract the battle axe. Those skinny skeleton archers and skeleton mages couldn't withstand an attack at all. This terrain advantage is perfect for dealing with these crispy troops who have no heroic command and do not know how to adapt. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, and there were no more enemies around the corner. www.novel.com. Richard immediately returned to the underground space with the army. At this time, only 1 squadron of skeleton mage and 5 squads of bone knights were left in the huge bone land. But this time, no matter how provocative the poisonous scorpion warriors in front of him were, the opponent was indifferent. Just watch them vigilantly. Obviously, the main responsibility of these 2 armies is to guard the coffins on Baigu Mountain. Li Cha's eyes were cold. Since you can't lure the other party away, eat them all. All staff attack. The bone knight will start the desertification immediately after charging, ignore them, and kill the skeleton mage first. The bone knight is powerful, but it is all physical output. After the upgrade, the sandification skill has a full 10 minutes, and it is completely possible to eat the skeleton mage first, and then turn around to deal with the bone knight. The extra 5 minutes after the desertification upgrade gave Li Cha the confidence to deal with it calmly. Entering the land of white bones, those bones were smashed under the feet, making a crisp cracking sound. The army gradually approached, and the fire of the bone knight's soul gradually rose. The horseshoe Herod kept stepping on the ground, making him more and more restless. When the scorpion warrior approached the bone knight 200 meters, it completely angered these undead cavalry. 4 teams of rare troops, the bone knight, under the leadership of a team of rare troops, the captain of the bone knight. Holding the reins tightly, carrying a sharp bone spear. Charged against the army of Dusk City. Tread. The horses have splashed the broken bones all over the place. The charge of the 5 squads was like 1,000 cavalry. It came with a terrifying momentum like a landslide and tsunami. Chapter 68 Post-War Harvest Moment. At the moment when the Bone Knight launched the charge, all the soldiers in the city of Dusk turned on the desertification. Li Cha also began to activate the power in his body. The body instantly becomes a state composed of countless gravels, which is very wonderful. Attack. With an order, the poisonous scorpion warrior in front immediately launched a countercharge against the Bone Knight. Tread. Tread. The longer the Bone Knight charged, the more terrifying his momentum became. After more than a dozen breaths, the poisonous scorpion warrior at the front collided with the white Bone Knight. Bang. The iron tongs swung by the scorpion warrior were directly smashed by the huge impact force of the white Bone Knight, and the whole person was even scattered into gravel on the ground. Bang bang bang. Horses' hoofs tread thousands of troops. On the way of the Bone Knight's charge, the bodies of the Scorpion warriors burst one after another. The Axe of the Dead, holding a battle axe, took advantage of this opportunity, and the battle axe roared out. The two sides walked towards each other, and the speed was too fast. During the charge, the Bone Knight didn't have time to dodge and was directly hit. Gotcha! The battle axe penetrated the ribs and was firmly embedded in the body. A few Bone Knights were too fast and passed by the Axe of the Dead. In an instant, the limit distance of the tomahawk chain was reached. The Axe of the Dead was pulled hard, and the chain was suddenly stretched. Under the action of huge inertia, the White Bone Knight was pulled off his horse and smashed into the bones, splashing bone scum all over the place. There are two Axes of the Dead throws that trigger soul execution. Directly let the fire of the soul of the White Knight and his horse be extinguished. Ha! The fire of the Bone Knight's soul exploded. The spear whistled and stabbed out. The Axe of the Dead can't dodge even if it wants to dodge. The body burst, splashing the sky with gravel. Facing the terrifying Bone Knight, the army of Dusk City could not stop it. The body was crushed like a sandball. But in the blink of an eye, the broken body will quickly recover. After a round of charging, the Bone Knight paid the price of several casualties and smashed through the army of Dusk City. However, in a deserted state that is immune to 99% physical damage, the army of Dusk City did not die. Under the charge of the Bone Knight, Richard also experienced the magical feeling of his body recovering quickly after being smashed. After the two sides staggered, the army of the City of Dusk went straight to the skeleton mage who was casting a spell behind the Bone Knight. There are too many of these mages. If you really want to cast spells on them unscrupulously, even if you turn on the desertification, you can't bear it. Before they got close, hundreds of ghost fireballs covered the sky. It fell down like a meteor shower. Bang! At the moment of the explosion, a cold flame ignited around it. Fortunately, the opponent did not concentrate fire on several targets. Full range coverage, much less lethality. The Scorpion warrior and the Axe of the Dead, who can quickly recover blood, charged into the team of the skeleton mage with the damage caused by the fireball. Without the buffer in the front row, the skeleton mage's great ability cannot be exerted. The army with anger shot immediately let these skeletons taste what real death is. Tread. At this time, the Bone Knight killed the carbine again, trying to stop the Scorpion warrior and the Axe of the Dead. But when the desertification army was activated, the Bone Knight didn't pay any attention at all. The only people who can threaten them are the mage. Curse the pharaoh to stop the Bone Knight with his body. Li Cha gave an order coldly. The Bone Knight is immune to curses. Cursing the pharaoh will not have any effect at this moment, so he might as well resist it with his body. There is desertification, and there is no way to die. Cursed pharaoh immediately charged towards the Bone Knight. Bang! Under the terrifying impact, it shattered directly into gravel. Then the body quickly condensed. This suicide attack bought precious time for the army. Under the frantic attacks of the Axe of the Dead and the Scorpion warriors at no cost, the skeleton mage was emptied at an extremely fast speed. After the only threat in the ground was extinguished, the army immediately turned to the hard bones of the Bone Knight. Go straight up. Rare level Bone Knights are fairly easy to deal with, but the rare level Bone Knight commander made Richard suffer a lot. Every time the Bone Knight commander charges, it will cause huge damage to the poisonous Scorpion warriors in the front row. Under the terrifying speed and impact, it could not be stopped at all. And being hit by a horse is even more tragic, and it can fly directly 7 or 8 meters away. Images of the body shattering into fine sand are often seen. Fortunately, the desertification skills have been greatly strengthened before the battle, and this is the first case of being killed when the desertification is turned on. The Axe of the Dead, which Richard has high hopes for, its great weapon, the execution of the soul. The chance of triggering this instant death skill on the Bone Knight has also dropped a lot. In the end, he had to mobilize the cursed pharaoh and the poisonous Scorpion warrior to restrain the charge of the White Bone Knight with his body. Let the Axe of the Dead focus on the fire to attack, and then this rare 10-person army was beheaded under the horse. In the whole process, the poisonous Scorpion warrior was knocked off 7 or 8 times by it on average. If it weren't for the desertification of Tienka's physical damage, 3 lives would not be enough to die. When the last captain of the Bone Knight fell, Richard let out a long breath as he saw that the army only had less than a minute of desertification time. This less than 10-minute battle was much harder than clearing a few large groups of skeleton soldiers. For another person, even if the army is several times larger than him, he may not be able to win those white bone knights. Rare units are too powerful. Desertification, Eternal God. Ding, the army you led wiped out a group of undead and won a mini-battle. You gained 1000 experience points. Ding, Cursed Pharaoh, Poisonous Scorpion Warrior, Axe of the Dead. After a lot of battles, the level has been improved, the current level is 6. Li Cha looked at the army whose whole body skills were refreshed after the upgrade, and its momentum returned to its peak state. I'm in a good mood. Coming out today, the army has been upgraded 2 levels in a row, and its strength has improved a lot. Beautiful. He looked at the black coffin above the white bone hill. Heartbroken. This undead force is definitely the most difficult enemy he has ever fought against. He can only retreat when he is pulled to fight a tough battle on the sand outside. Even with the help of geographical advantages, it took hours to win the war. The fruit of victory after hard work. www.novel.com has become extraordinarily sweet at this moment. Being guarded by so many troops, what exactly is hidden in this coffin? Countless white bones are built into mountains, and the black coffin is engraved with countless dark skull patterns. Against such a background, it is terrifying and noble at the same time. Li Cha was in a high mood. After bringing the army closer to a distance, he opened the attribute panel with full expectation. But what surprised him was that the attribute panel didn't show anything. It seemed that the coffin was just an ordinary stone and gravel. When things go wrong, there must be demons. He did not rashly step forward, waved his hand, and let a cursed pharaoh go to explore. Ka cursed the pharaoh, stepping on the bones to the top of the mountain. Open the coffin. This mummy class carries a deadwood scepter, wears a colorful crown, and has 2 ties hanging from the side of the ear to the neck. He stretched out his shriveled hand and slowly opened the coffin, but it failed the first time because it was too heavy. Then it bent down, inserted the deadwood stick into the gap of the bandage around its waist, and exerted force with both hands. Kacha, the sarcophagus made a sound and was slowly moved away. Shoo! An extremely dark light burst out from the coffin, as if a bottomless abyss was hidden inside. In an instant, those dim lights condensed countless twisted hands, directly pulling the cursed pharaoh into the coffin. Bang! The coffin stone lid made a dull crashing sound and returned to its original position. As if nothing happened. All this is too fast, and the army standing on guard dozens of meters away has no time to respond. Witnessing this scene, Li Cha's heart jumped. What's in the coffin? Is there a living thing? Chapter 69, The Heart of a 25-level Hero. This unexpected scene surprised Li Cha. Reluctantly, he opened the properties panel again, but this time the details of the coffin appeared. Sacrificial sarcophagus. Level, Special. Characteristics, you can sacrifice the same type of troops to obtain a hero unit. The stronger the sacrificed troops, the stronger the hero unit born. The current sacrificial arm, Cursed Pharaoh, Level 6, Elite 3-star, potential of currently born heroes, E-level. Introduction, special items can only be used once. Sacrificial sarcophagus. The stronger the troops sacrificed, the stronger the hero units born. After Li Cha read the information several times, strong excitement rose in his heart. Good stuff, good stuff. It's worthy of his efforts. If the troops are gone, you can spend resources to recruit them again, but hero units are extremely rare and completely impossible to find. Swap more than a dozen units for a hero, and earn blood. Turning his head to look at the cursed pharaoh behind him, he waved his hand and sent them all to the Whitebone Mountain. The undead life did not know fear, and absolutely carried out Richard's orders, and immediately stepped on the bones to the top of the mountain. After the second cursed pharaoh opened the coffin, the dark light reappeared, and countless twisted hands slammed all the cursed pharaohs around and dragged them into it. This scene makes people feel scalp tingling. After more than a dozen cursed pharaohs were pulled into the coffin was not covered again. It still exudes a dark light, as if connecting an abyss. After seeing that the situation was stable, Li Cha silently opened the attribute panel. Sacrificial sarcophagus. Level, Special. Characteristics, it can sacrifice the same kind of troops to obtain a hero unit. The stronger the sacrificed troops, the stronger the hero unit born. The current sacrificial arms, 15 cursed pharaohs, level 6, elite 3 stars, are currently born hero potential, D level. Introduction, special items can only be used once. After more than 10 mummies, the hero's potential has been upgraded from E level to D level. D level, it's a pity that there is no curse pharaoh in hand. Li Cha couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If there are hundreds of troops, he still has to come up with a B level or even A level hero. At this moment, the black gold system lights up. Sacrificing the sarcophagus, 100 mummy armies can be sacrificed to raise the hero's potential to C level. It can sacrifice 1,000 mummy troops to raise the hero's potential to B level. Sacrifice a special treasure, Mummy's Heart, which can increase the potential of recruiting heroes to A level. Note, heroes will be born 1.5 hours after the sacrifice of the sarcophagus. Please sacrifice as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. As expected of you, the black gold system. This wave is just crazy. Li Cha was so excited that he immediately opened the trading market and searched for the heart of the mummy first. But to his regret, it was blank. A special treasure that can raise the potential of a mummy to grade A is obviously not something that is easy to get. Fortunately, there is an hour and a half of buffer time. Immediately posted a message in the reward area, a reward for a special treasure, the heart of the mummy. He hung up the remaining 90,000 units of resources, and immediately brought this bounty to the forefront. At this time, the discussion about him on the forum subsided for a while, and a large number of lords were still paying attention to him. My dear, the big boss Qingqiu has appeared again. Do you have the heart of a mummy? This time you can go to the big boss Qingqiu and make a fortune. What kind of treasure is the mummy's heart? Is it so advanced? There is no sale on the forum. Why is it in the desert camp? Qingqiu can easily get nearly 100,000 units of resources and offer a reward for a treasure, but I am so miserable. After Li Cha offered the reward, he also looked for clues about the mummy heart in the post. An hour later, seeing that 2/3 of the time had passed, he shook his head with a wry smile. Still nothing, no news about the mummy heart. It seems that you can only buy 100 troop nests and raise the potential to C level. It takes 1,000 troop nests and a full 500,000 units of resources to upgrade to B level. At this time, there are still half an hour left, and there is no choice at all. Time passed little by little. Just when Li Cha was planning to withdraw the bounty and use resources to buy the troop nest, a familiar ID flashed in the private message. Your Italian gun, Boss Qingqiu, I saw your request for purchase. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence, I happen to have a mummy's heart in my hand. Li Cha was shocked. Really? Your Italian gun, of course. Richard is ecstatic, this is his lucky star, he appears at every critical moment. Your Italian gun, but this mummy heart in my hand is not mine, my sister got it. Is your private chat closed to strangers? My sister can't reach you and let me come. Boss Qingqiu, my sister really has long legs with black silk. He, regret it now. Li Cha couldn't wait to ask questions. What price? What about your Italian gun, Boss Qingqiu? My sister said that mummy's heart doesn't want money. Li Cha was taken aback, don't want money. What additional conditions are there? Your Italian gun, you reminded us about the 2-star dungeon and saved our lives. This time, it's your love. Boss Qingqiu, the mummy's heart is a special treasure that was opened from a 4-star treasure chest. My sister has almost exhausted her army to get that treasure chest. If you think about it, you can know the value of this item. If you don't want it, you can't sell it. Li Cha felt a little complicated. Although this guy is usually a little funny, he has a good personality and can handle it. After thinking for a while, he replied, I owe you a favor this time. Your Italian gun immediately got excited. What's the matter between us brothers? In the future you will call me dad, I'll call you brother, we will discuss each other. The corners of Li Cha's mouth twitched, this is funny. You just go and offer a reward to buy it. That little resource can be considered as some compensation. Your Italian gun, no, Boss Qingqiu, this is to repay your favor, 1 yard for another. The casualties of the army in your sister's hands are not small, and she definitely needs resources to replenish her strength. The large-scale dungeon will be opened at the end of the month. Don't delay because of this, it's not worth it. Hearing the statement, your Italian gun agreed. After a while, the system upgrade sounded, and his reward had been dealt. With excitement, Li Cha took out the mummy heart from the system space. In his hand, there was a half-fist-sized, gray and hard, stone-like object. Mummy heart. Level, special. Characteristics, the heart dug out from a mummy hero with a level of more than 25 has an incredible effect on mummies, and can directly convert the user into a mummy hero. The potential depends on the strength of the mummy. Note, can only be used on mummies. Introduction, a very rare treasure, it can cause the madness of mummies. Digging out the heart from a level 25 mummy hero. Li Cha took a deep breath. This kind of favor, I owe a lot. Chapter 70 The Birth of an A-class hero. Although Li Cha thought that the treasure that can recruit A-level heroes would be very precious, he did not expect it to be so precious. The giant desert dragon he saw at the one-way portal with no attributes was only level 15. Even the almighty gods are only level 30. A level 25 hero, looking at the entire glorious main plane, is a first-class existence. In a rather complicated mood, let the axe of the dead beside him hold the mummy's heart and climb the bone hill step by step. Into the sacrificial sarcophagus. The next moment, the dim light seeping from the sarcophagus seemed to pour gasoline into the flames, shining brightly. The distorted light seemed to have a demon trying to climb out of it. Li Cha watched this scene closely. He could clearly feel that the sarcophagus was giving birth to a powerful aura. The dark light became deeper and deeper and began to spread gradually. After a few breaths, this hill of white bones was enveloped in it. Countless cold energy was absorbed into the coffin. The bones began to dim, and there were countless cracks. Seeing this, Li Cha immediately asked the axe of the dead to evacuate below. After a few breaths, the dim light began to spread to the entire underground space along the white bone hill. The layers of white bones were swallowed up with the last energy. The white bones everywhere became black bones. Seeing such a visually striking scene, Li Cha was greatly moved. This underground space was created for the sacrificial sarcophagus. He didn't know who arranged all this, but at this moment, it all belonged to him. Strong anticipation rose in his heart. Waiting for the birth of the second A-level hero in Dusk City. Those dim lights gradually subsided after 10 minutes, and the sarcophagus above the black bone hill became dim. Ding! After the sacrifice, you got a new hero unit. The moment the system prompt sounded, Shu in the sacrificial sarcophagus, an arm wrapped in white bandages suddenly stretched out. Afterwards, the cursed pharaoh, wearing a crown and two colored ties floating around his ears, slowly climbed out of the black sarcophagus. The fire of the soul was burning in the empty eyes of the other party. And below the sarcophagus, there are countless black bones. This scene is very similar to the scene where evil spirits are born on some religious murals. There is unspeakable horror. Curse the pharaoh to walk down the white bone hill step by step, and the dead bones under each step will be broken. This appearance is very cool. The cursed pharaoh slowly came to Richard, and knelt on the ground with the most humble gesture. My lord, Gray obeys your orders. The sound seems to be formed by the vibration of the air, and there is no human emotion. The corners of Li Cha's mouth were raised high, and the joy in his heart at this moment was more than the first time he was discussing the true meaning of life with his girlfriend. No gift. As he spoke, he couldn't hold back his inner emotions, and immediately opened the other party's attribute panel. Gray. Hero Unit. Level 5, Intermediate Hero, Magic Damage Bonus 30%. Potential, Grade A. Occupation, Cursed Mage, Intermediate, Casting Effect increased by 15%. Magic, 500 points, recovers 5 points per second. Skill, Cursed Mage, A-level, the power of the curse released is increased by 70%, and it can consume double the magic power to directly release the skills on cooling. Soul Command, A-level, forcibly control the enemy's soul, order it to make an action. If the command is not issued, the opponent will be out of control after 5 seconds, the cooling time is 30 minutes, and it consumes 100 mana. Cursed Body, Class B, immune to poison, plague, curse, instant death skills. If you touch its body, it will be cursed, and its attributes will be reduced by 10% every minute, up to 60% for 30 minutes. Curse of the Pharaoh, Class B, you can cast a curse on the enemy within a 10 by 10 meter area. After the release, the enemy will be in a weak state, all attributes will be reduced by 30%, last for 5 minutes, cooldown time 3 minutes, consume 50 mana. Words of Curse, Class B, forcibly confuse a single enemy or enemies within a 10*10m area, stagnates their actions, lasts for 5 seconds for enemies in the area, lasts for 8 seconds for a single enemy, 2 minutes on cooldown, consumes 50 points magic. Desertification, Class C. Heroic characteristics, when commanding mummy troops, increase the casting effect of all mummies by 50%. Racial talent, when fighting in the desert, the recovery speed of injury and mana is increased by 50%. Bound Mummy, use cursed magic and skills to increase magic damage and effect by 50%. Introduction, a hero who is good at curses, no one wants to be targeted by it. After Li Cha read Gray's attributes several times, his heart surged. Is this an A-class hero of the fighting class? 2 A-level skills, 3 B-level skills. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. Coupled with the hero's characteristics and fetters, its combat power is stacked to an extremely exaggerated level. The corners of Li Cha's mouth were raised high. Gray not only inherited the skills of the Cursed Pharaoh, but also upgraded it to an area of effect skill, with an exaggerated increase in power. Not to mention those 2 powerful A-level skills, their attributes are simply abnormal. Cursed Mage, consumes double mana and directly releases skills on cooldown. If you keep releasing curse words to control the enemy. Wasn't the other party unable to even move and charge to death? And the skill of manipulating the soul is even more exaggerated. It can control the enemy's actions. Can you let the enemy wipe their necks? Or at the critical moment of the battle, control the opponent to give up the defense and reveal the weakness? He felt that using the skill to deal with those powerful bosses, it would definitely have a super effect. In addition, Gray's heroic feature, when commanding a mummy unit, increases the unit's casting effect by 50%. Also strong enough to explode. In the future, he can completely hand over the mummy troops to the commander of the other party. It is even possible to use Gray as the core to form a mummy army suitable for him to lead. A hero is the Lord's most important helper. Arms are swords, so the hero unit is the hand holding the sword. Andel is a life occupation, and the help to Dusk City requires a lot of resources to be reflected. And Gray can play a huge role right away. Kacha. A crisp voice interrupted the excited Li Cha, and he turned his head to look subconsciously. At this time, countless cracks appeared in the sacrifice sarcophagus, which gradually collapsed. Rumbling. After the sarcophagus was shattered, the black bone hill also collapsed, splashing high dust. It's a pity for Richard, if this thing is permanent, the city of Dusk can take off in one wave. Kacha. Before the dust fell, a louder crack sounded. Startled in his heart, he suddenly raised his head to look at the dome of the underground space. I saw that there were cracks on it. This scene made his scalp tingle. He didn't care about anything else, he waved his hand and rushed all the troops into the passage frantically. If this is buried in it, it will be directly GG'd. Rumbling. When he just rushed out of the distance of 100 meters, the passage collapsed directly. Countless fine sands crashed down along with the rocks. www.novel.com desertification. Li Cha roared, and immediately activated the strongest life-saving skill. Fortunately, when the army was upgraded in the last battle, the desertification skills were refreshed. Rumbling. When the boulder fell, no one could avoid it, and each body collapsed directly. After the passage collapsed, the fine sand pouring down from the top filled the gap with the stone cracks. At this moment, these fine sands have become life-saving straws. Like a fish entering the water, Li Cha led the army to move to the ground through the yellow sand. After a long time. Puff. The yellow sand on the surface began to bulge, one arm stretched out of the desert, supported on the sand, and forced the whole person out. After Li Cha completely escaped from the desert, he took a few deep breaths. The air underground was so thin that he almost suffocated him. The skill of desertification is really the most suitable for undead life. At this time, the sky outside was completely dark, and a bright moon as big as a grinding disk hung overhead, and the cold light like mercury shrouded the entire desert. It made the hot yellow sand during the day cool down. He let out a long breath, calming the excitement in his heart. Turning to look around, the Scorpion Warrior, the Axe of the Dead, and Gray also crawled out one by one. After the inventory, it was confirmed that there were no downsizing. Li Cha laughed loudly. This time it's a real close call. If it wasn't for the magical skill of sandification, it would all be explained here today. And the gains from this adventure are enough to make anyone jealous. He got an A-level hero, A-level. Ha ha ha. Chapter 71 The Dominance of A-Class Heroes. Li Cha stood up and looked forward, only to see that the entire desert sank, forming a wide valley. Obviously, the collapse just now caused great damage. But fortunately this is a desert, even if the sky is pierced, it doesn't matter. Climbing out of this depression with the army, Richard saw Gray beside him, and his mood improved again. Although I encountered such a thrilling scene today, the harvest is also against the sky. First of all, both the Scorpion Warrior and the Axe of the Dead have been upgraded to level 6, activating the additional features of the intermediate arms, and their strength has greatly increased. Secondly, under the prompt of the Black Gold system, I got a superb support hero, Gray, the Cursed Mage. An A-level hero, his attributes can only be described as dangling. For this hero alone, this wave of expeditions has been rewarded 10-fold and 100-fold. In a good mood, he immediately returned to Dusk City with the army. The desert at night is not a safe place. He is not interested in risky scanning at night. Follow the system map and go all the way. But before he walked out for 10 minutes, Li Cha felt something was wrong. Alert. After the voice fell, the surroundings were silent. It seems that his caution is superfluous. But he still didn't relax at all, his eyes were as sharp as falcons. After less than a minute, shasha shasha. A sound of footsteps came gradually from a dune. For a moment, from the darkness, a pair of green eyes appeared. Under the light of the moon, a wild wolf about the size of a bison could be seen appearing in sight. But these wolves are different from the desert wolves that Richard had encountered before. Their auras are countless times stronger, and their appearance is even more ferocious, and being watched by the other side has a strong sense of oppression. Wilderness Warg. Level 5, intermediate arms, strength increased by 15%. Potential, rare 1 star. Skill, surrounding, sea level, able to surround and kill prey with tacit understanding, increase 30% agility and 30% strength during action. Culling, C rank, when attacking the prey, the strength is increased by 50%. Sharp claws and fangs, sea level, the sharpness of claws and teeth is increased by 50%, and can cause armor-piercing damage to light armored targets. Fierce, sea level, not afraid of life and death, once you aim at the target, you will never die, the more serious the damage, the more severe the attack. Racial talent, during group battles, strength increases by 30%, and agility increases by 30%. Bond, wolf pack, when the number of wolves exceeds 10, the strength is increased by 10%, and the agility is increased by 10%. When the number of wolves exceeds 30, the strength is increased by 20%, and the agility is increased by 20%, activated. When the number of wolves exceeds 50, the strength is increased by 30%, and the agility is increased by 30%. Introduction, a predator wandering in the desert. Li Cha couldn't help squinting after seeing the other party's attributes. Level 5, rare 1 star. And there are as many as 3 teams. Now it's troublesome. If he hadn't used the desertification skill just now, he would be absolutely sure to eat these wild wolves. But the strongest means of life-saving has been used when avoiding the collapse of the passage. The cooldown of his desertification is 1 hour, and the cooldown of the troops takes 2 hours. It is impossible to wait until the skill cooldown refreshes. Moreover, the terrain here is wide, and it is impossible to use the terrain to fight. Prepare to fight, the Scorpion Warriors stand in front, and the Axe of the Dead acts as the main force of hunting. Gray, prepare to cast a spell to control these wolves. Li Cha looked at Gray, and his eyes became solemn. While the Scorpion Warriors were setting up their defensive formations. Oh. The howls of wild wargs on the sand dunes travel great distances in the vast desert. The horn of attack. The 3 teams of wolves were like wild beasts coming out of their cages, and the blinking speed soared to the extreme, and even pulled out a few afterimages in the air. Tata-tata. The sand made rustling footsteps. Under the moonlight, those green eyes sent chills down the spine. The Scorpion Warrior opened his huge iron pincers, and the scorpion tail glowed with a faint blue light. The Axe of the Dead clenched the battle axe tightly, and in the horned helmet, the fire of the soul throbbed in the empty eyes. However, within a few breaths, the wild wargs, which were attacking at lightning speed, arrived in front of them. Even at this moment, Li Cha could clearly see the needle-like hair on the other party's body. At the moment when the 2 sides were about to collide, an obscure incantation was chanted from the side. Gray pointed sharply forward, and the dim light flashed away. The wild wolves charging at high speed roared. The spiritual sea seemed to be bombarded by a heavy hammer, and there was a buzzing sound in the ears. They lost control of their bodies in an instant, and the powerful inertia they carried in the high-speed movement made them fall directly to the ground. La. He fell the sand and pulled out long scratches. Words of curse, Class B, the spirit of the enemy within a 10*10m area falls into a state of confusion, stagnant, lasts 5 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes, consumes 50 mana. The wasteland wolves in front were all forcibly controlled, and the wolves in the back jumped up urgently and directly past their companions on the ground. La. The moment he landed on the ground again, he opened his mouth that could tear through thick armor and bit the scorpion warrior. At this moment, a dim light flashed by once again www.novel.com. The aura of the wolves who rushed in front of the poisonous scorpion warriors was instantly chaotic, the light in their eyes became scattered and dazed, and their bodies lost control again. Cursed Mage, A level, the power of the released curse increases by 70%, and can consume double the magic power, and directly release the skills on cooling. These rare units that act like the wind were directly pressed to the ground by Grey and punished on the spot. The Scorpion Warrior and the Axe of the Dead broke out their most ferocious attacks at the moment when the enemy was under control. He waved the iron pliers in his hand, pulled out several afterimages, directly clamped the neck of the warg, and exerted a violent force. The warg, who was in a state of confusion, did not respond at all. Puff. A huge wolf head fell directly to the ground, and blood splattered all over. Hoo-hoo. The battle axe whistled, Kacha slashed into the body, and when it slashed to the bones, it made a crisp sound of dry branches breaking. The strength of the wild warg lies in its terrifying speed and attack power that can easily tear apart steel. But these two items were forcibly held down by Grey. Roar. The strong smell stimulated the warg's nerves wildly, and the first group of wargs who fell to the ground raised their heads abruptly. Seeing the tragic state of his companions around him, he immediately became furious, and the muscles on his body were pressed down to the extreme like a spring treasure, and they burst out violently. Once approached by it, no one can imagine what kind of terrifying attack they will encounter. But the warg had just launched, and the hammer in his mind exploded again. Their bodies stiffened on the spot. 500 points of mana, enough for Groot to forcibly release curse words 5 times. Before the magic power is completely consumed, these rare-level powerful lives don't even think about moving. Chapter 72 Great Game. When these wasteland wolves, who are not known for their defensive power, were forcibly controlled by Grey, the Scorpion Warrior and the Axe of the Dead charged furiously. When the Axe of the Dead faces rare units, even if the probability of triggering soul execution is not high, he can also slash and kill the opponent with his powerful strength. Not to mention the Scorpion Warrior. Rare 3-star, 6 level, the two giant pincers are almost more terrifying than the guillotine. Every time they close, the head of a wild wolf is cut off. The wild warg has 3 squads, while the Scorpion Warrior has 2 squads, plus a half-squad Axe of the Dead. Almost 1-to-1 and a few more. The last of the wild wargs was severed by the Axe of the Dead after Grey cast the curse word for the 4th time. During the whole process, the army of Dusk City did not suffer any damage, except for the 2 wild wolves who ran out of control and crashed into the Scorpion Warrior at the beginning. Even this rare class of troops failed to show its strength and was pushed to the ground, unable to get up. Intermediate Hero, increases spellcasting effect by 15%. Cursed Mage, a level, the power of the curse released increases by 70%. Bond, use curse magic and skills to increase magic damage and effect by 50%. Richard looked at Grey's attribute panel again. The opponent has 3 characteristics that increase the power of spellcasting, which greatly increases the 5-second duration of the curse word. These wild wolves were able to get up in the middle, entirely because they were rare troops and possessed great power. Changed it to a rare type of unit, I'm afraid it won't even be able to move. I'm in a good mood. Fortunately, there is a mummy heart provided by your Italian gun, otherwise this A-level hero will miss him. It seems that I will contact this lucky guy from time to time in the future. He likes to make friends the most. Ding, the army you led slaughtered a group of wolves in the wilderness and won a mini-battle. You gained 600 experience points. Li Cha looked at the corpses of warg all over the ground, and a bright smile appeared on his face. This is another huge gain. Throw aside the highly poisonous warg corpse that has just been stung. When it comes to fighting, it is naturally impossible to think so much. Poisonous scorpion warriors don't have the characteristic of a mummy that draws out a curse. After being stung, those who have been poisoned can only give up. After cleaning up, fortunately only 3 heads were stung. The remaining 27 became his trophies. Looking at the warg, the size of a bison lying on the sand, the corners of Li Cha's mouth were raised. The troop lair of the Cursed Pharaoh can be upgraded to rare today, which requires 50,000 units of resources. And the troop lair of the Axe of the Dead can be upgraded to a rare level tomorrow, requiring 500,000 units of resources. After thinking about it, it seems that selling all the corpses of these wolves is not enough to upgrade the lair of the Axe of the Dead. The corners of his mouth twitched. I thought I made a windfall, but I didn't expect that there was still a gap. The food in the warehouse is not too much. You can leave 2 of them and take them back to enrich the warehouse. The rest can be sold. Richard happily opened the trading market, but did not remember to sell, so he first went to understand the market conditions for a while. In the past few days, the price of food has dropped somewhat, and it is not as high as it used to be. Each ward can sell 20 units of resources, and each ward weighs around 600 to 700 units. He deliberately went to the undead's bounty and learned about the market. The undead can summon skeletons, so there should be a lot of demand for corpses. But to his surprise, the price of the undead bounty is very low, not even 1/10 of the price of food. This made him put out his heart to sell to the undead. These poor ghosts are not worthy of buying his wolves. Directly on the trading market. It didn't take 10 minutes to hang up, and it attracted a lot of attention. I'm in a rush. That dead pervert from Qingqiu just sold 25 rare level beasts, wilder wolf. This is still a person. That's a rare level. Am I blind? Why did someone kill a rare class of troops in less than half a month? Ordinary, elite, rare, rare. I only had my first elite level unit yesterday. What's the reason for it? This guy must be an internal beta player of Era of Radiance. Or is it planned by the Era of Radiance company? Qingqiu boss is awesome. Ha ha ha, who said that Qingqiu was a scumbag before? Since you are so hung up, why don't you kill the rare level troops? Go, I'll wait for you to slap your face. If you don't have the skills, don't doubt that others are strong. What you can't do, others can't do. It makes me laugh when I think of the sand sculptures that jumped out because there was no Qingqiu boss in the territorial ranking list 2 days ago. How about it? Now that the boss of Qingqiu has just hunted down a rare level of troops, do you feel that your face is swollen? The Lord players who spoke out against Richard a few days ago were now dumbfounded. 25 rare level wilderness wargs, not just one. One head may also be luck, but 25 heads can be explained by luck. This thing is so easy to deal with, they won't be so miserable. www.novel.com. Even if they want to pick on them, they have nothing to say in the end. How can this pervert be so strong? After your Italian gun saw the news, he immediately sent a message to his sister. Sister. Did you see it? 25 rare wild wolves. The boss of Qingqiu is like a god. Ha 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 ha. The stronger the opponent, the more correct his vision is. He was extremely optimistic about Li Cha and wanted to hug his thigh tightly. Yi Waluo, Qingqiu is indeed unusual, stronger than I thought. The combat effectiveness of rare level units is extremely terrifying. I only encountered 2 teams yesterday, and the troops almost collapsed. Your mother-in-law's Italian gun smiled proudly. Now the boss of Qingqiu has a close relationship with us, and maybe he will rely on each other more in the future. Yi Waluo, you can get in touch with him more. It's always good to have multiple friends. You'd better get stronger as soon as possible. The sooner we explore the 2-star dungeon, the better. Sister, don't be in such a hurry, wait for a while and you will definitely be able to open up that dungeon. Yi Waluo, if you delay for 2 more months, you will lose your leading edge. Will the precious items now be precious in 2 months? Okay, just take a look. Yi Waluo, in addition, there is still half a month left to start the dungeon. No matter what, you must enter 1 million players. There must be no mistakes. This dungeon will be a collision between the top lords of Era of Radiance, and the gains that can be obtained will definitely make people jealous. Sister, don't underestimate me, isn't it just 1 million people? You can get it, this time you enter the dungeon, and I don't want to kill. Chapter 73 90 o'clock Popular sentiment. Li Cha thought about it and sold the 3 poison wolves, but the system marked it as inedible, so maybe some undead would be interested in it. After finishing everything, let the Axe of the Dead carry 2 wasteland wargs. Under the moonlight, return to the City of Dusk. The desert in the wild is no longer hot during the day, and the air is a little moist. Under the moonlight, the vast desert cannot be seen clearly, and it has a special hazy beauty. This journey was not uneventful. During the 2-hour journey, we encountered raids by more than 10 field troops. However, he has never encountered an enemy as powerful as the Wasteland Warg. Under Gray's control, he was overturned by the car without turning over the wind and waves. After several battles, Li Cha intuitively realized the power of this A-level hero. Although there is no damage skill, the exaggerated control makes the enemy unable to resist at all. When paired with the Axe of the Dead and the Scorpion Warriors, it is absolutely amazing. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Richard, who had swept through a field of wild monsters, finally returned to the territory. The Axe of the Dead had more than 20 more prey, and he didn't even waste the corpses of the harvested troops, all of which were sold to the undead. Although the price is not high, it is also an extra income. After returning to the territory in a happy mood, he originally thought that all the residents had gone to rest, but the scene in front of him made him stunned. In the open space, there were a few torches that were burning most of the time. Under the dim light, you can see a crowd of people sitting on the ground dozing off. Many people still have anxiety and worry on their faces, turning their heads from time to time to look outside the territory, as if waiting for something. A resident who got up and was about to go to the toilet saw Li Cha, who came in from the side. The Lord is back. The loud sound made the residents in the dim light suddenly wake up, turning their heads to look at Richard behind them one by one. Seeing that familiar figure, the worry on his face disappeared, and he showed an extremely bright smile. Your Lord is fine. Praise the gods. Lord is back. Ha ha ha, I bet this is definitely the best news I've heard. Lord. The scene that was silent just now immediately became lively, and everyone cheered, as if something great had happened. They are all waiting for him. Seeing this scene, Li Cha felt a heat flow in his heart. He looked at Karu, who came excitedly through the crowd. Without waiting for the other party to salute, he frowned. Karu, did you make them wait here? Seeing that Richard was all right, Karu waved his hands in relief. Lord Richard, we didn't see you coming back after dinner, so we waited for you outside spontaneously. The resident who was the first to discover that Richard had returned also spoke up. Lord, we are all worried that you haven't come back. Li Cha turned his head and looked at the faces smiling from the bottom of his heart, and something in his heart was touched. At this moment, he felt very close to the world. There is no more strangeness. He took a deep breath and nodded slowly. The voice resounded in everyone's ears. I think you're just trying to find an excuse to sleep in tomorrow. The crowd laughed lightly. After he finished speaking, he looked at the crowd, pointed at a resident and shouted. Deck. You are also the one who won the bronze medal of the City of Twilight, why don't you set an example? Starting from tomorrow, you will be responsible for the work and rest of the territory tomorrow. This situation is not allowed to happen again. As he spoke, he called out several names in a row, and then said loudly. You guys take the lead and go back to rest. The City of Twilight is still there. If you are still here, I will be fine. The prey will get up tomorrow morning and deal with it. What are you doing standing still? Get thee out of here. After speaking, without waiting for the residents to leave, the army returned to the Lord's mansion after letting the army put the prey beside the well. When passing the crowd, no one moved. After Richard's back disappeared, the residents started making noise. The eyes of the few people whose names were called just now turned red with excitement. They felt honored like never before. Lord, still remember our name. Lord, still remember our name. Gods are above, did the Lord just call my name? I was remembered by the Lord. The people who were named were all those who won the collective bronze medal. I'm so envious, I knew I was going to participate in the last mission too. Others were also very touched. These humble commoners, in this city, have experienced the respect they have never had before. A few young people suddenly thought of something, Yu reading www.ukangsu.com shouted. Didn't you find out just now? The Lord's army has lost a lot of people. Yeah, there are more than 10 mummies with crowns this morning, and only one came back. Go and see, there are 2 wild wolves next to the well. I have seen those monsters before, and dozens of people can't stop them. The crowd that had just been discussing suddenly fell silent. After many people looked at the 2 wolves next to the well, their inner emotions began to ferment. No wonder the Lord came back so late tonight and met a powerful enemy. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Lord. Those troops died fighting for us. They had already imagined a scene where Richard was willing to sacrifice his life to hunt for the territory. It is an honor for them to have such a great lord. Back at the lord's mansion, Richard, who had just had a meal, suddenly heard a system prompt beeping in his ear. Ding! The people's heart of the residents of Dusk City reaches 90, and the territory has acquired the characteristic, living and working in peace and contentment. Live and work in peace and contentment. When people's hearts reach 90, the residents live and work in peace and contentment in the territory, and they respect you very much. The policies you make will be implemented 100% by everyone, and they will promote your greatness to the new residents. Residents will not be rebelled by the enemy, and they will report to you the first time they find suspicious outsiders who have sneaked into the territory. The attraction of Dusk City to refugees is increased by 50%, and there is a higher probability of attracting high-level talents or intermediate heroes who will take the initiative to join, and the charm of the city is greatly improved. Chapter 74 3 Nests of Desert Bees. My dear, the popular sentiment has reached 90 points. Li Cha was a little surprised. But after reading the upgraded features twice, he immediately smiled. Although this feature is not a combat feature, it can greatly reduce the difficulty of management and increase the heritage of the territory. The larger the territory and the longer the time, the more obvious this effect will be. Obviously, his policy towards residents during this period has paid off quite a bit. I don't know what the characteristics will be after 100 points. Flying in place. Become on the spot. This extra gain made him in a good mood, and he ate 2 more bowls of food. After a good night's sleep, he just woke up the next day when he saw an excited Karu. Lord, just now the desert bees have divided their nests. Hearing this news, Li Cha came to Shizao Lin in great spirits. At this time, the flowering period of the jujube forest is the most prosperous time. The rainbow-colored flowers stand out in the desert. The chirping of bees, which symbolizes vitality, makes people feel happy. Those bees that split their nests took the initiative to enter the hives we placed around, and they were very well behaved. Li Cha smelled the fragrance of the flowers and entered the jujube forest with Karu. There are countless bees flying in the area where the hive is placed. In those 2 new hives, there were already bees with pollen-covered legs crawling in and out. After seeing Richard's arrival, bees buzzed and flew around him immediately. The scene was quite lively. Richard opens the properties panel of a new hive. Desert wasp nest. Level, special. Queen bee, primary, affiliated queen bee, cannot be upgraded, but can produce honey at the main nest level. Characteristics, it can produce intermediate quality desert honey with a special fragrance. After eating, it can greatly speed up the recovery of physical strength and injuries, and slightly increase the recovery speed of magic power. Number of colonies, small, fixed small, cannot be expanded. Production, fixed output of 10 units of intermediate honey per week. Introduction, a rare bee in the desert, extremely rare. Can't upgrade. And the number of bee colonies is fixed, and the output is also fixed. Li Cha frowned slightly. The reproduction and growth of desert bees can only rely on the main nest. Unable to upgrade other queen bees, this undoubtedly limits his idea of rapidly growing desert honey. But it seems normal to think about it. If it is so easy to reproduce, desert bees will not have the evaluation of extreme rarity. An intermediate queen can have 2 accessory nests. Can a high-level queen bee have 4 subsidiary nests? The brows eased slightly. Open the market. A large number of private messages appeared in the private mailbox. When I opened it, I saw that the 25 normal wargs plus the 3 poisoned wargs had all been sold. With a total income of 340,000 units of resources, adding the original resources, he already has 360,000 units in his hands. This is definitely an exaggerated sum of money. But for what he has to do, it seems to be less. Open the troop nest panel. The cursed pyramid that recruits the cursed pharaoh has been upgraded to a rare level. The axe of the dead's tomahawk hut can be upgraded to a rare level. Desert bees can also be upgraded to advanced queens. In this way, it takes 600,000 units of resources to meet the upgrade requirements. The landlord's family is really poor this time. Li Cha, who held hundreds of thousands of units of resources, felt helpless. The speed at which he earns resources is at the forefront of the 20 billion lords. But compared to the consumption, after a long time, the old landlord fell into a state of extreme thirst for resources. The Tomahawk Chalet needs 500,000 units of resources, you can wait for a while. Let's upgrade the desert bee and the cursed pharaoh. The sooner the bees are upgraded, the greater the benefits, so there is no need to delay. Richard consumed 100,000 units of resources and purchased 200 troop nests. 100 of them are insect troop nests, and 100 are desert camp troop nests. To the main nest of desert honey. Consume all 100 units. After a while, a new change appeared in the properties of the hive. Desert wasp nest. Level, Special. Queen bee, Advanced, promoted to the super queen bee, the hive can produce better quality super honey. Characteristics, it can produce high-quality desert honey with a special fragrance. After eating it, it can greatly speed up the recovery speed of physical strength and injuries, and greatly improve the recovery speed of magic power. Number of colonies, Medium. Secondary hive, 2, can have 2 intermediate secondary queens, and each secondary queen can have 2 primary queens. Production, minimum production of 15 units of high-grade honey per week, current available reserves, 15 units. Introduction, a rare bee in the desert, extremely rare. The main hive can be upgraded to high level, and 2 secondary queens can be upgraded to medium, and can have their own secondary queens. As a result, the number of desert bees did not increase by 2 broods as he imagined, but directly increased by 4 broods. As long as it reproduces, he can have 7 swarms of bees. If you upgrade to the special grade, wouldn't it increase the performance by 8 swarms of bees at a time? And the secondary queens don't need him to level up, they'll automatically level up over time. In a month at most, he can see the emergence of several other nests of bees. Richard laughed. It turns out that this is how the desert bees expand. Feeling a little better. His beekeeping career is on the right track. He walked out of the jujube forest and called a few staff. The honey from the main nest is already available. Come with me with your tools. Yes, sir. After a few people took the honey-picking equipment prepared in advance and washed them by the spring, they immediately followed Li Cha to the beehive. There are more than 10 units of honey in the main nest. Open the bottom of the box and take out the honey. After the upgrade, the desert bees are extremely smart, and several people's movements are not stung by bees. The honeycomb is made of wooden boards, placed on a wooden frame, and the bottom plate can be opened by pushing and pulling. Pulling the bottom plate from below, you can see pieces of nest honey, and the sweetness bursts instantly. The intermediate honey is now taken, which is 1 level higher than the previous primary honey. Although he hasn't tasted the taste yet, Richard's saliva has been secreting uncontrollably. Who can resist this kind of fragrance? After taking 3 pieces of capped honeycomb www.unlevel.com, the desirable reserves of desert bees are reduced to 0. Richard deliberately took a few more glances. These desirable honeycombs were separated by a certain distance from the old nests of desert bees, and the differences were clear. Obviously, the other party built it here on purpose. Nodding in appreciation, these little guys are really smart. Turning to look at the staff behind. Today is May 12th, and every week after that, you will come to pick up honey. Just like today, take off the honey from the side, and don't touch the bee's old nest. On the 19th, the next 2 nests of bees can also produce new honey. Take it out in the same way. In addition, put the prepared honeycombs in advance, and the bees will divide the nests later. Yes, sir. After instructing, Li Cha looked at the nest honey in the special wooden barrel, and couldn't help but stretched out his hand and broke a piece. Through the sunlight mottled by the leaves, look carefully. These honeys have been sealed with a thin layer of beeswax on them. Generally, brood honey is preserved in this way by bees. He took a big bite and took out a few filaments of golden honey in the crystal. A sweeter and richer taste than primary honey bursts in the mouth. After Li Cha swallowed, he was full of admiration. I feel that the story of the desert crown I made up is bad. This should be the grace of the gods bestowed on the world. This thing absolutely has to take the most high-end route. I hope Anik won't let me down. The desert crown will definitely become the pearl of Dusk City. At this moment, he has seen a lot of resources flowing into his pocket. The landlord is in urgent need of resources. Chapter 75. After 3 days, the troops will be refreshed. After the nest honey is taken out, the honey can be taken out by drying or special tools. Naturally, he does not need to do these tasks. As the ruler of the territory, the only thing he has to do is to give orders and make good use of the resources of the territory to fulfill his will. After dealing with the desert bees, Li Cha came to the nearby flame dragon rabbit breeding area. The breeding base has begun to take shape. There is a 2-meter-high wooden fence on the outermost layer. Inside, there are wisteria thorns that are 1 meter high and 2 meters wide. A squad of bandaged mummies are guarding the surrounding area. The wisteria and thorns are already lush and vibrant because of the large amount of water irrigation. These sharp thorns with barbs 7 or 8 centimeters long, even warriors in thick armor should beat drums in their hearts. At this time, the desert goblins are arranging a second line of wisteria thorns outside the fence, which seems to be completely locking the surrounding area. Li Cha was quite appreciative of this. If the scale of the flaming dragon rabbit can be expanded, the output will not necessarily be worse than desert honey. The blanket made of flame dragon rabbit and rabbit fur that can automatically control the temperature made him deeply understand what Onyx said. Only the royal family and nobles are qualified to use flame dragon rabbit products in the Ice and Snow Empire. "Oh my great master, your humble servant greets you." Chinya, the thin and frail head of the breeding base, came to say hello immediately after seeing Li Cha. That flattering look made Li Cha wonder whether to laugh or cry. The life of a goblin is really at home. "How about the flame dragon rabbit?" Chinya patted the toothpick-like chest and said excitedly. "Master, those flaming dragon rabbits are very healthy now. I will inspect them every day, and they will never be allowed to eat. Other things are cultivated for fear that they will not eat, but the flame dragon rabbit is for fear that they will eat. It's also very interesting. Where's the cub of the flame dragon rabbit? The growth is very fast. It is expected to enter the maturity period at the end of the month, and the hair will shed next month and enter the breeding period. Good guy, it's really fast. Take care of it, and come to me anytime if you have any questions." "Yes, my lord." The flame dragon rabbit was basking in the sun all day, and there was nothing to see. After a few words of advice, Li Cha returned to the territory. "Enter the lord's mansion. First use the 100 troop nests you just purchased to upgrade the cursed pyramid to rare." In this way, he has 3 rare-level troop nests in his hands. Cursed Pyramid, Scorpion Den, Tomahawk Cabin. However, what he desires most is to upgrade the Tomahawk Chalet to a rare level first. There are still 260,000 units of resources in hand. It takes 500,000 units to buy 1,000 troops nests, which is not a small number. However, if you encounter a group of wild monsters like wild wolves again, these problems can be solved. While thinking, Li Cha suddenly thought of something, and took out the architectural blueprint from the system space, the food workshop. "I've been so busy these days that I almost forgot about it." Food workshop blueprint. Level, normal. Characteristics, a food workshop can be built for research, production, and processing of food. Resources required for construction, 5,000 gold coins, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone. Construction time, 7 days. Number of people required, 30 people. If the number of people is less than the standard number, the construction time will increase. If the number is greater than the number of people, the time will decrease. Occupation, 10 spaces. Introduction, you can taste more delicious food in your territory. Food, housing, and transportation. The potential of food workshops is unlimited. As long as you do it well, you won't have to worry about not being able to earn resources. Li Cha took the blueprint and came to the open space near the well. Ready to build here. After the territory was upgraded, there were 60 more squares of open space, and there were exactly 10 squares in this area. The well is located to the southwest of the Lord's mansion, next to the residential area in the west. After a while, Karu, who was full of white hair but very energetic, arrived. Lord Richard. Richard motioned to Karu the blueprint in his hand, and told him the general properties and construction requirements. You immediately find 30 workers and build the food workshop. I have a feeling that this building may be particularly important to Dusk City. As long as it can produce enough delicious food, there is a trading market for 20 billion players in the Wanwei Flower Chamber of Commerce in terms of sales channels, and there will be no worries about sales. Of course, the specific situation will not be known until the construction of the food workshop is completed. After arranging the task, Li Cha left enough resources to fill the surrounding open space. Then he ignored the rest and prepared to take the army to continue hunting. Before other industries in Dusk City developed, they still had to focus on hunting. But he believes that under his cultivation, it won't be long before Dusk City will have its own industry. At that time, Dusk City will usher in a time of rapid development. Richard's goal this time is to make up for the shortfall of more than 200,000 resources needed to upgrade the Axe of the Dead on Monday the 15th, before the unit's lair is refreshed. But this is not a small number. In order to improve efficiency, after thinking about it, he dispatched the bandage mummies of the 5 teams stationed in the territory to Gray's hands. Let this A-level hero lead the team to scan the map in another direction. Heroic units have super high intelligence and are no worse than lords in leading the army. And it happens that Gray is a mummy hero and has additional attribute bonuses to the mummy army. In his hands, the bandage mummy can be used to its fullest. www.novel.com. The security of Dusk City is guarded by 9 teams of elite mummy guardians, which is enough for the time being. Starting at noon, Richard returned with his prey when it was getting dark. At the same time, Gray is not inferior, and he has also gained a lot. The bandaged mummy did not lose its number after a whole day of fighting, which reassured Richard, and his trust in Gray increased again. On the 13th, 14th, and 15th, for 3 consecutive days, Richard and Gray went out early and returned late every day. But the field battles were not all smooth sailing. Gray was attacked and killed by a group of rare field troops at noon on the 15th. The bandage mummy damaged a team, leaving only 4 teams in total. However, the harvest that day was more than Licha. When they came back, almost every bandaged mummy had a head or 2 of prey on their backs. On the evening of May 15th, Richard returned to the territory, and Gray had already returned first. Looking at the prey piled up into hills, I was in a good mood. Except for a part of the warehouse, the rest were sold out. The result of the 3-day frantic hunting was that a large amount of resources were recorded, which was enough to upgrade the Axe of the Dead. Looking at the skyrocketing data on the attribute panel, he was in high spirits. Gold coins, 200,000, wood, 150,000 units, stone, 150,000 units, iron ore, 130,000 units. What excites him is not only the abundance of supplies, but also because today is Monday, the time when the unit's nest output will be refreshed. The army in his hands is about to expand again. The opening of the large-scale dungeon at the end of the month is getting closer. The more troops you have in your hand, the more confident you will be to collide with other lords. Chapter 76 Dusk City's First Rare Class. 8 p.m. exactly. The system prompt sounded right in Richard's ear. Ding, this week is Timber Resource Week. The output of the logging farm will increase by 1,000 units per day. Lords, please arrange the production. Ding, the nest output of all arms has been refreshed. Please recruit your own lords. Finally come. Licha is in a good mood. Wood Resources Week. Unfortunately, Dusk City only occupies 1 small logging farm. If it occupies 12 or 10, the harvest will be considerable in a week. Deserts are worthy of being a place where resources are exhausted, and the density of refreshed resource points is much less than other terrains. In the past few days, he has also deliberately learned about it on the forum. If it is a plain or normal land, the resource points are refreshed very densely, and you can even see one within 10 minutes. On the contrary, after scanning the map around Dusk City for so long, he found 5 resource points. He didn't feel it before. He thought that all the lords were like this, but he found out after he got to know it. Compared with other places, the products of the desert are simply indescribable. You still have to develop yourself and continue to farm. If you rely on materials from the outside world, the City of Dusk will not be able to develop at all. Comparing hurts. Shaking his head to recover his scattered thoughts, he opened the unit's nest and took a look. Sure enough, it has been refreshed. Guardian Land, Elite 3 stars, 3 seats, recruitable troops, Mummy Guardian, recruitable quantity, 30. Great Pyramid, Elite 3 stars, 3 seats, recruitable troops, Bandage Mummy, recruitable quantity, 21. Poisonous Scorpion Lair, rare 3 stars, 1 seat, can be recruited, Scorpion Warrior, number of recruits, 7. Cursed Pyramid, rare 3 stars, 1, recruitable troops, Cursed Pharaoh, recruitable quantity, 5. Battle Axe Hut, rare 3 stars, 1 seat, recruitable troops, Axe of the Dead, recruitable quantity, 5. Except for the Axe of the Dead, more than 20,000 resources were consumed to recruit all the troops. The power in his hands skyrocketed again. The current number of troops in Dusk City. Mummy Guardian, 120 people, 3 stars for Elite. Bandage Mummy, 61, Elite 3 stars. Scorpion Warrior, 27, rare 3 stars. Cursed Pharaoh, 5, rare 3 stars. Axe of the Dead, 15, rare 3 stars. The total number of troops reached 228. The current population of Dusk City is less than 400. This power can already be described as powerful. What makes Richard even more excited is that the first rare-level troop lair in Dusk City is about to be born. Glancing at the still abundant resources, without hesitation, he directly purchased 1,000 desert camp troop nests. He spent this resource very happily. After the purchase, there are 610,000 units of resources, and only 110,000 are left. Li Cha came to the front of the Tomahawk wooden house with great anticipation. This is also the first time he has upgraded a rare-level troop lair. I was quite excited inside. The temple guard who made him feel untouchable half a month ago was only a rare level. Tomahawk wooden house, rare 3 stars, consuming 10 rare desert faction troop nest cores can raise it to rare 3 stars. It has been detected that there are 1,000 common troop nests, which meet the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Li Cha didn't think much about it, and confirmed it directly. The next second, the majestic energy spewed out from the Tomahawk wooden house, and the height was raised from 4 meters to 5 meters. The thousands of battle axes that were hanging on the outer wall of the wooden house, glowing with silver light, now had a faint golden light. After a few minutes, the light dissipated. And the wooden house has become more and more delicate, and thousands of battle axes are shining brightly. At a glance, you can tell that this is definitely not a mortal thing. Upgraded successfully, current level, rare 3 stars. Tomahawk cabin, rare 3 stars, consume 10 rare desert faction lair cores to raise it to brilliant 3 stars. After the black gold system prompt sounded, Richard laughed. My heart is filled with a sense of accomplishment. It is wonderful to see the power in my hand grow a little bit. Tomahawk chalet. Level, rare 3 stars. Recruitable troops, Axe of the Dead, rare 3 stars. Number of recruits, 5. Weekly production, 5. Recruitment conditions, 4,000 gold coins, 4,000 stone units, 4,000 iron ore units. Introduction, you can recruit undead troops with good combat power from it. After the upgrade, the resources required to recruit the Axe of the Dead have also been directly increased by 10 times. Advanced arms are expensive. Seeing this, Li Cha felt both pain and relief. With a wave of his hand, he directly recruited all 5 Axes of the Dead. All of a sudden, in the battle axe hut, countless dark energies condensed. After a few breaths, the dim light shook. Wearing a full-body armor with a mandala pattern and a horn helmet, the Axe of the Dead with a height of 2.2 meters appeared in sight, and this powerful unit stepped out of the wooden house step by step. After stepping out of the gate, he reached out and took a battle axe with a faint golden light from the wall. Kacha kacha. The moment he lifted the battle axe, countless chains condensed on his wrist out of thin air. A real Axe of the Dead appears. Li Cha opened the other party's attribute panel impatiently. Axe of the Dead. Level 5, intermediate arms, strength increased by 15%. Potential, rare 3 stars. Skill, battle axe kill, class B, within 40 meters, you can throw a battle axe to attack the enemy, and you can retrieve the battle axe through the chain on the arm, causing huge magic damage to the enemy. Body of the Dead, class C. Immune to poison, plague, curse, defense increased by 70%, and will not die unless the heart is destroyed. Roar, C rank, after roaring, the next attack power increases by 70%. Rotation, class C, after throwing the battle axe www.novel.com can use the chain wrapped around the arm to pull the battle axe, carry out continuous attacks, and have more delicate control over the battle axe. Shattered axe, class C, after the battle axe is thrown, it will explode and shatter, causing huge magic damage to enemies within 10 meters in diameter. Racial talent, after the battle axe is broken, it can consume power to reunite. Bound, battle axe, the throwing distance of the battle axe is 110 meters, and the damage caused is increased by 20%. The throwing distance of the battle axe is 1120 meters, and the damage caused is increased by 40%. The throwing distance of the battle axe is 2140 meters, the damage caused is increased by 60%, and there is a 30 chance to trigger the instant death skill, Soul Kill, which directly executes the enemy. The higher the enemy's level, the smaller the trigger probability. Introduction, want to taste the taste of an axe. After Li Cha watched it several times, a strong excitement rose in his heart. Good guy, the initial level of the Axe of the Dead recruited from the Legion of Arms has reached level 5. Directly obtained the attribute bonus of the intermediate arms. And after the promotion, not only the skills have been upgraded by 1 level, but the attributes have been greatly improved. Furthermore, he acquired a powerful skill, Axe Smash. Let the already domineering Axe of the Dead possess the group attack skills. This wave is simply God's strengthening. More importantly, the trump card of the Axe of the Dead, Tomahawk Throwing, the distance has been increased from 30 meters to 40 meters. The immediate death skill of Soul Execution has also been increased from the range of 21 meters to 30 meters to 21 meters to 40 meters. Add 10 meters. This extra short 10 meters doubles the operability of the Axe of the Dead. This is the real big killer. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 77 Successful Technology Research and Development, Strengthening the Mummy. Richard was recruited after 5 Axes of the Dead were recruited. Immediately grants all units the desertification skill. This magical skill, which has made countless great achievements, has become the standard configuration of Dusk City. Looking at the powerful army in front of me, I was in a good mood. Looking at the other 15 Axes of the Dead, they can also be promoted to the rare level with the improvement of the troop layer. But after taking a look at the attribute panel, his face suddenly became a little strange. The resources required to upgrade troops are the same as recruiting resources, and there is no discount at all. 15 Axes of the Dead are promoted to the rare level, which requires 60,000 gold coins, 60,000 units of wood, and 60,000 units of iron ore. Add up to a total of 180,000. This is simply dying. It's really poor. Li Cha looked up to the sky and sighed. The speed at which he earns resources is already abnormal, but in the end it is still not enough. The troop nest is a bottomless pit. If you want to cultivate it, the investment is endless. This is just a troop lair. I still have poisonous scorpion warriors in my hands, cursing the pharaoh. The speed of cultivating troops may not be so fast in the future. No, it seems that we still need to train some elite and rare level units to match. Only get high level troops, this consumption is too terrifying. You still have to find other ways to get resources. Relying on hunting alone, the level of the troops is high. How much do you have to hunt? Trade, trade. Rarely upgrade to the brilliant level, which requires 10,000 unit nests, which is 5 million units of resources. Accumulating at the current speed, regardless of other expenditures, will take more than a month. It cannot be solved in a short time. After Li Cha sorted out his thoughts, his eyes gradually returned to calm. At present, it seems that the bandage mummy can be upgraded to the rare level first. The nests of 3 troops only consume 150,000 units of resources. After the nest is upgraded, the troops of 6 squads can be promoted to rare. In this way, I can have a squadron of rare level troops in my hands, and I can completely attack that 1-star dungeon. He had been thinking about that one-way portal for a long time. However, the black gold system has reminded that the average potential of the arms in it is rare. At this time, as long as the bandage mummy is upgraded, there is a rare Axe of the Dead and Grey, a powerful and abnormal A-level hero. The strength in his hand is enough to attack that dungeon. After he had a plan in mind, Li Cha, who was very active, immediately began to implement it. In the early morning of May 16th, he and Grey led their troops out hunting. But Rao is so, he also feels that the speed of collecting resources is too slow. That night, Richard and Grey started hunting around Dusk City at night. Although the danger of wild hunting has increased a lot, the harvest has also increased significantly. Under high-intensity combat. On the night of May 18th, he had accumulated enough resources to upgrade the bandage mummy and 15 Axes of the Dead. Upgrading 3 Great Pyramids requires 150,000 resources. After upgrading 61 elite bandage mummies to rare requires 80,000 resources. And 15 Axes of the Dead need 180,000 resources to upgrade. Add up to a total of 410,000 resources. Mummy Pyramid, Elite 3-star, consuming 10 Elite Desert Camp Troops nest cores can raise it to a rare 3-star, upgrade. Axe of the Dead, rare 3 stars, does it cost 4,000 gold coins, 4,000 wood units, and 4,000 iron ore to upgrade to rare 3 stars. With the promotion of the black gold system, it lights up. The resources that Li Cha has accumulated in the past few days have bottomed out again. But the power in his hand has also become stronger because of his efforts. Bandage Mummy, 61, rare 3 stars. Scorpion Warrior, 27, rare 3 stars. Cursed Pharaoh, 5, rare 3 stars. Axe of the Dead, 20, rare 3 stars. There are 9 teams of rare arms and 2 teams of rare arms. the total number of troops is 113. Seeing the mighty army in the front yard of the Lord's mansion, Li Cha was heartbroken. This is the army he forged by himself. Compared with half a month ago, it is 10 times stronger. A full sense of achievement. Ding, the primary attack of the bandage mummy has been successfully researched, and it has been solidified into the characteristics of the territory. You can go to the blacksmith to freely improve the attack of the bandage mummy. Hearing the prompt from the system suddenly sounded, Li Cha was a little surprised. Andel's research and development succeeded. Ha 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 ha. Good guy, it's really a lot of good things. Immediately went to the blacksmith shop with the bandage mummy. As soon as she walked to the door, she saw Andre, who was carrying a long-handled copper hammer, pushing out the door. After seeing him, the tired girl immediately cheered up and said excitedly, "Lord Richard, I have already figured out how to strengthen the mummy's attack. Praise the of forging, that gave me inspiration." Richard laughed. "Andel, I believe more, that's your ingenuity. You have worked hard for you during this time. I will give you a few days of long vacation. When you have a rest, you will come back to work." Andel shook her head like a rattle. "No, my lord, I like this job, I don't want to rest for so long, I can work tomorrow. The mummy you gave me before, I have already tested it on him," Andel said, asking the apprentices in the blacksmith shop to bring out the bandage mummy that has been researched for the past few days. At this time, the bandage mummy has not been upgraded yet, and it is still at the elite level, but a skill on his body has undergone a lot of changes. Enhanced claw tier, E rank, the sharpness of the fingers is increased by 50%, and the firmness is increased by 50%. Richard opened the rare bandage mummy attribute. Claw tear, D level, the sharpness of the fingers is increased by 40%, and the firmness is increased by 40%. Good guy, after strengthening, E-level skills have higher attributes than D-level skills. He deliberately asked the two bandaged mummies to stretch out their shriveled palms for comparison. The strengthened bandaged mummy arm seems to be fused with steel, glowing with a metallic luster. Even if you haven't tried it, you can feel its firmness. The 5 fingers of the palm have changed greatly. After being irrigated with metal, they are as sharp as daggers, and their appearance is extremely ferocious. However, the ones that have not been strengthened are obviously worse, and the sharpness is obviously reduced. Li Cha is in a good mood. Andel, besides you, is there anyone else who can strengthen the mummy's attack? I have taught all the skills here to the apprentices of the blacksmith shop, everyone will. How long does it take to strengthen a mummy? 20 minutes to half an hour, depending on the proficiency of the blacksmith. Okay, you go back to rest first, and let others strengthen all the bandage mummies for me tonight. Tomorrow, I will go out and capture a strong gathering place of wild troops. I'm not tired, I'll just stay here to supervise. Andel, obey the order. Sir, Yes. After driving the tired girl back to rest, Li Cha couldn't wait to come to the forging area. Watching the blacksmith strengthen the mummy. I saw that the blacksmiths melted pots of steel, then cooled them down at different times, added some metal materials that were not dark, and finally mixed them together. After the red-hot molten iron was ready, let the bandage mummy go over and put her arms on the operating table. The blacksmith poured the molten iron down bit by bit. Zzz. A stench came, which made Li Cha feel extremely choking. But under his gaze, those molten iron not only did not burn the bandage mummy. Instead, it merged with their arms, gradually reflecting the luster of metal. The whole process is very meticulous, and it seems to be full of fantasy, and it is not scientific at all. In other words, the undead life can do this. If it were replaced by human beings, Uukansha www.uukansha.com would have collapsed due to severe pain. After the first bandaged mummy was strengthened, Richard immediately opened the opponent's attribute panel. Bandage mummy. Level 5, intermediate arms, strength increased by 15%. Potential, rare 3 stars. Skill, Death's Body, D level, strength increased by 50%, no fear of pain, no fear of death, immune to poison and plague. Corpse Bandage, D level, reduces physical damage received by 40%, the bandage is accompanied by plague, the infected person will be in a weak state, all attributes will be reduced by 30%, if not treated, will gradually die. Enhanced Claw Tier, D level, the sharpness of the fingers is increased by 70%, and the firmness is increased by 70%. Desertification, Class C. Racial talent: when fighting in the desert, stamina and injury recovery speed are increased by 50%. Bond mummy. Gray has been out hunting with bandaged mummies these days, raising their level to level 5. After the enhancement, the skill attribute of sharp claw tier has been improved, and the sharpness and firmness of the fingers have been increased from 40% to 70%. It's stronger than ever. The sharp claws that reflect the deep cold light are always reminding outsiders that they are not easy to mess with. Seeing the razor-like claws, Richard laughed. Is this the true value of Andre? A-level hero, really extraordinary. And this is just the beginning, if you continue to strengthen it. When the mummy has intermediate, advanced, and even special attacks, how powerful will it be? How terrifying bonuses can other troops get? Chapter 78 Demon Hero. Early in the morning on May 19th. All the mummies of the 6 teams have been strengthened. After Richard told Karu, he replenished the logistical supplies and left the City of Dusk with the army. There are 120 mummy guardians guarding the territory, so I'm not afraid of any mistakes. This time his goal is also very clear, a one-way portal. He has been thinking about this 1-star copy for a long time. 2 hours later, Richard was standing in front of a one-way portal that was 5 meters high and looked like a rippling water in the middle. Sharp eyes. At the beginning, I said that I would accumulate a squadron of rare arms, but now I can achieve my goal. Saying that, he subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the sky. He didn't forget that he saw a level 15 dragon nearby. The hideous appearance made him remember deeply. Everything will be there. The dungeon can be conquered, and the dragon will be caught and used as a mount. He calmed his mind and looked at the sparkling one-way portal. The bandaged mummy went to explore the way. The scorpion warriors followed, and Gray took the axe of the dead and entered last. The son of a daughter does not sit in a dangerous hall. For things like exploring the road, he naturally doesn't need him to come forward. The order was issued, and the bandaged mummies of the 6 teams immediately stepped into the portal. A wave of light flashed and disappeared into it. The scorpion warrior followed closely, and Gray waited for a while and then entered with the axe of the dead. After waiting for another 5 minutes, Richard entered with 5 cursed pharaohs. The moment he passed through the portal, he only felt like he had passed through a layer of veil, which was soft to the touch. With just one step, his vision suddenly widened. He appeared in a forest that had been burned by fire. There is a special burnt smell in the air, which is very pungent. There were dry and pitch-black tree branches everywhere, and the ground was covered with black ashes. Just from the thick ashes on the ground, one could tell how violent the fire was. There were no sparks and thick smoke in the tree fork, and it was obvious that it had been some time since the fire started to burn. At this time, Gray took the army to guard nearby, and there was no battle. Everything is safe. Ding, you have entered Time Fragment, Burning Village, 1-star copy. Trigger the main quest, protect Bida Town and keep Bida Town in the war. Please explore the other side quests independently. Note 1, the Time Fragment is not on the same timeline as the main plane, 10 days for the Time Fragment equals 1 day for the main plane. Note 2, in the Time Fragment, the Lord Forum cannot be opened. Note 3, you can leave the Time Fragment after completing the main quest or failing the main quest. The moment the system prompt sounded, Li Cha turned his head and looked behind him. At this time, there was no shadow of the portal behind him, only a scorched forest. The one-way portal doesn't seem to have any loopholes. If you want to go out, you can only clear the copy. No, you can go back if you fail. That's interesting, but if you fail, I'm afraid you won't be able to get any rewards. The main task is to protect Bida Town. Now we have to figure out where we are and how far is it from Bida Town. After thinking about it, he immediately ordered. Gray, you lead the team, disperse the bandaged mummy and the poisonous scorpion warrior together, investigate the surrounding situation, and report back immediately when you encounter an enemy. Gray immediately began to arrange, assigning the scorpion warriors to the bandaged mummies in 7 teams, and went out to search in the form of a team. Li Cha took this time to read the description of the black gold system again. Burning Village, copy level, 1 star. Average armor strength, rare. With or without hero units, yes. Faction, demons, necrons, churches, humans. Note, the level of the copy cannot be increased. Demons, undead, churches, humans. 2 good camps, 2 evil camps. Literally judged, this copy should be a battle between evil and good. Now, we need to understand the surrounding environment and the specific situation of these factions before we can take action. 1-star dungeon, it stands to reason that it cannot be too difficult. But Era of Radiance has become the real world, so be careful. The biggest difference between the real world and games is that games have rules and logic, while reality never talks about logic, and anything can happen. After half an hour, Gray returned with a team of bandaged mummies, and the mummified hero's voice was as empty as ever. Master, we were in the east of the woods and found a group of demons attacking a human village. Demon and human camps appeared. Li Cha came a little interested. How is the situation now? Gray replied in detail. The devil is looking for a breakthrough in the human village, and has not yet launched an attack. The two sides are at a stalemate. The number of demons exceeds 3 squadrons, of which there are 2 squadrons of elite 2-star troops, inferior demons. A squadron's rare 3-star unit, the Fallen Demon. This army has demon heroes commanding the battle. I left 2 teams of bandaged mummies on guard. Sure enough, it was a dungeon, and hero units appeared at the very beginning. An army led by a hero and an army without a hero are completely different concepts. Heroes can not only command the army to fight, but also improve the overall strength of the army. Gray is the best example. Integrate the army and go to the human village immediately. Yes. After more than 20 minutes, stepping on the thick black ash, under the guidance of Gray, the army came to a hillside. Li Cha saw a village hundreds of meters away. Surrounded by scorched trees, the village has become dead silent. The building structure of that human village is very special. Outside there are towering houses made of rock with shooting holes on them. Hundreds of houses form a huge oval complex, which is no less than a fortress. In the double team of houses, there is only one road leading to the interior of the village. At this time, several squadrons of demon armies were glaring at the tightly guarded passage. The two sides are deadlocked here. Although there were 400 or 500 meters apart, the trees in front were completely burned by the fire and were not blocked. Li Cha could see it very clearly. The thing that caught his eye the most was the devil. The most numerous are the inferior demons, who are about 1.7 meters tall. The scarred muscles on their bodies protrude, and they are much stronger than humans. The back is curved, the tail is slender, the head has 2 curved horns, the 3 fingers are as sharp as daggers, and the large mouth of the blood basin has sharp fangs. Evil breath spewed out. Perhaps there is no more standard demon image than this. Bad devil. Level 4. Potential, elite 2 stars. Skill, devil's body, E level, defense increases by 30%, immune to plagues and diseases. Chaotic nature, E level, when in madness, strength increases by 50%, and will attack everyone around you at the same time. Sharp claws, E rank, the sharpness of claws is increased by 30%. Racial talent, desires to kill, strength increases by 50% during battle, but the longer the battle, the easier it is to fall into chaos. Bond, demon, when the number of demons exceeds 10, the strength increases by 20%, and the degree of chaos increases by 20%. When the number of demons exceeds 30, the strength is increased by 40%, and the chaos level is increased by 40%. When the number of demons exceeds 50, the strength is increased by 60%, and the chaos level is increased by 60%, activated. Introduction, these chaotic lives can only be contained in the abyss. The fallen demon is even more terrifying. He is 1.8 meters tall, with a pair of small wings that cannot fly behind him. He was holding a long handle in his hand, and the other end of the handle was connected to an iron ball full of spikes through chains. These terrifying evil beings kept making creepy sounds, like countless resentful spirits whispering in their ears, making people tremble. Fallen demon. Level 5, intermediate arms, strength increased by 15%. Potential, rare 3 stars. Skill, falling into the abyss, D level, use abyss blasphemy to make terrible whispers. The spirit of those who hear the abyss blasphemy will fall into a trance, and if the willpower test fails, they will completely sink and transform into a new demon. Devil's body, D level, defense increased by 50%, immune to plagues and diseases. Demon's wrath, D level, when the rage is high, the power of UU reading www.uukangsha.com increases by 50%, and at the same time, the demons around him go into a state of madness. Racial talent, affected by demon whispers, they become demons, and they will obey their orders forever, and their souls will belong to the fallen demons after death. Bond, Demon. When the number of demons exceeds 10, the corrosive power of the Falling Abyss skill increases by 20%. When the number of demons exceeds 20, the corrosive power of the Sinking Abyss skill increases by 40%. When the number of demons exceeds 30, the corrosive power of the Falling Abyss skill increases by 60%, activated. Introduction. Covering your ears cannot stop the corruption of the Abyss blasphemy on the soul. When Li Cha saw the attributes of the two demons, his eyes narrowed. Sure enough, the enemy cannot be underestimated. Although the inferior demon is somewhat amused, the attributes of the fallen demon are not simple. While thinking about it, he looked at the center of the demon. The carriages were pulled by a small team of inferior demons. The wicked demons were chained around their bodies, and they were directly used as livestock. Sitting on the carriage was a tall demon with a flame whip in his hand. The opponent was wearing a set of black armor, and his face was more ferocious than other demons. Slap. The flame whip waved, pulling the flame tail to explode in the air, and the crisp sound was mixed with the heat. The surrounding evil demons and fallen demons immediately trembled when they heard the sound, and felt great fear. Demon Hero. P.S. The hand speed is limited. If you can't read enough, I have 2 finished books before I became the ancestor of the Blood family. Lord of Scourge, begin as a demon archduke. Especially recommend the Blood clan, this book is very good. Chapter 79 Out of Frame. Looking at the demon with a unique imposing manner, Li Cha opened the other party's attribute panel with a bit of curiosity. Barasa Bloodthirsty, Flame Demon. Hero Unit. Level 5, Intermediate Hero, Magic Damage Bonus 30%. Potential, Class D. Occupation, Demon Commander, Primary, Casting Effect increased by 5%. Magic, 200 points, recovers 2 points per second. Skill, Enslaved Demons, D-Level, wields a long flame whip in his hand, forcibly suppresses the demon army under his command, and makes them obey orders. Soul Whip, D-Level, when you hit the enemy with a flame whip, it will directly cause soul damage and cause great pain. Bloodthirsty Mania, Class D, makes subordinates desperate for blood and slaughter, increases strength by 30%, deprives pain perception, lasts 3 minutes, cools down 5 minutes, consumes 50 mana. Petrified Skin, D rank, makes the subordinate skin as solid as a rock, increases the defense by 30%, lasts for 3 minutes, cools down for 5 minutes, consumes 50 mana. Heroic features, when commanding demon units, increase the strength of all demons by 20%. Racial talent, the more demons you command, the stronger your strength will be. Bound Commander, when the number of demon troops in command exceeds 1 squadron, the efficiency of the army's execution of orders is increased by 20%. When the number of demon armies in command exceeds 3 squadrons, the efficiency of the army's execution of orders is increased by 40%, activated. The number of demon troops in command exceeds 5 squadrons, and the efficiency of the army's execution of orders is increased by 60%. Introduction. Demon commanders can command chaotic demons to fight, it is best not to let them gather a large number of troops. This demon hero not only has 2 buffs, but also fits the demon very well. Using whips to suppress the chaos of demons and make them obey orders, perhaps this is also a characteristic of demons. The life of the chaotic evil camp cannot always be inferred by common sense. All wicked demons obey orders. Attack, break through this village. Devour their souls. The roar of the abyss profanity interrupted Richard's thoughts. He doesn't know such evil language, but he understands what the other party means. This is a high-level language feature, close to the power of magic. Woohoo! The low-pitched horn of the devil blew. Slap. The demonic hero's flame whip swung in the air, exploding a flame. The ferocious-looking inferior demons around him trembled, and immediately roared and charged. But the chaotic nature made them unable to fight disciplinedly even if they had a commander, so they rushed forward. The demon commander swung his whip again, and a red light directly enveloped the dozens of wicked demons who were charging at the forefront. Petrified Skin. The inferior demon only felt a powerful force pouring into his body, and the exterior of his body became hard. Immediately fell into excitement. The passage into the village is in the shape of a concave dot. After the wicked demon approached, dozens of arrows shot wildly. But after the petrified skin was strengthened, they didn't dodge at all, and went to kill with arrows. Those arrows hit them like they hit a thick cotton coat, and the lethality weakened a lot. But the pain did not stop the stubborn evil demons, on the contrary, they went crazy in the pain. right now. Put. Deep in the passage, 5 crossbows stood side by side, and the cold arrows reflected the unique light of metal. After a cold drink sounded, arrows with the thickness of the arms flew out. Puff. The few inferior goblins in front were strung together like a string of candied haws. Bloody spatter. Even with the magic of petrified skin, it can't stop the shot of the crossbow. The breath of blood made the wicked demon's scarlet pupils instantly become more violent. Roared and rushed up, and at this time, the human soldiers in the rear also roared and rushed up. Short arms. The battle instantly turned bloody. Hurry up and pull the crossbow to the second line of defense. The archers shoot with all their strength. Never let these demons enter our village. Fighting against the devil, even the most heroic veteran has a heavy heart. Li Cha couldn't see the battle in the depths of the passage, but the arrows disappeared from the outermost layer of human beings, so he could know how much pressure the demons put on them. Master, when will we attack? Gray asked in a deep voice. Just as Li Cha was about to answer, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding, trigger the side quest, the choice between good and evil. You witnessed a demon attack on a human village. 1. You can choose to join the human camp and fight against the devil together. 2. You can join the demon camp and invade human villages together. 3. You can stand by or turn away. Note, it is currently free exploration mode. www.novel.com. The reward of the side quest is unknown. You can make any choice, and every choice you make will affect your next encounter. A choice between good and evil. A bit of playfulness flashed in Li Cha's eyes. I'm sorry, I'm in the neutral camp. The main mission is to protect Baita Town. There is no reason why the sub-mission has nothing to do with the main mission. Decisive order. Gray, prepare to fight. After the demon has put all its forces into battle, you lead the army to raid the demon hero, and you must not let him live. After strangling the demon, occupy the village. We need to know more from them. Furthermore, this dungeon only has 4 factions: demons, undead, temple, humans, and it's too monotonous. Twilight City, don't mind being the 5th faction. Since he can explore freely, he is not willing to honestly complete the task. From Andel's hero recruitment mission to the unexpected events of the Luanwei Flower Chamber of Commerce, the 2 things that gave him the biggest impression was that he could jump out of the frame. He recruited the other party ahead of time before he completed Andel's recruitment task, nor did he honestly save the Luanwei Chamber of Commerce from desert robbers, but instead obtained a precious blueprint that could not be regarded as a reward under normal logic, such as the hero altar. It shows that the mission of Age of Radiance is not only one way to go. And the main line is to protect Baita Town, but there is no provision in the task of how to protect it. Hearing Richard's words, the blue soul fire in Gray's empty eye sockets was burning brightly. This mummy hero particularly appreciates and respects the spirit of his master. As you wish, great master.